A medical student about to pursue a PhD finds himself transported back to high school after a car accident, only to unexpectedly awaken a healer's talent in a sleepy classroom, realizing that everything is a twist of fate. How many types of monsters are there in the Forest of Glen? Asked Hu Xia, his deskmate, jolting Ji Xia from his daze. He rubbed his throbbing temples, recalling that this was a map from a game he played during his early school days. On the flip-top desk, alongside his language and math textbooks, lay unfamiliar materials like Monster Manual, Basics of Attribute Restraint, and Extraordinary Creatures. The ceiling fan above creaked, and a few drowsy students were scattered around the classroom. The bizarre scene made Ji Xia doubt whether he was dreaming. Haven't I already graduated from my master's program? Isn't this my high school classroom? Ji Xia thought, perplexed. Hu Xia's familiar voice echoed in his ears, and he vividly remembered the girl who shared his name. He pinched himself hard, the sharp pain confirming the reality of it all. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind. It was still Ba City First High School, with the same strict homeroom teacher, Su Kunshan. His father, Ji Chunshan, and mother, Huang Yuru, were safe, and he even had a younger brother, Ji Feng, for years his junior. Hundreds of years ago, dimensional gates had appeared worldwide, unleashing hordes of monsters. Just as humanity was on the brink of extinction, some people began to awaken extraordinary powers, either naturally or through awakening trials to become professionals. 17-year-old Ji Xia had thought himself an ordinary person, planning to apply for the data analysis program at a martial arts school and later attempt the awakening trials. But on this ordinary afternoon, the wheel of fate turned quietly. This world was fraught with danger, but fortunately, there were safe zones. Even his parents had benefited from the accident, being saved by a newly awakened paladin. As Ji Xia reveled in the joy of reuniting with his family, a warm current flowed through his body, dispelling the discomfort from the influx of memories. A mysterious panel appeared before him. Healer Ordinary Template 0100, Talent Him 0500, Skill Glimmer, LV1. The Him talent doubled all positive effects, and the Glimmer skill could not only heal allies but also inflict deadly damage on dark and undead attributes. Unable to contain his excitement, Ji Xia rushed to the restroom to verify it. The door closed with a bit of a bang in his excitement, but thankfully, the janitor had just cleaned, leaving no unpleasant odors. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and softly uttered Glimmer. In an instant, a hazy white light gathered in his palm before dissipating. Unbeknownst to him, this simple attempt had been captured by the city defense system. Wei Zijuan, a 24-year-old from the Berserker Legion, was nursing an injury when the system alarm jolted him awake. It took him just 2 minutes to reach the scene from the distant monitoring room, intercepting Ji Xia as he exited the restroom. In Principal Zhou's office, the usually stern principal wore a rare, kind smile, pouring water for both of them and explaining the procedures for natural awakeners in detail. Watching the running video recorder on the desk, Ji Xia straightened his back and earnestly said, I'm ready. In the summer season, Ji Xia, a 17-year-old male healer with the talent of Him and the initial skill Glimmer, found himself in the office where Principal Zhou's shoes clattered against the floor in an unsettling manner. Meanwhile, Wei Zijuan was relentlessly crumpling a plastic bottle in his hands. Ji Xia felt a wave of awkwardness as the atmosphere seemed to shift. Suddenly, Wei Zijuan stood up and said to Principal Zhou, I just remembered I left the surveillance room door open. There are high-end devices in there that can't be compromised. However, the office door unexpectedly auto-locked, and Principal Zhou smiled even more brightly, appearing unconcerned. It's fine if it gets damaged. There's a guard room outside the surveillance room. They'll keep an eye on it for you. Let's just wait for the news. It won't be long. Wei Zijuan chuckled helplessly and drained his bottle of water, feeling a sense of confusion. The role of a healer reminded him of hospital doctors, who, despite being in a healing profession, could only handle minor injuries and couldn't expedite recovery. Thus, throughout Xia and even the entire world, while there seemed to be many healers, those who could actually engage in combat were rare, and the Berserker Legion wasn't even fully staffed. He initially intended to recruit Ji Xia, but seeing Principal Zhou's attitude, he realized it was unlikely. At this moment, Principal Zhou gently asked Ji Xia, Ji Xia, let me ask you a question. If a person is killed, they die? Is this statement true? Ji Xia found the question odd, akin to asking someone fixing an air conditioner, what is your job? Nonetheless, he replied, yes, it's true. Principal Zhou continued, actually, our planet has changed a lot from the past, but much of this information is hidden from ordinary people because some things are deadly just to know. I won't waste words. In this new era, professions are diverse berserkers, dragon knights, mages, warlocks. They sound like old video game professions, and creatures like goblins and minotaurs are also game settings. But reality isn't a game. Professionals have only one life. They can get injured, and they can die. In your opinion, what is the most powerful profession in this era? Mage, Ji Xia answered without hesitation. knowing that mages had always been the strongest in both games and his inherited memories. Principal Zhou's smile paused slightly but quickly resumed as he responded. Yes, mages are indeed powerful. However, the most sought-after and respected profession is that of a healer. Let me give you some data. Our city, Boss City, is a small county with a permanent population of nearly 1 million, but the city defense forces and other organizations combined have fewer than 30 healers. Of these, 18 are first-turn healers, and 11 are second-turn. In a core city like Rome City, with a permanent population of tens of millions, there are just over 200 healers, although the highest there can reach 4 turns. Ji Xia couldn't help but question what he saw on the news, finding it vastly different from reality. I read that there are millions of healers in hospitals across the country. Wei Zijuan, standing nearby, interjected, the definition of a healer varies. Hospital healers are just an enhanced version of doctors from the old era. The real healers are those on the battlefield, gods who can save you as long as you're not dead. Even monsters will protect true healers. Principal Zhou took a few neatly cut sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Ji Xia. Take a look at these. This is content from a newspaper. Although it lacks a date, it mentions the opening of the Forest of Glen. This information is at least 50 years old and marks the beginning of everything. At that time, professionals were just emerging, and healers initially had little ability. Professionals took advantage of the chaos to carve out territories, forcing and threatening healers to serve them. Until a female healer, cornered with no way out, chose to heal a monster during a battle. Everything changed. The monster willingly sacrificed itself, releasing the healer from various binding contracts. That power crumbled under the healer in an endless wave of monsters. The monsters claimed new territory, and under their protection, the healer became the second-in-command of this land. This territory has thrived for 50 years, and its leader, Mu Xinyu, declared to all humanity, any violators will be eradicated. What are the violations? Anyone who harms healers and women. After reading, Ji Xia blinked, realizing that the Harpy territory, known for its friendliness towards humans, had such a history. He had wondered if high-ranking Harpies might transform into human-like forms, only to find out they were originally human. Ji Xia found it fascinating that monsters and healers could coexist so harmoniously. Seeing Ji Xia put down the newspaper, Principal Zhou sighed. Ah, those were sinful times. But fortunately, there was retribution, which also offered us humans a lesson. Intelligent and communicative monster tribes were approached by powerful healers, which prevented our extinction in the early days. Later, the first elder of Xia passed the trials, established Xia, and created a safe zone, allowing us to develop. Alright, back to the main point. As you've seen, healers are special, but don't be afraid. The worst-case scenario is seeking refuge in a monster territory. Of course, I hope you will align with the human race. True healers are quite busy, mostly putting out fires at various dimensional gates. Someone will come to discuss your benefits soon, and you'll be exempted from the college entrance exam, directly joining the vanguard. Real healers are mostly on the front lines. Ji Xian nodded decisively. His panel showed that source points were earned through participation in kills, with some options marked 0-1 or 0-100, clearly requiring source points for upgrades. Moreover, healers seemed valuable and well protected, so he was eager to go to the front lines. Ji Xia's home was over an hour from the school, but half an hour later, the door to the principal's office was knocked on, and an ordinary middle-aged couple entered, accompanied by an elder. As soon as the door opened, Ji Xia's eyes locked onto his parents, and a wave of emotions surged through him, as if he was experiencing a time warp. In his previous life, his parents had passed away shortly after his college entrance exams. Almost instinctively, Ji Xia stood up and walked quickly to them, suppressing his excitement, and softly called out, "Dad, Mom." This simple call rendered him speechless, as from their perspective, Ji Xia came home every week. The elderly gentleman did not interrupt, sensing Ji Xia's emotions, and he empathized deeply. Ji Chunshan, 42, and Huang Yueru, 40, ran a small restaurant together, working tirelessly from morning till night. They appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, much like Principal Zhou. Ji Chunshan, the father, gently patted Ji Xia's shoulder, managing to utter a single word after a long pause. Good, good. Meanwhile, Huang Yueru, unrestrained, hugged Ji Xia tightly and exclaimed, "Our son has made us proud. Your dad was stunned when he got the call, and we rushed to the school. Mr. Li said he wants to recommend you." "Right, son, discuss with Mr. Li first. We don't want to delay you." Huang Yueru quickly pulled Ji Chunshan aside, while Principal Zhou invited them to sit. By then, Mr. Li had already begun discussing matters with Ji Xia. To ensure fairness, the professional association kept others at bay, allowing Ji Xia to choose his future path. Take a look at this. These are the offers they've made. Mr. Li handed Ji Xia a document outlining very generous conditions. Whether it was the City Defense Force, the Vanguard, the Healers Association, the Martial Arts Alliance, or the Dimensional Research Institute, they all promised to assign a top-tier expert to guide him. ensuring his safety. Additionally, they would provide all skill books and equipment, and Jixia's family would be well taken care of, with a significant relocation allowance. These were just the basic terms. The City Defense Force and the Vanguard, being military entities, promised high social status upon joining, along with various hidden benefits, such as priority access to dimensional spaces and scarce resources, with full support from Xia. The Healers Association was an organization every professional must join, and Xia could join at any time without conflicting with other groups. The Martial Arts Alliance was linked to the Martial Arts University, requiring Xia to study, compete, and face international challenges. The Dimensional Research Institute mainly conducted research in dimensional spaces. When Xia turned to another page, he found just one named the Xia Legion's Genius Training Program. This program also offered basic resources, like settling Xia's family, while he would partake in training with other geniuses, earning resources based on performance. Only after the training would detailed benefits be awarded according to final results. Mr. Lee said, I specifically listed this for you. I wouldn't recommend it for other professions, but you're a healing mage, so even without top marks, you'll still receive guaranteed resources. Even if you opt out, you can choose another path. However, if you aim for excellence, you'll need to overcome pressure and push your limits. I personally recommend you experience it. It will only benefit you. At that moment, Xia gradually found his answer. The Xia Legion, although military, held a special place as the new era needed heroes, serving as a beacon of hope for the people. This training could be seen as a hero's boot camp, where only the best could become heroes and tackle dimensional spaces unsolvable by the Vanguard. Besides the responsibilities for the victors, the training was relatively flexible, with few constraints after completion. So, I choose to join the training, Xia stated firmly. Mr. Lee pulled out a stack of documents. After careful examination, Xia confirmed everything was in order and signed his name. From that moment, he officially became part of the Daxia Legion's elite training program, granting him access to more information. Mr. Lee told Xia, you have a 3-day break to move house, as professionals need to be fully committed to their progress. He added, you can wait in the office for a while. In an hour, the Legion will send someone to pick you up. Your parents can go home to pack. Someone will be responsible for transporting them. Xia nodded, thinking of his newly acquired younger brother, feeling a bit worried. He asked, Mr. Lee, what about my parents' jobs? Is the new place far from my brother's school? Mr. Lee, looking serious, gathered his materials and headed to the door, replying, your principal will explain all of this to you. I need to fulfill my duties now. He was still on duty, and the Professional Alliance had strict standards for people like him. Otherwise, he would have said more, especially since he was a healing mage. Zhoubo gratefully saw Mr. Li out, and then returned to the office to explain the elite training program to Jixia's family. He said, every city has this program. Each year, 5 newly awakened individuals are selected to compete against candidates from other cities. Successfully graduating means completing the training. As a participant, you'll move directly to the Legion's residential area. Your brother's school is nearby, so there's no need to worry. I have to transfer schools. Jixia felt a bit troubled, seemingly reluctant about the impending change. Huang Yuuru said directly, transferring is great. The new school will surely be better than your current one. She turned to her son, encouraging him, let's go home and pack. Don't delay your training. Wei Zijuan stood up, ready to throw an empty bottle into the trash, kindly suggesting to Huang Yuuru, Auntie, why don't I give you a ride home? Principal Zhou agreed. That sounds good. After some polite refusals, Wei Zijuan ended up taking them home, leaving only Principal Zhou and Jixia in the office. Principal Zhou poured more tea, sat down casually, and gestured for Jixia to sit as well. Let me tell you about the basics of being a professional, he said. Jixia obediently sat down, listening intently. Principal Zhou began. First, let's talk about healers. You've always done well in your studies. You should know the various healing professions, right? Jixia nodded, recalling, there's doctor, priest, paladin, healing mage, nature shaman, and blood mage. After hearing Jixia's response, Principal Zhou nodded and continued. In the world of professionals, ordinary doctors are excluded. Priests need faith to grow, but so far, there are no true gods, so their growth is slow, and their skills are weak. Paladins are better. They can grow by following the path of protection without needing to believe in a specific deity. As for the last 3 professions, blood mages consume their own blood, which can lead to self-harm if they heal too much and requires regular recuperation. Nature shamans and your profession, to date, are the only 2 healing professions without obvious drawbacks. That's why I encourage you to join this program. Even if you don't pass, you can still choose other paths. Jixia listened carefully, comparing what he heard with his predecessor's memories, and couldn't help but ask, Principal, is the knowledge learned by ordinary people different from that learned by professionals? Principal Zhou replied, yes, it is. Principal Zhou directly informed Ji Xia that the existence of the martial arts program is due to the fact that only those who have awakened can enter this field. Otherwise, if ordinary people knew too much, they might be constantly anxious or even scare themselves. At that moment, he took out a book from somewhere, with the title Comprehensive Guide to Healer Skills written on the cover. Like other professions, this one starts as a basic profession until level 60, after which one can transition to an advanced profession, raising the level cap to 120. In the basic phase, a healer can only learn standard skills. At level 1, a skill book can be used, and new skill books are available at levels 30 and 60. This doesn't mean that only 4 skills can be acquired before level 60. Players can independently learn the principles of skills and master them through understanding, though it is extremely challenging. Healers have several essential basic skills. First is attribute amplification, which has a chance to increase the main attribute by 1 point with each level up, capped at level 1. Next is glimmer, which can restore the vitality of up to 5 targets within a range, capped at level 5. Finally, there is purification, which can randomly dispel a negative status from a target, also capped at level 5. These 3 skills are mandatory, and some fortunate individuals may awaken with these skills already in place, not occupying any skill slots. Ji Xia is expected to use attribute amplification as his first skill book, as it's a passive skill and beneficial to learn early. Additionally, Ji Xia must choose one skill from other basic options. For example, healing can heal a single target, while healing array creates a zone that continuously heals. There are many types of basic spells, and even healing array is considered essential, but in a series of spells, one must learn at least one. Since glimmer is a group healing skill, Ji Xia doesn't need to consider other group skills. Single target healing skills generally offer higher healing amounts, but better skills will become available after the first transition, and healers usually have companions to assist with leveling, so non-essential single target skills are not recommended. There are also some special types of basic skills, such as Life Lamp, which creates a life lamp for a target, doubling the effect and range of healing skills used on them. The Link skill allows secondary targets to receive 1/10 of the healing effect of the main target, with up to 3 secondary targets connected. The Chant skill lets the user hum an enchanting melody to heal, purify, and dispel, though its effects are weak. While the Inspire skill is good, it only adds fixed attributes and becomes obsolete after the first transition. However, Chant is a versatile skill, despite its deliberately noted poor effect. Fortunately, Ji Xia doesn't need to rush his choices and can take his time. Ji Xia has also reviewed skills from the first and second transitions, where the qualitative changes are particularly significant. Notably, the first transition skill, Overheal, can convert excess healing into a shield, which is consumed first to absorb attacks. The second transition's Life Tribute allows a target to be revived within 3 minutes of death, though they will experience a 2-week period of weakness. Another skill, Sanctuary, continuously restores the health of everyone within its range, unaffected by negative statuses and reducing external damage. After the third transition, skills are only referenced by name, and by the 5th transition, even the skill names vanish. Principal Zhou's explanation came at the perfect moment, as there were currently no 5th rank healers. In fact, not just this profession, but all professions were stuck at the peak of the 4th rank. Progress to the next level seemed possible only by conquering a disaster-level dimensional space. Just then, the arrival of Li Qingfeng, the protector, interrupted their conversation. Li Qingfeng was a young man with a buzz cut, wearing a dark green Legion uniform that made him look energetic and determined, as if ready to join the party at any moment. He walked into the room, headed straight for Ji Xia, and presented an ID card that read De Xia Legion. "Hello, I am your protector, Li Qingfeng, a peak first-rank lightning mage," he introduced himself. Ji Xia responded, "Hello, I am Ji Xia, a healer mage. Nice to meet you." Li Qingfeng nodded slightly at Principal Zhou and turned to Ji Xia, asking, "What are your plans for the next 3 days? I have brought resources you might need, and if you want to level up, just let me know anytime." Ji Xia's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Can I start leveling up now?" Li Qingfeng's expression softened, and he replied with satisfaction, "All right, let's head to the Forest of Grand first. We'll get you to level 1, open your panel, and then learn the attribute enhancement skills. I've got everything prepared." After saying goodbye to the principal, Ji Xia followed Li Qingfeng outside. His vehicle was an ordinary-looking car. Li Qingfeng sat in the driver's seat, focusing intently on driving while explaining to Ji Xia, "My mount is a Thunderbird, which can carry people in flight, but it can't be used in non-combat situations within the city. Typically, newly awakened individuals have protectors at the peak of the 1st rank, who can enter all basic dungeons. The energy from killing monsters will be fully transferred to you. We commonly refer to dimensional spaces as dungeons, and some have already merged with Blue Star, becoming monster territories." Li Qingfeng continued, "The Forest of Gran arrived early, and no one could stop it, so it has fully merged. Monsters are born there periodically. Ji Xia asked the question that concerned him most. Is leveling up slow? Li Qingfeng confidently replied. With me helping you, it'll be fast. You're newly awakened and without equipment, so you'll have to go to the basic areas where monsters are scattered and give less energy. But we'll only hunt elite monsters or leaders, gaining a level per monster up to level 10. Don't worry, the route is planned. Indeed, Li Qingfeng had already mapped out the route. After leaving the city, they drove straight to the forest entrance. After passing through a checkpoint guarded by 2 rows of soldiers, Li Qingfeng summoned an eagle the size of a small car to carry them into the air. Ji Xia was stunned the entire time, especially by the size of the thunderbird, which left him in awe. Li Qingfeng smiled. Once you reach the first rank, you can also tame pets and mounts. Don't worry, yours will be just as good, if not better than mine. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded as blue lightning struck from the clear sky, followed by a warm current that Ji Xia felt. He suddenly realized a panel had appeared. Ji Xia's status showed. Level 1 Healer Mage, Spirit 2, Constitution 1, Talent Him, Skills LV.1 Glimmer, Empty, Equipment None. Seeing the panel activate, Ji Xia realized the thunder was from Li Qingfeng killing an elite monster, allowing him to level up smoothly. However, he didn't rush to tell Li Qingfeng, but instead opened another panel. Ji Xia's ordinary Healer Mage template displayed. 0-100 Talent Him 0-500 Skills LV.1 Glimmer 0-1 Source Points 5, with source points increasing from 0 to 5. Ji Xia decided to test the system on himself first, focusing on his only skill. The level 1 Glimmer skill could emit a faint light to heal up to 5 targets within 2 meters, restoring 2 health points per target each time, with the healing amount equivalent to his main attribute. As Ji Xia consumed source points, the skill's effect changed, and he also gained knowledge and experience on using the Glimmer skill. At level 2, the Glimmer skill's effect improved, allowing healing for up to 10 targets within 2 meters, restoring health points equal to twice his mental power per target. Both the number of targets and the healing amount doubled. Ji Xia felt excited but knew he couldn't delay for too long. Understanding the effects of skill points, he realized that with this system, he could steadily grow and become the expert his predecessor mentioned. When Ji Xia opened his eyes, he saw Li Qingfeng handing him a book and a ring. Li Qingfeng explained, "This is a skill book for attribute amplification. The earlier you learn it, the better the effect. This is the supply from the Legion, containing a full set of equipment and various recovery items. Find it first." Ji Xia paused for a moment, then accepted the book and silently learned from it. The skill book turned into white light and merged into his body, and he equipped the ring. It was a purple storage item with no level requirement, offering 10 cubic meters of space and containing a set of level-free cloth armor of the same purple quality. So far, equipment was categorized into 7 qualities, from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. Although a professional's panel had attributes, this purple quality Greenwood Blessing set didn't increase attributes. Instead, it provided other effects. The robe increased Ji Xia's mana recovery by 300 and healing effect by 50. Ji Xia had 2 points of mental power, equivalent to 20 mana points, with mana recovery per second equal to his mental power. After selecting the equipment, a teal robe appeared on Ji Xia. Generally, equipment didn't specify defense, but due to the special materials used, the defense was often impressive. Ji Xia took the opportunity to check his panel and found something unusual with the new skill. The level 1 attribute amplification description stated there was a 50 chance to gain an extra main attribute point per level up, but the book clearly said level 1 was the limit. How could it still be upgradable for him? If it could indeed be upgraded, its level surely wouldn't be just basic. Ji Xia suppressed his excitement and decisively added points to it. At level 2, the basic amplification had a 100 chance to add an extra main attribute point per level up. Then, level 3's effect was an additional main attribute point per level up, with a 50 chance to add 2 points. Without much hesitation, Ji Xia added the remaining 2 points, ultimately reaching level max basic amplification, granting 3 extra main attribute points per level up, with a 10 chance to add a special main attribute point. By consuming 1 source point, a max skill could randomly gain an extra entry, and basic skills could store 1 entry. Ji Xia tried to maintain his composure, but found it harder to suppress his smile than to control an AK. Who could resist such a situation? Although Ji Xia still didn't understand what the special main attribute was, he felt immensely satisfied. Li Qingfeng watched Ji Xia's excitement and felt it was perfectly normal. If someone had helped him level up and given him equipment and skill books when he first awakened, he would have been grinning from ear to ear too. At that moment, the Thunderbird had already flown above a new elite monster. Li Qingfeng focused his mind, locked onto the target, and summoned a lightning strike, preparing to move on to the next location. Amidst the thunder, Ji Xia felt a warm surge and was delighted as he successfully leveled up. His current status was Level 2 Healing Mage, with a mental attribute of 7, a physique of 2, 2 skill points, Level 2 Glimmer, and Level 1 Basic Augmentation. As for equipment, he had the Greenwood Guardian set and a purple gold ring. Ji Xia noticed that the Awakening panel displayed the correct Glimmer level, but not the true level of Basic Augmentation, which was fortunate, as some scouting skills could view a professional's panel data. Ji Xia gained 5 source points this time and decided to enhance his Glimmer skill. He wanted to know if Glimmer could break through the level 5 cap, and whether the source points required would increase after reaching level 5. So he chose to use 3 source points. The effect of the level 5 Glimmer skill was healing up to 25 targets within 7 meters, with each target receiving healing worth 5 times his mental strength. The good news was that he successfully broke through the level cap, but the bad news was that each subsequent upgrade would require 2 source points. Curious about the effects after the breakthrough, Ji Xia focused ahead while pondering the new data. The description for the level 6 Glimmer skill became simpler. It provided continuous healing to up to 50 targets within 7 meters, with the healing per second still being 5 times his mental strength. Although the power of level 6 Glimmer was significant and became a continuous skill, based on Ji Xia's information, he could only maintain the Glimmer effect with fewer targets due to high consumption, making it impossible to sustain for 50 targets at his current stage. Therefore, Ji Xia decided not to rush to upgrade the skill level, but to consider enhancing his template or talents, which both required 100 source points. Assuming a stable source point acquisition, he needed to defeat at least 20 elite monsters to achieve this. Ji Xia thought it was worth a try since he understood the effects of skill point allocation, but was still unclear about the results in other areas. Perhaps due to Ji Xia's excitement, Li Qingfeng was inclined to chat and asked, "So happy? Did you increase your main attribute?" Ji Xia collected his thoughts and, since he wasn't in a hurry to allocate points, decided to act more casually. He nodded with enthusiasm. "Yes, I did." Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Lucky you. I heard they have some luck-boosting gear prepared for you, but it's so rare it might take a few days to arrive. Today, we can get you to level 15 and see how much more you can add." He continued to help Ji Xia level up rapidly, moving on after eliminating elite monsters, as regular monsters provided too little energy and were reserved for ordinary awakeners during the awakening season. The Glen Forest area was crucial for the growth of the new generation, and as the monsters weren't strong, it was already under the complete control of De Xia. Guided by the detailed map, Ji Xia finally reached level 10 by around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. His mental attribute had reached 52 points, a number that would surely astonish others if revealed. The casting range and healing effect of a healing mage are closely tied to their mental attributes. Ji Xia's luck is considered average, with a 10 chance of gaining a special main attribute, which he only received once after reaching level 10. This special attribute is charm, unrelated to appearance, but rather an indiscriminate likability among all creatures. When he first awakened, Ji Xia's spirit and physique were 2 and 1 respectively, and now his charm is only 1 point, thanks to skill bonuses, meaning his original charm was 0. Although the improvement from 0 to 1 seems small, the effect is remarkably significant. Li Qingfeng was sharing the training situation of Boss City's prodigies with Ji Xia, noting that the highest historical ranking only made it into the national top 100. Ji Xia's talent and career bonuses make it no problem for him to enter the top 100. He recalled the mechanism of skill level bonuses for healing professions and the technique of quickly recovering by preemptively predicting monster attacks through microoperation. Ji Xia asked, "Brotherly, how do I improve my skill level?" This was something he needed to know to prepare in advance. Li Qingfeng, without holding back, told him he could refer to the experiences left by some experts and suggested he register with the Healers Association to access related materials for free. There are few great mages from Boss City, and healing mages are even rarer, lacking opportunities for direct mentorship. Ji Xia felt relieved and hoped that registration wouldn't be too difficult. Li Qingfeng didn't dampen his enthusiasm, sharing his own experience, stating he had a teacher, and it took him over a year to train his basic skills to level 5, which was considered genius. However, competition in the mage industry is fierce, and there are differences even among geniuses. He mentioned an exceptional player who maxed out skills in just 2 months and reached full skill levels in a year, ranking first directly. Ji Xia awakened at noon, and, due to spending some time in the office, had limited time for leveling in the afternoon. As they explored further, elite monsters became more frequent. Under Li Qingfeng's speedrun guidance, Ji Xia successfully reached level 17 by a little after 5, exceeding his expected level of 15. He accumulated 76 source points, with each elite monster providing 5 points. Li Qingfeng's lightning spells had a broad range, and when small monsters gathered, he would casually strike them, as they also had a chance to drop source points. As night fell, the monsters at night could mutate, and although Li Qingfeng was confident in his strength, he still prioritized Ji Xia's safety and decided to escort him to his new home. Their new home was in a seemingly old residential area, yet the environment was serene. Walking along the path, Ji Xia heard the croaking of frogs and the chirping of crickets. Their home was on the fourth floor of Building 6, and they also owned the top floor. The building had one apartment per floor, and surprisingly, each floor had 5 rooms and a living room, while their previous home only had 2 rooms and a living room, where Ji Xia and Ji Feng had bunk beds. When they arrived home, the house was already tidied up. Under the warm yellow light, Aunt Huang had prepared a sumptuous meal, and 3 people sat at the table waiting for Ji Xia's return. At that moment, a smile formed on Ji Xia's lips, and he felt warmth in his heart as he walked towards the empty seat. In the evening, the family chatted for a long time after dinner. The parents praised Ji Xia for his achievements, and Ji Feng confidently declared that he would also become impressive in the future. Before bed, a humorous incident occurred. Ji Feng, thrilled to have his own room, shyly hugged his pillow and asked to sleep with Ji Xia, but Ji Xia, preoccupied with other matters, declined without hesitation. As Ji Xia lay in bed, he couldn't help but smile, feeling grateful for his family. However, he hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. Given the progress he had made in acquiring source points, he didn't need to conserve mana, so he decided to test the limits of the Glimmer skill. At level 10, the Glimmer skill can use mana to provide 1 to 10 times the mental healing within an 82-meter radius. It also offers an option to apply a weak dispel to friendly targets, removing common negative states and weakening undead. There is no fixed mana cost or restriction on the number of targets. The healing amount is entirely based on mana consumption. As for the weak dispel, it's similar to a purification skill. At this moment, Ji Xia marveled at how a single skill could offer damage, group healing, and group weak dispel. Who would believe this is a basic skill? Control skills are divided into weak and strong dispels, with only advanced classes gaining access to powerful negative effects. Glimmer can still be upgraded, although each upgrade requires 5 points. Ji Xia decided to give it a try. When you can become stronger by adding points, it's hard to resist the urge to spend impulsively at night. So, Ji Xia used 25 points to upgrade. At max level, Glimmer upgrades the weak dispel to a strong dispel, with a chance to instantly eliminate undead of the same level or lower. Spending 5 source points can grant a random attribute. Ji Xia breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had reached the maximum level, worried about running out of source points. Now that both the basic amplification and Glimmer skill were maxed out, he could start refining attributes. As a well-informed traveler from another world, Ji Xia had some theories, just waiting for practical application. For basic amplification, each point added has different probabilities. The first, a 1 chance to increase a secondary attribute. The second, a 30 chance to increase a special main attribute. The third, a 5 chance to increase 4 main attributes. Ji Xia didn't replace the second attempt, nor did he continue refining, knowing the attributes were quite good and not worth changing. However, Glimmer needed refinement. The first attempt reduced mana consumption by 5. The second added holy burn damage. The third added a blinding effect. Between the second and third options, both were appealing. Holy damage specifically targets undead, enhancing the skill's special attack, while the blinding effect targets creatures with eyes. Imagine goblins, minotaurs, cat demons, snake monsters, fairies, tree spirits, fallen creatures. Most creatures from tiers 1 to 3 have eyes, so he chose the third option. Now, Ji Xia had only 25 source points left. Having done enough for the night, he decided to sleep, thinking he might be able to upgrade both his talent and template the next day. The following morning, Ji Xia had fried egg noodles for breakfast and headed out. Li Qingfeng's car was already waiting for him at the door. Once in the car, Li Qingfeng handed Ji Xia some documents, saying, "These are your records, already registered with the Healers Association. I just remembered yesterday that your records were confidential, so you couldn't register yourself." Ji Xia held the information and logged onto the website, discovering a dedicated area for skill insights. There didn't seem to be any mention of fees, so it might be free, or perhaps not required for him. He found the Glimmer skill and reviewed the effects of its 5 levels, noting they matched the effects he had already attained. Here, level 5 was actually the maximum level, implying it could reach level 15. Regarding cultivation, every time Ji Xia added points, he would receive relevant information. He memorized these insights while comparing them with his own understanding, occasionally showing a look of sudden realization. Li Qingfeng watched, bewildered, unsure if Ji Xia truly understood or was merely pretending. In reality, Ji Xia did understand. The association's insights had maximized the healing function of Glimmer, increasing both the number of people healed and the amount of healing, while neglecting the damage aspect. Only by delving deeply into all aspects of Glimmer could one ignore the limitation on the number of people and transform a one-time skill into a continuous one, with added special effects. Ji Xia also looked into the enhancement of the purification skill and realized he didn't need to learn this essential skill anymore. Even if he upgraded purification, it might not compare to Glimmer at its full level. He considered whether to reserve his skill slots for higher-level skills. At this point, Li Qingfeng saw Ji Xia examining other skills and casually remarked, When researching skills, it's best to focus on one for a short period and use it frequently. Theory alone isn't enough. That's how I improved back then. Hearing this advice, Ji Xia felt a spark of understanding. He realized Li Qingfeng's point, but believed he was different and decided to demonstrate his ability. After some thought, Ji Xia nodded in agreement. I think so too. Just now, I had some insights from reading the senior's notes and have already upgraded Glimmer to level 2, but getting it to level 3 is quite troublesome. I need to use it more. At that moment, a harsh screech of brakes sounded as Li Qingfeng pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the engine. He stared at Ji Xia in shock. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Ji Xia repeated himself. Li Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then pointed to himself. Use the skill on me. We'll help you assess it. Ji Xia calculated the normal level 17 healing data, raised his hand, and released Glimmer, thinking of combinations. With a flash, Li Qingfeng felt the healing effect was more than twice that of a standard level 2 Glimmer, understanding it was due to Ji Xia's talent. At this moment, Li Qingfeng decisively took out a small black box and reported, requesting another guardian. Suppressing his excitement, he restarted the car and asked Ji Xia in a gentle voice, "You mean you think theory can't improve anymore, right? Then we'll go practice later." The green goblins and red goblins in the forest of Gran often clash due to their conflicting attributes. You can try healing one side. The stage was set, and Ji Xia naturally agreed, saying, "Sure. Thanks, Li Go." Li Qingfeng wanted to wave it off, but decided he needed to appear more composed, so he focused on driving and replied, "No need to thank me. I'm a few years older than you, and with your talent, who else would I help?" While they were enjoying their conversation, the headquarters of the Legion in Boss City was filled with curiosity. Li Qingfeng had sent a message using special equipment, clearly indicating that Ji Xia needed more protection. Those who could become advanced professionals were never ordinary, especially those few civilian personnel in the Legion. They quickly considered all possible outcomes and approved Li Qingfeng's request. However, to avoid drawing attention, the personnel assigned were to protect Ji Xia discreetly without showing themselves. That day, Huang Ma, who was out shopping for household goods, met some friendly neighbors. Upon hearing that she had just moved in, they eagerly showed her around the local facilities. Ji Xia was unaware of this, while Li Qingfeng was particularly excited, engaged in a sweeping operation. Every monster they encountered within casting range, be it an elite or a common one, was converted into Ji Xia's leveling energy. Ji Xia was delighted, knowing that Li Qingfeng was motivated, and he was the beneficiary. Previously at 25 source points, in just over an hour, Ji Xia had reached 96. He needed more energy to level up, and was close to reaching level 25. Li Qingfeng's goal was for Ji Xia to hit level 35 today, 45 tomorrow, and then head to the training center the day after, to quickly reach level 60 in a dungeon and advance his class. Ji Xia felt that Li Qingfeng cared for him even more than he did for himself. Just as Ji Xia thought he was about to upgrade his template, Li Qingfeng suddenly landed, bringing Ji Xia down near two monsters. Ji Xia, pick a target and heal it. It won't attack you. When you heal a monster, it will choose not to dodge, allowing you to practice your skills more, Li Qingfeng explained. Ji Xia's heart raced. This was his first time facing real monsters. After equipping himself, he approached the green goblin. When he was still 25 meters away, he raised his hand to cast a spell. A faint light flickered, and under the lock of his mental power, the green goblin was healed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It happily ran to Ji Xia, blocking him and eliminating any possibility of attack, firing an ice spike at the red goblin. At that moment, Ji Xia felt a strange sensation, being protected by a point-tiered, 1.5-meter-tall green-skinned creature that wholeheartedly trusted him, offering its back to him. In that instant, a sense of responsibility surged within Ji Xia. He carefully observed the red goblin. When it began casting a fireball, Ji Xia quickly raised his hand, and a glow blossomed. As the fireball hit the green goblin, the damage was perfectly healed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The green goblin reveled in its triumph, entirely unguarded, continuously launching ice spikes at the opponent. After several rounds, the red goblin finally fell, its body gradually disappearing. Ji Xia fell into deep thought, with the green goblin loyally guarding him, while Li Qingfeng kept his distance, careful not to interrupt Ji Xia's contemplation. Great, Li Go, I think I have a clue. I'll research it more when we get back. I should be able to reach level 3. Unfortunately, I have no idea how to progress to level 4, Ji Xia said, leaving Li Qingfeng momentarily stunned. People's talents can't be generalized, and Li Qingfeng knows this well, having experienced moments when he was overshadowed by geniuses. However, this feeling seems to have lessened recently. Yesterday, he asked Ji Xia about the frequency of triggering basic boosts, and Ji Xia said there was an 80 probability. Li Qingfeng was envious and casually mentioned that there was no need to send luck-enhancing equipment anymore. Don't get him wrong. He wasn't trying to stir up trouble. It's just that the equipment could only increase the trigger rate to a maximum of 75. Witnessing Ji Xia's luck yesterday and his insight today, Li Qingfeng is convinced that as long as nothing unexpected happens, Ji Xia is destined to become a formidable presence in the 4th tier, with a chance to reach the 5th or even 6th tier. With an investment mindset, Li Qingfeng brought up the topic of career advancement to Ji Xia. With your talent, advancing in your career shouldn't be difficult. You can start considering it now. He smiled and asked, do you think leveling up is easy with the speed I train you? Have you wondered why the healers in Boss City are still in the 1st or 2nd tier? They're clearly important, and even without any experience, they could make a significant impact if taken to the 4th tier. Ji Xia hadn't thought about this because he was always busy improving himself. But when Li Qingfeng mentioned it, Ji Xia curiously asked, why is that? Are there other restrictions on career advancement? Li Qingfeng nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. It requires methods like meditation and combat training to enhance mental attributes, and that's just for the 1st tier. The 2nd tier demands even more. At this point, Li Qingfeng suddenly laughed and changed his tone. But you don't need to worry. Even if you're not part of the elite training program, Xia will provide you with various potions and rare materials, so you don't need to worry about attribute requirements. Ji Xia sincerely said, thanks to Xia's support. Speaking of Xia's benefits, Li Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Yes, without Xia, as an orphan, I'd probably be waiting to die abroad. I vowed to improve myself to protect ordinary people, just like they once protected us. He turned to Ji Xia and continued. Half of the healers are priests and paladins, but unfortunately, we don't have deities, making it hard for them to use divine spells. Your healing mages and natural shamans need to bear the pressure. As a budding genius, Li Qingfeng learned from the strong and recently heard that to conquer a special dimensional gate, newly awakened natural shamans have been reclassified as weather mages, losing nearly all healing capabilities. Thus, the burden falls on healing mages. Ji Xia didn't feel pressured, as he was still in the growth phase, with others bearing the brunt of challenges. However, he remained curious about career advancement and asked, Li, I've heard that career advancement enhances current abilities and specializes in certain areas. What career options are available for healing mages? Although Li Qingfeng wasn't deeply knowledgeable about the extraordinary aspects of healers, he had researched after taking on the task. He replied, career advancement allows you to acquire a more powerful profession. Upon success, your attributes will significantly improve and skill effects will change with the profession, with some powerful careers offering innate skills. The healing mage is a fundamental profession focused on healing, and subsequent career paths also enhance healing. Currently, the 1st-tier professions we know of include life healer, life guardian, life baptizer, and life blesser. In the world of Jixia, the main professional traits are healing, shielding, purification, and dispelling. However, due to a lack of extraordinary knowledge, the templates for the latter 2 professions are incomplete. Guardians follow a standard 1st-tier basic template, with only the healer reaching an elite template. Jixia found this intriguing, especially when he heard Li Gu mention job transfer books, but he had never heard of the concept of templates. Li Qingfeng explained that the elite template offers 50 more base attribute points than the ordinary one, and attribute growth upon leveling up is higher, with the potential to gain special primary attributes. Professional instructors are provided during training, which reassured Jixia and allowed him to focus on leveling. 3 days passed quickly, and Jixia was sent to the training base, where his attributes significantly changed. At this point, his panel showed Level 51 Healing Mage, Constitution 51, Charisma 51, Skills 14, LV Max Base Amplification with a 30 chance to increase a special primary attribute upon leveling, LV Max reduced casting cost by 30. Additionally, Jixia had another panel displaying the progress of his talents and skills under the ordinary template. He initially planned to learn a skill at level 30 to enhance his template and talents, but Li Qingfeng, his responsible guardian, advised him that the training would record initial data, impart extraordinary knowledge, select skills based on talent, and provide potions and treasures to increase attributes. Li Qingfeng mentioned that some treasures have a more significant effect when base attributes are low, while others do the opposite, which made Jixia abandon the idea of immediate enhancement. He decided to improve in front of others so that everyone could witness his talent. This way, even if it seemed unreasonable, people would admire his genius and be willing to accept it. Most importantly, Li Qingfeng mentioned that the training base controlled a private dimensional gate that opened only once a year. The creatures inside were not high-level but were all elite, including commanders and lords. Defeating them could yield exclusive rare skills, enhancing the template. This rare opportunity strengthened Jixia's resolve, proving that only by showcasing his talent could he access better resources. He also saved his source points to impress others during training. The training base was located within the Boss City Legion. Originally a small training ground, it was later expanded with a building to become a training base. When Jixia arrived, as Li Qingfeng had mentioned, he needed to provide basic information. Hu Shoumin was delighted to hear the news a healing mage had appeared in Boss City, especially since Jixia's talent information was not concealed, showing that he had managed to advance his glimmer to level 3 in a day without guidance, and had some ideas for further progress. As a scholar, Hu Shoumin possessed extraordinary knowledge and was qualified to teach these talents. With anticipation, he prepared to personally guide this student named Jixia through the registration process. When Hu Shoumin saw Jixia at the base entrance, he was taken aback. Among his students, Li Qingfeng had left a strong impression on him, but at this moment, it was another young man who completely captured his attention. Strangely enough, this young man felt incredibly familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time, and any doubts he had about Jixia's talent vanished instantly. Hu Shoumin remained silent. As a knowledgeable scholar familiar with third-tier healers, he understood the reason. It became clear to him that Jixia's talent surpassed everyone's expectations. What genuine prodigy awakens a special attribute even before choosing a profession? To avoid startling this genius, Hu Shoumin rubbed his face, trying to soften his expression, and walked briskly towards the entrance. Haha, Jixia is here. Perfect timing. You're the last one we're waiting for. Come with me. Let's get your attributes tested and recorded, he said with a hearty laugh that reached Jixia's ears. Jixia looked up to see a tall man with a square face, a buzz cut, and a black uniform stretched tightly across his frame, perfectly fitting Jixia's stereotype of a powerful professional. Li Qingfeng respectfully called out, Mr. Hu. Hu Shoumin gave his former star student only a fleeting glance before turning back to Jixia. Come, follow me. For the next year, you'll be learning extraordinary knowledge with me. Jixia had no choice but to follow, while Li Qingfeng remained where he was, bewildered. Wasn't he his teacher's favorite student? Why didn't he even get a second look today? But in the next moment, Li Qingfeng perked up, thinking to himself, as expected of my teacher. He quickly noticed Jixia's uniqueness. Jixia has changed so much in the past few days. Has his hidden talent awakened? Li Qingfeng left, while Hu Shoumin handed a form to Jixia. Fill this out, then we'll head to class. You still have 2 skills to learn, right? As Jixia filled out the form, he replied, Yes, Mr. Hu. I've only learned basic amplification at level 1. Then he glanced at a large machine nearby. Teacher, shouldn't I be entering my data? Isn't there a test? He had heard from Li Qingfeng about the testing process, knowing that there was a machine to directly test their basic data, and he had already planned his response. However, Hu Shoumin simply said, No need, it won't work. The moment I saw you, I realized you've awakened a special primary attribute, probably charm, right? With that attribute, the basic instruments can't measure it. Jixia looked disappointed. That's a shame. I really wanted to know my mental power value. Seeing the blank space in the mental column on the paper and hearing Jixia's words, Hu Shoumin raised an eyebrow. Oh, you think your mental power is high? Jixia nodded. Yes, Mr. Hu. I've secretly tested it. My casting range is almost 200 meters. This time, Hu Shoumin wasn't overly surprised. Having taught students for over a decade, he had encountered many cases where magic-based professionals had naturally strong mental power, with ordinary templates but high growth potential. Besides, Jixia's skill improvement speed was so normal that it seemed unusual to him. He smiled slightly and said, For a healer, mental strength is crucial, and Jixia's attributes are quite high, which reassures him. After listening to Hu Shoumin, he felt a strange sense of comfort, thinking his advantage might not be so significant, as he hadn't reached the limit value yet. Out of curiosity, he casually filled in an imprecise number 200 and then looked at his teacher, asking, What is the limit? Hu Shoumin had anticipated this question and replied smoothly. The mental limit is 300, and the physical limit is also 300, regardless of profession. Jixia was momentarily stunned. He had calculated that at level 60, his mental value would only be 297, and even with his advantage, he hadn't reached the limit. It seemed there was still much room for improvement. Seeing Jixia's silence, Hu Shoumin assumed the number was too high, so he continued while walking with the file. That's just the theoretical limit. Very few reach it. You need to upgrade your template at least once. With that, he took Jixia to meet his teammates. At the training ground, 3 people were already waiting. Hu Shoumin, efficient as ever, began. Theoretically, each training session has 5 people, but this year we're prioritizing quality over quantity, so only 4 of you qualified. He gestured for everyone to introduce themselves, and Li Nan spoke first. I'm Li Nan, an elemental mage, 1.8 meters tall, wearing a red mage robe. My talent is flame control, and I specialize in fire spells, including chain fireballs, flame spear, and ignite. After Li Nan's introduction, a girl with a bun stepped forward. She was just as tall as Li Nan, clad in heavy armor, and beaming as she said, I'm Jiang Tang, a warrior. My talent is heavy armor protection, and my skills include taunt, mock, and shield wall. Next, another girl introduced herself. I'm Li Ruoshui, an elemental mage. My talent is wood element control, and my spells include bramble and twine, pierce, and living wood armor. She stood at 170 centimeters, appearing petite and cute. Finally, It was Ji Xia's turn. I'm Ji Xia, a healer. My talent is him, and my spells are basic amplification and glimmer. As soon as he finished, the three people's eyes lit up, especially Jiang Tang, who was instantly enthusiastic. Wow, a healer. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Ji Xia's mouth twitched, thinking it was surprising to be protected by a girl, but he couldn't argue since Jiang Tang's profession and talent destined her to be a dedicated protective shield warrior. So, he smiled and said, I'll count on you then. Everyone laughed happily, and Ji Xia didn't distance himself from them, but included himself in the group. With Ji Xia's charm attribute, the others felt increasingly fond of him. Hu Shoumin felt gratified, thinking that having someone with such high affinity like Ji Xia in the team was a blessing. After introductions, Hu Shoumin began the lesson. Now let's talk about the training content. All four focused on him. First, skill levels. You need to max out all 4 skills to advance your template to a higher level. Second, templates are divided into common, elite, leader, and lord. From 1st to 4th transition, these are the templates, and each has different attribute enhancements. Upon entering the Minotaur dungeon, adventurers will encounter numerous elite and leader monsters. By working together to defeat them, there's a chance to acquire special skills that significantly enhance the success rate of template upgrades. Additionally, learning extraordinary knowledge prepares one for the future. Although Hu Shoumin didn't detail the attribute enhancements, the logistics team will provide supplementary information. Hu Shoumin handed out a stack of documents to everyone and continued. Take a good look at these materials. They are our scholars' internal research on skills. Ji Xia immediately started reading and discovered that the documents covered all the skills he was aware of, with exceptional detail, sparking his interest. He pondered, my glimmer skill, along with the skills I plan to learn in the future, will definitely evolve as I level up. Could I claim these changes as my own modifications, like adding a purification effect to the glimmer spell? Ji Xia realized this idea was feasible, given his deep understanding of skill mechanics. As he allocated skill points, the information was conveyed to him, allowing him to grasp both the how and why. Even if questioned, he could explain in detail, though he wasn't concerned if others could learn from it. As Ji Xia meticulously read through the documents, he occasionally got distracted, but mostly he integrated the information with his understanding of glimmer. To Hu Shoumin, Ji Xia's demeanor suggested he was gaining insight. Suddenly, Ji Xia was taken aback. After reading about the purification skill and integrating it with his understanding, he felt he had mastered the skill. Checking his panel, he was surprised to see a new skill .5 purification, a powerful dispel that removes a negative effect from a target. This skill could be leveled up since it was self-taught and didn't occupy a skill slot, but if not used regularly or under unforeseen circumstances, its level might decrease. At that moment, Ji Xia felt that learning skills wasn't as difficult as it seemed. If it were only a level 1 skill, he would have thought it normal, but mastering a level 5 skill, even with the help of Glimmer, astonished him. Glimmer encompassed group healing, continuous healing, purification, and damage. Ji Xia selectively reviewed the remaining skill materials along these lines. Soon, his panel displayed several new skills, though they didn't particularly catch his attention. He then focused on 2 progress bars. LV0 True Healing, with customizable healing targets and duration, heals the target by an amount equal to his mental strength, with real effects. 70100, LV0 Light of Purification, providing continuous purification to a target, removing all negative effects. 31100, Ji Xia was certain he had never learned or even heard of these skills, yet they were now on his panel. Although both were level 0, not meeting the entry-level standard, the complexity of the information they contained nearly encompassed all other skills. Ji Xia now knew he could either max out the remaining skills or directly allocate points to these 2 skills, both of which would enable him to learn them. The latter required fewer resources, so Ji Xia naturally chose these 2 skills. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden chill and realized something was off about his surroundings. Instinctively, he looked around and noticed it had already turned dark. Hu Shoumin was by his side, with the other 3 teammates quietly standing nearby. When Ji Xia awoke from his deep insight, the atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. Hu Shoumin's eyes gleamed with an excitement even stronger than that of the 3 youngsters, and he tried to keep his voice low and gentle as he asked, Ji Xia, you seemed a bit off this morning while reading the materials, as if you entered a deep state of understanding, so we didn't disturb you. How are you feeling now? Would you like something to eat? No sooner had he finished speaking than Ji Xia's stomach rumbled loudly. Unfazed, Ji Xia beamed and said, Thank you, teacher, and to the 3 guardians. I feel better than ever. Before they could question him further, Ji Xia eagerly explained. Here's what happened, he said excitedly. While reading this morning, I realized these skills are actually quite easy to master. I learned all the healing and purification skills, then noticed some commonalities between them. That's when I entered a state that's hard to describe. I checked my skill panel just now and found 2 new level 0 skills. Level 0, Hu Shoumin exclaimed. Are they really level 0 skills? Ji Xian nodded earnestly. Yes, they are. One is called true healing, and the other is light of purification. Hu Shoumin frowned. I know light of purification. It's a high-level lord skill, but I've never heard of true healing. How does it work? Ji Xia read from his panel and admitted, I'm not really sure what the exact effects are. After pondering for a moment, Hu Shoumin led the way out, saying, let's get some food and talk along the way. What level are your other skills? They're all maxed out, Ji Xia replied. But the glimmer skill is a bit different. I initially tried to integrate the purification effect into glimmer, thinking one skill could have multiple effects. Now it shows max instead of level 5. Hu Shoumin gave Ji Xia a long look. Do you feel energized now, besides being hungry, with no sleepiness at all? Although unsure why he was asked, Ji Xia answered truthfully. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I see, Hu Shoumin explained. You need to replenish your energy, then you'll fall asleep. Once you wake up, your template will be upgraded. With the template upgrade, your skill cap will increase. Your current situation is that your insight has exceeded your template's limit, prompting its advancement. With this explanation, Hu Shoumin noticeably quickened his pace, leading his student to a big meal while sending messages within the association for assistance. He realized he was dealing with a prodigy beyond his ability to teach, and it was crucial to find someone more capable to guide Ji Xia for his future development. Watching the young man devour his meal, Hu Shoumin couldn't help but smile wryly. He had just assigned tasks that morning, and by evening, one student had completed most of them with little input from him, leaving him feeling a bit inadequate. Little did he know, Ji Xia was also reflecting, as expected of the instructors from the Genius Training Program, truly knowledgeable. My decision was correct, just like when I first crossed over and was unaware of the detection equipment. There's much and extraordinary knowledge that ordinary people don't understand, even gaps in the advancement paths for healing mages. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anything. This world is full of unknowns to explore. Ji Xia recalled what Brotherly had said about past geniuses, some of whom were even more extraordinary, born with leadership templates. With this groundwork, his future extraordinary actions wouldn't raise too many suspicions. In truth, Ji Xia's actions were mainly to test the waters and pave the way. Given his situation as a healer bound to interact with others, many things couldn't be concealed. Instead of hiding, he chose to reveal some things proactively. He knew he couldn't keep his abilities hidden forever. When a severely injured teammate lay dying before him, would he choose to continue hiding or step forward to help? Ji Xia had long known the answer to this question, and now, he had made his choice. In the Scholars Association group chat, an encrypted message shattered the quiet of the night. Hu Shoumin's voice came through the screen. Everyone, if a professional maxes out all their basic skills, what changes occur? Shun Zhu responded quickly. This topic has been addressed, but you don't have the clearance. Why the sudden interest? The atmosphere in the group suddenly grew tense, considering they were all key figures in important projects. Hu Shoumin took a deep breath and continued. To be honest, one of my students maxed out their basic skills, and 2 new level 0 skills appeared. One is a 3rd-tier lord skill, and the other. I've never heard of it. I need advice. Is there an expert in healing mages at the association? I need support. Shun Zhu and Hu Su both fell silent. A moment later, Shun Zhu broke the silence. Hold on, I'll consult my mentor. Hu Shoumin was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Shun. Meanwhile, Ji Xia was devouring his 3rd large bowl of rice. Just as he was about to continue his feast, Hu Shoumin's voice interrupted him. I've contacted a professional mentor who will guide you tomorrow. Make sure to get a good night's rest. Afterward, Hu Shoumin led Ji Xia back to the dormitory. The other 3 exchanged glances until Jiang Tang broke the silence. Oh my, have we encountered a monster? Just one day. Only one day. Li Ruoshui remained calm. My cousin once maxed out 2 skills in a day. With billions of people, a few geniuses are bound to appear. Li Nan smiled wryly. Sure, statistically it makes sense, but Ji Xia is right in front of us. The comparison makes me feel unworthy to be in the training. Jiang Tang rolled her eyes at Li Nan. I think I belong here. But Ji Xia is a healing mage. I've heard of such geniuses before, but they were all mages. Ji Xia is definitely a super asset. Others must be going crazy. Her intuition was not unfounded. Late at night, while Ji Xia slept peacefully in the dormitory, a group of people quietly gathered outside the base. Many of these faces were familiar from television, but at this moment, their expressions were less composed. Old Gao, your advanced team has Master Baiyun. Here to poach too? A voice broke the silence. Old Gao responded calmly. Master Baiyun is a healing mage, just like Ji Xia. With a master's guidance, he can grow better. Zhang Huaisong scoffed. That's a nice excuse. Everyone knows that after the 3rd transition, guidance is useless, and it's all up to oneself. Our assault team is preparing to tackle the calamity-level dungeon, the Dragon's Lair. Once Ji Xia matures, we can definitely clear it. We might even acquire the transcendent knowledge of the 5th transition. Another person chimed in. Since we're all here, we understand each other's intentions. Let's rely on our abilities. And after Ji Xia grows, do you think he'll stay in one place? There are so many dungeons to tackle, he'll be busy nonstop. Isn't there still a first transition nightmare dungeon near Bakang that's yet to be cleared? These words left everyone in silence. They all knew that faced with high difficulty dungeons that even Xia and all humanity were helpless against, Ji Xia was destined not to join just one group. So, they changed their strategy, deciding to directly befriend him. With good relations, they'd have a better chance of inviting Ji Xia to their own camp in the future. As the open conflicts settled down, everyone's demeanor became more relaxed. Zhang Huaisong turned to Lao Gao, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gao Ming, I remember there's a twisted forest dungeon in Rongqing, right? Gao Ming nodded thoughtfully, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. That's right. It was originally meant as a reward for this training. However, his voice trailed off as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Open the twisted forest lock. I need it soon. What? The reward? Find something else. Just say I said so. After the call, a sly smile appeared on Gao Ming's face. All set. While others haven't sent their people yet, shall we plan? The atmosphere instantly became lively as representatives from different factions began to speak up. I represent the Dimensional Research Institute and offer the Extreme Gem, said a researcher in a lab coat. Then I, on behalf of the Scholars Association, provide information on the True Series skills and transcendent knowledge, added another scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses. We, the martial arts of Rongqing, are willing to offer Lord-level skills. A burly martial artist joined the discussion. Hu Shoumin, standing aside, listened to these commitments with delight. This meant that Ji Xia wouldn't lack resources or knowledge before his fourth transition. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the dormitory of the base, where the protagonist of this turmoil, Ji Xia, was sound asleep. Ji Xia was in a deep sleep, without even a moment to allocate skill points. But this was no ordinary sleep. It was a special state where he was enhancing his template level. The so-called template essentially digitizes one's own information, like a display screen. Initially, a professional's physical and mental attributes are quite ordinary, but they gradually evolve with continuous upgrades and learning, leading to an enhancement of their essence and, consequently, their template. In more mystical terms, it's the transformation of an ordinary physique into a special one. In the morning, the melodious chirping of birds pierced through the curtains, gently waking Ji Xia. Although he habitually lingered in bed, his mind was alert, and he immediately checked his status panel. Ji Xia, Healer Mage, Commander Template 410-1000. Talent, Him 0500. Skills, LV0 True Healing 70100. LV0 Purifying Light 33100. Source Points, 871. Spirit, 300 at the limit. Excess enhances the soul. Physique, 151. Ji Xia recalled the effect of the commander template adding 100 points to each attribute. He was amazed to find his thoughts unusually active, with none of the usual grogginess that accompanied waking up, replaced instead by unprecedented clarity. He didn't rush to allocate points, considering that influential figures might give a lecture later, and his progress might save him a lot of source points. He was then shocked by his mana. Normally, mana should be 10 times his spirit, which would be 3,000. However, he now possessed at least 5,000 mana. The improvement in physique also enhanced strength and other attributes. Ji Xia carefully got out of bed, wary of accidentally breaking something, but the precise tactile feedback told him exactly how much strength to use, with no unfamiliarity. This was probably a benefit of a strong soul, he speculated. After quickly getting ready, Ji Xia stepped out of his room to find an unusual quietness around him. Apart from distant animal calls, human sounds were barely audible. As he wondered about this, Hu Shoumin, waiting outside, immediately approached him with a delighted smile. Hu Shoumin threw an arm around Ji Xia's shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. Kid, do you know how many people you've alarmed? Delegates from 30 cities in the southwest region have come. I'm here to tell you that you don't need to participate in this training program anymore. You're graduating directly. There will be better resources available for you. They couldn't bear to let Ji Xia waste an entire year. For others, this training year was incredibly valuable, but for Ji Xia, it seemed like a waste of his time. Even though he knew he would have a significant impact, the current arrangement felt overly strict. Hu Shoumin handed Ji Xia a lunchbox, telling him to eat first, as there would be a lot to do later. Inside was a small rice ball, which Ji Xia quickly swallowed in 2 bites. He immediately felt full, and his magical power recovered noticeably faster, no doubt. This was a spiritual meal crafted by an extraordinary chef. Hu Shoumin led Ji Xia to an ordinary-looking building, and as he opened the door, a blue vortex came into view. Ji Xia's guardian, Li Qingfeng, along with 3 other teammates, stood by the vortex. 2 rows of black-clad warriors stood ready, exuding an impressive aura. The original plan was for them to complete some initial training before entering the Minotaur warrior instance, but a scholar had devised a new plan for them to enter today. Hu Shoumin looked at Li Qingfeng and said, Qingfeng, I'm counting on you. Li Qingfeng clenched his right fist and struck his chest with determination. Don't worry, even if it costs my life, I'll bring them back. Hu Shoumin snorted, ugh, bad luck. Experts already scouted it last night. Look, here's the map, he said, handing over a parchment. If you find any skill crystals, grab them immediately. Don't let others get them. If they learn useless skills, I'll be furious. Li Qingfeng's expression stiffened at this, and he awkwardly replied, understood. Li Qingfeng then pulled out another parchment, a team contract. As long as they defeated monsters together, the energy obtained would be automatically credited to the accounts of all 5 members. Li Qingfeng assured them, barring any surprises, you should all reach level 60 by the end of today. With that, he clenched the parchment, causing it to shatter, and the released light enveloped the 5 of them. Simultaneously, the blue vortex flared up, swallowing them completely. Upon entering the instance, a few elders appeared nearby, quickly jotting notes in their booklets. Hu Shoumin glanced over and was slightly moved. Preliminary assessment shows mental strength is near its limit, and the soul has grown slightly. Template assessment suggests. He marveled at the notebook, impressed by how these masters from the association could deduce so much from just a glance. While a personalized advancement plan was being crafted for Ji Xia, he was like a mouse in a granary, surrounded by opportunities. The Minotaur territory before them was a small instance, a dense forest within a dimension not yet integrated into Blue Star. The monsters here would respawn regularly, dropping equipment and skills. Instances typically weren't cleared frequently, allowing monsters to grow and yield more powerful loot. Shortly after entering, Ji Xia encountered 2 minotaurs. Standing 3 meters tall, their massive muscular bodies seemed ready to burst, each carrying a heavy stone axe with imposing black horns on their heads. Before Ji Xia could get a closer look, a flash of light reduced the minotaurs to ashes. At the same time, Ji Xia's source points rapidly increased to 10, revealing that the monsters at the entrance were elite level. The minotaur corpses, not fully disintegrated, left behind a piece of cowhide and a faint red crystal amidst the ashes. Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Lucky, a skill crystal dropped. But remember, don't touch it. If you learn a useless skill, I can't take responsibility. The arrival of dimensional gates introduced diverse realms with varying characteristics. Some dimensions appear ordinary, seamlessly integrating with our world, where monsters spawn following natural laws. Over time, these spawns gradually cease, turning the area into a safe zone. Meanwhile, other dimensions are extraordinarily powerful, possessing their own civilizations. When they merge with Earth, the monsters gain real attributes, meaning death is permanent and they do not respawn. Their numbers are maintained through reproduction, and killing them does not make them vanish. These scenarios describe the fusion of dimensions with Earth. If a dimension exists independently, the situation differs. In the case of the Minotaur dimension before us, monsters cease to exist after refreshing a few hundred times, requiring time to recover after each kill, often dropping various treasures. Powerful dimensions, however, plunder Earth's essence to sustain themselves, inherently hostile to Earth's life forms, making it difficult even for healers to gain trust. These insights were imparted to Li Qingfeng last night during a forced lesson, which he was told to relay to Ji Xia. Li Qingfeng is a level 120 lightning mage, while the highest level in the current instance is only 60, allowing him to effortlessly defeat any monster in sight. Ji Xia and the others followed him, attentively listening to his detailed explanation of dimensional knowledge. Pointing to the materials dropped earlier, Li Qingfeng explained, look, these hides and linens are basic materials for tailors. Ores and metals are essential for blacksmiths. Magical solvents and monster blood are needed by enchanters and alchemists. More valuable are the remnants, which contain extraordinary knowledge. Instances themselves are graded into normal, hard, nightmare, and cataclysmic difficulties, and they vary in size. Monsters in nightmare-level instances drop equipment with special attributes. The virtual game you play in class, Great Xia, operates similarly to these instances, which was mentioned in your classes, though not in detail before. Jiang Tang, a child from an ordinary family, suddenly realized, no wonder the game class is so strange, it involves these dimensional gates. Li Qingfeng glanced at Ji Xia and slowly said, yes, there are still many low-level instances yet to be conquered, currently sealed. When conditions are right, teams will be formed to tackle them, potentially filling some vocational gaps. Ji Xia, with strong mental acuity, sensed from Li Qingfeng's gaze that her assistance might be required. Before Ji Xia could ponder further, Li Qingfeng signaled, ahead is the Minotaur tribe's arena, where a leader-class Minotaur resides. I've already weakened it. Now you should attack from a distance to see if you can obtain any special exclusive skill drops. As they stepped out of the forest, they saw an open clearing. A brown-skinned, burly Minotaur lay on the ground. Suddenly, as the 5-member team entered its sight, the Minotaur sprang up with a deafening roar, its voice filled with fury and aggression. The Minotaur's body turned blood red, raising its arms to conjure a massive boulder. Just as the boulder was about to fall, Li Qingfeng swung his arm, unleashing a downpour of blue-white lightning that shattered the boulder instantly. The Minotaur fell back, convulsing, on the brink of death. Ji Xia then cast a spell of faint light, sending a weak beam with a blinding effect at the Minotaur. Though the damage was minimal, it blurred the creature's vision, proving effective. Li Ruoxue and the others took turns attacking, with thorny vines rapidly entangling the foe, fireballs emitting searing flames, and a swift sword slicing through the air towards the Minotaur. This wave of attacks surged like a tide, aiming to completely defeat the leader Minotaur in this arena. With a muffled thud, Li Qingfeng's final strike hit its mark, releasing a thunderous ball that instantly reduced the Minotaur leader to ashes. On the ground lay a plain wooden treasure chest, quietly awaiting the favor of adventurers. Li Qingfeng stepped forward first, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come on," he called out. "We each get a chance to open this chest. It's all about luck. Let's see who among us is truly blessed." Ji Xia and the others had been following Li Qingfeng closely, attentively listening to his explanations. Now, they finally had a chance to partake and eagerly gathered around. Li Ruoxue couldn't wait to lift the lid, her voice trembling with excitement. "Paralyzing toxin. I've unlocked a special skill." Li Nan followed suit, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, I got the energy core of a fire spirit, perfect for restoring mana." Jiang Tang reached in with anticipation, only to find disappointment. "I got an empty chest." Her voice betrayed her frustration. Seeing this, Ji Xia also shared his findings. "I got a stomping skill book for warriors." Jiang Tang couldn't help but look up at the sky, deeply feeling the fickleness of luck. Li Qingfeng noticed and quickly offered comfort. "It's okay, getting an empty chest is normal. I got one too." What he didn't say was that his level was too high to gain anything from low-level dungeons. Still, his words provided Jiang Tang some solace. After consoling his teammates, Li Qingfeng remembered another important task. He glanced around, his expression turning serious. "In the next area, the monsters are more scattered and tend to appear alone. You're all over level 50 now. Do you want to try some real combat?" Li Nan perked up immediately. "I'd like to try." "So would I," Li Ruoxue chimed in. "Let's give it a shot," Ji Xia and Jiang Tang agreed. None of them hesitated, knowing this was a necessary path for every adventurer and a responsibility they carried. With the decision to engage in real combat, Li Qingfeng naturally positioned himself behind Ji Xia. Li Nan and Li Ruoxue moved ahead of Ji Xia, while Jiang Tang stood guard by his side. Though the team was incomplete, they had offense, control, and healing, providing a basic combat capability. With sufficient firepower, Jiang Tang, as a warrior, didn't need to charge. She just needed to protect the healer. Cautiously, they advanced, vigilant of their surroundings. A few minutes later, an elite Minotaur entered their sight. Li Nan and Li Ruoxue, working in harmony, attacked simultaneously. Thorns grew under the Minotaur's feet, binding it tightly. Then, 5 fireballs whizzed through the air, hitting the Minotaur's head with precision. The surprise attack caught the Minotaur off guard, but its thick hide withstood the assault, and it retaliated with formidable strength under dungeon rules. Roar! The Minotaur bellowed, leaping into the air and landing above them in an instant. Though the thorns were torn apart, they bought the team precious time to dodge. With a deafening crash, earth and stone flew as the ground was left with a massive crater. The terrifying power of the stomping skill. Ji Xia intended to use a glimmer skill to blind the monster, but fearing it might disrupt the battle due to lack of coordination, he opted to dodge with the others. Li Nan struck again, a fiery spear piercing the Minotaur's chest with searing heat. Li Ruoxue followed up, casting thorns once more, which ignited upon contact with the flames. The Minotaur was engulfed in blazing vines, howling in pain. Li Nan's skill level was evidently high, at least around level 3. His casting speed was swift, and with another fireball, the Minotaur finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Although the Minotaur dropped nothing, the group felt a genuine sense of joy from their first successful monster kill. Even Ji Xia, who hadn't directly fought, gained valuable experience points. Li Qingfeng smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" Jiang Tang, slightly exhilarated, replied, "Those two were incredible. I didn't even get a chance to act." Li Nan, also smiling, remained reflective. "My casting wasn't fast or smooth enough." Thankfully, Li Ruoxue managed to restrain the Minotaur. Li Ruoxue blushed slightly. "I could have done better. If the thorn skill was at a higher level, the Minotaur wouldn't have broken free." As Ji Xia quipped, "They're so good, I didn't even get a chance to make a move. But that's a good thing. By the way, my glimmer can blind monsters. I could try it next time." Jiang Tang's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "What? Your glimmer can do that?" Li Qingfeng focused on a different aspect, praising, "Nice, you didn't use an ability that could have unexpected effects without informing your teammates. That's smart. It prevents situations like monsters going berserk." With their initial success, The group continued forward under Li Qingfeng's protection. However, the monsters weren't playing fair. 3 appeared at once this time. Standing at a distance, the team quickly devised a plan. Jiang Tang spoke first. Let those 2 handle one, like before. The other 2, Ji Xia, you blind them directly, I'll use my skills to lure them. You heal me. Just hold on for 4 seconds, and they'll be able to help. Li Qingfeng remained silent, but everyone agreed the plan was solid, especially Ji Xia, who felt confident. They immediately put it into action. As they all cast their spells, Ji Xia's glimmer, a light-based skill, quickly affected the 2 monsters. The minotaurs were suddenly blinded, panicking. At that moment, Jiang Tang made a great leap, landing among the monsters. Fully armed, Jiang Tang wielded a sword as large as a door and carried a shield, both in pure black. Huh! Jiang Tang shouted, and the sound immediately drew the attention of the blinded minotaurs, who also fell victim to the taunt skill embedded in her shout. This was the core skill of a shield warrior. Both minotaurs raised their stone axes, striking down at Jiang Tang. Meanwhile, Ji Xia's true healing was ready to go. Bang! The stone axes clashed with the shield, creating a loud noise. True healing manifested as an invisible force on Jiang Tang. In Ji Xia's perception, Jiang Tang's vitality only wavered momentarily before fully recovering. Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up, admiring. Such microcontrol skills, no special training needed, straight into real combat. During the taunt, the monsters mindlessly attacked the user, unable to cast spells. After taking the heavy hits, Jiang Tang let out a grunt, immediately feeling a warmth flow through her body, restoring her completely. As a rare shield warrior, Jiang Tang had undergone specific endurance training and been healed by priests before. But she was sure Ji Xia's healing was different. It was true restoration. She was confident that even if they fought dozens more times, she wouldn't need recovery time afterward but could head straight back into battle. Jiang Tang realized that this must be the unique aspect of Ji Xia's true healing. Distracted by her thoughts, Jiang Tang didn't retaliate during the first attack. But when she felt the next powerful blow, she swung her heavy sword, leaving a bloody gash on the Minotaur's leg. Roar! The Minotaurs were enraged, their attacks becoming more frequent. Meanwhile, the other 2 had already teamed up to defeat their foe, sending a fireball flying toward the remaining Minotaur. Jiang Tang's plan unfolded as expected, and the 3 Minotaurs fell one by one. Clap, clap, clap. Li Qingfeng applauded. Well done, you're all geniuses, not just in talent, but in battle as well. But you won't need to fight anymore. This dungeon isn't meant to test you. It's about leveling up. Every year, many dungeons appear. Your real battlefield will be the Nightmare and Calamity dungeons. As his words ended, the sound of crackling lightning filled the air. Li Qingfeng was enveloped in electricity, and hundreds of meters away, lightning struck from the sky, instantly killing a monster. From the rising energy, Ji Xia analyzed that another monster had been eliminated. At that moment, Ji Xia couldn't help but admit a slight envy of the mage, because it was just too impressive. The last opponent of the Minotaur tribe was the formidable Minotaur warrior. Upon his death, Ji Xiao acquired a unique skill called Life Ripple. When activated, this skill spreads healing ripples centered on the user, with the healing effect increasing the closer the target is, reaching up to 10 times the normal healing effect. Despite being a leader-level skill, Ji Xiao felt it wasn't worth occupying a skill slot at that moment, so he decided to set it aside, planning to seek advice from future experts. After obtaining the items from the treasure chest, the group of 5 was suddenly enveloped in a circle of blue light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Ji Xiao was just getting his bearings in the new environment, an elderly, wrinkled face suddenly appeared close to his own, startling him. Just as panic set in, Hu Shoumin's voice reassured him. Ji Xiao, this is Scholar Master Shun. Follow him. He will help you develop a growth plan. Ji Xiao followed Master Shun into a simple room. Inside, there were only a few sofas and tables, and the quiet atmosphere helped him concentrate. With a kind smile, Master Shun spoke to Ji Xiao. Shoumin has already given me a detailed account of your situation, and I've observed it myself. Healers have 4 branching paths, and with your talents, any of them are viable. Currently, your initial skills are recovery, protection, purification, and amplification. You can choose 3 directions from these. He stood up, and a luminous screen appeared beside him, gradually displaying text. You have just awakened and haven't yet entered martial studies, so let me explain the basics. Master Shin's explanation made Ji Xiao understand that the skills mastered before a career change determine future development paths. Learning skills of the same type is easier and more efficient. Healers have a basic amplification skill, which is essential for enhancing similar skills and ensuring self-safety, making it almost indispensable. Among the 4 branches, recovery and purification are must-haves, as they form the core of the healing profession. As for protection and amplification, the choice depends entirely on Ji Xiao's personal preference. Master Shin added that protection primarily increases the target's life thickness, ensuring that healing can be effective and prevent instant death. After considering, Jixia concluded that Master Shun recommended choosing the paths of recovery, purification, and protection. Although theoretically, all could be chosen, skill slots are limited, directly affecting future career paths. The specific transition path would become clear by the third career change. Knowing future secrets prematurely could lead to a knowledge curse, causing unforeseen accidents. After hearing Master Shen's insights, Jixia didn't stubbornly insist on having them all, but rather made a considered compromise. Master Shen didn't interrupt his thoughts. Instead, he took the opportunity to elaborate on the knowledge of the real series of skills. In the game, as long as you heal your teammates, their health bar won't drop to zero, and they won't die. But in reality, life energy loss isn't so easily replenished. If severely injured in battle, even after healing, there remains a period of weakness. Fighting during this time can cause permanent damage, preventing full recovery and halting growth. Master Shen paused and continued. The so-called real healing involves replenishing the life essence in each healing process, achieving true recovery. The highest level of essence healing, so far, is only attainable through the rare 4-turn healer skill, root fluctuation, and the same level skill, nature's blessing, of a nature shaman. Hearing this, a spark of desire ignited within Jixia. He realized that his current source points could charge skills dozens of times, filling his eyes with anticipation as he looked at Master Shen. Master, are there any relevant skill materials? Master Shen smiled, seemingly prepared for Jixia's eagerness, ready to start explaining further skill secrets. Master Shen sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. With Jixia's talent, he could easily understand these concepts on his own, as long as he has the necessary knowledge. Unfortunately, he paused, his expression serious. All skills beyond the second tier can't be recorded in books. They can only be obtained through dungeon drops or by self-discovery from basic skills. This comment inadvertently addressed a previous question Jixia had. Jixia was momentarily taken aback, then understood. The fundamental skills in the initial stage were so crucial that they could bypass the curse of knowledge and convey hints. He couldn't help but wonder how much he could actually comprehend. Calming himself, Jixia earnestly asked, Master, can the excess healing from the first tier skill be converted into a real shield? Shenlin shook his head, his gaze instructional. Once you elevate true healing to the first level, you'll understand its essence. Some of the power is used to replenish the body's depleted life source. Even if our source is perfect, it continues to absorb external life sources, so there's no overflow. He paused, explaining slowly. So, the shield formed by excess healing isn't a real shield. It's essentially an external healing effect, a special form of life energy. An injured body needs it, but too much can dilute its own source, causing the body to instinctively reject some excess energy, leading to the so-called overflow. Master Shun's explanation revealed his extensive teaching experience. He elaborated on the skill's nuances and further added, as I mentioned, the life source won't reject external sources. So true healing on a healthy body increases the maximum life value. But when injured, these extra life values are consumed, and the excess beyond the body's limit is used up without natural recovery, requiring external replenishment. Finishing his explanation, he smiled at Jixia. At that moment, Jixia suddenly realized, so, there's no such thing as a true real shield. Using enough true healing is effectively a shield. He had been concerned, leaning towards the protective branch. After all, if teammates were instantly killed, the healer's role would be diminished. Jixia understood that the best healing isn't necessarily pure healing. It's about preventing teammates from getting hurt in the first place. Only shield skills that block damage and protect targets are ideal. However, according to Master Shen, such skills don't currently exist. Perhaps their cultivation wasn't advanced enough to access them. Jixia seriously stated, Master, I plan to focus on recovery, purification, and amplification. Master Shen's expression turned serious, no longer casually offering advice. Are you sure? The amplification path has shortcomings for healers. The current basic skills only include encouragement and chanting. Even at the third tier, there are only 3 skills. He added, research shows amplification is derived from healers studying paladin aura skills. Because the effects were unsatisfactory, it was eventually shelved. Just as Jixia hesitated about switching to the protective branch, a sudden realization hit him when he noticed Master Shen's calm smile. He looked directly at Master Shen, his tone filled with anticipation. Master, what would you suggest? Shen Lin placed a sheet of paper on the table, pointing at its contents as he explained to Jixia. Look here, the basic skill is Life Lantern. The first tier skill is Burst. The second tier skill is Life Sharing. And the third tier skill is Eternal Rest. He paused before continuing. A healing mage is essentially still a mage, but there's another developmental path that leans towards self-research specialties. These skills might seem peculiar and their effects might be hard to grasp, but I think they're perfect for you. Your aptitude is among the top 3 of anyone I've ever met. Jixia almost choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. He thought to himself, what? Even with my advantages, I'm only in the top 3 and not the very best? What kind of terrifying arrow is this? At that moment, Lin picked up a glass bottle from the table and gently placed it back down with a crisp thud. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a serious expression. You kids are the hope for the future of Xia, Lin said slowly. Though I've walked this path ahead of you and have some experience, I can't claim that my way is the only correct one. So, I'm giving you this bottle of Yellow Springs water in advance. If you ever feel that you're heading in the wrong direction, drink it. It'll help you choose a new path. Xia was secretly amazed by these words. Yellow Springs water? He had never heard of it before, but the name alone suggested it was extraordinary. Although he felt a bit apprehensive, he didn't refuse the offer. After all, having an extra safeguard is always beneficial. Seeing that Xia seemed to understand, Lin took a hefty book out of his bag and placed it on the table. This is the Compendium of Healing Mage Skills, he said, scribbling his contact information on a slip of paper. Reach out if you have any questions. With that, he got up and left. Xia looked at the thick tome on the table, realizing how valuable it would be for him. Lin had previously allowed him to choose which skills to learn, a method that suited a genius perfectly. After all, setting a fixed path for a genius might actually hinder their development. Alone in the room, surrounded by silence so profound he could hear his own breathing, Xia could finally focus and think clearly. He opened his skill panel and discovered that his once extensive skill list now only contained 3: true healing, light of purification, and basic amplification. Xia wasn't worried, knowing that skills like glimmer and healing had not disappeared but were instead integrated into the true healing skill. According to the skill compendium, this was a 4th-tier Lord-level skill. Although light of purification was a 3rd-tier commander-level skill, it could be used as a Lord-level skill because of its effectiveness against Lord-level skills. Xia could still learn one more skill. He opened the compendium and found 2 skills in the basic skills special category: Life Lantern and Connection. He had never encountered these skills before and didn't dare to boast about being a true genius of understanding. So, he decided to request skill books from Xiaomin. Xia left the room and explained the situation to Xiaomin, who seemed prepared and handed him 2 skill books. You choose for yourself, I won't interfere, Xiaomin said. But once the new skill reaches its maximum level, let me know. I'll prepare resources to enhance your extreme attributes and see if your template can be improved. Okay. Xia agreed, taking the skill books back to his dormitory. After some thought, Xia chose the Life Lantern skill. As the skill book dissolved into white light and merged into his body, Xia instantly grasped the essence of the skill. Life Lantern LV.1. Extract a sliver of life force from the target to create a life lantern. When the target is within 600 meters of you, you can influence them directly through the life lantern. 05. Xia was surprised to find that this special skill's initial source point consumption was 5 points, far exceeding the glimmer skill he had learned before. This realization made him aware of the skill's seemingly ordinary, yet immense potential. Flipping through the skill compendium, Xia noted that it stated, due to the lack of reference materials for special skills, a complete system has yet to be formed, making it impossible to provide different level effect descriptions or systematic guidance. Xia then checked his source points, 2,987. Indeed, just one Minotaur Warlord instance had boosted his source points by over 2,000. Let's upgrade Life Lantern first, Xia thought. Life Lantern LV.15 can create life lanterns for up to 15 people. When the target is within 4,500 meters of you, you can influence them. Upon the target's death, you can use the essence of life as lamp oil to forcefully extend life, capped at 20% of your mental strength, measured in seconds. 020. Seeing the upgraded Life Lantern skill, Xia couldn't help but marvel at its power. He realized that his journey of cultivation had only just begun, with many more unknown challenges awaiting him in the future. Xia stood at the crossroads of destiny, facing a fog of the unknown. He took a deep breath and resolutely upgraded his life lamp skill to level 15 in one go. However, when he saw that the skill panel did not display max, his heart couldn't help but flutter. The potential of this skill far exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly astonished. Unwilling to stop there, Xia gritted his teeth and continued to allocate points until the life lamp skill reached its highest level. The skill description appeared before him. Capable of creating life lamps for 20 people, with an effective range of 6,000 meters. Even more astonishing, when a target's life is about to expire, it can extend their life by n seconds, where n equals the caster's mental power value. Xia calculated silently. With his 300 points of mental power, it meant he could extend someone's life for a full 5 minutes. This discovery made his heart race, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. If real treatment were administered during these 5 minutes, could death be completely avoided? This thought struck Xia like lightning. He decided to put other plans on hold and focus on researching this skill for a few days. Once he fully understood the upgraded information, he would immediately conduct animal experiments. With excitement, Ji Xia unhesitatingly invested 250 source points to push the life lamp to the maximum level. Then, he spent another 100 points to enhance the skill with additional attributes. Although there were options to increase range and healing effects, Ji Xia ultimately chose the delay attribute. With a 10 extension of the life-saving time, the duration was extended to 330 seconds. In critical life and death moments, these extra 30 seconds could be key to saving a life. Seeing the remaining 2,637 source points, Ji Xia wasn't worried about resource scarcity. He turned his attention to enhancing other skills. First, he upgraded real healing to level 6. Although it wasn't a qualitative leap, the proportion of essential healing significantly increased, while the proportion of ordinary healing correspondingly decreased. The upgrade of Light of Purification brought an unexpected surprise. It evolved from merely dispelling negative states to slightly interfering with physical states, which caught Ji Xia's attention. In his view, Light of Purification had transformed from a regular skill to a conceptual skill with limitless potential. The effects of the upgrades were immediate, and Ji Xia felt a leap in his power. Although he had only 834 source points left, he wasn't concerned. As his skills improved, the requirements for enhancing his template decreased from the original 410-1000 to 910-1000. Ji Xia speculated that once his physical condition reached its limit, this requirement might decrease further. Finally, Ji Xia turned his gaze to the gift of song. After decisively investing 500 source points, the talent didn't upgrade as expected, but instead transformed completely. A new talent, most compatible with Ji Xia's current power system, was born, Death Defiance. Seeing the description of the new talent when facing certain death, the body meets its end while the soul escapes. Ji Xia couldn't help but twitch a smile. The required source points for upgrading skyrocketed from 500 to 5,000, but he knew the value of this talent was immeasurable. Although he lost all the bonus effects of the song, Ji Xia was confident that if the effects of this talent were made public, even someone as knowledgeable as Master Shin would be astonished and then reassured. From Ji Xia's perspective, the talent of death resistance is invaluable. In a situation where death is certain, he can sacrifice his physical body to preserve his soul. In this era dominated by the extraordinary, retaining one's soul means there is still a chance to reconstruct the body. The skill upgrade path for a healing mage is becoming clearer. At the second tier, there is wound healing, and at the third tier, limb regeneration. Ji Xia has roughly determined his skill allocation direction, firmly believing that once he maxes out these two skills, he will eventually master the ability to reconstruct his body. At that time, combined with death resistance, he will be able to achieve resurrection. With his capabilities, he is fully qualified to become the core member of the team. As long as he is alive, most challenges can be overcome. After saving the remaining 334 origin points, Ji Xia felt the significant changes brought by the skill upgrade. Although the skill is theoretically mastered once the points are allocated, the profound information contained within requires time to digest, and the benefits only become greater once fully understood. Thus, he entered a state of focused learning. However, he was not completely working in isolation. He selectively shared his progress with others. For instance, on the first day, he reported to Hu Shoumin, "Mr. Hu, I have some insights on the life lamp." On the second day, "Mr. Hu, my true healing has reached level 1. On the third day, the life lamp shows as max level on the panel, but I feel there is still room for improvement. By the 7th day, Ji Xia said, "The light of purification has also improved. What's the next step?" Sitting in front of his account, Hu Shoumin was no longer in the state of shock, confusion, and surprise that he was a few days ago. His expression had turned calm, clearly having gradually accepted everything. At that moment, a hand reached over to take his device and began helping him respond to data. Hu Shoumin was then informed, "Wait, someone will come to take you for a physical enhancement." Hu Shoumin's expression turned slightly serious as he asked with concern, "Teacher, once Ji Xia reaches his limit, will he immediately change his class? Will he start tackling dungeons right away?" The teacher replied, "Of course. Ji Xia has accumulated enough conditions now, and as soon as he enters any first-tier dungeon, he can complete his class change. The Twisted Jungle dungeon provided by Rongqing is perfect for his needs." Ji Xia saw the message and was just about to reply when there was a knock at the door. Standing outside was Li Qingfeng, which made Ji Xia a bit embarrassed as he said, "Brotherly, won't accompanying me affect your own progress?" Li Qingfeng waved dismissively, looking relaxed. "Not at all. I'm also laying the groundwork like you, trying to train my attributes to the limit. When the time is right, I'll head to a second-tier dungeon to trigger the origin and complete my class change." He paused, then added, "By the way, after soaking in the cold spring, you can take the afternoon off to rest at home. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Twisted Jungle dungeon." Cold spring. Ji Xia immediately focused on the key point. Li Qingfeng smiled mysteriously, casually summoned a lightning bird, and flew Ji Xia into the woods behind the base. Below them was a small pool about 2 meters in diameter, shrouded in white mist. As Ji Xia landed, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Above the pool floated a transparent gemstone, intricately crafted and slowly rotating. Li Qingfeng had already taken off. Soak in there and message me once your physique reaches 300. As the sound of the wind faded, Ji Xia was left alone in the base, surrounded by an unusual tranquility. He wasted no time, immediately disrobing and slowly immersing himself in the spring water. Strangely, the initial chill he felt at the water's surface transformed into a warmth that enveloped his entire body as he submerged. The pool had been specially modified, with raised round stones at the bottom, fitting snugly against Ji Xia's skin, providing a comfortable and pleasant sensation. The gemstones slowly rotated, accompanied by the white mist, gradually enveloping him. In a drowsy state, Ji Xia felt a continuous accumulation of strength within him, his physique steadily increasing, his entire being filled with an unprecedented power. Due to a rapid increase in his physical strength, Ji Xia felt a wave of discomfort. His whole body was burning, and the surrounding spring water evaporated into more mist. The warmth began to shift to a cool sensation, easing the restless heat within him. As his physique grew stronger, the coolness turned into a biting cold. Ji Xia noticed his stats had climbed to 295. Initially, they increased rapidly like a stopwatch, but now they were moving as slowly as a clock nearing the end of a school day. Fortunately, progress did not stall, and after more than 10 minutes, his physique rose to 296. Taking advantage of the situation, Ji Xia reviewed his skill information. 7 days had allowed him to fully grasp this knowledge, prompting him to revise it once more. Time passed unnoticed, as the sun that had risen in the east was now hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, the cold feeling vanished, and Ji Xia's physique and spirit both reached the pinnacle of 300, with the system interface indicating he had broken through to the Lord level. Feeling invigorated, Ji Xia quickly dried off, dressed, and clenched his fists, finding explosive power in every movement. At the same time, he felt a slight hunger, not the usual kind, but a deep, primal craving. The rapid enhancement of his physique had accelerated his core growth, but they had yet to align completely. Ji Xia then used true healing on himself, and the hunger dissipated. As he stretched his body, he gradually adapted to the new strength within him, easily crushing a small stone into powder before sending a message. Happiness Community was where Ji Xia's new home was located. Although built years ago, it retained the simple naming style of that era. Returning to the community, he saw children running and playing, but few elderly walking dogs or keeping birds. This was typical here. As a neighborhood for the families of professionals, while there were seniors, most were key members of the Legion, often battling in dungeons, rarely strolling in ordinary society. After dinner, Ji Xia stood by the window, surveying the surroundings, knowing that from the next day, he would become part of this world too. From conversations around him, he learned that many high-difficulty dungeons had never been conquered, requiring teams of similar-level professionals to enter. Successful clearings allowed higher-level professionals to explore deeper dungeons. These challenging dungeons held extraordinary knowledge for various professions, potentially completing existing systems. Thus, dungeon strategies became the core tasks of various forces, with mastering advanced extraordinary knowledge being the key to standing firm on Blue Star. Blue Star was home to many powers, with the strongest being the West Coast Federation, Xia, and the Holy Alliance, followed by the Free Principality, Sun Island, Nature Alliance, and others. Human internal conflicts never ceased. In the extraordinary era, though relatively restrained, disputes were mostly resolved through martial competitions, with protagonists engaging in new generation contests. Xia, rising slowly due to structural issues, was always suppressed by the other two top powers. To truly surpass them, it needed to strengthen both its top-tier forces and grassroots development. The starry night sky reflected in Ji Xia's eyes like a brilliant galaxy. He felt no resistance to his future plans. With the aid of his stat panel, he needed these new dungeons filled with rare monsters. Publicly, he was eliminating monster forces to expand human territory and enhance overall strength. Privately, he aimed to use the monsters to continually improve himself. Ji Xia wanted to personally test how far he could go as a healer. On an early summer morning, Ji Xia was preparing to head to the base for a meetup. Time spent with family was always short and precious, and he disliked the feeling of parting, so he decided to leave early. As he opened the door, the warm light from the kitchen spilled out. Aunt Huang was quietly making egg pancakes, with his father standing silently beside her. Seeing Ji Xia emerge, fully dressed, Aunt Huang naturally set the plates and chopsticks on the table, smiling as she said, "Come, have breakfast." "Why so early? Did I wake you?" Ji Xia sat down and began eating the fragrant pancakes, replying, "The soundproofing here is good. I just plan to head to the base early for training. This plate is enough for me. It's still early. Why don't you both get some more sleep?" His father, Ji Chunshan, picked up a cigarette but didn't light it, just tucked it behind his ear. After a moment of silence, he spoke. The neighborhood is full of families like ours. I've been talking to them, and the missions are truly dangerous. Ji Xia, you're grown up now, so be careful on your assignments. His mother, Huang Yueru, sat down and gave Ji Chunshan a look, a smile on her lips as she said to Ji Xia, your father's right, being careful is never wrong. You're a healer, and with others protecting you, you mustn't relax. When I go out to buy groceries, I keep meeting friendly neighbors. I don't believe they're just being nice. It's because you're doing well. Your father and I have discussed it, and while we're proud of you, we're not worldly wise. We only know that you're our son, and your safety is what matters most. Ji Xia suddenly felt it was inappropriate not to clarify things earlier. Although his initial intention was to reduce their worry, being open seemed better now that everyone was an adult. After finishing his pancakes, he said seriously, Mom, Dad, don't worry too much. You might have guessed that my talent is decent. In fact, it's stronger than you think. I'm certain there's a strong protector, not below the third rank, watching over me. As for others being friendly, don't worry. It's not arrogance, but the whole of Ba City, and even the southwest region, hopes to maintain ties with me. His parents, who had lived half their lives, were stunned by his words, realizing their weight. Otherwise, they couldn't explain why things had been going so smoothly recently. But hearing it from their son, their worries finally eased. After seeing him off, Ji Xiao walked under the warm yellow streetlights, glancing back slightly. Through the living room window, he saw his parents standing there, and in another bedroom window, a shadow was waving energetically. That was his brother. Ji Xia smiled. His brother was truly alive now, a unique presence in his life. Outside the base, Li Qingfeng had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Ji Xia, he immediately spoke. Here so early? Ji Xia nodded and handed him a piece of paper. Brotherly, who should I give this to? Li Qingfeng was taken aback, his hand frozen in midair, momentarily forgetting what to do next. The paper contained Ji Xia's data. Level 60 Healing Mage, Lord Template, Mentality 300, Physique 300, Charisma 300, 10 Talent, Possessing Death-Defiant Skill, LV.1 True Healing, LV.2 Purifying Light, LV.5 Life Lantern, LV.1 Basic Amplification. Ji Xia selectively revealed some information, which left Li Qingfeng utterly shocked. In that moment, Li Qingfeng even doubted if he could maintain his status as a guardian. He struggled to suppress his inner turmoil and forced a stiff smile. What does the 5 on the life lamp mean? If I need to report this, I'm a bit unclear about it, Li Qingfeng asked with difficulty. Ji Xia noticed the guardian's shocked reaction, feeling secretly pleased, but maintained a calm exterior. He patiently explained, the documents state that level 5 is the maximum, but my life lamp exceeds that. Currently, its effect is to extend the life of a target whose life is waning. Huh? What does extending life mean? Li Qingfeng shook his head, as if trying to digest the information. Ji Xia feigned a troubled expression and sighed. I'm not entirely sure myself, as I haven't had the chance to test it. Li Qingfeng sighed deeply. Let's go? We'll head to the entrance of the Twisted Jungle instance first. I've already uploaded the information and conversation directly. It's beyond my authority to handle. On the way, Li Qingfeng remained silent, his eyes vacant, as if still processing the information. He and Ji Xia used a teleportation array, and in a blink, they arrived at the Rongqing Legion, miles away. Meanwhile, at the Healers Association, Bai Yunfei, looking weary, emerged from the rest chamber. Several uniformed individuals were anxiously waiting at the door, yet appeared restrained in front of Bai Yunfei. A young man mustered the courage to ask, Master Bai, is our captain's condition stable? Bai Yunfei masked his fatigue with a gentle smile. The depleted life source has been replenished to over 50. In another half-month, he should be fully recovered. However, he should refrain from engaging in combat during this period. Thank you, Master. The group was about to express further gratitude when Bai Yunfei activated his communication device, showing an apologetic expression. You can go in and see him. I have other matters to attend to. Bai Yunfei's amiable demeanor prompted unanimous nods of agreement. Back in the restroom, Bai Yunfei stared at a photograph, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He promptly made a call. Gao Ming, have Ji Xia head to base 2 instead of the Twisted Tran instance. I'll be waiting for him here. While handling administrative duties, Gao Ming received Master Bai's directive. Though it added to his workload, he couldn't help but grin broadly. All right, Master. Rest assured, it will be done immediately. He quickly accessed his authority and issued a channel-wide notification. Li Qingfeng, please escort Ji Xia to the teleportation array immediately. The destination is Base 2. Li Qingfeng had heard of Base 2, a place beyond his access. Thanks to Ji Xia, he finally had the chance to explore it. Conveniently, they were still in the teleportation room and promptly initiated another teleportation. When they opened their eyes, Ji Xia barely had time to react before seeing Li Qingfeng stand at attention and respectfully salute a scholarly middle-aged man ahead. Master Bai Yun. Bai Yunshan nodded slightly, his tone warm yet firm. Thank you. From here on, Ji Xia is in my care. No trouble at all. Li Qingfeng's face flushed with what seemed like immense praise. Bai Yunshan smiled and nodded, then gestured for Ji Xia to follow. As they stepped outside, two individuals appeared silently beside them. These two released a purple energy sphere, enveloping the four of them as they gently rose into the air. It was then that Master Bai began speaking to Ji Xia. Ji Xia, I am Bai Yunshan, the guardian of the Healers Association in the Southwest region. You can call me Uncle Bai, Ji Xia asked. Uncle Bai, where are we heading? As soon as the words left his mouth, a three-dimensional image suddenly appeared before them. Bai Yunshan pointed to the image and explained, this is your ability panel. Let me confirm, your life lamp and basic amplification skills have indeed surpassed the limit level, correct? Ji Xia nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yes, I'm sure the life lamp skill is beyond level 5. The previous glow was also much stronger than described in the skill manual. Bai Yunshan scrutinized Ji Xia closely, and after confirming he wasn't lying, his expression turned serious. Fortunately, you haven't attended martial arts classes yet, so you haven't developed a fixed mindset. Now, I need to tell you the truth about this world. The two supporting the shield looked at Ji Xia simultaneously, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Ji Xia straightened up, fully attentive to Bai Yunshan's explanation. Bai Yunshan took a deep breath and began slowly. Many years ago, dimensions descended, and monsters invaded human society. After decades of struggle, we acquired extraordinary knowledge from the dungeons, which allowed us to reach where we are today. He paused, looking intently at Ji Xia. Do you think our only enemies are the monsters inside the dimensional gates? Ji Xia nodded in agreement. I did think so, but since you mention it, perhaps they are only one of our enemies. Bai Yunshan nodded approvingly. Correct. Monsters are indeed one of the enemies, but they are also an opportunity, a treasure trove, even. Do you know why, after establishing safe zones, Dexia's professionals still fight outside, and why they're rarely seen in the cities? Without waiting for Ji Xia to answer, Bai Yunshan provided the answer himself. Because of the wilderness. He continued, the star system where Blue Star is located underwent a massive change, and Blue Star's size expanded hundreds of times. Many areas experienced spatial folding, causing the planet's surface area to expand to a terrifying extent. The Great Elder used the power of the dimensional gates to create the artifact known as the Dimensional Sanctuary, turning Dexia's territory into a safe zone to fend off monster invasions. But our real threat isn't the dimensional monsters, it's the naturally occurring monsters on Blue Star. As he spoke, Bai Yunshan gestured for Ji Xia to look ahead. Following his gaze, Ji Xia suddenly felt incredibly small. Before him stretched an endless sea of green. Towering turtle trees filled every inch of the land. Bai Yunshan's voice seemed to come from afar. The original creatures of Blue Star are evolving rapidly. They are the planet's original inhabitants, and their development is incredibly fast. Before the dimensions descended, plants and animals began mutating, leading to beast disasters. Out of over 300 countries, only a few dozen remain. After the dimensions descended, we gained extraordinary knowledge, barely withstanding the beast tides. But in the process, only 13 countries and forces survived. He paused, then continued. The power of the dimensions has allowed us humans to develop quickly, but it also limits us, especially for a genius like you. Using the dimensions to advance is actually a loss. You have already reached the apprentice level limit. You only need to enter the wilderness and feel the natural source energy to become a true first-level strongman. As Bai Yunshan finished speaking, a purple sphere began to slowly descend into the forest. Ji Xia realized that this was the place where he would soon advance. However, his mind was filled with a flood of new information, taking time to process it all. From Uncle Bai's words, Ji Xia vaguely understood that their real enemy was the wilderness outside the safe zone. As for the dungeons, while they could be considered enemies, they were more like opportunities fraught with danger. Without these dungeons, humanity might have already collapsed under the beast tides. Ji Xia murmured, is this the truth? His gaze passed through the purple sphere, landing on the vast green ocean, his heart filled with anticipation and a hint of trepidation for the unknown. When Ji Xia was in the sky, he could estimate with the naked eye that the endless green ocean of trees was over 30 meters tall. However, upon landing, the oppressive gloom made him realize his estimate was far from accurate. The colossal trees before him seemed to defy natural growth, with 50-meter giants being common and some towering as high as 100 meters. Standing in a human city, Ji Xia felt the city was grand, yet it seemed like a lone island floating on the sea, always at risk of being engulfed by the tides. The forest near the city walls was evidently frequently cleared, as Ji Xia saw no signs of monsters, not even a single insect. Bai Yunshan explained the elements of advancement to Ji Xia in detail. When the barrier is lifted, you'll come into contact with source energy for the first time. Absorb it with all your might. From then on, you can only use the most basic skill books, but the dimensional rules will no longer limit you. allowing your skill levels to soar beyond imagination. Hundreds, thousands are not just dreams. Advanced skills, the pinnacle spells, are actually basic skills refined to their utmost. You can create new spells based on your understanding. After all, we are mages, in pursuit of truth and research. That's how I advanced, unbound by dimensions, able to impart my experience to others, free from the curse of knowledge. Once you succeed in your advancement, would you consider becoming my apprentice? Jixia's response was unexpectedly swift. I would. Previously, when he heard the name Master Bai Yun, he didn't react immediately. Now, he quickly recalled from memory. Master Bai Yun is one of the top-ranked healers among 30 cities in the entire southwest region, and ranks in the top 3 in the Great Xia Kingdom. From his past skill allocations, Jixia understood that the knowledge bestowed by the 15th level Glimmer Infusion raised his Purify skill by 5 levels. With such a master's guidance, he wouldn't need to spend extra points to enhance his skill levels. Not to mention, this master could also provide valuable connections and resources, making apprenticeship the most beneficial choice. Bai Yunshan smiled, satisfied with Ji Xia's decisive agreement. Good. The barrier will lift in 3 seconds. Begin your advancement. Don't worry about monsters, we will help you handle them. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple barrier vanished, and Ji Xia immediately smelled the mixed fragrance of earth and trees. The dense source energy around him surged into his body like a tide. As the wind rose, Ji Xia felt as if he became the eye of the storm, his feet lifting off the ground, eyes closed. In his mind, 4 symbols appeared, representing 4 basic skills. The symbol for basic amplification was not a flat image but a 3-dimensional figure, incomplete and hard to discern. The symbols for true healing and light of purification were complete flat patterns. Though Ji Xia couldn't accurately describe their shapes, he knew they represented healing and purification respectively. Most distinctive was the symbol for a life lamp, which Ji Xia could vividly depict, an ancient oil lamp, exuding a sense of stability and timelessness. As the symbols manifested, they began to slowly change, and the aura within Ji Xia erupted suddenly, his level soaring several tiers in an instant. He consciously checked the changes on his system panel. The panel displayed Ji Xia first tier healing mage bloodline lord level, spirit 300, 010000, constitution 400, talent 350, death resistance 05000, level 6, basic amplification skill. With each level up, spirit increases by 5 points, constitution by 3 points, and there is a 50 chance to increase charm by 1 point. At this moment, Ji Xia was filled with unprecedented awe and anticipation, ready to embrace the new chapter of his cultivation. This is the skill and data information that Ji Xia compiled from 2 panels. Concepts like bloodline, level limits, and compatibility are emerging, making it easier for him to understand. Ji Xia decides to use 20 source points to upgrade the LV10 basic enhancement skill to the maximum level. Each upgrade of the basic enhancement increases mental power by 10 points, physique by 5 points, and charm by 1 point, with a 10 chance of enhancing the soul. Currently, there are 10 upgrade attempts left, and completing the upgrade will reach the current limit. Someone is still waiting for him, so Ji Xia doesn't dwell too much on other skills and focuses on maxing out the basic enhancement to avoid wasting time. After finishing the upgrade, he slowly opens his eyes, a hint of excitement in his gaze. This special promotion method clearly revealed the direction suitable for developing his special skills. Bai Yunshan stands by with a satisfied smile in his eyes. He nods and says, "Not bad. Reaching the limit before advancing. That's a perfect first stage. Among the skills you've learned, which one has no limit?" His direct question hits the mark. Ji Xia quickly replies, "The life lamp." Bai Yunshan looks into the distance, his tone affirmative. "It seems you truly belong to the special category. As you move on to the second stage skills, you should continue learning special skills. I'll give you skill books when we return. You can choose what you want to learn." A purple shield reappears around them, escorting them back. Along the way, Bai Yunshan patiently explains the sex advancement system to Ji Xia. He first emphasizes the meaning of the term first stage. Our advancement system doesn't rely on dimensional power. It's about self-cultivation, from the first to the 9th stage. The transfer system from 1 transfer to 9 transfers involves no difference in power forms, but it requires the aid of dimensional power. For instance, going from 1 transfer to 2 transfers, you need to master specific extraordinary knowledge and slay designated monsters to transfer. Bai Yunshan pauses, adding, "The transfer system is somewhat like a game, while the stage system is entirely about self-cultivation. Both can level up by killing monsters, but the stage system places great importance on attribute balance. The primary attribute must not exceed 3 times the secondary attribute, or the body cannot bear the soul, resulting in weakness or even death. The transfer system has no such limits. Even 300 mental power and 1 physique can exist." He sums it up with a precise analogy. The stage system is about enhancing oneself, not creating a game character. Ji Xia feels deeply touched by this. Indeed, past cultivation methods were nothing more than leveling up and increasing attributes, choosing a few suitably matched talents to mold a professional into something nearly perfect. While this is not wrong, skill effects and levels are locked, setting an inevitable limit on a person's achievements. Although Jixia is currently restricted by not being able to learn all powerful skills directly from skill books, this doesn't stop him from researching on his own and exploring more possibilities. Bai Yunshan returned to his residence with Jixia, carrying a hint of apology in his expression. He took a hefty book from the shelf and handed it to Jixia. This is a compilation of insights and reflections I've gathered over the years, Bai Yunshan explained. As the guardian of the Southwest region, I'm often occupied with various challenges and can't personally teach you. You'll have to learn on your own for now. He paused before continuing. However, I've already mapped out your learning path. In the first 2 stages, you'll join the strike team to complete initial clearances of lower-level instances, which will help you level up quickly. Once you reach the 3rd stage, you can join the exploration team to eliminate monsters and explore the present-day Blue Star. Jixia accepted the book with both hands and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master. I promise to improve my skills as quickly as possible." Although Bai Yunshan didn't explicitly say it, Jixia keenly sensed a sense of urgency. Clearly, his master had high expectations for him and hoped he could join the exploration team soon. Perceiving Jixia's thoughts, Bai Yunshan gently remarked, "No need to rush. The weather is cooling, and the insect plains are becoming quiet, so things are relatively safe right now. Your equipment is on its way. In the meantime, start with the book." "Understood, Master," Jixia replied, then began to delve into the volume. The first page revealed a striking concept, the dimensional system. Bai Yunshan's notes stated, "The dimensional system is a simplified version of the extraordinary path. When dimensional resources are exhausted, humanity must establish a comprehensive extraordinary system, or progress will cease. We are pioneers, explorers, seekers of the way." Reading this, Jixia had an epiphany. Skill books, equipment, and monster drop materials could quickly train a batch of professionals, but that was insufficient. Hence, the most talented individuals among humanity chose to forge new paths. Bai Yunshan was one of them, and Jixia was his successor, destined to be an innovator. On the second page, Jixia found an analysis of paths, written in hurried handwriting. Bai Yunshan had chosen the core abilities of a healing mage, restoration and healing. He acknowledged his limited energy, focusing on these 2 directions. Bai Yunshan meticulously documented how he mastered all healing spells and attempted to fuse them, eventually developing advanced skills like true healing, root healing, and accelerated recovery. He also detailed his mastery of root healing and shared his insights. Even just reading this, Jixia felt he had gained significantly. Following this were records about the light of purification. The notes revealed that Bai Yunshan not only mastered this skill, but had elevated it to a high level. He mentioned that his purification light had crossed a significant threshold, allowing him to hear the music of the cosmos and achieve transcendence. Now, he could harness cosmic energy to release a radiant field over an entire city, providing continuous purification. Jixia's eyes lit up as he thought, "This must be a special ability acquired after reaching level 30. I should go monster hunting soon and raise my life lamp level by several dozen to see what happens." Just as Jixia was about to continue reading, Bai Yunshan's voice interrupted, "The items have arrived. Come, try them on." First, he handed over a sleek black watch, exuding a strong technological vibe. "This is a virtual communication device," Bai Yunshan explained. Next, he presented a pink necklace adorned with heart-shaped droplets. "This is the Life Blessing Necklace, crafted by one of the 3 great forging masters of Dixia. You can infuse your life force into it and draw from it when needed. Its main function is storage, with a capacity of 1,000 cubic units. I've stored all the basic skill books inside. You can consult me for recovery and purification skills, but you'll need to comprehend the special ones on your own." Under Bai Yunshan's guidance, Jixia completed the binding ritual for the necklace, then activated the watch, linking it to his personal information. He added a few contacts. Bai Yunshan, Yufeng the enforcer of the Healing Association, and Qi Ming the explorer. Jixia noticed there was no one managing resources in his contact list. Looking at the storage space of the necklace, he figured he probably wouldn't need one. Jixia stood in the courtyard of Baiyun Mountain, toying with the mysterious necklace in his hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "Master, aren't the things in the space too precious?" he asked cautiously, his voice tinged with a bit of unease. Baiyun Mountain gently shook his head, looking at his disciple with a warm gaze. "As long as you can make use of them, they are precious. If you can't, then they are just junk." He paused before continuing. "If you feel bad about it, then strive to improve yourself. A powerful healer can contribute far more than some resources." His master's words were like a tonic, gradually dispelling the unease in Jixia's heart. Baiyun Mountain added, "They'll give you 3 days off. Your task is to finish reading my notes." "Okay," Jixia replied earnestly with a nod. Early the next morning, Jixia set out and returned home in less than 3 hours. As he opened the door, a familiar aroma of fennel wafted toward him. His mother, Mrs. Huang, was busy in the kitchen. Seeing her son return, her face lit up with a joyful smile. I'm making fennel dumplings for lunch. The neighbors gave us some fennel sprouts, Mrs. Huang said, poking her head out of the kitchen. Hearing this, Jixiao's eyes lit up. He hadn't had them in a long time and felt a surge of excitement. Great, can I roll out the dough? He asked eagerly. Mrs. Huang rolled her eyes at him. Forget it, you'd only make a mess. Didn't you say you need to read? Go on and get to it. Chased out of the kitchen by his mother, Jixia obediently went to read. He sat at his desk and opened his master's notes. With his improved mental acuity, he could read quickly without missing any details. Through reading, Jixia roughly estimated that his master was at least level 10 in root healing and at least level 30 in purification light. His master had also studied skills like disease dispel and limb regeneration. Just one read-through left Jixia feeling enriched, as if with a bit more research, he could barely use these skills himself. However, at the end of the skill notes, Baiyun Mountain wrote, a professional should research in their area of expertise for optimal results. I researched too broadly in the past, which is why I'm still stuck at the master level, the 4th tier. This passage left Jixia deep in thought. He recalled the development of modern medicine, understanding that the deeper you delve, the more you need to specialize. It's impossible for one person to excel in all areas. Baiyun Mountain advised future generations at the end of his notes. First, specialize in one field. Being adequate in other areas is enough. Of course, your level is the foundation of everything, and you must keep up with it. Jixia nodded silently, feeling enlightened. He decided to plan his development direction based on the speed at which he could acquire source points. Skills like true healing required 500 points for an upgrade, and even thousands later on. Therefore, he needed to allocate his limited resources wisely. In the following days, Jixiao's life was simple yet fulfilling. At home, he was either reading or eating. Occasionally, he would see his brother rushing to school with his backpack or hear his father discussing work matters. Apparently, several hospitals were competing for his father, which Jixia speculated was probably because of him. However, these were not his current concerns. On the second day of his break, Jixia received a message to join a few teammates for an ancient tomb dungeon run. He began to seriously prepare his equipment. After selecting several sets from his space, Jixia finally chose the night robe, shadow cloak, speed shoes, and guardian staff. These items would help reduce his presence, allow invisibility, increase speed, and provide self-protection. As a healer, Jixia knew that monsters would often target him first. Therefore, his primary task was to protect himself. In terms of skills, he was fully capable of fulfilling the healer role, even without equipment enhancements. Jixia didn't have high expectations for his Suntobe teammates. He just hoped they wouldn't be too foolish, so they wouldn't hold him back in dangerous situations. To be prepared, he began to carefully study the information about the ancient tomb dungeon, hoping to gain some advantage. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from the teleportation array in Ba City. Two young men with slightly naive faces but determined eyes emerged from it. One of them frowned immediately upon appearing, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Yuan, what's going on here? Why did the leader suddenly transfer us back to clear a dungeon? Is there something more important than the bug plane's front line? The young man called Lin Yuan shook his head, and, while leading his companion outside, explained, my dad said this is a hard-won opportunity. There's a nightmare-level dungeon near Ba City that no one has been able to clear. Recently, they discovered a healer with extraordinary talent, who was even taken as a disciple by Master Baiyun. The higher-ups plan to focus on nurturing this newcomer, and since we don't have a fixed team, they've sent us to give it a try. If we work well together, we can team up for the wilderness in the future. The other young man widened his eyes in surprise and said, what? Master Baiyun took on a disciple? But wait, didn't the training base in Rome City recently produce a healer too? That guy woke up one day with an innate ability for indiscriminate percentage-based healing. Why didn't he manage to become a disciple? Lin Yuan chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Exactly, which shows how remarkable our new teammate must be. We've really struck gold this time. But, his tone suddenly turned serious. Comrade Zhou Hao, the newcomer is only turning 18 in a few days, still a kid, so don't lose your temper like you used to. Zhou Hao scratched his head and chuckled. That was because those healers were both dumb and arrogant. I hope this new one is better. Mentioning the previous healers, Lin Yuan's smile vanished instantly, and he sighed deeply. Don't even bring them up. I still can't understand how those with such terrible character and personality could have such talent. It's just unfair. As self-trained geniuses following the rank system, Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao both reached the peak of the first rank at the age of 20 and were about to advance to the second rank. However, lacking a healer, they couldn't participate in dangerous missions and had to apply for a healer to join them. Given their strength, the request was quickly approved. However, their experiences were far from pleasant. The first time, a girl from the job transfer system joined them. She was a second transfer, quite good-looking, but despite knowing that a second transfer was equivalent to a first rank in the wilderness, she still looked down on their abilities, constantly complaining and lamenting her supposed wasted talent. The second time, another girl from the job transfer system joined them. She had a straightforward and cheerful personality and worked well with them. Yet, after the first mission, she requested to leave the team, claiming that teammates who were only first rank weren't worthy of her. The third time was even worse. That healer girl reported Lin Yuan and his father, claiming that as a noble second transfer healer, she was being forced to babysit two first-rank teammates, suggesting Lin Yuan was using his influence to team up with her out of infatuation. These experiences left Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao exhausted. They knew well that the wilderness was a unique place where the power of job transfer professionals was significantly suppressed, with a second transfer being equivalent to a first rank, which was why the arrangements were made. Anyone entering the wilderness understood this, yet the healers always seemed unable to accept reality. Although they believed there must be normal healers out there, after so many failures, they were afraid to take another gamble. So, they focused on simple tasks, trained diligently, and kept applying for new teammates while waiting for an opportunity. Today, they finally saw a chance. They understood that healers were rare, and truly skilled healers were even rarer. These individuals often received such favorable treatment elsewhere that it made them exceptionally proud. However, this time, they hoped to find a different kind of teammate, one who truly understood the importance of teamwork. This phenomenon is especially noticeable among the younger generation. Women, in particular, receive the same treatment as other healers and are often pursued by outstanding individuals, naturally raising their expectations. In contrast, male healers are rarer, primarily because they are more convenient for dangerous missions, as most Legion members are male. Lin Yuan understood that the last incident deeply affected his father. Those who risked their lives to protect the next generation were reported. Because of this, his father used his privileges this time to personally apply for his son's qualification and even considered lowering the healer's benefits. However, this matter was difficult to control, as he was well aware that the generous policies towards healers over the years had made the situation difficult to manage. Lin Yuan remembered his father's advice that this time the healers would choose their teammates themselves, and they must give it their all, as poor performance would lead to replacement. Now, not only the southwest region but also other regions of Daxia were closely watching Jixia. With this in mind, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly said to Zhou Hao, "This is a rare opportunity, make the most of it." Zhou Hao fell silent, understanding that his brother had strong backing, but their usual interactions were casual, so this repeated reminder was unusual. He immediately realized the importance of this task. In the early morning, Jixia was eating dumplings he had frozen a few days ago, preparing to set off. He didn't spare his mother from cooking, nor did he stop his parents from working. These ordinary routines gave them a sense of security, so he let them continue. Today, Li Qingfeng was no longer there to pick up Jixia, as the protector had officially left his post, replaced by an ordinary person. Yes, just an ordinary person. Mr. Jixia, my name is Li Ping, and it's an honor to be your assistant. You can directly instruct me on any needs in your life from now on. Li Ping was a man whose age was hard to determine, with gray strands in his hair but a youthful face, exuding steadiness and composure. Jixia vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint the reason. Since there was a task today, he didn't ask further and simply said, "Please take me to the destination, Mr. Li." "Sure, please get in the car." The vehicle with the Legion's special red license plate moved without obstruction and quickly reached the destination. It was an ordinary-looking barracks, with nothing special inside, not even guards. As Jixia arrived, he saw two people waving at him. "Hello, I'm Lin Yuan, a peak first-tier dual-element mage of wind and fire." "Hi, I'm Zhou Hao, a dual-element mage of gold and earth, also at peak first tier." Zhou Hao introduced himself with some nervousness, clearly worried about revealing his tension. After shaking hands with them, Jixia introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Jixia, a healer who just reached first tier. Do you two know each other?" Lin Yuan nodded. "We've known each other for 2 or 3 years and have been teammates before." Zhou Hao, though nervous, confirmed this. Jixia smiled. "That's good. It will be easier to work together. I've studied the difficulties of the ancient tomb dungeon. The phantoms can absorb life essence from a distance. Fortunately, my true healing can restore essence, so there's no need to worry. My glimmer skill is at the beginner level, which can weaken undead, and I also have the light of purification to dispel curses. Shall we go in now?" Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao both breathed a sigh of relief. Jixia's first-tier status meant they shared the same system, and more importantly, his prepared analysis of the dungeon satisfied them. The three of them smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's go." With the escort of warriors, the three of them stepped into the blue vortex side by side. Entering the dungeon, the surroundings suddenly darkened, and Jixia's whole body glowed, illuminating the graveyard ahead. The toppled, crooked gravestones bore no names, and a few weak wandering souls floated in the air, dissolving like water droplets under the glimmer skill. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The sky was a hazy gray. He raised his hand, conjuring a massive fireball that rose into the air, saying, Ji Xia, the monsters here are sensitive to light, so turn off your skill to avoid accidents. Zhou Hao, keep an eye on our safety. Let's begin. 3 small black shields, each the size of a palm, orbited Ji Xia like satellites. This was Zhou Hao's protective spell. Ji Xia glanced around and noticed that everyone had similar shields. He also observed that several sharp metallic objects hovered around Zhou Hao, glinting with a cold light. Lin Yuan wielded a staff as red as fire, and with a wave, he released several scorching fireballs. The fireballs whooshed through the air, blasting the surrounding tombstones to pieces. Amidst the flying debris, black smoke swirled and gradually formed into ghostly figures. Ji Xia didn't dare to slack off. He continuously cast real healing to increase his teammates' maximum health points. He recalled his master's notes, which stated that his real healing could provide about 1,000 health points to a first-tier practitioner. This number startled him, making him aware of his importance. Seeing the black smoke surging, Lin Yuan acted decisively and struck first. He raised his staff high and condensed a highly compressed warm yellow fireball. The fireball spun and split into fiery spears, accurately piercing the wandering spirits. The hit spirits vanished instantly, leaving behind soul crystals and other items scattered on the ground. At that moment, a shadow darted from Zhou Hao's body, swiftly sweeping up the fallen items. While remaining vigilant, Lin Yuan explained to Ji Xia, this is how we usually work together. We fight first, and Zhou Hao's pet, the phantom mink, collects the loot. We then distribute it evenly. Ji Xia, if you have any different ideas, feel free to share. Ji Xia shook his head and calmly replied, I don't mind. You know, healers generally don't lack resources. Zhou Hao, hearing this, looked slightly embarrassed. You two are both well off, while I'm the only one from a poor family. I recently commissioned a suitable weapon, which used up all my savings and required me to take a loan. As they steadily advanced, Ji Xia, slightly surprised, asked, You must have a master too, right? Don't masters usually provide some support? He noticed that their tier system was different from what he knew, seemingly based on master-apprentice relationships. Zhou Hao, alert to their surroundings, replied, Yes, I was given support. I'm forging a 4th-tier weapon, which only a master can successfully create. My master helped me jump the queue and provided many materials, but some rare ones were out of stock. The master had them, so I plan to repay the debt myself. Looking at the collected loot, Ji Xia smiled and said, My current task is to tackle challenging dungeons. If you're free, a few runs should cover it. After dealing with a few ghosts, Lin Yuan explained to Ji Xia, Master Baiyun probably didn't tell you about dungeons. Clearing them for the first time counts as an achievement, which is more valuable than money or resources. Initially, we were seeking you out, and now we have an unexpected bonus. Seeking me? Ji Xia asked, puzzled. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you. We heard that Master Baiyun personally took you as a disciple, and the exploration teams were eager. Considering age, they sent the 2 of us. Honestly, we were quite nervous yesterday, but now we're ready to stick with you. Hearing the term stick with you, Ji Xia couldn't help but smile. I'm not much to stick with. I've only been awakened for a little over half a month. I'm still a newbie and will need to rely on you. With a charisma value of 15 and his status as a healer, combined with such humble words, both Zhou Hao and Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of camaraderie with Ji Xia. While they were still in a safe zone, Zhou Hao vented about their previous teammates, leaving Ji Xia wide-eyed. Are there really people like that? Even if healers are rare, shouldn't character be considered? I've heard the wilderness is dangerous, so reliable teammates are a must, right? Zhou Hao quickly corrected himself, an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, I got too emotional earlier. The healer's abilities are fine, otherwise, they wouldn't be trusted with wilderness tasks. It's just their personalities that are a bit problematic. Lin Yuan listened and shook his head with a wry smile. Actually, most healers are used to being praised, so a bit of arrogance is inevitable. The ones we encountered are exceptions. In fact, the other healers we've met on the expedition were really nice. Zhou Hao, thoughtful, added, but meeting them was a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have waited for you to join the team. Ji Xia listened to their conversation and couldn't help but look up at the sky, thinking to himself how these 3 straightforward guys sounded odd. As he pondered, the surface clearing work was completed. The 3 of them approached the central hole, where a jade-white staircase led into the dark underground. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious, and the 3 of them instinctively became solemn. Ji Xia recalled what he had read in his notes and quickly informed his companions. Your life source limit has increased by about 1,000. No more than 20 wraiths will attack at a time, and I can replenish your life force in time. Also, don't worry about sneak attacks. To wraiths, humans are like candles in the night, impossible to hide. I'll keep releasing the light of purification to create a safe zone. He paused and continued. Just in case, you should relax a bit first. I need to use a special skill. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm ready. Go ahead with your skill. Although Zhou Hao didn't quite understand, he also prepared himself. Ji Xia extended a finger and gently traced it over the two. Instantly, an oil lamp appeared out of thin air in front of him. He explained, if your life force runs out, this oil lamp will burn for over 400 seconds. During this time, you won't die. But this is a special skill, unprecedented, and hasn't been tested on living beings. So it's best not to act rashly. I'm not sure what side effects there might be. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xia saw two faces with varied yet equally astonished expressions. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized why his old man had made such a fuss. It turned out Ji Xia was the legendary golden asset. The two took a moment to calm down before throwing themselves into the dungeon raid. They were eager to showcase their skills, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. Zhou Hao unabashedly activated his talent. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his mana began to restore continuously. Small shields floated around them, not obstructing their view. Lin Yuan's display was even more spectacular as his entire body suddenly ignited. Flashing a bright smile, he proudly said, "This is my talent, maintained by consuming life force. I've studied this dungeon. In this state, we can clear it in under 5 minutes." Ji Xia watched Lin Yuan, now a human torch, with envy in his eyes. He sighed inwardly. Mages are so cool. But he didn't forget his role, quickly reminding them, feel free to focus on dealing damage. Let's try to clear all the dungeons in the southwest sector. Our basic professions still lack a lot of extraordinary knowledge. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hao was already leading the charge, advancing at the front. Ji Xia concentrated on Lin Yuan, using his mental power to sense his life force consumption and ready to replenish it at any moment. The jade staircase wasn't long, just over 30 steps. Soon, the three of them reached the interior of the ancient tomb. They were greeted by black smoke swirling everywhere, constantly shifting into various eerie shapes. Lin Yuan didn't use a staff. Instead, his hands fired off warm yellow fireballs like a machine gun. Each time the smoky wraiths were hit by a fireball, they evaporated instantly. The entire scene was a breathtaking spectacle of light and shadow, leaving one dazzled. Hissing. Oh! Strange cries echoed from the depths of the tomb, where light was forbidden. Countless spirits rushed forward, eager to attack. Lin Yuan cast his spells steadily, launching fireballs with force, and long spears pierced through the air. Occasionally, a wall of fire would rise, impenetrable, preventing any spirit from getting within 20 meters. Zhou Hao focused intently, using a small shield to precisely block the spirit's attacks. Ji Xia, in the heat of battle, discovered that he didn't need to expend mental energy watching the oil lamp closely. By simply observing the changes in the lamp oil and the movements of the creatures, he could timely decide when to heal, greatly reducing his pressure. He even found moments to glance at the source point increase, the numbers jumping 555, with occasional leaps of 50, clearly signaling the presence of a leader monster. The onslaught of spirits, like a tide, lasted nearly 2 minutes before finally retreating. Before them lay the tomb's structure perfectly square, with a narrow passage in the center and black liquid flowing on either side. At the end, a coffin lay silently, emitting an eerie aura. Suddenly, the coffin lid trembled violently and flew open. A deep black ripple spread from a pale blue ghost, carrying death and chill. Ji Xia decisively raised his hand, and the light of purification expanded rapidly, causing the ripple to collapse the moment it touched the glow. Simultaneously, 10 flaming spears merged into a beam of deep yellow flame, piercing straight through the ghost. The numbers leaped: 4053, 455, 3500. That was indeed the leader monster. But it couldn't escape being instantly killed. The flames on Lin Yuan dissipated, indicating a change in equipment, and he smiled with satisfaction, freely using his abilities for the first time. My flame spear is now level 32, having grasped the holy flame, which is extremely effective against these evil undead, allowing instant kills. If it were another leader, it might take 2 hits, he said proudly. Zhou Hao, carrying the loot, casually remarked, "This was the easiest ride. I didn't even get a chance to act." Ji Xia, however, still looked puzzled. "Did we really clear the dungeon?" Zhou Hao nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, we cleared it." Ji Xia's confusion peaked. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, as if seeing through his thoughts. "That's right, we cleared it. This dungeon is actually quite difficult. Even a full party of ordinary mages with level 5 anti-spirit spells can only take down 1 or 2 spirits instantly. But as you saw, there were over 300 wandering spirits and several leader-level ones. One breath from them and your soul is gone. Ji Xia, your purification is incredibly strong. I wasn't attacked at all. The enemies were taken down before they could get close." Ji Xia suddenly realized that the light of purification inherited the anti-undead effect of the faint glow, possessing such power. He vaguely understood the gap between ordinary players and their tier system wasn't just vast, it was an overwhelming chasm. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared where they had entered, and the three of them retreated simultaneously. Outside the tomb, several people had been waiting. Zhou Hao skillfully handed over the loot and left without looking back. Ji Xia suddenly stopped, prompting the others to halt and look at him. At that moment, Ji Xia was focused on allocating his points. LV30 life lamp, allowing up to 30 life lamps simultaneously. When life is depleted, lifespan is extended based on mental strength. Although the value remained at 0-200 with no apparent change, a subtle shift had occurred. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao exchanged glances and immediately protected Ji Xia, quickly making arrangements. Ji Xia decisively said, "Please, everyone, step back and guard me for a while." With the group's coordinated efforts, the arrangements were completed. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao then showed expressions of barely contained shock. Is this enlightenment? Or some kind of super breakthrough that resonates with the universe? Ji Xia found himself in an extraordinary state, as if he could hear the Earth's pulse beneath his feet, the planet's rotation, and the cosmic waves of stars and the universe. Amidst these mysterious and profound sounds, he once again saw the symbol of the life lanterna flat oil lamp pattern slowly transforming into a complete three-dimensional structure. Ji Xia suddenly realized that the knowledge he possessed was intertwining with the information he captured from the universe, giving rise to a new ability. He named this ability the 7-star Life Extending Lantern. With the 7-star Life Extending Lantern, he could light 7 lamps for those nearing death, preventing their life essence from reaching zero. Ji Xia gradually understood that even though life could be extended, it could not ultimately escape death. The 7-star Life Extending Lantern borrowed the life force from other lantern owners to sustain the target, with no fixed duration, as long as the 7 lamps continued to shine and the target's lifespan was not yet exhausted. However, this magic required the use of up to 8 life lantern slots. Ji Xia's advancement in life lanterns only added 1 lamp at a time. For now, these resources seemed ample, and it reinforced his image as a genius, allowing for further enhancement in the future. As Ji Xia regained his clarity, he couldn't hide his joy and thanked the steadfast guardians around him, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you all. I don't have much to repay you with, but let me help you recover." With that, Ji Xia cast a healing spell on the dozen or so people nearby. A warrior initially wanted to refuse, but as he felt immediate changes in his body, he couldn't help but grin. "Wow, I feel like I can take a few more hits now." Exactly. I was wondering why we cleared this dungeon so quickly. Turns out a big shot was with us," someone joked. Although Ji Xia felt a bit embarrassed, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Meanwhile, he pondered the speed at which he was gaining source points, thinking he might incorporate other skills as well. However, he knew there was a more urgent task at hand, reaching level 90 and learning those special skills. So far, the special skills contained overly complex information, and those at lower levels couldn't be taught. Even the top healers within the hierarchy hadn't learned special skills, so Ji Xia had to rely on manuals for self-study. With this in mind, he turned to his companions. "My mentor just sent me a list of dungeons in the southwest region. How about we give it a try together? I want to level up quickly and learn all the special skills." Lin Yuan, with a complex expression, led the way while reminding him, "You should message your mentor and tell him what you've comprehended." Ji Xia quickly used his mental power to connect to his device and send a message, while also explaining to his teammates, "I've newly comprehended the 7-star Life Extending Lantern, which achieves the effect of extending life." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yuan suddenly crouched down, clutching his head in pain. Looks like we won't be able to team up again anytime soon, believe it or not." His words were cut short by a phone ringing. Ji Xia answered the call, and a virtual screen displayed by Yunshan's excited face. "Have Lin Yuan take you to the Chengdu Blacksmiths Association. Also, are there any requirements for the 7 lamps in the 7-star Life Extending Lantern?" Ji Xia glanced at Lin Yuan, understanding the unspoken words, and explained, "They need to be willing or unable to resist. I need to gather their life essence to create the life lanterns." "All right, I'll meet you at the association," Yunshan said. Lin Yuan adjusted his mindset and, along with Ji Xia, embarked on their journey. Along the way, he explained in detail to Ji Xia about the 2 tragedies that had occurred involving the Blacksmith Association and the northern region. "There was a master in the Blacksmith Association," Lin Yuan said in a low voice, "who ventured into a special dungeon to clear it. Although he succeeded, he was left on the brink of death and struggled between life and death for an entire year." Ji Xia listened intently, her brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yuan continued, "A similar incident happened in the northern region. A nature master tried to calm an enraged tree spirit to avert a disaster. Although he succeeded in pacifying them, the cost was a torn soul, and now he can barely cling to life." There was a heaviness in Lin Yuan's words, and Ji Xia nodded silently, her mood growing somber. "I understand," she said softly, "but my life lanterns are limited in number, depending on my skill level. 8 lanterns form a 7-star life extension lamp, which can only help a few people. Moreover, it's just an extension, not a true cure." and it will occupy a position indefinitely. Lin Yuan pondered aloud. Later, when you tell your master the conditions for enlightenment, he will arrange it for you. Ji Xia was startled by Lin Yuan's perceptiveness. She indeed planned to make some requests to quickly enhance her skills. Additionally, she wanted to explore any special skills that could heal those whose lives had been extended, a question she could consult her master about. The three of them quickly reached the Blacksmith Association through the teleportation array. Zhou Hao was still immersed in the day's thrilling events, incredulous that he, a mere second tier, was involved in the life and death matters of a fourth-tier master. He silently thought, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. Since arriving in Boss City yesterday, Zhou Hao felt his destiny had quietly shifted. The three of them remained silent along the way, each lost in their thoughts. Ji Xia glanced at her source points, 3653. She quickly calculated that even if each upgrade required only 200 points, she could only level up 18 times, not enough to reach the next threshold, so she temporarily dismissed the idea. As the light from the teleportation array faded, Ji Xia immediately spotted Bai Yunshan waiting there. Master, we're here, she greeted quickly. Bai Yunshan's gaze, a mix of joy and depth, fell on Ji Xia. He led her quickly towards the inner chamber, speaking as they walked. Jiang Zhua is a blacksmith master. All the high-grade equipment in the southwest region once came from her hands. She had the potential to break through to the 5th tier, but now she can only rely on me to barely keep her alive. You need to use the 7-star life extension lamp to keep her from dying, so I can slowly research a cure. Ji Xia nodded solemnly. Understood, master. I have a question. Are there any special skills that might heal these injuries at higher levels? Also, I want to continue with the previous dungeon strategy task. I found that it's easier to gain insights in actual combat. The 7-star life extension lamp is a special ability I gained after upgrading the life lantern to level 30. Bai Yunshan smiled with satisfaction. Good. Do as you say. You have the most say in this matter. No one will force you. As for related skills, none yet. But perhaps continuing to enhance the life lantern will lead to a complete treatment method. By the way, he handed Ji Xia a few books. These are 2 special skills collected from around the world recently. Ji Xia took the books and quickly skimmed through them. One was Repair Technique, which could temporarily mend body wounds with energy. The other was Backup Blood Pack, which allowed storing life force in advance for future extraction. Her eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope arose in her heart. Ji Xia was filled with anticipation for his new skills, planning his upgrades in his mind. He thought to himself that a single ancient tomb dungeon had already brought him to level 63, so perhaps completing half of the dungeons in the southwest area would get him to level 120, at which point he could learn 2 new skills. As they walked, Bai Yunshan responsibly reminded Ji Xia. When leveling up, make sure to go to dimensions where you haven't cleared the boss yet. After the first clearance, you'll receive the blessing of the planet, which can help mitigate the risks associated with absorbing monster energy. Ji Xia nodded in understanding, having already noted this in his experience. After clearing a dimension, Blue Star would gain control over it, which would undoubtedly strengthen Blue Star and naturally result in rewards. Bai Yunshan continued, cultivators of the job change system don't have this issue. Each job change is extremely challenging for them, but this process allows them to undergo a transformation and eliminate negative influences. Since you're using the job change system's upgrade method while being in the rank system, you need to be particularly cautious. Before long, Bai Yunshan led Ji Xia into an underground room, while others wisely stayed outside. The room was illuminated by flames, turning it a fiery red. A flame butterfly fluttered around a pale black crystal stone, which was covered in cracks, and inside, the faint outline of a bald woman could be seen. Standing nearby was another bald man, whose features bore some resemblance to the woman inside the crystal. He appeared anxious and quickly approached Bai Yunshan and Ji Xia, speaking in a low voice. Brother Bai, you're finally here. The sealing stone looks like it's about to break. Bai Yunshan pushed Ji Xia forward and introduced. My apprentice has mastered a life-extending spell. Let him explain what you need to do. Without hesitation, the bald man turned to Ji Xia and respectfully asked, Mr. Ji, what do I need to do? Ji Xia's gaze fell on the flame butterfly. Instead of answering directly, he asked, does your association have any friendly elemental creatures? The bald man immediately understood and replied, yes, we've nurtured many such 3rd-tier molten fire butterflies. Ji Xia nodded and said, have it cooperate and not resist. The bald man sent a mental command, and the molten fire butterfly flew in front of Ji Xia, suppressing its fiery aura. Ji Xia extended his forefinger, lightly tapping in front of the butterfly, conjuring a small oil lamp out of thin air. The lamp was extremely tiny, with a circumference formed by his forefinger and thumb. The lamp's body was pitch black with indistinct patterns, and at the edge of the lamp, a bean-sized, bright red flame flickered. After sensing it, Ji Xia confirmed the life lamp was adequate and breathed a sigh of relief. He then said, this is a 7-star life-extending lamp, requiring the ignition of 7 lamps. Upon hearing this, the bald man quickly ran outside, and 2 minutes later, a dozen molten fire butterflies flew in. Jixia crafted 6 more lamps and then approached the crystal stone, saying, "Next, I will extract a thread of the master's vitality to create a life lamp, completing the 7-star life-extending lamp. Please prepare yourself." The bald man, suppressing his excitement, became even more respectful, even addressing the young man with formal honorifics. The crystal could not prevent Jixia's actions, and a thread of vitality was extracted, transforming into a new oil lamp. Subsequently, the 7 lamps formed the shape of the Big Dipper, with the handle pointing to Jiang's life lamp. Initially, Jiang's life lamp had almost no oil, and the flame was so weak it was nearly invisible. But after Jixia completed the ritual, Jiang's life lamp suddenly brightened. Jixia ignored the ecstatic bald man and carefully inspected the life lamps of the molten fire butterflies. He noticed that the lamp oil was continuously consumed, but as long as they flew into the fire, they could keep replenishing it, making them perfect vessels. After confirming everything was in order, Jixia finally turned to Bai Yunshan and the bald man, saying, "Master, and this senior, Master Jiang's has stabilized and can move normally once she leaves the sealing stone." 7 molten butterflies hovered in the air, their glow flickering like the flame of life itself. Jixia stood by the sealing stone, explaining the mystery of the 7-star life-extending lantern to Bai Yunshan in detail. His voice was clear and firm. "As long as these 7 lamps aren't extinguished all at once, they won't affect the master." After listening, Bai Yunshan's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. He moved closer to the sealing stone, feeling the energy pulsating within. "Such a miraculous spell," he murmured. "I can sense that Jiang's has awakened." He turned to Jiang Yu, his tone resolute. "Lift the seal." With Bai Yunshan's assurance, a joyful smile spread across Jiang Yu's face. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ji," he eagerly said. "In the future, if you need any equipment crafted, just let me know." Jiang Yu cautiously approached the sealing stone, his hand hesitatingly moving closer and then pulling away, revealing his inner turmoil. Jixia watched silently, sensing Jiang Yu's internal struggle. Finally, Jiang Yu made up his mind and slapped the sealing stone with force. The sealing stone instantly crumbled into dust, and Master Jiang's slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially confused but quickly cleared. She grasped Jiang Yu's hand, her voice weak yet steady. "Brother, I'm all right now, just a bit weak." Her eyes shifted to Bai Yunshan, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. "Thank you, Brother Bai. In my current state, can I still forge? There are orders pending at the insect plane's front line." Bai Yunshan interrupted her directly. "No need to thank me. It was my disciple Jixia who saved you. Let him answer that." Only then did Jiang's realize that Jixia's presence was significant. She looked at Jixia, her eyes full of gratitude. "Talents emerge in every generation. Thank you, Jixia. I want to know, can I participate in forging soon?" Despite the extreme weakness in her voice, her gaze remained determined. Jixia nodded, explaining succinctly, "You can participate. Your life essence is now fixed at 1 point. It won't decrease, but it will be difficult to recover." Jiang's smiled, seemingly unconcerned about her recovery. "That's good." She quickly pulled out a delicate ruby bracelet from her bosom. "This is what saved my life before. Though it's not suitable for a boy to wear, its function is worth it." Jixia was about to politely decline when Jiang's already took his right hand and slipped the bracelet on. She nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It doesn't look out of place. Don't refuse it. This bracelet is actually a healer's gear. Even when your master wanted it, I didn't give it to him." Her tone became affectionate. "You probably don't know, your master is my cousin, so you're like my junior. Consider it a thank you gift and a welcome gift, 2 in 1, and I'm still at a gain." Bai Yunshan nodded slightly beside them. "Accept it. It's indeed useful for us healers, and besides, your future healing endeavors will require your effort." Jixia weighed the situation for a moment and decided to accept the gift. "Thank you, master." Jiang's rolled her eyes at Jixia, correcting him. "Call me Aunt Jiang." Jiang Yu chimed in. "Call me Uncle Jiang." Jixia felt a surge of joy, realizing that his skills had quickly earned him such valuable connections. He respectfully addressed them, "Aunt Jiang, Uncle Jiang." Then he shared his discovery. "While listening to the cosmic sound earlier, besides the 7-star life-extending lantern, I also sensed the skills of fate reversal and exchange, but there's too little information to form a complete skill. Maybe a few more attempts will do." Jiang's shook her head slightly, her tone firm. "Now that my life is no longer in danger, you should focus on your own matters and work hard to improve your strength. Don't worry about me. Once you reach the 5th tier, you might easily solve my problem." She glanced at Bai Yunshan. "Your master has been busy with my matters lately, and probably hasn't taught you much. Let's make up for that today." Bai Yunshan listened and looked at Jixia approvingly. Jixia felt his master's expectations and was filled with a thirst for learning, blurting out, "Learning makes me happy." Ji Xia did not show any signs of school fatigue. Instead, he became increasingly eager to uncover more mysteries of the world. The entire afternoon passed without any interruption from the northern region's envoy, allowing him to immerse himself in his studies and catch up on a whole afternoon's worth of coursework. Despite the tight schedule, Ji Xia gained a lot. He gradually clarified the hierarchy of skills, from lowest to highest. They are spells, techniques, secret arts, and divine powers. Spells are basic skills focused on controlling a specific force to form a spell, which Ji Xia is currently mastering as his entry-level skills. Techniques rely on comprehension and cannot be taught, often appearing as advanced skills after the third transformation. Secret arts are unique techniques developed based on personal talent and attributes, such as the powerful 7-star life-extending lamp. As for divine powers, they are even more mysterious. Abilities manifested by pioneers who listen to the cosmic symphony and comprehend the laws of the universe, like the theoretical Great Resurrection spell. Among the 6 levels, the master level is a genuine existence. One of the thresholds for advancing from the 4th to the 5th level is mastering a master level skill, so almost all existing masters have the opportunity to reach the 5th level. The Grandmaster level is theoretical, with no one having achieved it yet. It will only be named once someone reaches that higher level. This hierarchy astonished Ji Xia. As someone with extraordinary abilities, he was deeply aware of the difficulty of skill upgrades. Yet, in the current era, there are already hundreds of masters in various fields, each possessing at least level 90 skills, achieved through self-realization. Such accomplishments are somewhat unbelievably innate and rare. Ji Xia also knew that his mentor Bai Yunshan's master-level skill is purification, a basic skill. Although he has learned and integrated many basic skills, the purification skill is not among them, clearly indicating Bai Yunshan's innate talent. As for his life lamp skill, it has not been integrated, and he has a vague premonition that even if he learns other special skills in the future, integration might be challenging. With limited skill slots and only 2 skills allowed at the first level, he must plan his priorities carefully. He regards dimensional descent as a treasure. Skills in the skill slots have effects identical to those mastered personally, but each use solidifies the slot skill into a rune. Without inheritance or guidance from predecessors on Blue Star, enhancing skills to the master level relies solely on observing these runes, gradually comprehending and perfecting them, thus making advancement possible. Mentor Bai Yunshan candidly stated that skill books are everyone's cheat codes. If Ji Xia considers the point allocation panel his cheat code, then skill books are the standard configuration. The more Ji Xia understands the mysteries within, the more he appreciates why his mentor calls this dimensional descent an opportunity. Firstly, it can quickly cultivate a group of powerful combatants. Secondly, it can acquire extraordinary knowledge to construct a complete personal system. Finally, the dimension contains comprehensive skills, even hiding complete progression paths. After an afternoon of studying, Ji Xia gained a wealth of new information. Although time was clearly insufficient, he still hadn't touched upon the insect origin, a term that has been echoing in his mind recently. He plans to ask his teammates about it when running dungeons later. Currently, he is intently studying a ruby bracelet, the Life Blessing Bracelet, a gold-tier item with the following effects. Avoids death once when encountering lethal damage. Increases all healing effects by 10. Facilitates easier comprehension of skills. Hissing, Ji Xia took a sharp breath as he marveled at the equipment before him, its power far exceeding his expectations. Despite his extraordinary talents, the first effect was astonishing on its own, not to mention the game-changing third effect. No wonder Aunt Jiang, the blacksmith, chose to use a healer's gear. Confidence surged within Ji Xia. He believed that with his master's insights and this magical bracelet, he could elevate the skill purifying light to a whole new level, even without allocating additional points. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the shortcuts available to him, not to mention several special skills yet to be learned. With this in mind, Ji Xia dialed a number without hesitation. Hello, Lin Yuan, are you guys free? I want to level up. No problem, perfect timing. Let's hit that special dungeon tonight. Lin Yuan's voice came from the other end. The Werewolf Dungeon. The name instantly triggered a flood of information in Ji Xia's mind. During the day, this dungeon was ridiculously safe, filled with ordinary villagers who couldn't be cleared to complete the mission. Only when night fell did these seemingly harmless villagers reveal their true werewolf forms. They transformed into incredibly fast, self-healing monsters, and only by defeating them could the dungeon be completed. However, the difficulty of this small dungeon was not to be underestimated. It only allowed 3 people to enter, and once the werewolves gathered, they would summon their kin from all around. More terrifyingly, there were over 300 villagers in the dungeon. Ordinary adventurers could not handle such a massive pack of wolves. At this moment, Ji Xia, Lin Yuan, and Zhou Hao stood before the mysterious blue vortex. Zhou Hao, brimming with confidence, couldn't wait to say, "Later, I need to show my skills. The last time in the tomb dungeon, I couldn't perform with all those spirit bodies." Jixia couldn't help but laugh. The fact that you two can be teammates says it all. But once we're inside, I'd really like to see how you fight. Hearing this, Zhou Hao felt as if he had been healed. He couldn't help but recall other healers he had encountered, but quickly realized they couldn't compare to Jixia. Indeed, truly outstanding healers, regardless of gender, were like angels. With fighting spirit ablaze, Zhou Hao was the first to step into the dimensional vortex. Howl, howl, under the silver moonlight, the howls of wolves echoed through the night sky. Jixia focused his gaze and saw Zhou Hao enveloped in a layer of black metal, while a protective shield of the same material appeared around him and Lin Yuan. Werewolves are all about physical attacks. This is a secret technique I've mastered, Zhou Hao explained. As long as we stand on the ground, this armor will continually repair itself. I'll go draw their attention. Jixia immediately cast true healing on their life lamps, preparing for the upcoming battle. Zhou Hao began to approach the village, surrounded by spinning metal spikes that emitted a piercing noise before shooting toward the village like bullets. Whoosh! Boom! The wooden structures of the houses collapsed under the ferocious assault of the metal projectiles, the massive noise alarming the entire village. In the darkness, countless pairs of glowing green eyes fixed on Zhou Hao as the werewolves launched a ferocious attack. Instead of fear, Zhou Hao was excited, laughing heartily. Haha, little brats, I like it when you're not barking. With that, another metal shot whistled out, shattering the leg of a charging werewolf, and a mist of blood exploded in the air. The intense smell of blood only fueled the frenzy of the other werewolves. Howl! Howl! A swarm of werewolves surged from all directions, their green eyes flashing in the darkness, creating a chilling scene. But Jixia was amazed to see Zhou Hao curl into a ball, encased in layers of rock and metal, rolling forward and leaving a trail of dead or injured werewolves in his wake. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan began launching explosive fireballs, scattering any werewolves that tried to approach. Seeing this, Jixia cast a dim light with a blinding effect, causing all the werewolves to fall into a brief state of blindness. With that, the battlefield descended into further chaos. The werewolves, showing a hint of intelligence, gathered into formation under the command of their leader, positioning themselves in front of the rolling boulder. The boulder crashed, raising a cloud of dust, and although it took down more than 20 werewolves on the spot, it finally came to a halt. The surviving werewolves, their claws shimmering with a ghostly light, struck the boulder as if trying to break it apart. Deep within, Zhou Hao was encased in metal, and sparks flew as claws clashed against the metal. With a firm shout, Zhou Hao pressed his palm heavily onto the ground. Earth spike. A sharp spike shot up from the ground, piercing through the bodies of several nearby werewolves, their screams echoing in the air. Jixia watched, almost feeling a twinge of pain himself. Lin Yuan, Zhou Hao suddenly called out. Got it. Lin Yuan quickly responded. After syncing their information, Zhou Hao threw a black metal ball into the werewolf pack. The ball exploded instantly, flames and winds intertwining as the explosion spread with a 5-meter radius, shredding most of the werewolves to pieces. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, covered in multiple wounds, was healed by Jixia's true healing, the gashes closing almost seamlessly. Unless examined closely, it was hard to tell he had been injured, a testament to Jixia's precise foresight. Besides long-range attacks, healer Jixia had to predict enemy movements and prepare to counteract damage to his teammates in advance. To finish the battle quickly, Lin Yuan used his talent to transform into a fire entity once again. Jixia now had another target to heal. Despite having seen Lin Yuan's fiery form before, Jixia couldn't help but marvel at it. Flames enveloped him, shining brightly, not just radiating heat, but also a sense of purity. Lin Yuan himself felt this form was more mysterious, eye-catching, but not necessarily cool. Lin Yuan hadn't yet mastered large-scale attack skills, but his fire explosions were a powerful tool for clearing enemies in a small area, and with Jixia providing timely life source replenishment, their efficiency in eliminating werewolves remained high. Jixia carefully compared Lin Yuan's fireball skill before and after his transformation. In his normal state, the large fireball required a 1-second charge, with an explosion diameter of about 1 meter and a warm yellow flame color. In his fiery form, the large fireball needed no charge, could be thrown consecutively, had an explosion radius of over 2 meters, and the flames were bright yellow with a burning effect, making it more potent. Though the talent required substantial resources, it was nearly flawless. Especially with Zhou Hao, as a mage, successfully attracting the werewolves' attention and acting as a tank. This created ample opportunity for Lin Yuan, the long-range firepower, to unleash his attacks, while Jixia served as a constant source of ammunition. The werewolf dungeon wasn't large, and monsters came automatically, so there was no need to search for them. In less than 4 minutes, all the werewolves' wails faded, and a pale blue dimensional gate quietly appeared. The three stood in place, Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao still excited, while Jixia fell into a brief daze. Another noticed and immediately tensed up. Not having another epiphany, are you? They felt a pang of concern. Jixia feigned calmness, and after a few minutes of silence, he sighed. Almost reached mastery level. Are you guys tired? Want to pull an all-nighter and keep going? I slept last night, I'm in. Lin Yuan replied cheerfully. Same here, Zhou Hao agreed. As first-tier professionals, going 3 to 5 days without rest was common. Ultimately, that night, teleportation arrays across various locations flashed continuously as the three hurriedly traveled between different places, continuing to grind and level up. As Ji Xia reached level 90, his source points surpassed the 50,000 threshold. The time for new skills and attribute point allocation had finally arrived. The skill of linking is like an invisible thread that cleverly connects several targets together. When the caster uses a skill on one of the targets, the others also share part of the effect, as if magic flows between them. Complementing this are the skills of mending and spare blood pack, both of which can often save lives in critical moments. Currently, the special category has only 4 basic skills, and the scarcity of these skills means that there are only 4 branches of healing mages, with the special category not listed separately. Ji Xia and his companions quickly reached level 90 in just 3 days, an astonishing pace that allowed Ji Xia to make swift decisions. Knowing he would soon learn other skills, he decisively chose to learn mending and linking at the first tier. The effect of real healing was sufficient for the current situation, so the spare blood pack could be set aside for now. When the mending skill book disappeared from Ji Xia's hand, a stream of knowledge about the spell flowed into his mind. He then began to allocate points level by level, carefully experiencing the subtle changes each level brought. Unconsciously, Ji Xia reached level 30. Suddenly, a cosmic sound surged over him, pulling him into a deep state of realization. When he awoke from this profound experience, he was filled with awe. The system notification sounded in his ear. LV.30 Mending. Uses magic to repair missing body parts of the target, lasting for a time equivalent to mental strength, measured in seconds. 0200 Flesh Control. Uses the essence of life to create flesh and complete missing body tissues. As Ji Xia expected, the special category skill had no level cap, further confirming his affinity with the special category. The flesh control skill made Ji Xia think of abilities like limb regeneration. Whether in dungeons or in the wild, the brutality of battle often resulted in severe injuries. Unfortunately, healers were already scarce, and those with limb regeneration skills were even rarer, leaving many injured waiting desperately for treatment. Ji Xia pondered that, in some respects, flesh control seemed more practical than the 7-star life lamp. He added points quietly at home, thinking it would not cause any ripples. As the happiness community seemed calm and unremarkable, though, this was merely his wishful thinking. Meanwhile, within the Boss City Legion, several people simultaneously turned their attention towards the community. Due to external threats, Xia was more united than ever, with regions sharing information. They quickly guessed that Ji Xia had made a new breakthrough. Unfortunately, they were too busy with their responsibilities to discuss it in detail. 3 days of intense monster hunting had left Ji Xia exhausted. After adding points, he immersed himself in reflection before falling into a deep sleep. Although he wanted to continue adding points, knowing that the first 30 levels of special category skills required only 100 points per level, and thereafter 200 points per level, his current reserve of over 50,000 source points was barely touched by the recent level up. However, mental fatigue and rational thinking made Ji Xia pause. He understood that although he was a genius capable of frequently mastering basic skills to the proficient level, reaching the control level should not be rushed. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao had mentioned during dungeon runs that the most talented predecessors in Xia took 3 years to reach the master level, 1 year for control level, and 2 months for proficiency level. Ji Xia realized he didn't need to deliberately take 2 months to reach proficiency. With favorable conditions, advancing quickly at lower levels was harmless, but at higher levels, it was wise to slow down the pace. In emergencies, breaking through on the spot was reasonable, as people often unleash greater potential in crises, and this could make him seem loyal and righteous. With these thoughts, Ji Xia fell into a deep sleep, gathering strength for the challenges ahead. Ji Xia opened his eyes to find the morning sunlight streaming through the curtains and onto his bed. Despite having gone without sleep for 3 consecutive days, as a professional, he only needed a few hours to recharge. Sitting up, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. His past experiences had ingrained in him the habit of overthinking everything. Without support or backing, who else could he rely on but himself? It was the weekend, and the whole family was home. Ji Xia decided to take this opportunity to discuss something important with his parents. After freshening up, he headed to the kitchen to help prepare breakfast. At the dining table, everyone was seated except for his younger brother, Ji Feng, who was still indulging in a lazy morning sleep. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xia set down his chopsticks. Dad, Mom, there's something I want to discuss with you. His voice caught his parents' attention. I've asked my teammates about you becoming professionals. There are 2 ways. One is to use a job book to become a professional directly. The advantage is choosing your profession, but the downside is it might not suit you, making progress difficult. The second way is to train your body, meet the physical standards, and then enter a dungeon. Clearing any dungeon can lead to awakening. What do you think is better? Ji Chunshan paused with his hand hovering over his teacup, and Huang Yuru stopped searching for the remote. They had noticed their son was preoccupied today, but hadn't anticipated such a significant matter. In the education system of Desya, who wouldn't want to become a professional? The benefits alone were enticing, like an 80% discount on housing for professionals. Even lifestyle professions like chefs and farmers had promising job prospects. Reaching a master level could lead to immense opportunities, as exemplified by Jiang Zhua. Exchanging a glance, Ji Xia's parents fell into contemplation. They had recently interacted with many people and realized this wasn't a difficult feat for their son. In fact, them becoming professionals could ease his burden. This alone was enough to solidify their decision. Huang Yueru looked at her son with gentle eyes. You haven't even celebrated your birthday, but you've already grown up. I don't quite understand all this, so you decide. Ji Chuanshan's eyes were filled with pride. I'll follow your lead too. You're the expert here. With a slight smile, Ji Xia activated his wristwatch, projecting a virtual screen. Having recently cleared numerous dungeons, the loot he submitted had supplemented basic knowledge for multiple professions and even included new skills. As a result, their three-person team had earned substantial achievements, allowing them to purchase various resources internally. Ji Xia had already acquired 2 sets of equipment with no requirements, food that could enhance ordinary people's attributes, and other essentials. He placed a meticulously crafted schedule on the coffee table. I suggest choosing the second method. For attributes, I'll use food prepared by an extraordinary chef to enhance them. Dad, Mom, you only need to train your combat abilities. When the time comes, we'll team up to clear a small dungeon, and you'll successfully awaken. The highest attribute of the monsters in those dungeons is just 20 points. Once I boost your levels to match, it'll be a breeze. What do you think? Ji Chunshan burst into laughter. That's wonderful. I'll resign right away. Once we're professionals, we have to show off on social media. Watching his parents' excitement, Ji Xia's expression softened. In his past life, when he got into a good university, his parents didn't get to see it. Given their personalities, they would have boasted to relatives and possibly even thrown a celebration. This time, though the path was different, he could finally give his parents something to proudly share. However, Ji Xia knew he couldn't stop here, nor could he afford to relax. After receiving the delivery and explaining the usage details to his parents, he headed out. In a sunlit afternoon, Ji Xia, Lin Yuan, and Zhou Hao lounged lazily on comfortable sofas in a cafe. The warm sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows invited a sense of relaxation. The lazy afternoon sunlight streamed into the room as Ji Xia savored the moment of tranquility. He turned to his companions, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Tell me about the insect planes. It sounds dangerous. Master Jiang is still working on the equipment needed over there. The mention of the insect planes was like a bolt of lightning, causing Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao, who had been lounging, to sit up straight. Lin Yuan's expression turned complex as he began to speak slowly. Blue Star has changed beyond recognition. Its size and area have increased tremendously. What we know is just a fragment. The entire Desya is situated on a vast plain, and the rulers of this plain are the insects. His voice was low, as if recounting a terrifying legend. Their reproductive ability is astonishing, their numbers unimaginable. To combat this disaster, the Grand Elder and several healing masters had to take extraordinary measures. They merged several intelligent life copies with Blue Star, forming the Tree Sea Alliance to jointly resist the insect plague. Zhou Hao picked up the conversation, adding, most ordinary professionals are active in the dimensional copies, while the true elites are in the insect planes. Those exceptionally gifted in combat are sent to the front lines as soon as they awaken. That's how Zhou Hao and I ended up there. He glanced at Ji Xia, his tone softening. You're a genius healer. Your situation is different. They want to wait until you've matured before sending you to such a place. Ji Xia pondered this for a moment before suddenly asking, do you get source points for killing monsters outside the copies? After a brief silence, he firmly stated, I've decided to apply to go to the insect planes, to see it with my own eyes. I've just mastered another spell. Maybe it can be of help. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao were taken aback, exchanging glances. Zhou Hao couldn't help but mutter, little freak, it took me half a year to master my second skill. But what's the effect of your new skill? Ji Xia didn't say much, simply extending his hand. In an instant, a mass of flesh and blood formed in his palm before quickly dissipating. He calmly explained, flesh manipulation, it can restore missing body parts. This simple demonstration and explanation made Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao's breathing quicken. Zhou Hao's eyes even turned red with excitement as he said, damn, you still need to apply? If they find out, they'll probably come to snatch you up right away. He took a deep breath and continued, let me tell you, most combat professionals are melee fighters, and even I'm half a melee mage. Getting injured is common. In the insect planes, there's a type of insect called a mantis that often leaves people missing limbs. There are also beetles that can bite off large chunks of flesh. You can imagine how valuable your ability is. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with complex emotions. Spells like limb regeneration are hard to improve. Most healers can only manage low levels, maybe regrow a finger or reattach a recently severed limb. When it comes to more severe injuries, they're helpless, and the injured have to be sent to hibernation pods, preserved in the Healer Association's hibernation rooms, waiting for a powerful healer to have time to treat them. He looked at Ji Xia. Shall we first test the effects of your secret technique? All right, Ji Xia agreed. Let's go to the Healer Association. They have specialized test subjects there. Ji Xia's assistant drove them to their destination. Boss City wasn't very large, so they arrived in just over 10 minutes. The Healer Association was a plain white building, but entry was strictly controlled, requiring rigorous identity verification. Fortunately, Ji Xia had made a reservation using the equipment in advance, and someone was there to greet them as soon as they arrived. A middle-aged man with a rather prosperous appearance was waiting. He greeted Ji Xia with a smile, speaking familiarly. Mr. Ji, you're here. The experimental materials are ready, please follow me. Clearly, this manager, Mr. Lai, was aware of Ji Xia's status and got straight to the point. Ji Xia was pleased with the arrangement. Thank you, Mr. Lai. They entered the laboratory, and Mr. Lai skillfully operated the equipment. As the floor opened up, a cage slowly rose, containing a goblin. Ji Xia observed it carefully, noting that the goblin was missing both arms, an ear, and an eye. Upon seeing humans, it immediately jumped up, making indistinct noises. Gulyalu. Jigu. Ji Xia raised his hand to cast a true healing spell, and under his extraordinary charm, the goblin gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Mr. Lai adeptly opened the cage. At this moment, a layer of iron shield appeared around Ji Xia as he cautiously approached the goblin, ready to begin the healing process. The goblin's wounds had long healed. Drawing from his knowledge of secret arts, Ji Xiao extracted a trace of the goblin's life force and mixed it with a large amount of his own life energy, forming a vivid red mass of flesh in his palm that was hard to look away from. The onlookers, including the usually composed steward Lai, watched silently, their expressions unreadable. Ji Xiao placed the mass of flesh over the goblin's eye socket, and it gradually transformed into a lifelike eyeball. The goblin jumped up excitedly, dancing around Ji Xiao with joy. Ji Xiao spoke. Come here, calm down. Despite being a different species, the goblin obediently stood still in front of Ji Xia. Ji Xia then applied another mass of flesh to the goblin's arms, while simultaneously using true healing to replenish his own life force. He hadn't anticipated the significant energy expenditure of this skill and had planned to learn a linking spell next, but now had to prepare backup blood packs instead. As the flesh integrated, the goblin's body rapidly regenerated. Ji Xia casually took a staff from his cloak and gave it a light wave. Steward Lai's mouth twitched when he noticed it was a golden-quality guardian staff. However, the goblin wielded it like an ordinary stick, displaying a clumsy yet fierce enthusiasm. Ji Xiao also crafted a life lamp for the goblin, attempting to light it, but found it impossible to extinguish, so he dispersed it with a flick. The experiment is over. Shall we go? Are you free? I feel like running a dungeon, Ji Xia said to Lin Yuan. What do you mean by dungeon crazy? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhou Hao sighed. Aren't you planning to apply to the insect planes? Ji Xia thanked Steward Lai and then spread his hands to explain to the two. I just used flesh manipulation and realized it consumes life energy, so I'm planning to wait until level 120 to learn new skills. All right, Zhou Hao agreed, understanding the reasoning. The scene they had just witnessed was still vivid in his mind. Flesh growing into limbs was truly extraordinary. Since Ji Xiao was only at the first tier, he indeed needed to advance to harness the full power of his skills. The group headed out to run a dungeon. Back in the laboratory, Steward Lai wore a complex expression, lost in thought. He took the somewhat downcast goblin to the breeding area and then returned to watch the replay repeatedly. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. The integration of the goblin's arms and eye was exceptionally seamless, perfectly matching the original body without any rejection, which was astonishing. Steward Lai had initially considered asking Ji Xiao to attempt repairing experimental subjects that had lost their hearts or other vital organs for more rigorous validation, but Ji Xiao showed no interest, so he let the idea go. Ji Xiao had anticipated this outcome. During the experiment, he understood the wondrous nature of flesh manipulation. As long as the target wasn't dead, hearts and brains could be repaired without issue. When combined with the life lamp, the effects were exceptional. Those on the brink of death could receive life lamp extension. Although there were distinctions, those with exhausted life force would only be temporarily sustained and would still die when time ran out. However, those who suffered fatal blows, like having their hearts removed or heads severed, whose life essence hadn't yet dissipated, could be revived by first extending their life, allowing flesh manipulation to repair the body. Even if the life lamp was removed, their life would remain stable. Ji Xiao marveled at how seemingly unrelated special skills could be cleverly combined to produce unexpected effects. Following this logic, repair techniques and backup blood packs were undoubtedly a perfect match. Connecting is about linking several people together, and the 7-star life extension lamp requires the life lamps of 7 individuals to be connected. Ji Xia looked at the skill book in his hand, feeling secretly frustrated. He wished he had the high comprehension needed to learn special skills on his own, rather than relying solely on these books. Bai Yunshan, as a top-tier powerhouse in Xia, held an eminent status. Many were eager to carry out his requests. Naturally, he was concerned about his disciple Ji Xia, but with the recent emergence of the Haiyuan dungeon, he, as a master healer, had to attend to it personally. Therefore, he instructed others to take good care of Ji Xia. Ji Xia's every move did not escape Bai Yunshan's watchful eyes. Fighting at the Dimension Gate for 3 days and nights, achieving mastery in yet another skill, these accomplishments filled Bai Yunshan with pride. However, upon learning that Ji Xia had once again entered the Dimension Gate, Bai Yunshan's brows furrowed slightly. His companion, Gao Ming, noticed Bai Yunshan's expression and couldn't help but feel envious. Not only is he talented, but also so diligent. But isn't he pushing himself too hard? He's only 18, right? He should be reminded to rest more. Bai Yunshan's frown deepened at these words. Indeed. It seems I need to remind him next time that balancing work and rest is the best strategy. Ming Guang from the Dimension Research Institute shook his head. I think you're worrying too much, he said, turning to Gao Ming. Why are we here for the Haiyuan dungeon? Without hesitation, Gao Ming replied. Of course, for the heart of the abyss. Ming Guang nodded and explained. This is a task issued by our institute, aimed at those twins. They forcibly simulated master-level skills, burning out their bodies, leaving only their minds. So, we need the heart of the abyss to reconstruct a stronger body for them. After a pause, he continued. Look, they burned out their bodies. Isn't that more harmful? But we never forced them. This is their passion. We just set a baseline, and as long as they don't cross it, we let them be. The rest, we handle. Bai Yunshan pondered. He knew about the twins at the institute. As Ming Guang said, not allowing them to research would only displease them. The institute's approach was worth learning from. Geniuses think differently from ordinary people, and meeting their conditions is sufficient. He smiled and said, Thanks for the reminder, I won't interfere. Let's see how long it takes him to surpass me. Ming Guang leaned closer to Bai Yunshan, winking. Want to introduce your disciple to the twins? Bai Yunshan raised an eyebrow. Are you really willing? He acknowledged that Ji Xia was a genius, an undeniable fact. But De Xia, as one of the 3 top forces, faced targeting from the other 2 precisely because of its large population and the abundance of geniuses. The De Xia Legion's training selects the best of the best, with the most outstanding young talents directly following the master-disciple inheritance path, avoiding competition for resources with ordinary geniuses. And those even more remarkable geniuses are known only to the truly top figures. The twins from the institute belong to the latter category. They are a bit older than Ji Xia, now 23. They awakened early at 15, understanding illumination and fireball spells by observing the sun. Later, they learned ice spells by watching rivers freeze, and by riding flying mounts, they grasped wind-based spells, creating the wind wing flight spell. Years have passed, and they are on the verge of mastering those theoretical master skills. These twins have no interest in fighting, and De Xia is reluctant to let them risk danger, fearing any mishaps. Their greatest hobby is simulating various skills. When many masters hit a bottleneck, they often seek advice from the twins. These brothers have mastered hundreds of skills at a master level, covering all professions, and have been blessed by the cosmic sound countless times. Their vast knowledge makes almost everyone eager to engage with them. After listening to Bai Yunshan, Mingguang could only sigh helplessly. As scholars, they have indeed studied all professions, but the specialties of each are notoriously difficult to master. Bai Yunshan nodded in understanding, suggesting they discuss further after the dungeon, and proposed creating new bodies for them. Mingguang joked, reforming a body isn't too hard, but isn't that a matter of specialization? At this time, Ji Xiao was unaware of these discussions, focused solely on his goal to level up to 120 in one go. To alleviate fatigue, he brought along gourmet dishes prepared by a chef, which could restore energy and relieve tiredness. Lin Yuan and the others were taken aback by Ji Xiao's dedication. They, who considered themselves geniuses, suddenly realized that some people not only possess extraordinary talent, but also outwork them. This proactive attitude compelled them to step up their game. However, they had to admit that the first clear of the dimensional gate brought significant advantages. After repeated challenges, they were now poised to break through to the second tier. Thanks to Ji Xia choosing the most niche dungeon, some requiring extreme firepower, others needing both physical and magical attacks, or demanding strong healing abilities. The scythe maze they were about to challenge required high healing skills. Zhou Hao was seen nimbly jumping across standard blocks, dodging the scythes that swung by. The smaller ones were the size of fruit knives, while the larger ones were 3 meters long. A hit from a scythe would slice off a piece of flesh, and a large one could cut a person in half. Ji Xia cast life lights on all 3 of them, allowing the nimble Zhou Hao to scout ahead while they followed. The maze was surrounded by high walls, with corridors 3 meters wide. In the first phase, a few sides the length of forearms flew out from the walls, which Zhou Hao deftly dodged. Once he reached a safe area, Lin Yuan and Ji Xiao followed. In the second phase, the number of sides increased, becoming more unpredictable. Even with Zhou Hao's full concentration, his back was grazed. The dungeon's strange power destroyed his equipment, leaving a strip of flesh missing from his back. Ji Xiao, prepared, threw a meatball onto Zhou Hao's back, and in a second, the grotesque wound vanished. Lin Yuan fared worse, and Ji Xiao had to continuously use flesh to patch his wounds from behind. By the time they reached the safe zone, Lin Yuan's clothes had 5 tears. He squatted in pain, saying, "This is too painful." With Ji Xiao here, death isn't a concern, but one's willpower must be strong, or panic will ensue. Zhou Hao looked at Ji Xiao, worriedly saying, "Ji Xiao, next time just avoid the lethal hits and make a run for it. These sides can't be blocked." Faced with this suggestion, Ji Xiao was silent. He was intimidated. During the height of summer, Ji Xiao zealously tackled the dimensional gates, only to stumble upon a startling oversight. These gates were not beyond Ji Xiao's capabilities to conquer. They were intentionally left open. Most of the portals, though challenging, were passable, seemingly tailored for the gifted. However, a select few were genuinely formidable, nearly impossible to breach even for a group of geniuses. Having realized this, Ji Xia deliberately chose these high-difficulty challenges to contribute to Ji Xiao's growth. The current challenge was one such trial, requiring the navigation through a 9-layered maze to confront the final boss. Completing it would elevate one's status to a high-level professional, making them formidable with ease. Ji Xia recognized from Zhou Hao and Lin Yuan's performance that retreat would be difficult. Fortunately, his teammates had already scouted ahead, and his powerful memory retained the route. Now, he needed only to advance cautiously. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xia began to run. At the first junction, with paths branching left and right, he recalled Zhou Hao's guidance and chose the left without hesitation. At the next junction, it was the second left, then the first right. Initially, everything went smoothly, but suddenly, a sharp side sliced through the air, severing the tip of Ji Xiao's middle finger. He quickly patched the wound with flesh and blood, but the searing pain from the cursed scythe was undeniable. "Ah!" Ji Xia cried out, but gritted his teeth and pressed on. Zhou Hao's anxious voice echoed from the end of the passage. "Are you okay?" Lin Yuan shared the concern. They knew Ji Xia was rarely injured, and this scythe not only inflicted wounds but intensified the pain, testing one's limits. To prevent mistakes, Zhou Hao visualized the maze map in his mind and, calculating Ji Xiao's pace, shouted, "Next, second right, then first left." He feared Ji Xia might forget the path due to the pain. Though Ji Xia remembered the route, the agony was overwhelming. Another slice grazed him, leaving a deep gash on his thigh, possibly severing a tendon, rendering his leg useless. Instinctively, he rolled and swiftly used a healing spell, then continued as Zhou Hao directed. Perhaps the intense pain dulled some of Ji Xia's sensations, unintentionally calming him. As a former medical student, he understood the body's intricate structure. Since injuries were unavoidable, he aimed to protect areas that wouldn't hinder movement. Clenching his teeth, he persevered. Suddenly, another scythe swung past his neck. Ji Xia dodged, losing an ear but sparing his life. He noticed other bloodstains on the ground, but chose to follow Zhou Hao's instructions rather than these uncertain marks. After all, Zhou Hao, the first to clear the challenge, had also made mistakes. These traces were not to be trusted. 2 minutes later, Ji Xia finally reached his teammates, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Those brief moments felt like an eternity to him. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao sighed in relief, seeing Ji Xia arrive safely. Zhou Hao patted his chest, saying, "You scared me. Ji Xia, can you keep going? If it's too much, we can use the teleport stone to exit the challenge and come back after more training." Ji Xia laboriously moved his fingers, waiting for the pain to subside before sitting up weakly, shaking his head. "No need. It's painful, but I can continue." Zhou Hao gave Ji Xia a thumbs up, his eyes shining with approval. "Impressive. Having the right mindset is a good thing. Let's give you some motivation while you rest." His voice carried a hint of excitement, as if about to reveal a secret. Lin Yuan also leaned in, a smile of anticipation on his face. Zhou Hao cleared his throat and began. "The Research Institute has actually categorized the dimensional dungeons. The highest difficulty dungeons are likely to yield skill books, often ones never seen before." His eyes sparkled with excitement. The type of skill is closely related to the type of dungeon. For example, in the previous dungeon that required a fire mage, we obtained a self-immolation skill. Ji Xia listened intently, sitting up straight. Zhou Hao continued, "That skill can sacrifice one's life for mana. Although it's not as good as my innate talent, it will certainly be powerful at higher levels. This dungeon," he gave Ji Xia a meaningful look, "tests both agility and healing, so it's likely to yield a healer's skill." Ji Xia perked up, eyes gleaming with expectation. Sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to it. He suddenly stood up. Hold on, let me try something. With that, he quickly ran to the entrance of the next level. Ji Xia extended his hand, and a sharp scythe sliced through, severing his finger. However, to everyone's surprise, the flesh quickly enveloped the wound, and the finger regenerated instantly. Despite this, the intense pain lingered. At that moment, a warm light enveloped Ji Xia. Purifying light, he exclaimed. Under the holy light, the pain-twisted expression on his face gradually calmed down. Ji Xia smiled in relief. All right, we can continue. I'm sure the pain can be purified. It was so intense earlier, I almost lost my mind, but I hadn't realized that. In front of him, Zhou Hao's life lamp appeared, magically wrapped in some flesh. Ji Xia was surprised to discover that this skill allowed him to use all healing abilities on the life lamp. Undoubtedly a powerful ability. Zhou Hao frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation in his voice. If you hadn't mentioned it, I could just endure it. Pain doesn't matter. But since you did, should I endure it myself, or use purification? Lin Yuan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. According to the information, there are no monsters in the first few levels. We should endure it to train our will. We'll use purification for the pain in the final level to face the boss in peak condition. Ji Xian nodded in agreement. Let's go with Lin's suggestion. How? It's your turn to shine. Zhou Hao noticed the change in Ji Xia's address, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Finally getting recognition, he thought, it wasn't easy. The difficulty increased progressively in the following levels. Despite the help of the purifying light, Ji Xia occasionally saw severed hands and other gruesome scenes on the ground, some of which were his own handiwork. He found humor in adversity and kept moving forward. The trio soon reached the final level. Unexpectedly, the last stretch was a straight path. However, as they looked up, they saw scythes falling chaotically from above the passage, causing their hearts to tighten. At the end of the passage was a square grid. In the center sat a set of exquisite armor, with the helmet fallen to the side. Behind the armor stood a scarecrow holding a scythe. Seeing this, Ji Xia involuntarily took a step back, a wave of inexplicable fear rising in his heart. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao also felt the fear. Ji Xia immediately cast purifying light, enveloping the three of them. Instantly, the fear in their hearts vanished. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and said, I'll go in first and test it out. If the path doesn't change unexpectedly, you can follow me. Facing that creature alone might be troublesome. Lin Yuan looked at Ji Xia, his expression serious. I also suggest that. Just seeing it affects us, so it's better to be cautious. Ji Xia nodded in agreement. Right, we need to be careful. The three exchanged glances, ready to face the final challenge. The final stretch of the journey was unexpectedly simple. There were no scythes flying out of the walls, only threats descending from above. The three of them kept their eyes on the ceiling and ran at full speed. Within just a minute, they reached the center of the plaza, breathless. The danger behind them vanished, but the scene before them was even more terrifying. Bloodstains and severed limbs appeared around the scarecrow, as if conjured from thin air. The three of them gasped in unison, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Are these our bodies? Lin Yuan asked in a low, trembling voice. He cautiously gathered his magic, launching a fireball that whistled through the air. However, the fireball mysteriously dissipated as it neared its target. Even more chilling was the sight of the blood and flesh beginning to float, slowly merging into the scarecrow's body. In the next moment, the previously rigid scarecrow came to life, wielding a scythe with blades that gleamed menacingly in the air, sending shivers down their spines. This creature is too bizarre. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Forget testing it, let's give it everything we've got. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a blazing human torch. Ji Xia followed closely, unleashing her full magical power. A dazzling light of purification enveloped a 10-meter radius, causing the scarecrow's body to emit black smoke, as if scorched by an invisible flame. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed across the plaza. It sounded like a mix of a crow's caw and nails on glass, making their skin crawl. The scarecrow suddenly raised its head, emitting this eerie sound. In an instant, it vanished from its spot and reappeared in front of Ji Xia. Its withered hand swung the scythe, the blade narrowly missing her chest in a near-fatal swipe. Boom! A barrage of fireballs rained down on the scarecrow, forcing it back several steps. A flaming spear followed, pinning the scarecrow to the ground. Metal and stones then came crashing down, binding the terrifying enemy securely. Panting heavily, Ji Xia's gaze fell on the black smoke continuously emanating from the scarecrow. She realized, this light of purification not only purifies but also harms undead creatures. The scarecrow's primary target was evidently Ji Xia, but Lin Yuan's fierce firepower kept it at bay. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao showcased his versatile skills, excelling in defense, offense, and control. With their coordinated efforts, the scarecrow ultimately met its demise, dissolving into black smoke under the purification light. In the center of the plaza, a treasure chest appeared out of nowhere. Jixia eagerly rubbed her hands together and opened the chest. Inside lay 2 skill books. Shadow Step. Let's set that aside for now. Jixia quickly skimmed through. Telepathy. A skill for healing mages that enhances perception. Ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh. Finally, something good. This is the 30th dungeon or so, right? A special skill for healing mages. Feels great. My second tier slots finally have something worthwhile. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao opened their own chests and congratulated Jixia. Lin Yuan suggested, this is a good omen. How about we carefully select dungeons in the future to get more skills we can actually use? Sounds good, Jixia agreed. But let's first check out dungeons with more monsters. I'm close to level 120 and need to hurry. The trio left the dungeon and set off for their next target. The recent battle had drained them, and they took a brief rest in the car. However, Jixia couldn't fully relax, her mind still contemplating. My source points are nearing 100,000, she calculated to herself. I noticed after defeating the scarecrow, my source points increased by 3,000. A lore level only gives 500, so what does 3,000 mean? Jixia opened her panel to find that her lord template had evolved into a bloodline, allowing for further upgrades. She sensed this indicated a higher level of power, yet she remained curious about the bloodline level represented by the scarecrow. Although her source points were more than sufficient to upgrade various aspects, whether bloodline or talents, Jixia opted to hold off. She cherished this rare moment of peace, wanting to learn and grow through her own efforts. It wasn't arrogance, but a desire to understand her potential and strengths, to observe the natural changes in her panel. Once she had a clearer understanding of herself, she would meticulously plan her upgrades based on these insights. Jixia said, let's catch up in a few days. I'm going to focus on leveling up first. His companion nodded in agreement. Same here. If I don't break through soon, I won't be able to hold it back. All right, see you in a few days. With determined looks, the three of them stood before the teleportation array, bidding each other farewell. At this moment, Jixia had been a professional for over 40 days. Throughout this month, the three of them continuously tackled dungeons. Although their pace wasn't fast, it was part of Jixia's strategy. After noticing that he intentionally selected high-difficulty dungeons, the Legion assigned them a new task list. They could challenge these tasks at any time, but regardless of success or failure, they were only allowed 1 attempt per day, a strict rule to prevent unforeseen incidents. Because of this, it took Jixiao a full month to reach the peak of the first tier. Theoretically, breaking through tiers in the Cosmic Symphony is highly beneficial for solidifying one's foundation. However, due to the difficulty in timing it perfectly, Jixiao decided to try it himself. Instead of heading straight home, he went to the Legion base, applied for a training room, and began upgrading and comprehending his skills. First, he focused on the last skill he learned, the Reserve Blood Pack, gradually upgrading it to level 30. Level 30 Reserve Blood Pack allows the creation of a reserve blood pack that can store up to 10 times the user's life essence and mana capacity. The skill's essence lies in refining life force and mana, forming a life core and mana core, while also increasing the capacity tenfold. The essence technique is a divine gift from the Cosmic Symphony, and Jixian naturally mastered it upon understanding. The mana in his dantian began to condense and compress, eventually forming a crystal. The mana flowing within him transformed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. As the transformation concluded, Jixia's heart started to beat powerfully, and his life essence crystallized, causing his life force to surge. Simultaneously, his strength naturally advanced to the second tier. Jixia felt that choosing this skill was indeed the right decision. He meticulously absorbed every insight the skill offered. 3 days later, the skill leveled up to 60. Level 60 Reserve Blood Pack. The Reserve Blood Pack can now store up to 20 times the user's life essence and mana capacity. Although the improvement wasn't substantial and not the main focus, Jixia combined the knowledge from the Cosmic Symphony with other information, gaining a new ability. After the essence upgrade, the original ability remained unchanged, with the capacity increasing to 20 times, and the crystal structure becoming more optimized. Moreover, Jixia learned the Substitute Doll skill. By consuming life essence and mana, he could create a flesh and blood doll that stored energy to restore himself. More importantly, when cursed or critically injured, he could transfer the damage to the doll. Jixia blinked, observing the changes in the crystal within himself. Initially, the crystal was an octahedron, but now it had been subdivided into 36 faces, significantly boosting his internal energy. He extracted a portion of this power, combined it with flesh manipulation, and sculpted a substitute doll remarkably similar to himself. The doll stored a large amount of life essence and mana, ready for extraction at any time, and since it originated from the same source, there was no energy loss. Even more intriguingly, the doll and Jixiao established a mysterious connection, akin to a life lamp sensing its target. As long as Jixiao faced a fatal threat, his consciousness could immediately transfer the damage to the doll. Other injuries could also be transferred, but would require his active initiation. Jixia took a deep breath, trying to process the information he had just received. The puppets were made of flesh and blood, possessing self-repair abilities, and each person could own one without the limitations of the life lamp. This realization made his heart race, but he forced himself to stay calm and continue thinking. His thoughts shifted to another hypothesis. The secret arts comprehended from the cosmic sound were closely related to his own knowledge. A bold idea flashed in his mind. What astonishing results could occur if he simultaneously elevated several skills to a threshold, triggering multiple cosmic sounds? A few nights later, Jixia unhesitatingly upgraded both the life lamp and the repair technique to level 60. At that moment, the Baiyun Mountain Legion was conducting a purification ritual for a cursed warrior. Suddenly, a mighty will descended, and the illusion of stars appeared above the training ground, astounding everyone present. Baiyun Mountain immediately realized it was Jixia's doing and was visibly delighted. Although this phenomenon was not at a master level, it had surpassed the control level, indicating that Jixia was about to comprehend advanced secret arts. This cosmic sound lasted exceptionally long, and Jixia acquired a wealth of information. After a lengthy period of digestion, he mastered several secret arts that needed to be used together. By combining the 7-star life lamp, reverse life, exchange life, and repair, a brand new secret art was born. Jixia couldn't be bothered to name it, but silently referred to it as the true 7-star life lamp, due to its effects. The core of this secret art was to light 7 life lamps as companion stars, using the destinies of 7 creatures as sacrifices, exchanging the death of the 7 stars for the life of the main star, thereby completely reversing the inevitable death of the main star. Then, by lighting another 7 lamps, he could use the life of the companion stars to repair the main star's vitality. Jixia suddenly understood that his master's words were true. The solution indeed lay in subsequent cultivation. If he had progressed gradually in enhancing the life lamp skill, he might have had to wait until the master level to obtain a complete method. But now, he could already pay the price to save a person on the brink of death. This period of secluded cultivation lasted for over half a month. Although adding points was a matter of a single thought, digesting the accompanying knowledge required time, and the higher the level, the longer it took. Jixia had yet to allocate points to true healing and light of purification because these two skills incorporated many foundational skills and were considered advanced magic. He decided to proceed step by step, starting with a small goal, saving Aunt Jiang. After emerging from seclusion, Jixia first used a device to reassure his parents. Seeing his master online, he immediately dialed the phone. Before Jixia could speak, his master, as if predicting his call, said, "Finished with your seclusion? Go straight to the teleportation hall and wait for me," and then hung up. Jixia tidied himself up and went to the teleportation hall. Before long, he saw Baiyun Mountain approaching with 2 attendants. Baiyun Mountain had just been envied by an old friend for having a good disciple, so he was in a good mood. He smiled at Jixia and said, "Second tier, not bad, not bad. You felt the cosmic sound as soon as you arrived before. It seems you have gained something again." Jixia did not hide anything, extended his right hand to reveal a bracelet, and excitedly said, "Master, this time I have made significant progress, which might solve Aunt Jiang's problem." Hearing this, Baiyun Mountain momentarily lost his composure. He and his cousin had discussed the possibility that Aunt Jiang might need years to maintain her current condition, preparing her psychologically. Although he was the one comforted in the end, he knew his cousin had a good mindset and was already nurturing the next generation. Nonetheless, the possibility of her recovering sooner was undoubtedly welcome news. Jixia's rapid progress in strength left his master, Bai Yunshan, pleasantly surprised. Patting Jixia on the shoulder, Bai Yunshan laughed heartily and said, "Good job, young man. It seems you won't take long to surpass me. Come on, let's head to the Forge Masters Association and discuss the cost of using secret techniques. With your current strength, the life-saving secret technique you can use must come with a high price." Jixia couldn't help but admire his master's foresight. He whispered, "Master, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, this secret technique requires a life for a life. You should inform them in advance to prepare 7 sacrifices that can't resist." He paused and added, "Preferably monsters. If they are of the same kind, make sure they truly deserve it. After all, Xia has the death penalty, and this era is not gentle." Ever since understanding Jiang's was character, Jixia no longer had qualms about exchanging life for life. Although Jiang Zhua was a master, she did not seek pleasure but was dedicated to nurturing talent and training a new generation of forge masters for Xia. She spent her days immersed in crafting equipment to support the warriors of the Worm Plains. Even when she was just revived, her first question to Jixia was about whether she could continue forging. Jixia genuinely respected such a person. As a seasoned healer and guardian, Bai Yunshan was accustomed to life and death. As the only healing master in the southwestern region, he often faced the difficult decision of saving only one among many. He remained unfazed by Jixia's concerns and had already made arrangements. When her cousin and nephew arrived, Jiang Zhua quickened her work. While focusing on her task, she instructed, this thunder rune must be continuous, or the magic weapon will explode. Even if successful, it will affect mana transmission. The stacking rune must be nested. Once she finished her instructions, Jiang Zhua stepped outside, and, seeing Ji Xia and Bai Yunshan, greeted them with a warm smile. What's the matter? Is our little genius here too? You both seem quite happy. Is there good news? Bai Yunshan gave Ji Xia a gentle nudge, signaling him to explain. Ji Xia chuckled helplessly and said to Jiang Zhua, it's like this, Aunt Jiang. I've recently made a breakthrough and can completely solve your problem, so I came to find you. Do you have time now? No one can remain indifferent when faced with life and death. Jiang Zhua, thinking of the skills she had yet to pass on, was unwilling to leave this world. Hearing Ji Xia's words brought a hopeful gleam to her eyes. She did not question him, but instead solemnly bowed to Ji Xia, saying, then I'll trouble you, Ji Xia. They went to the room where the 7-star life extension lamp was previously used. Jiang Yu was not present. Although his skills were slightly inferior to Jiang Zhua's, they were almost on par. During the days when Jiang Zhua couldn't forge, he naturally took on the responsibility. At that moment, only a few black-armored warriors were in the room, arranging cages. When Ji Xiao arrived, one of the masked leaders asked, Mr. Ji, can these monsters be used? Ji Xia immediately began creating the life lamps for the monsters. The monsters were all unconscious, and the process went smoothly. He nodded and said, yes. Upon confirmation, the black-armored warriors quickly stepped aside to give Ji Xia space. Jiang Zhua stood in the center of the room, waiting for the spell to begin. Without hesitation, Ji Xia started the sacrifice. The flames of the 7 monster lamps flared up suddenly, but then returned to normal. This anomaly made Ji Xia frown. Seeing this, Bai Yunshan asked with a slightly trembling voice, what's wrong? Clearly, he was worried about any mishap. Ji Xia shook his head, approached the monsters, and told the black-armored warriors, switch to 3rd level ones, please. They immediately took action. After giving instructions, Ji Xia explained to the others, this is my first time using this secret technique, and I just discovered that the 7 accompanying stars can't be much weaker than the main star. Aunt Jiang is at the 4th level, so the accompanying stars must be 3rd or 4th level. Hearing this explanation, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Such a minor issue was not a significant obstacle for them. Ji Xia attempted the secret technique once more, but still failed. Despite this, he didn't lose heart and immediately used the light of purification, beginning to explain the complex process to everyone. This isn't just a simple exchange of life. Ji Xia's voice was clear and resolute. It's a swap of destiny. The target must be willing. My charm is enough to influence 3rd-tier monsters. There's no doubt about that. Hearing this, Bai Yunshan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, though his mind remained unsettled. Just then, the creatures in the cage awoke, emitting low growls. Surprisingly, they didn't attack, but instead fixed their gaze on Ji Xia. The clarity in their eyes made Ji Xia's heart tremble, but he quickly composed himself, staring directly at the goblin leaders and asked, are you willing to sacrifice your lives for me? Without hesitation, these numerous yet simple-minded beings nodded in agreement. Ji Xia took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and activated the secret technique once again. The flame within the life lamp flared up, and the oil was consumed at a visible speed. In just 7 seconds, the oil ran out, and the flame extinguished. At the same time, the creatures in the cage turned into black ash under the astonished gazes of all present, dispersing into the air and eventually vanishing without a trace. Ji Xia opened his eyes, committing the scene to memory. Meanwhile, a subtle change was occurring in Jiang Zhua's life lamp. The weak flame gradually brightened, soon returning to its normal size. Correspondingly, the oil in the 7 molten fire butterfly life lamps decreased by 1/7 each. Jiang Zhua's life lamp returned to a 67 state, with the remaining portion dissipating as loss. Ji Xiao immediately performed a true healing, infusing energy into the life lamps to aid their recovery. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Ji Xiao nodded solemnly and announced, mission accomplished. Jiang Yi has fully recovered. Just to be sure, Master, could you check again? Although Bai Yunshan trusted Ji Xia implicitly, he carefully examined his beloved disciple to ensure her safety. Finally, he declared with certainty, Master Jiang Zhua is indeed fully recovered. Steward, you may proceed to issue the announcement. A man with a small mustache stepped forward at once. The announcement is ready and just needs minor adjustments before release. Master Bai, should we also include information about Master Ji Xia? Bai Yunshan chuckled. Haha, you've already called him Master. How could we not announce it? With that, the steward went out to make arrangements. The armored warriors also departed, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. Surrounded by the 7 molten fire butterflies, Jiang Zhua thanked each one before turning her gaze to Ji Xia and Bai Yunshan. Ji Xia, thank you for saving my life. While I can't promise anything grand, if ever you need help, just ask. Cousin, thank you as well. Without you, I might not have lasted until Ji Xiao arrived to save me. Bai Yunshan, smiling warmly, said, Haha, we should be thanking you. When you have the time, perhaps you could craft a set of 4th-tier special artifacts for Jixia. I was planning to give him mine, but with your help, I can avoid that expense. Jixia also spoke up. I call you Aunt Jiang, so naturally, I wouldn't stand by if a senior is in trouble. Aunt Jiang, I need to reclaim the life lamp now, but I have something for you first. With a gentle wave of his hand, a portion of the life essence oil from Jiang's life lamp floated to him, then morphed into an exquisite doll. This is another of my secret techniques, the substitute doll, Ji Xiao explained. You can infuse it with life force and magic, then draw from it when needed. It can transfer injuries and block a fatal blow. Master, would you like one as well? Understanding Ji Xiao's intention immediately, Bai Yunshan willingly offered a strand of vitality. Ji Xiao skillfully crafted a doll for his master as well. Ji Xiao stood in the center of the room, facing the curious Jiang Zhua and Bai Yunshan, feeling the spotlight on him today. He took a deep breath and continued to explain the secret techniques he had gleaned from his restoration studies. Each person can only possess one life lamp and one puppet, but there's no limit on how many can be made, Ji Xiao explained. If I don't infuse them with life force and magic power, I could make dozens in a day. Jiang Zhua and Bai Yunshan exchanged a knowing glance. It was clear they understood the implications. Jiang Zhua couldn't help but exclaim, since we're all family here, I'll be frank. We healers may have decent connections, but we're often only remembered when needed. With your puppets and the 7-star life-extending lamp, either one would make people flock to you. Bai Yunshan offered another perspective. You must have heard, the head of the Blacksmiths Guild directly called you a master. In Xia, the title master carries great significance. It's not just about reaching the pinnacle of a skill. Anyone who can rival that level is deserving of the title. The birth of every master is announced publicly, celebrated nationwide, which is the essence of Xia. He paused before continuing. I know you still have to run dungeons to level up. I suggest you do only one a day, and spend the rest of your time. He took out a stack of design plans. Choose one you like, and have the logistics team build you your own floating city. It will make traveling much more convenient. Floating city? Jixia was taken aback. Is it what I think it is? Bai Yunshan wore a proud smile. That's right, a floating city. It's a special reward for master healers. It has an independent teleportation array, can fly, and thanks to agreements with the monsters, traveling between cities won't be a problem. His expression turned serious. Of course, you'll also have more responsibilities. For instance, if a battlefield needs aid, you'll have to go. If there are special patients you can heal, they'll be brought to you via teleportation. Bai Yunshan looked at Ji Xiao meaningfully. I have a floating city too. The forest tree spirits chose to ally with me and are housed there. Their combat prowess is on par with, if not superior to, the forces in Ba City. Ji Xiao's mouth dropped open in surprise. This was akin to maintaining a private army in ancient times, but it seemed to be legitimate. Jiang Zhua winked at Ji Xia. A master blacksmith can craft magic cannons, easily taking down 4th-tier enemies. Don't forget to come pick them up. Since I've recovered, I'm off to forge some things. Can't let my skills get rusty. You two take your time talking. After Jiang Zhua left, Bai Yunshan ensured the room's security and confidentiality before delving into a detailed explanation for Ji Xia. I'm planning to let you develop freely. Although there's no specific test, I can see your charm value isn't low. You're only at the 2nd tier, but can easily get 3rd-tier monsters to follow you, which is impressive. I suggest you wait a bit, and when you reach the 3rd tier, tackle the 4th-tier dungeon, the Enchanted Cloud City. Once you capture the angels there, merge the dungeon with your floating city. This way, you can move freely even in the wilderness. Plus, those angels not only have enhancement and healing spells, but their combat abilities are also strong, making them a great asset for you. Ji Xiao nodded, touched by his master's meticulous planning for every stage of his journey, ensuring he wouldn't feel lost. The suggestion was indeed excellent. All right, master, let's do it. Since it's a floating city, I'll choose the sky castle design. To his surprise, Bai Yunshan gave him another meaningful look. You rascal, I suggest you just get the main structure. Focus on functionality. As long as it's habitable and usable, that's enough. After all, once it merges with the dimension, there will be major renovations, so it's better to get the city first. With your relentless dungeon grinding, it should take no more than a year to advance from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Ji Xia was a bit surprised and asked, Master, doesn't building a floating city take a long time? Bai Yunshan nodded. Indeed, it does, but I know of one that's already completed. Come, I've added you to that group. In the next few days, you'll travel around saving people and lead joint applications. After that, Xia will grant you the honor of being a healing master and award you accordingly. He paused, his tone carrying a sense of solemnity. The selection for the honor of healing master is quite unique. It doesn't consider your level or tier, only your actual abilities. Having others willingly apply on your behalf is a testament to your strength. Although reaching the 4th tier in the career system isn't hard, true skill is only average, and not every 4th tier individual can be called a master. After speaking, Bai Yunshan stepped into the teleportation array. As a healing master, he was incredibly busy, with all sorts of complicated ailments needing purification and treatment being directed his way. His expertise in this field was unparalleled, and he couldn't be in two places at once. Jixia decided to go home and slowly explore the new group he had been added to. The group, named Home of Healers, consisted of healing masters from all over Xia. There were 6 administrators, who were the masters themselves, and over 100 other members who were all Tier 4 or 4th transition healers, ranging from mid to high level, but not yet masters. There was no idle chatter in the group. It was all about task postings, healing requests, and specific invitations. Complex ailments frequently arose, and although each team had their own healers, they couldn't handle every situation, so they posted here. The group members were often leaders in their field and were willing to help nearby when tasks arose. Jixia quickly browsed through and memorized the names of the other 5 masters: Lin Yu and Bai Yu from the northern region, Hu Shuo from the east, Zhou Jiqiu from the south, and Wu Shanhe from the southeast. Including Bai Yunshan from the southwest, it was surprising to Jixia that such a vast nation as Xia had only produced 6 healing masters. Even late at night, the group was constantly updated with new information. The Icy Blade planes required more than 10 Tier 4 healers with limb regeneration skills, while the Armored planes needed 5 Tier 4 healers skilled in mass purification. The place names indicated the destinations, the numbers showed the needed support, the tier was the minimum requirement, followed by specific skill conditions. These task messages initially appeared in red and turned green after a few seconds, indicating someone had accepted them. Jixia clicked to check, confirming this detail. A lot had happened that day, and Jixia understood that being added to the group meant his master had acknowledged his ability. However, he didn't plan to rush into tasks just yet. He opened his panel to carefully review his status. The panel displayed Jixia, Tier 2 Healing Mage, with Bloodline, Lord level 800, 010000 Spirit Value, 1100 Soul Enhancement Driving Spirit and Physique Growth, 820 Physique slightly improved under Essence Influence, Charm 78, 1.48 million Source Points stored, 531 Talents activated. Death Resistance at 05000. Skill levels showed Basic Amplification at level 10, increasing Spirit by 10, Physique by 5, and Charm by 1 per level, with a 10 chance to enhance the soul, current max level 10. True Healing at level 8. Restores 80 of original spirit to the target, with 200 normal recovery effect, current max level 20. Light of Purification at level 16. Continuously applies strong dispel effect on the target, with moderate real-world impact, current max level 20. Other skills included level 60 Life Lantern, Backup Blood Bag, and Repair Techniques. Secret skills encompassed 7-star Life Lantern, Manipulate Flesh, Essence, and Substitute Doll. The healer's tier system was complex, with values constantly changing through cultivation, meditation, and skill upgrades. Through the master's teachings, Jixia had also advanced several levels in purification and healing skills, significantly enhancing them even without skill points. As skills improved, so did physique, spirit, and soul, lowering the threshold for bloodline upgrades. Jixia looked at the hundreds of thousands of source points in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. After over a month of hard dungeon leveling, he was ready to continue upgrading, with a promising future ahead. Jixia's journey of upgrading his bloodline began. His bloodline, at the Overlord level, showed progress of 20,000,300,000. Though puzzled by the high progress right after an upgrade, he didn't hesitate to use 10,000 points to continue advancing. Now the progress for the epic level was at 01,000,000. Jixia instinctively closed his eyes as a brilliant crystal began to form at his brow. It was transparent and filled with various colors, like a dreamlike existence. A mysterious connection formed between the mana core in his lower dantian, the life core in his heart, and the spiritual core at his brow. The power that surged through began to merge, and Jixia felt his body strengthen, with his constitution rapidly improving. He understood that the reason for the Overlord level's inherent progress was the need to consolidate his cores. Once all 3 cores were complete, he could advance to the epic level. At this moment, Jixia realized the true meaning of the foundational boost. The elevation of the bloodline level meant an increase in the upper limit of physical potential, while the foundational boost ensured the lower limit. It wasn't Jixia's rank that limited the foundational boost skill level, but his bloodline. Now, Jixia could allocate more points. He opted for the LV.25 foundational boost. Each level increased his spirit and constitution by 20 points and charm by 3 points, while slightly enhancing his soul strength, but consuming 1 point of charm. This skill was quite remarkable. After reaching level 25, it no longer increased charm, but instead began consuming it. In reality, this process integrated superficial charm into his being, transforming acquired charm into innate ability. From the beginning to now, the increase in spirit and constitution attributes had been identical. This meant that the higher the bloodline level, the more balanced the development, with almost no weaknesses. Ji Xia's source point ability allowed him to simultaneously raise multiple skills to level 90, but he chose not to do so, as his current strength was sufficient. He decided to learn 2 more special skills and wait for the right moment to enhance all his skills at once. After obtaining the true 7-star life extension lamp, Ji Xia experienced its benefits and wanted to try invoking the cosmic sound of multiple skills simultaneously to see if he could acquire more powerful secret arts. He turned his attention back to his bloodline, realizing it was foundational work, and decided to continue. The progress for the legendary level was at 010000000. After allocating points, time seemed to stand still. Ji Xia saw his flesh and mana melting away, while his soul grew ever more solid. Endless energy surged into his body from the outside world. However, the external energy seemed undiminished, and no anomalies occurred. Ji Xia's body unknowingly disintegrated entirely, and then, as if a 3D printer was at work, a new Ji Xia reformed with his soul as the core. The previous 3 cores vanished, but Ji Xia discovered a searing liquid sphere in his dantian, seemingly brimming with infinite energy. Moments later, it cooled down, and Ji Xia learned its name, a star core, the core of a planet. When the core reignites and Ji Xia's accumulation is sufficient, he can evolve to the next level, a legendary creature, a planetary life form capable of surviving in a star system once matured. It all seemed to be a legacy from his bloodline. Ji Xia pondered silently. The changes in Ji Xia were indeed significant. After allocating some points, he re-examined his status panel. Ji Xia, now with the exclusive profession of a Tier 2 healing star spirit, held the identity of a juvenile legendary star spirit, with an origin essence of 010000000. He possessed 2 legendary talents. First, the Eternal Starlight, which allowed him to separate his own origin essence and merge with the stars, enabling him to be reborn from the essence even if his main body perished. Second, Essence Amplification, which grants an additional 100 origin essence with each tier advancement. His Starlight Healing was an ability to manipulate energy, essence, or origin essence for healing, a unique skill without level restrictions, changing with his main body strength. Additionally, Starlight Purification was the star spirit's purification skill, capable of removing all abnormal negative states, also without levels, its effect varying with his main body's power. Ji Xia's skill of star spirit aversion could dispel the target's enhancements, with an exclusive level of 60. He possessed insights like Life Lamp, Spare Blood Pack, and Repairing Technique, which would evolve in conjunction with his bloodline. Ji Xia knew the 100,000 origin points would bring changes, but he hadn't expected them to be so drastic. He had carefully checked the panel before allocating points, and though he had a good memory, the current panel felt unfamiliar. To sum up his changes, first, Ji Xia became a star spirit with an exclusive profession. Second, his talent and basic amplification skills vanished, no longer upgradable, replaced by 2 new legendary talents, bound to level and bloodline tier, with the next upgrade needing 1,000,000. Third, attributes like spirit, physique, soul, and charm disappeared, all transformed into origin essence, a unique essence of legendary creatures, enhancing all of Ji Xia's skills when used to cast spells. Fourth, true healing and light of purification vanished, but new exclusive skills compensated for this, with an additional skill corresponding to purification, dispersion, all unupgradable and tied to his power. There were other changes, though not significant, clearly visible on the panel. Notably, the essence had transformed into a star core. Ji Xia's body remained flesh and blood, but his energy core was now a single star core, currently at a planetary drive, eliminating worries about mana consumption. However, his past thousands of spirit points had dwindled to just 11 points of origin essence, causing him some melancholy. Although he knew 1 point of origin essence was far more valuable than all previous attributes combined, the difference in perception due to large numbers was undeniable. Ji Xia walked to the window, his fingertip gathering a trace of starlight, gently shooting it towards the ground, quietly merging with blue star. This was his talent, and since it granted him an extra life, he naturally wanted to use it immediately. The wind outside softly blew in, making Ji Xia's hair flutter. His original short hair had transformed into nearly floor-length hair during this evolution, but with a mere thought, the long hair dispersed into sparkling energy, reverting to his previous hairstyle. With his hair changed, Ji Xia felt curious about his appearance. Although he hadn't looked in a mirror, as a legendary creature, he could already sense the surrounding water energy and easily conjure a mirror. Looking at his reflection, Ji Xia felt a strange sensation because he appeared so normal. After all, Ji Xia had transformed from a human into a human star spirit. His features remained as they were, just optimized, appearing more pleasing and exuding a clear, inviting aura. Ji Xia opened his eyes and looked around. Although he was mentally prepared for a drastic change in appearance, He felt relieved to find that he still looked the same. As a newly ascended legendary creature, he could clearly feel the powerful energy surging within him. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene in the Scythe maze. Now, he was confident that he could easily dodge all attacks, and even the terrifying fear effect of the scarecrow would no longer affect him. Moreover, most attacks of the same level couldn't penetrate his defenses, and many ordinary negative statuses were now ineffective against him. When Jixia opened his eyes again, he was surprised to discover that he seemed to have gained a new ability. Perhaps it was a hidden talent or an instinct of a legendary creature, but he could sense the life forms around him. Even in the pitch-black night, he could accurately pinpoint the location of every animal. He recalled his previous suspicions and confirmed that there were indeed two third-tier professionals secretly protecting him, one upstairs and one downstairs. Jixia focused on one of them and noticed that their life source was damaged, preventing them from advancing further. Although his skills couldn't solve this problem, he knew that by consuming some essence, he could fully heal their injuries. However, essence, being the quintessence of life forms, encompasses the sum of memory, knowledge, life force, soul power, spirit, and energy, making it difficult to replenish once consumed. Jixia compared it to manipulating flesh energy, which could recover in seconds, or the starlight purification covering 100 meters, which only took a few minutes to restore. Yet, the tiny bit of essence he had separated earlier had only recovered a tenth part, and it would take a whole day to regain 1 or 2 points. Jixia pondered other methods to replenish essence. Devouring life was an option, with a second-tier Lord-level monster possessing about 0.1 essence, and special beings like the Scarecrow having up to a whole point. Shaking his head, Jixia closed the window and prepared to rest. Tomorrow, he would take his parents to change professions, then continue dungeon runs, eager to discover just how strong he had become. Soon, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, as Jixia slept soundly, Night Owl internet users were wide awake due to an announcement from the Blacksmiths Association. A year ago, a calamity befell the mountain city when a large fourth-tier cataclysmic dimensional gate appeared, unleashing countless molten bats that ravaged the city. The southwest area urgently assembled a team to combat the threat, paying a heavy price. 17 fourth-tier fighters were lost, and 2 masters were severely injured. One of them was Jiangzhua, while the other remained frozen beneath the ice plains. A year later, this recovery notice caused a sensation online. People shared it widely, celebrating the master's recovery. Upon closely reading the announcement, they were thrilled to find that not only had Master Jiangzhua held on under Master Bayan's care for a year, but he was also completely healed by Master Bayan's apprentice, the young Master Jixia. Netizens were ecstatic, leaving messages like, "A new healing master has emerged. I heard Master Jixia is still a teenager. How impressive." The notice mentioned several dungeons have been adjusted by a formation master, and a batch of skill-enhanced equipment was co-created by a forging master and an enchantment master. Next year, the nationwide awakening plan begins. I hope I can become a healer too. Good news keeps coming. Our Jixia is truly rising. The people of Ba City were especially thrilled, as they had worried about their city falling behind, only to find that Master Jixia had quietly achieved something so significant. The entire internet buzzed with excitement, as people eagerly anticipated the arrival of a new era. The Healers Association has also released an announcement confirming the emergence of a new healing master. As the first master under the new policy, Jixia couldn't help but wonder if there would be new plans. In September, Jixia had just awakened and then plunged into a frenzy of dungeon runs and seclusion, paying little attention to the outside world. In the morning, he said to his parents, "I made an appointment last night. Today, you both should go to the dungeon together. I'm taking a break and will plan according to your professions after you awaken." Ji Chunshan, with a beaming smile, finished his porridge quickly and responded, "Sure, yesterday during training, a professional told us we would definitely pass." He went on to mention that a nationwide awakening would occur next year, and by awakening more than a month early, they could surpass many people. Jixia paused his meal, looked at his father in confusion, and asked, "Dad, what is a nationwide awakening?" Huang Yueru, adeptly using the new virtual wristwatch, projected the notification. "It's this. Apparently, you have to queue up. We didn't pay attention at the time." After reading the notification, Jixia felt disoriented, realizing he was out of touch with society. He then noticed his mother looking at him mysteriously and quietly asked, "Son, now that you've become a master, is there any new plan from above?" Jixia recalled the announcement, searched, and suddenly understood. He turned to his parents with curiosity. "I became a master just like that? Aren't you surprised?" To his surprise, his parents exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. "Ha! Son, we're not fools. We told you last month that whatever we do, there's a green light, and the dungeons you applied for us aren't something ordinary people can do. The facts are clear. Our son is such a genius, and we're proud of you." Jixia also laughed and explained, "Actually, it was quite sudden. It was decided last night, and I only came back at midnight. Otherwise, you'd know after your awakening today." he suggested. Shall we head to the dungeon now? It wasn't the weekend, and Ji Feng was at school, so after getting ready, they headed out without Ji Xia having to worry. The all-purpose assistant Li Ping drove them, and Ji Xia only needed to check in with facial recognition and exchange a few words with the receptionist. The receptionist seemed to sense that Ji Xia didn't like to talk much, so they didn't linger and made arrangements directly. While waiting in the lounge, Ji Xia noticed something unusual about Li Ping. It turned out Li Ping was injured, had trouble recovering, and his energy had dissipated. In the past, following a genius healer would have given him a high chance of healing. Now, Ji Xia could directly heal Li Ping, but chose not to, instead suddenly asking, "With your current connections, can you get a third-tier monster for yourself?" Li Ping was taken aback for a moment and then replied, "Yes, even after retiring due to injury, I have many unused subsidies, and I have some remaining merits. I can purchase it without needing connections." Ji Xia nodded in satisfaction. "Let me know once you've purchased it, and I'll help you with your injury." Li Ping was silent for a moment before standing up and bowing to Ji Xia. "Thank you, Mr. Ji." In that instant, he felt as if he were dreaming. What started as an investment turned out to be unnecessary after just over a month. As a former third-turn Icebound Knight, Li Ping understood the significance of a healing master. After his injury, he couldn't apply for treatment immediately and had to wait in line for half a month. Though his life was saved, he lost his strength. Now, hope had finally arrived. Ji Xia found himself deep in thought, envisioning his future as a master healer. As one of the top forces in Xia, he speculated that this role might be used to ensure the success of the upcoming 5th-tier dungeon mission. However, a message from his mentor, Bai Yunshan, left him slightly puzzled. Bai Yunshan's voice came through the communication device. "Disciple, there's a new decision from above. They want to use your opportunity of becoming a master healer for some publicity. Representatives from other industries will attend. As your mentor, I'll introduce them to you, focusing on bringing those from lifestyle professions to the forefront." Ji Xia quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Considering the context of nationwide awakenings, he immediately guessed, "Master, is it because many people are likely to awaken into lifestyle professions?" Bai Yunshan wasn't surprised by his disciple's insight. He replied approvingly, "As expected from a genius with exceptional talent, your understanding is impressive. Yes, that's exactly the point. We want to convey to the public that no matter the profession, extraordinary achievements are possible if pursued. This isn't just talk. You'll soon experience the power of master-level culinary skills firsthand." After a pause, he added, "Oh, by the way, there are a pair of exceptionally gifted twins at the Dimension Research Institute who want to meet you. They'll be available by the end of the year, and you should get to know them. They've mastered hundreds of master-level skills." Bai Yunshan ended the call abruptly, leaving Ji Xia stunned by that last revelation. Hundreds of master-level skills? What kind of formidable existence is that? He marveled, unaware of the full gravity of the situation. After all, most of his information came from Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao, who had limited knowledge about truly high-level figures. Half an hour later, a rapid knock on the door interrupted Ji Xia's thoughts. Li Ping opened the door to welcome Ji Chunshan and Huang Yueru, who had just completed their awakenings. Their faces beamed with excitement as they entered the room. "Congratulations on your awakening," Li Ping offered sincerely. "Thank you. Thank you," Ji Chunshan replied, grinning from ear to ear. Huang Yueru, though more reserved, expressed her gratitude genuinely. Li Ping tactfully closed the door, giving the family some privacy. Ji Xia eagerly asked, "Mom, Dad, congratulations. What professions have you awakened to?" "Hunter," Ji Chunshan blurted out excitedly. "And your mom is—" He was cut off by Huang Yueru, who playfully covered his mouth. Huang Yueru shot her husband a glance and continued with a smile, "I'm a blacksmith. I never expected to have this talent, but it's a good thing. Your equipment is taken care of by the state, so I can focus on crafting gear for your dad." Her eyes shone with confidence. Ji Xia, sharing in his parents' joy, smiled and said, "Jiang Zhua, the master blacksmith, is Master Bai's cousin. I call her Aunt Jiang. The Blacksmith Association often holds workshops. Mom, you should attend." "That's wonderful." Huang Yueru laughed with delight. "I'm sure I'll progress faster than your dad." Ji Chunshan, suddenly adopting a laid-back demeanor, said, "Yes, yes, I'll rely on you for all my gear from now on." With laughter and joy, the family set off on their journey home. Ji Xia thought about his younger brother, Ji Feng, who was still at school. He wondered how Ji Feng would react when he came home over the weekend to find that the whole family had awakened. However, the joyful moments were fleeting. On the first day after Ji Xia's vacation ended, he received a lengthy list. Among the names were Luo Xiao, 4th-tier bloodbath warrior, critically injured, sealed in the Blue Heart Glacier Dungeon. Gu Ming, enchantment master, critically injured, sealed in the Blue Heart Glacier Dungeon. This unexpected information made Ji Xia realize that even greater challenges awaited him. Zhou Xiulan, a 4th-tier natural envoy, was on the brink of death, sealed within an ancient towering tree at the center of the Sea of Trees. Throughout history, many names have been etched with glory for their meritorious service to Xia. Some sacrificed their very essence on the front lines, while others gritted their teeth and used all their strength to craft logistical equipment. In past years, ordinary people like Xia were meticulously protected, with all disasters and threats blocked by professionals. Some perished directly, while others were barely alive, preserved through sealing. Much like stories from the age of technology, where the children of a wealthy individual with a terminal illness would be frozen, awaiting a future medical miracle. Such privilege in their era is not a dream, but exclusive to heroes who made significant contributions to humanity. Most of these names remain unknown to ordinary people, but Ji Xia, witnessing all of this, would never stand idly by. On November 3rd, with only 5 days remaining until his Grand Master celebration, Ji Xia reviewed each name, understanding their current situations one by one. He selected the 5 most critical, renowned, and influential individuals and decisively took on the responsibility of receiving and treating them. It wasn't long before he received a communication request, which he accepted without hesitation. Hello, Master Ji. I am the person in charge of Blue Heart Glacier. Is there anything we can assist you with? Ji Xia clearly stated his request. Prepare several batches of heavily injured 3rd to 4th tier monsters, 7 in each batch. Ensure they are non-intelligent. Have the families of the injured ready to receive them on the specified day. The other side quickly responded, Understood, Master Ji. Arrangements will be made immediately. As soon as the conversation ended, Ji Xia bid a brief farewell to his family and left. Although Li Ping drove him, this time they did not stop outside the teleportation array. Li Ping heard Ji Xia calmly instruct, follow along. After purchasing the 3rd tier monsters, deliver them directly to Blue Heart Glacier and say I arranged it. Li Ping almost lost his balance but managed to stay upright, and with a face full of joy, he replied, Okay, I understand. Thank you. The two quietly entered the teleportation hall, where Ji Xia announced their destination, Blue Heart Glacier Instance, please. The guard recognized Ji Xia's identity and swiftly activated the array. With a flash of light, Ji Xia's figure vanished from sight, and the guard stood respectfully, saluting his departing silhouette. At the Blue Heart Glacier Instance, snow fell relentlessly, and beneath their feet lay a 2-centimeter-thick ice layer. Since discovering the unique functions of Blue Heart Glacier, a group of high-level warriors had taken residence there, hunting instance monsters on the icy plains while sealing all but the final boss. This prevented the instance from degrading or resetting after repeated refreshes. Additionally, the geographical and functional advantages of the instance had led to the establishment of the largest healer association branch in the northern region. Ji Xia and Li Ping stepped into the special array at the entrance of Blue Heart Glacier, designed to prevent the loss of sealing opportunity for the injured during transport. Upon exiting the teleportation array, they encountered a stern-faced middle-aged man of only 1st rank, accompanied by 2 black-armored guards. The middle-aged man noticed Ji Xia and approached confidently. Hello, Master Ji. I am Hu Sheng, the person in charge here. Your requests have been arranged. Please follow me. Ji Xia nodded. All right. Remember to allow entry for the incoming items. The 5 of them moved deeper into the teleportation gate, revealing a vast icy plain where snow continued to fall. Before them stood numerous upright ice blocks, each sealing a human within, silent, yet seemingly poised for action. Ji Xia could sense that these lives were not completely extinguished yet, though they were as fragile as flickering candles in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. However, the mysterious power within this realm had locked their lives in place, much like the original version of the 7-star life extension lamp, fixing their vitality despite differing attributes. Beside the thick ice stood a massive iron cage containing a group of unconscious monsters, each one weak and lifeless. Ji Xia gazed at an ice crystal before him, which sealed within it Gu Mingam Master Enchanter. When the Calamity Level Tier 4 realm descended, water element monsters rampaged, and she used a mass enchantment spell to freeze the entire city's water elements, depleting her source. Now, her life force was nearly gone, lacking even the simplest materials for making life lamps. But this was not a problem. As Ji Xia guided Starlight into the ice crystal, he spoke calmly, bring 2 batches of monsters. A faint blue starlight quietly fell into the ice, and Gu Ming's body, like a sieve, allowed the healing power to flow in but immediately scatter. Ji Xia skillfully collected the dispersed life aura, which mingled with Gu Ming's remaining vitality, and began crafting a life lamp. Soon after, black-armored warriors brought 14 monsters. Under the illumination and purification of the starlight, they gradually approached Ji Xia. The intense life flames ignited the life lamps, causing them to flicker vigorously, turning the entire white land and sky a deep red. Yet the light of life was ultimately short-lived and gradually dimmed. 7 monsters turned to ash, their life energy fully absorbed into Gu Ming's body within the ice crystal. Subsequently, the life lamps of the second batch of monsters had their oil reduced by 1/7, with that portion of life force also flowing into Gu Ming's life lamp. As the secret technique of the 7-star life extension lamp was completed, the figure within the ice no longer appeared weak, and her aura returned to normal. Ji Xia withdrew his hands, took a deep breath, and leaned close to the ice, softly asking, Master Gu Ming, how do you feel? In the vast, oppressive darkness, Gu Ming faintly heard a voice in her mind. She wanted to open her eyes, but was immobilized. Relax, relax. You're being healed, sealed in the ice crystal, so it's normal that your body can't move temporarily. If you feel okay, I'll release the seal. The voice was gentle, with a hint of reassurance. Though still confused, Gu Ming instinctively trusted the familiar voice and slowly replied, I'm fine. Ji Xia nodded in satisfaction and turned to signal Hu Sheng. I've communicated with her. Everything's fine now, release the seal. A black-armored warrior stepped forward beside Hu Sheng. Until then, everyone had only seen Ji Xia standing before the ice with his eyes closed, unaware that he had communicated with Gu Ming. The ice neither melted nor cracked. It simply vanished without a trace the moment the seal was lifted. Gu Ming stumbled out of the ice, immediately supported by a black-armored warrior. Opening her eyes, Gu Ming saw Ji Xia. Though her thoughts were beginning to return, many fragments of her memory remained scattered, difficult to piece together. She instinctively asked, how is Beichuan's city? Have the monsters been dealt with? Is the dimensional gate sealed? It's sealed, but I don't know the details, Ji Xia replied. Just then, a voice came from behind. Master, in the year 43 of the Transcendent Era, the deep-sea dimension descended upon Beichuan City. You fought bravely and successfully sealed it. Reinforcements arrived in time, and the dimension was conquered by year 44. It is now year 53. 10 years. Gu Ming sighed with relief upon hearing the news, then murmured softly. I seem to have lost some memories. Has it really been that long? Ji Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, studying her, a flash of insight illuminating his mind as he finally understood the reason behind it. The seal of the Lanxing Glacier is not completely static. It is in a state of slow flow. Master Gu Ming has been sealed here for 10 years. While this has effectively slowed the loss of her essence, over time, it still leads to a depletion of her source, affecting her memory and abilities. Ji Xia comforted her, saying, Master, you haven't been sealed for too long. With good rest, you can recover. He turned to Hu Sheng and instructed, reorder the wounded. Those sealed the longest and with the lowest strength should be prioritized to prevent any accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, several black-armored warriors sprang into action. Hu Sheng gratefully said, Mr. Ji, thank you for your noble spirit. Gu Ming finally came to her senses and gazed at Ji Xia, a stiff smile appearing on her face. I haven't heard of your name before. You must have risen up recently. Seeing so many comrades here and you being the only one capable of saving people, it seems Xia has developed well over the years, with a new healing master emerging. Her eyes were full of relief, and she looked at Ji Xia with particular gentleness. Ji Xia naturally held great respect for this esteemed elder and humbly replied, Master, you guessed correctly, but I'm currently just a nominated master. I need a joint recommendation to become an official master. Gu Ming slowly shifted her body, surprised. With your abilities, you still need a recommendation? But indeed, rules shouldn't be changed lightly. Once we're out, I'll recommend you. Do recommendations require a master or a grandmaster level now? Ji Xia answered truthfully, it's still at the master level. I haven't heard of any grandmasters emerging yet. A hint of disappointment flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, and she sighed. Ah, so many years have passed, and still no grandmasters have been born. She quickly adjusted her emotions and said, Never mind, you go ahead, don't mind me. There are so many others waiting for your rescue, and I can get to know the situation myself. Since we've met, we'll have plenty of time to chat later. She didn't want to delay Ji Xia's valuable time in rescuing others. Ji Xia continued his rescue work. Those mindless creatures who had lost 1/7 of their life could serve as the next batch of sacrifices, but he cautiously used starlight healing to ensure absolute safety. The second person he treated was Yuan Xiuji, a fourth-tier farmer from the southwestern region. 8 years ago, during a global food shortage, Yuan Xiuji burned his life force to use his innate ability, favorable weather, over the entire planting area, resolving the crisis. Ji Xia originally planned to carefully select the wounded, but after browsing just a few, he found each one worthy of saving. He recalled a saying he once read, even the most despicable person holds respect for the noble. So he chose 5 heroes like Yuan Xiuji and then randomly added 5 others. When Yuan Xiuji awoke and learned it had been 8 years, his first words filled Ji Xia with respect. Is there another disaster happening? Take me to the scene. My ability can still be used. Ji Xia helplessly explained, Senior, let's think positively. Xia has developed well and can now heal those who were sealed. You're out to enjoy life. Yuan Xiuji was first surprised, then showed a satisfied expression. Then I must go out and see today's Xia. Thank you. I won't delay your work. He also noticed that there were many sealed individuals here, and only Ji Xia was treating them, so he wisely refrained from saying more. After leaving the treatment room, Ji Xia didn't linger. He immediately sent out a call to his team in the group chat. Comrades, second transition dungeon. Let's go. Lin Yuan responded right away. Huh? Aren't you switching teammates, big guy? Ji Xiao was puzzled. Why would I switch teammates? It's such a hassle to get used to new ones. Zhou Hao chimed in. We've all seen the news. Number 8. You're officially a master healer. Shouldn't you be teaming up with tier 4 players? Lin Yuan added. Yeah, I heard from my dad that your master title is ready. Whether or not you've got enough people to recommend you in the next few days, they'll still give you the title. Ji Xia suddenly understood and explained, but I'm heading to a second transition dungeon, one that's never been cleared before. Tier 4 players can't enter. So are you in or not? I'm in. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. Coordinates. Zhou Hao promptly asked. Spectral Swamp Dungeon, Ji Xia answered. In no time, the three of them found themselves in the Spectral Swamp Dungeon. The stench of rotting mud bubbled up, releasing toxic green gas. Scattered, bare, monstrous trees dotted the swamp, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared in the gloom, slowly moving, with the faint outlines of 3 figures inside. As soon as Ji Xia entered the dungeon, he was hit by the pungent odor. Without a word, he cast a starlight purification spell to envelop the area. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao, however, remained unfazed. Zhou Hao casually remarked, there's an area over in the insect plains with rotting fly territory, full of decaying corpses and their larvae. It's torture on the senses, you might want to get used to it. Here come the monsters. Despite his reluctance, Ji Xian knew that, not yet being a strong player, he had to endure the environment rather than change it. He quickly realized that the monsters in the swamp were spectral ghosts. This type of dungeon often saps life force and can even harm the soul, affecting the essence. Such dungeons are notoriously difficult to conquer, not something the officials deliberately left untouched. The pale ghosts emitted a cold, luminescent glow, their forms blurry and barely recognizable as human shapes. From afar, they opened their mouths to suck in energy. Ji Xia felt the pull of this force. Although it had no effect on him, he noticed his teammates' life force slowly dwindling. Just as Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao were about to strike down the ghosts, Ji Xia's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, just weaken them. I just realized, these ghosts are actually a good resource. Ji Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the specters before him, silently calculating in his mind. These disembodied spirits represented a pure source of energy for him. While each second-tier Lord-level specter only provided 0.1 units of energy, he knew that small amounts would accumulate into an impressive force. Zhou Hao stood nearby, his hands shimmering with a divine glow. His newly acquired metal fusion skill allowed him to integrate holy metal properties into his being, inflicting fatal damage on ghosts. With a swift motion of his hands, a metal cage materialized out of thin air, trapping a weakened specter inside and delivering it to Ji Xia. Ji Xia's eyes flashed with understanding as he reached towards the specter. With his gesture, a faint life lamp appeared in the air, and he easily extracted the lamp oil from it. This ability to manipulate the energy of low-level entities was a miraculous power he had gained after ascending to a legendary bloodline. Soon, a sesame-sized, colorless light point appeared in Ji Xia's palm. Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao both felt an instinctive yearning upon seeing it. Lin Yuan suppressed this feeling and curiously asked, what is this thing? It feels amazing, like I want to absorb it. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. I feel that way too. Instead of answering directly, Ji Xia extracted life force from their life lamps and quickly crafted 2 small figurines. He infused the light point into Zhou Hao's figurine, handing it to him. This is a substitute figurine. It can restore your life force and mana, and even take a fatal blow for you. I've also infused it with the energy I just extracted. Next time you're on the brink of death, as long as you survive, the energy will gradually help you recover. After explaining, Ji Xia shook the other figurine and said to Lin Yuan, extracting this stuff is difficult. You need to take down hundreds of them for me to succeed once, so you'll have to wait a bit. Zhou Hao played with the figurine, clearly impressed. You really are amazing. I've realized that special types among healers have some peculiar abilities. I've never heard of these things before. Lin Yuan looked at the figurine longingly, then glanced into the darkness outside, full of determination. Let's keep going. There are plenty of specters in this dungeon, and they're quite strong, but thankfully they're spread out. As they moved forward, Ji Xia contemplated. Every profession had a special type, but almost no one chose it because of the limited skills, difficulty in advancement, and lack of peers for exchange and learning. Even knowing the potential of special types, others had to give up. He relied on skill points to advance, with each level up storing information in his mind, but it still took over half a month to comprehend, as the information in special types was too complex. However, Ji Xia acknowledged the immense benefits special types brought. He planned to monetize that knowledge after reaching the 4th tier, potentially enhancing the overall strength of Xia by several levels. As the dungeon progressed, Xia extracted more energy. Even after completing the dungeon, he barely gathered a full point, which was quite fragmented. This energy could be used for healing but not directly absorbed, as it would cause contamination. Xia realized there were different levels of energy, and his own was of high quality, capable of reviving a fourth-tier individual without any side effects. This was related to life level or bloodline grade. 10,000 energy points were enough for him to develop master-level skills, proving immensely beneficial. After the dungeon, the three agreed to continue the next afternoon, reserving the morning for Xia's healing duties. The 7-star life extension lamp, a magical tool, required little mana but involved fate manipulation, causing certain fluctuations. Overuse could affect Xia. Other fourth-tier healers would need several days between uses, with even longer intervals. From the start, Xia chose to showcase his abilities rather than conceal them. This time, he intended to maintain that approach, continuing to demonstrate his capabilities in the upcoming actions. On the fourth day, Bai Yunshan heard about several masters jointly recommending Xia, and his keen intuition immediately sensed something behind the scenes. During a meal, he carefully examined the list of recommendations and was secretly astonished. The names of Yuan Xiaozhi, Gu Ming, Lin Shud, and Zhou Yuanshan were prominently listed. These four were not ordinary figures. Weren't they supposed to be sealed in the Lanxing Glacier to prolong their lives? Bai Yunshan's eyes scanned the list, his mind racing. Considering the situation in Jiangzhou, the answer was obvious: these masters must have been revived by their disciples in the past few days. He couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, these are no ordinary people. Yuan Xiaozhi's name is renowned worldwide. In some regions, his name is synonymous with the god of agriculture. Gu Ming holds an extraordinary status in Beichuan City, with not only a statue but even a temple dedicated to him. As he thought about this, Bai Yunshan's smile gradually faded, replaced by deep contemplation. Xia had reached his current level in just 3 months, and the twins had even deduced the master level. Bai Yunshan realized that the Fifth Order era was approaching. Once those special instances were activated, they could never be stopped. His thoughts drifted to the Night of the Witches, hoping to clear it successfully, or else the consequences would be unimaginable if it spread to Blue Star. The authorities did not make a big deal out of the return of the masters, but chose to announce it directly. Following the news of the youngest healing master's emergence, announcements like Master of Abundance Yuan Xiaozhi returns and Enchantment Master Gu Ming returns were released one after another. The entire Great Xia was instantly abuzz with celebration. Those with a keen eye sensed the connection to the newly minted healing master just by looking at the headlines, and their suspicions were confirmed upon reading the content. Master Bai Yun was known for purification and healing, while his disciple, Master Xia, belonged to a special category. The so-called special category is difficult to classify within a specific system and is shrouded in mystery. Even among the same profession, the special category might excel in vastly different directions. Despite all the commotion, Xia remained indifferent. His life seemed governed by a precise schedule. Every morning, he would head to Lanxing Glacier, and in the afternoon, he would immerse himself in the instance world. Upon returning home, he would devote himself entirely to comprehension and understanding. Since the last skill point allocation took half a month, he recently chose to add only a few levels each day, cautiously keeping his level below 90. The consumption of points for upgrading these special skills was staggering. 100 points for proficiency, 200 for mastery, and now up to 300. Despite this, Xia discovered a secret. While special skills might not have powerful effects on their own, further research could make runes more complete. He vaguely felt that only complete runes could truly transform basic skills. In comparison, the cosmic voice and arcane skills acquired every 30 levels seemed trivial next to the runes. Xia trusted his intuition and ability gained after evolving his legendary bloodline, which, although not explicitly stated on his status panel, required his exploration and discovery. The instances Xia carefully selected posed no challenge to him, with each instance typically providing 1 or 2 levels of advancement. At this pace, he could reach the 3rd stage in about a month. He deeply appreciated the convenience brought by the transfer system and the dimensional gate. Without them, who knows how long it would take to catch up with Lin Yuan and others. Now, however, they stood on the same starting line. Perhaps because his schedule was so packed, Xia felt time flew by. Before he knew it, it was the 7th day, and tomorrow was the celebration. Bai Yunshan had received special permission for a day off and had approached Xia in advance to discuss it. Xia, where do you plan to hold the celebration? This question took Xia by surprise, and he asked in confusion, Master, is it my choice? It's already the 7th today, and I thought everything was already arranged, and I just needed to show up. Bai Yunshan apologized to Xia, saying, It's my fault for not teaching you properly. He continued, For your celebration, you can certainly choose the location and arrangement. Nowadays, these things are quite simple. Specialists can handle it in a couple of hours. After pondering for a moment, Jixia considered the convenience Ba City had provided to their family and replied, let's hold it in Ba City then. They can decide the exact location. My home is definitely not suitable. Bai Yunshan noted this decision and, after sending the information, asked, each master has a specific introduction catalog. Fill in the skills you're proficient in. Jixia's wristwatch vibrated, receiving a form from her master. Most of it was already filled out, except for the skills section. She quickly entered 7-star life extension lantern, flesh manipulation, primal puppet, essence restoration. After completing it, she sent it back to her master. Bai Yunshan uploaded the file and curiously asked, has your ability changed again? Jixia looked at the palm-sized puppet hanging from her master's waist, took it, and separated a tiny bit from a soybean-sized essence, which then fell into the puppet. Once finished, Jixia explained, I've elevated all my special skills to mastery level and comprehended advanced secrets. My own bloodliner, rather. Template has surpassed the Lord level. Hence I've accessed the essence and primal energy. Aunt Jiang and those sealed elders only have damaged life essence, but the primal energy is a higher, more fundamental force. This primal puppet can ensure the holder slowly recovers, even when near death. Bai Yunshan was astonished. This puppet is so powerful, even more incredible than the previous substitute puppet. Is there a strength limitation? Jixia shook her head. To put it simply, 4th and 5th tiers only touch the essence, so there's no strength limitation. I can now make many substitute puppets, without even needing the person present. But extracting the primal energy is too difficult. I've only managed to extract a little these days, so I can only equip those close to me. Bai Yunshan marveled at these puppets. Truly a unique power. If your ability were made public, you might be very busy in the future. Jixia helplessly spread her hands, revealing a string of numbers. Merit points, 10,290. Master, look, I originally earned 290 merit points from clearing some calamity-level instances. After they learned of my ability, the Daxia Legion directly allocated me 10,000, ordering 1,000 puppets at 10 merit points each. Bai Yunshan immediately frowned, but Jixia explained before her master could speak. This is a price I set myself. I heard from Lin Yuan that there's a daredevil squad in the vanguard, composed of experienced professionals, each one a treasure. Merit points don't mean much to me, as anything I lack is sent to me upon request. Besides, I've saved many people, so the puppet pricing isn't high, it's a benefit. Just as Bai Yunshan was about to voice his discontent for his disciple, he fell silent, instead looking at Jixia with a gentle expression. You're already a competent healer. Some experiences I plan to share with you in the insect planes seem fitting now. As healers, it's not that we lack attack capabilities, but they're not strong. Other professionals have their strengths, but they almost lack recovery methods. Aside from combat-type professionals, there are also lifestyle types. A well-rounded society cannot rely solely on force. For those in life-related professions, a peaceful environment is a nurturing ground for growth. For healers, the support of teammates is indispensable. From any perspective, being able to assist frontline warriors qualifies as competent. Jixia could sense the subtlety in his master's words. Although not explicitly stated, he interpreted them in a more pleasant way. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. In this world, nothing remains intact under a collapsed nest. Only by ensuring the continuation of civilization can development proceed with peace of mind. Soon after, the two of them finalized the arrangements for the celebration. It would start at 10 a.m. the next day and conclude with lunch at noon. After all, the gathering would host a group of respected masters, and busyness was inevitable. Jixia understood that his role was merely to provide a venue and an opportunity for these masters to gather and introduce themselves to the public. Since the event fell on a weekend, Jixia planned to bring his parents and Jifeng along to introduce them and let others know they were his family. In no time, the 8th day arrived. Jifeng followed Jixia off the vehicle, looking around with curiosity at the banquet setup. He had heard about attending his brother's master celebration and was so excited that he could hardly sleep, spending the night reviewing and familiarizing himself with many masters. At that moment, the young man was silently matching faces to his memory. Jixia led them into the venue, smiling as he told his parents, Mom, Dad, take offing to get something to eat. Today's gathering is mainly to introduce the life-related masters to the forefront, and there's a political task as well. Jichenshin understood and took the family to find food, replying with a smile. Don't worry, I get it. The couple felt as if they were in a dream. If they weren't mistaken, the person approaching was Jiang Zhua, the master blacksmith of Rongqing, along with Gu Ming, the famous enchanter. Back when Beichuan City faced a dimensional descent, they had prayed together. Suddenly, Jichenshin and Huang Yuru noticed a slender figure, stunned and incredulous. Jifeng followed their gaze and exclaimed, Hey, this uncle looks like Mr. Yuan Xiuji from the books. Boom. The couple finally confirmed if this was indeed the historical figure from their textbooks, now appearing at their son's celebration. which was truly astonishing. Jixia, however, didn't share this sentiment. With a smile on his face, he approached the masters and said, "It seems I'm late. Can I toast you with juice later? After all, I'm still underage." Jiangzhou couldn't help but laugh. "I hadn't thought about your age until you mentioned it. Next month, you'll be of age." Gu Ming was also surprised. "I only knew you were on the path of the special series, but I didn't expect your age." Yuan Xiaozhi remained composed, complimenting. "That's great. Young people are developing well. Hopefully, we can retire soon." Jixia couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Mr. Yuan, by retirement, do you mean continuing to optimize crops? I just saw 2 days ago that you created Lingu as soon as you woke up." Gu Ming joined in, mentioning the city's enchantment plan, marveling at the massive project that was indeed accomplished, making the city much safer during dimensional descents. As the saying goes, compliments never wear thin. People always enjoy hearing pleasant words, and Jixia's praise was genuine, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. The diligent publicity department staff captured every moment, preparing to promote the heavyweight masters of this celebration. However, they were unaware that the online community, enjoying their day off, was already beginning to speculate. It is well known that being a healer is a highly sought-after profession, and among healers, a newly emerged master captures the attention of many. Recently, the official profile of Ji Xia has been released, sparking intense discussions online about his abilities. For instance, someone exclaimed, "His abilities are unbelievable. I wonder which big names will attend the celebration this time." Others questioned, "The description of the 7-star life extension lamp can't be right, can it? Extending life forcefully, bringing the dead back to life. Am I seeing things? How could such abilities exist? Is this what they call the special class?" Everyone is buzzing about it. Ji Xia, as the only special class healer in Xia and the entire world, truly stands out. "Guys, I just compared the information of all the healer masters and found that Master Ji is the only one in the special class," someone pointed out. "Why doesn't Master Ji have a title?" To this, someone explained, "Master titles usually come from public recognition or particularly outstanding abilities. There wasn't much information about Master Ji before, and his abilities were unknown, so he doesn't have a title, but he can choose one himself." Jiangzhou then asked, "Ji Xia, have you thought of a title for yourself?" Ji Xia pondered for a moment and replied, "If I were to choose a random name, I'd call myself the Life Lamp Master, but that reminds me of a monk. On second thought, I'll name it after my bloodline. Let's go with Star Spirit." At this moment, Bai Yunshan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, and proudly said, "I specifically looked into it yesterday, and the template is indeed at the bloodline level. Our human bloodlines can evolve into several branches: nature spirit, elemental spirit, and celestial spirit. The uniqueness of the special class lies in the fact that when learning the same skill, each person has a different understanding, making the evolved bloodline of the special class unique. If Ji Xia uses his bloodline to name his title, it's perfectly fine." Just then, a man with a look of surprise approached and introduced himself. "Hello everyone. I am Hu Shuo from the Scholars Association, specializing in bloodline studies. Hu Su, Hu Shoumin, and Hu Sheng are my juniors." Bai Yunshan, a well-informed master healer, immediately recognized his identity and asked cooperatively, "If I remember correctly, Hu Shoumin and Hu Sheng are both scholars. Can your bloodline research affect the careers of your juniors?" Hu Shuo nodded and said, "Yes, in my early years, I had some opportunities, reaching master level in 3 basic skills simultaneously, and my own strength advanced to the 4th tier. Understanding the power of knowledge allowed my bloodline to ascend to an epic level. According to the knowledge of the universe's voice, an epic level bloodline gains attribute tendencies, a legendary level gets a name, and a mythical level is recorded in the universe. Future life may inherit the bloodline, forming a new branch species." After speaking, he looked at Ji Xia, who was also gazing at Hu Shuo. Ji Xia was astonished, as his previous understanding was that Xia's knowledge of bloodlines was still at the lord level. But how could Hu Shuo, being a scholar, not understand Ji Xia's thoughts? He explained that in Ba City, or rather, within the current city, only a few individuals possess lord-level bloodlines, and in the wilderness, epic-level bloodlines are even rarer, with only a select few having the dominant-level bloodlines. Currently, we are conducting research in hopes of finding the correct path to advancement." Ji Xia felt a stir in his heart and turned to look at his master, thinking to himself that he already had some ideas. He originally planned to meet the twins from the research institute at the end of the year before starting his research, but it seemed he could take action earlier. Hu Shuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Do you have any clues?" Ji Xia nodded, noticing a microphone in the center, walked over, cleared his throat, and began, "Welcome, masters. We were just discussing bloodlines, and it happens that I've acquired some relevant knowledge. Since everyone here is an expert in their respective fields, I'd like to share my insights to see if we can collectively deduce the correct path to progress." He continued, Professionals have physical and mental attributes, which are the external manifestations of vitality and mental strength. Additionally, there is mana, representing energy. If any one of these three can form a core, one can advance to a dominant bloodline. Having all three is perfection. After reaching perfection, the fusion of the three, combined with a powerful soul, can lead to an epic bloodline. I'm not clear on the subsequent details, and I don't want to interrupt everyone. Does this approach seem viable? The celebration banquet had over 100 attendees, each with a unique personality. Some might have found Jixia's introduction informal, but his straightforwardness was like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. He succinctly explained the method of advancing from lord to epic-level bloodlines, and his clear thinking instantly changed the impression of this young man among the attendees, who began to see him as a true young genius, unconventional and exceptional. Hu Shua already had some ideas, and with Jixia's guidance, he immediately grasped the specific approach, and he took the stage to share his understanding excitedly. I can confirm that this method is correct. Previously, Lin Xian, Lin Yao, and I researched this, but struggled without samples to verify its accuracy. Now, we can finally confirm it. His face flushed with excitement. The benefits of bloodline enhancement are enormous, at least doubling or tripling the original strength. The most important aspects are the improvement in cultivation speed and insight, as well as the ability to gain more knowledge from the cosmic sound. Thanks to Jixia, we have finally completed a project. Jixia responded with a smile. Hu Shua, you've already summarized it. I just provided some evidence. The attendees, all masters relying on talent rather than external aids, were inspired by Hu Shua, the president of the Scholars Association and the current top figure, who affirmed the method, leading several others to follow suit. The energy in the hall began to surge, and several masters successfully condensed their energy cores, causing their aura to change accordingly. Subsequently, someone opened their eyes and shared their experience. I just tried it, and upon successfully condensing an energy core in the Dantian, I felt that the liquid energy's tempering effect on the body became stronger, with the energy limit increasing several times. He continued, this direction is correct. As for the source of life, magic professions can use treasures, while warrior professions with abundant blood energy have an easier time succeeding. I'm still unclear about the mental core part. Everyone expressed their ideas freely, and the collision of thoughts among 100 masters sparked more inspiration, turning the celebration into a lively discussion forum. In the midst of the lively banquet atmosphere, culinary master Qi Lei suddenly took the stage, interrupting the heated discussion. With a chuckle, he proposed an astonishing idea. There are a few master-level dishes that can significantly enhance vitality and life force. If consumed regularly, they could fully meet the standards for concentrating a life core. This means that, with sufficient materials, we could mass-produce dominant bloodlines. Qi Lei's words sparked inspiration among the others, and the illusion master also had a flash of insight, suggesting the creation of specialized illusions to hone the spirit and speed up the formation of the spiritual core. In this way, we life masters could work together to mass-produce perfect, dominant bloodlines. Qi Lei continued, though he also acknowledged that soul enhancement still relied on the individual's efforts. He personally distributed pre-cooked medicinal meals to everyone, smiling as he said, of course, external help alone isn't enough. What we've achieved so far is impressive. Isn't there a plan to initiate a nationwide awakening? Let's discuss how to elevate the bloodline levels of the people of Xia after the banquet. Hearing this, several administrators broke into a sweat. While the plan sounded promising, the resources required for its implementation were astronomical, enough to keep them busy for a while. However, they did not consider shirking their duties, understanding that it was indeed a great endeavor. The banquet officially concluded after lunch, and Jixia exchanged contact information with everyone, recognizing the value of such connections. The guests parted reluctantly, looking forward to their next meeting. After the banquet, everyone returned home, and official media quickly released news, openly announcing the bloodline evolution plan, sparking a new wave of discussion. This was a significant issue concerning the people's livelihood and the nation's fate. That evening, the Scholars Association held a press conference to officially launch the nationwide evolution plan. As the initial proposer of the plan, Jixia, with the title of Star Spirit Master, quickly became known across the country. The event, involving discussions among over 100 masters, even drew attention from other forces. On the West Coast Federation, the public pushed for their own evolution due to Xia's plan. Given that Xia could achieve this, the West Coast Federation, considering itself the strongest power on Blue Star, was unwilling to lag behind. The public's dissatisfaction was directed at the federal government's incompetence, leading to protests. Meanwhile, the Holy Alliance initiated a grand ceremony, hoping for blessings from the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord, as an illusory totem god, could only express helplessness, unable to achieve such a large-scale feat. The Nature Alliance actively sought cooperation with Xia, offering resources, as they possessed many spiritual herbs and fruits. Jixia, however, paid little attention to this, continuing to focus on his own affairs. He gained valuable insights from the discussion, learning about the uniqueness of master-level skills and how the preliminary refinement of runes could harness cosmic source power, continuously enhancing the body's qualities and naturally elevating the bloodline. Jixia's next bloodline upgrade required 1 million source points, and the source points provided by dungeon monsters did not increase with his strength, but were instead based on bloodline level. Therefore, Jixia decided to learn more master-level skills to reduce the requirements for bloodline enhancement. Through interactions with other masters, he realized there was always more to learn, so there was no need to hold back. In discussions, people frequently mention Lin Xin and Lin Yao, the twin geniuses in the Research Institute. Surprisingly, they are only 24 years old, yet they have mastered hundreds of expert-level skills. Although most are general skills, their achievements are still extraordinary. Even more astonishing is their remarkable aptitude. After a round of assessments within the territory of Dixia, they not only created their own unique skills, but also advanced them to a mastery level. Upon hearing this, Jixia couldn't help but wonder if the brothers possessed some sort of extraordinary system enhancing their aptitude. With such prodigies leading the way, Jixia's position becomes even more crucial. As a healer, he is currently the only one capable of reversing life and death. Others rely on him, with people like Gu Ming having already left the Blue Heart Glacier, while many companions remain there. To the relatives and friends of those people, Jixia is their only hope. Would they allow Jixia to be easily harmed? Although Jixia doesn't claim to be an expert on human nature, he has a fair understanding and has made a plan to upgrade his skills to a master level by mid-month. This isn't a matter of procrastination. It's because he can only participate in one instance per day, and the accumulation of source points won't be sufficient until mid-month. To upgrade 3 skills, 27,000 points are needed, with each instance providing 300 points. While the number isn't large, the scarcity of calamity-level instance monsters is the issue, like the Scythe Labyrinth, which had only one monster. Suddenly, Jixia thought of having Li Ping bring an elite-level monster from the insect plains to Blue Heart Glacier. He plans to personally go there tomorrow to defeat the monster and see if it yields source points. These points are of great importance to him. Subsequently, Jixia began crafting substitute dolls, a new development after his bloodline enhancement. He can now directly create a shell doll with all his abilities, which others can bind to themselves with a drop of blood, without Jixia having to customize it. These dolls are all part of a Legion order, and Jixia, wishing to avoid complications, reached an agreement with the Legion to let them compete for these substitutes. Once the floating city is built, these dolls will be stored there and sold by other units. Now capable of small-scale production, they are intended to meet the needs of those truly in danger. With the first batch of 100 substitute dolls completed, Jixia immersed himself in meditation and training, while Li Ping diligently packed and sealed them, using the manpower teleportation array to send them to the insect plains battlefield. Reports indicated that several legions were already on standby there. As soon as Li Ping emerged from the teleportation array, he sensed the powerful atmosphere around him, almost palpable. Although the aura wasn't directed at him, once Li Ping arrived, everyone immediately restrained their hostility and adopted a friendly demeanor. Lu Feng appeared beside Li Ping almost instantaneously, taking the box with enthusiasm. "You must be Mr. Li Ping, the assistant to the Star Spirit Master. I'm the deputy commander of the Blade Corps. The insect plains are extremely dangerous, so we're waiting here. I'll personally deliver this box of substitute dolls." Li Ping, expressionless, quickly scanned his surroundings. Despite the strict security in the teleportation hall, the camouflage-armored Legion members were not expelled, clearly indicating their legitimate status and rightful purpose. Li Ping stood in the clearing, tightly clutching the box containing the dolls. As he looked around, he realized that the crowd wasn't there to stop him, but rather eager to obtain these precious items. Remembering Jixia's emphasis on the importance of these dolls, Li Ping decided to stick to the plan. He walked slowly to the center of the clearing and gently placed the box down, his voice clearly conveying Jixia's instructions. "Master Ji has sent the first batch of 100 emergency dolls. More will follow, so please distribute them according to need to avoid unnecessary waste." Li Ping explained the usage of the dolls in detail. Just a drop of blood is needed to activate them. You can infuse them with life force and magic in advance, and extract it when needed. For optimal effect, the dolls should remain outside, ideally within 10 meters of the user. Otherwise, some deadly attacks may not be deflected. He added, "In special circumstances, if you can't carry them with you, keeping the dolls within 10 kilometers of the main body can still be effective, but it won't guarantee protection against all fatal damage." The crowd listened attentively, fearing they might miss any crucial detail. Once Li Ping finished his explanation, he quickly stepped back a few paces and entered the teleportation array, leaving the scene. It was only then that the people present seemed to awaken from a dream. The powerful functions of the substitute dolls left everyone in awe. Even the usually stoic guards couldn't help but glance curiously at the half-human-sized box. They couldn't help but marvel. Is this the miraculous ability of the newly risen star spirit master? Li Ping was well aware of his old colleague's ways. By making these arrangements in Ji Xia's name, he believed nothing unexpected would occur. His judgment proved correct. Several special corps engaged in a fierce battle for the dolls, with the Blade Group emerging victorious, securing 80 dolls. Before leaving, Lu Feng announced, "For this nest-clearing operation, our Blade Group will send out an additional 80 members." They understood that resources only realize their value when used. No matter how precious an item, if left idle, it cannot produce real benefits. Therefore, they decided to make full use of these dolls in the upcoming operation. The next day, members of the Blade Group returned triumphant. Their victory not only demonstrated the practicality of the dolls, but also quickly spread the Star Spirit Master's reputation throughout the insect plains. While some people are willing to sacrifice for their ideals, it doesn't mean they don't cherish life. Everyone has attachments, and the creations of the Star Spirit Master, which could keep death at bay, naturally earned widespread respect. Although Ji Xia didn't witness all of this firsthand, he could imagine it. However, he had no intention of appearing in public for the time being. His goal was to reach the peak of the second tier as soon as possible, then learn 2 special skills and enhance them, ultimately upgrading all 5 special skills to level 90. He was already looking forward to the rewards of achieving this goal. On the 15th, Ji Xia had accumulated enough source points, but he didn't immediately allocate them, as he hadn't yet reached the peak of the second tier. However, an exciting piece of news arrived. The transformation of his floating city had been fully completed. Under special escort, the floating city was now hovering above Ba City. When Ji Xia received the news, he instinctively looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. However, he had already received the teleportation coordinates and could go there directly. With a joyful heart, Ji Xia completed all his work for the day and eagerly activated the teleportation array. In the next moment, he found himself in a pure white room. Faint golden patterns were visible, creating a sacred and elegant atmosphere. The room was empty, but by the entrance of the teleportation hall, Ji Xia noticed a light screen. As he approached, a crisp mechanical voice sounded. "Welcome back, Honorable Master. I am the spirit of the floating city. You may give me a new name." With the technological advancements into Xia, artificial intelligence was no longer a novelty. Ji Xia casually said, "Let's call you Xingchen. Do you have any guidance?" Ji Xia was thrilled to serve you. Guided by the stars to the core control room of the floating city. Once he mastered the core, he would gain complete control over the city. Following the virtual green arrows, Ji Xia moved forward, passing other buildings where virtual text appeared, indicating areas like the training room, lounge, and dining hall. However, the core control room was underground. After walking through a corridor adorned with strange patterns, Ji Xia finally reached a seemingly ordinary transparent room. The surroundings were dark, but the transparent walls lit up upon his arrival, displaying the entire layout of the floating city. Ji Xia was slightly surprised to see surveillance on the walls. The voice of Xing Chen followed. "Yes, Master, you can monitor the floating city from here at any time. Please channel your unique energy into the control core to claim ownership of the floating city." Ji Xia flicked his finger, and starlight instantly shot onto the crystal ball, which was the source essence. In that moment, Ji Xia's mind merged with the floating city, receiving a wealth of information. The floating city was not created by Xia, but was discovered in some ruins and modified before being unveiled. It has a radius of about 200 meters and covers an area of 120,000 square meters. Although the area is not the focus, the uniqueness of the floating city lies in its ability to integrate a dimensional world. Xingchuan is not artificial intelligence, but the spirit of the floating city. Ji Xia only needs to claim ownership and provide materials, and the spirit can carry out modifications. As a healer, Ji Xia found that the functional areas already included a professional treatment room, with a sleep chamber, sealing room, and convalescence room. There were also several buildings without designated functions, which Ji Xia could modify himself. He first changed the teleportation coordinates, requiring approval for teleportation. Then, he assigned rooms in the residential area for his family and arranged accommodations for Li Ping and others. The healing master would have his own team, so the residential area could accommodate many people. Ji Xia would gradually recruit people, or as his master mentioned about the instance with angels, he could directly recruit the angel race, a wise species that could assist him in completing tasks. If not for the changes brought by the integration of the Cloud City instance, Ji Xia would have started modifying the floating city right away. But he restrained himself, spending the night resting in the floating city. The next day, he routinely revived 2 predecessors, and then, at the base outside the Blue Heart Glacier instance, saw the insect Li Ping had sent a pale green, giant mantis, comparable in size to a large dog. The mantis' arms concealed sharp blades that seemed capable of easily slicing through a metal cage, but it was now bound by special chains, unable to break free. Under the guise of experimentation, Ji Xia easily extracted a wisp of the mantis's life force to create a life lamp. While its oil was seized by him, transforming into less than zero point 0.1 unit of source essence. The mantis died instantly, its body decaying rapidly, turning into a pale gray clay sculpture. Ji Xia gathered his magic, striking the mantis, and the lifelike sculpture shattered, dirt scattering on the ground. At the same time, Ji Xia noticed his source points increased by 50. Indeed, as an elite-level insect monster from the wild insect plains, the source points granted were 10 times that of dimensional instance monsters. Moreover, this source essence was extremely pure, identical to Ji Xia's origin. He couldn't help but smile, realizing he could explore a different path for enhancement. It was evident to anyone that Lin Yuan and Zhou Hao were following Ji Xia to support him, and no one was forcing them to leave. If everything went as expected, the two of them would become Ji Xia's teammates. So, in the afternoon, while running a dungeon, Ji Xia shared his decision with them. However, to Ji Xia's surprise, Lin Yuan said, "We can do that, but the leveling speed outside is very slow, and aren't you paying attention to any news?" His eyes showed a mix of emotions, but Lin Yuan seemed quite responsible. "Any changes, you masters are the first to know. Ji Xia, you should join the masters group and check it out more often." Ji Xia opened the dungeon device, knowing full well that he was already in the group. The group was not only filled with chatter, but messages poured in like a machine gun, with hundreds of them flooding in at once, leaving him little time to keep up. Now, he decided to browse through the information immediately. Gradually, he understood the truth of the matter and figured it might be better to visit the insect plains later. Without a doubt, he would be on the list for the 5-turn dungeon strategy group. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement, definitely on it. My master said the Legion plans to unlock the 5-turn dungeon seal to acquire higher-level knowledge. It's time for the emergence of 5-turn and 5th-rank professionals. Ji Xia noticed other masters frequently mentioning Witch's Night, a familiar term that puzzled him, so he asked Lin Yuan, "Do you know what Witch's Night is?" Lin Yuan looked confused, clearly unaware of it. At this point, Zhou Hao smiled and replied, "I came across this in the archives. Last year, while organizing materials for my master, I saw something about the uniqueness of dimensions above 5-turn and paid special attention to it. Witch's Night is a special dimension from 5-turn to 9-turn, with 5-turn witches on the outskirts and 9-turn witches inside. In the past, without you, the cost of development was too high, and anyone who went there perished, but now, with you, it can be restarted." Upon hearing this, Ji Xia felt a bit of a headache and wondered, are there other dimensions above 5-turn? Or are all these dimensions this difficult? Zhou Hao nodded seriously. Yes, although I wish it weren't the case. Dimensions above 5-turn are very peculiar. Almost all are civilizations that have already perished, with monsters rampant. By dealing with the monsters, we can obtain the light of civilization's enlightenment, guiding our development. I've heard my master lament that Witch's Night is relatively manageable since the witch hierarchy is strict. We can deal with the outer witches first, then go inside once we're stronger. Other dungeons, like the Flame Demon Territory, Fallen Floating City, and the Age of Saints, are hellishly difficult. Entering them would be noticed by the Flame Demon King, wizards, and demigods. What I know is just the tip of the iceberg. You can ask other masters. After listening, Ji Xia rubbed the stubble on his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "It seems Ji Xia's development strategy is to conquer a high-level dungeon first, enhance overall capability, and then crush the wilderness with overwhelming force?" Lin Yuan remained silent, while Zhou Hao sighed and held his forehead, looking helpless. "Lin Yuan, you explain, really? Master Ji, you're a master. How is your information channel so outdated?" Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he began to explain to Ji Xia. "Ji Xia, before the spiritual energy resurgence, we already knew that Blue Star was a planet, knew there were 7 major planets in the solar system, and understood that the solar system is just a speck in the Milky Way. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, Blue Star began to expand, and technology gradually recovered. To this day, the exact size of Blue Star remains undetectable, with dangerous areas appearing everywhere. Once, a tree person over 1,000 meters tall appeared on land, whose slightest movement could trigger a minor earthquake. Later, the Grand Elder established the Daxia safe zone, using dimensional barriers to shield human presence. As a result, the tree person stopped approaching Daxia, rooted itself there, and fell into a deep slumber. It is estimated that this tree person possesses a power level equivalent to the 7th or 8th tier, and in the Green Hell, there are thousands of similar tree people. Lin Yuan remained silent, recalling each time he ventured out and saw the towering tree people, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Ji Xia also kept quiet, realizing the harshness of human survival conditions. By piecing together thousands of chat records from the group, Ji Xia gradually understood that it has become increasingly difficult for professionals to reproduce. Consequently, Daxia developed a safe zone to boost the population and implemented a universal awakening plan. This has formed an interconnected system, and if it weren't for the difficulty professionals face in having offspring, the goal of making everyone a professional might have already been achieved. Currently, Daxia has about 800 million people. Despite professionals only being able to produce offspring once every few years, with such a large population base, even after universal awakening, the birth rate would not drop significantly. Although the natural alliance has fewer people, each one is a professional, explaining the current situation. After some thought, Jixia said, I guess I shouldn't think about going to the insect planes. I should aim to reach the 4th tier within a year through dimensional dungeons, so I can participate in the 5th turn dungeon strategy missions. Today's dungeon was specifically chosen for its healing type. Recently, Jixia has been selecting dungeons suitable for the 3 of them, though no skills have been dropped. Fortunately, his 2 skill slots at the 2nd tier already have 2 skill books, so there's no need to rush. Jixia took a moment to check and found he was already level 142, and in 2 days, he would be able to learn a new skill. Although he felt the progress was a bit slow, upon returning home, he posted a message in the Master group. Masters, we're about to start the 5th turn dungeon strategy, but I'm only at the 2nd tier. Any tips for leveling up quickly? Zhu Yingzhan replied, Oh, it's Jixia. With your high bloodline level, there are no bottlenecks at the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Once you reach the 3rd tier, keep grinding skeletons, and you'll reach the 4th tier in less than 2 months. Lu Xingchen added, That's a fast method and is recognized as safe and without side effects. Jixia, are you planning to personally attend the Witch's Night? You're quite the talent. Ma Jinxin mentioned, outside the Bone Plains dungeon, there's a mage association permanently stationed with a group of light mages. If you post a task with a substitute doll or source essence doll as a reward, you'll surely attract many helpers. Within seconds, a flood of suggestions filled the group. After confirming their feasibility, Ji Xia gratefully said, Thanks for the suggestions, everyone. I'll start leveling up tomorrow. I was previously thinking of tackling 1 disaster level dungeon a day to level up within a year. Hu Shua joked, Old Bai isn't doing his job. He didn't tell his disciple this. Lu Xingchen responded, That's normal. Look at our group. It's just a few of us chatting daily. It's rare for a healing master to show up even once in 6 months. Zhu Yingzhan agreed. That's right. Ji Xia might end up the same way soon. There are only 7 healing masters in all of Daxia. If they're not busy, who is? Ji Xia felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he wasn't busy, with a regular and easy work routine. However, he also knew this perception had been shaped by external influences. After all, everyone thought that reviving someone on the brink of death was an exhausting task. In reality, it wasn't that demanding or draining, just full of limitations. The puppet, due to its powerful effect, was naturally considered difficult to make. Coupled with the need to tackle a high-level quest, others assumed Ji Xia was very busy and tired, so no one added more tasks for him. Ji Xia looked up at the sky, only to see the ceiling was spotless. He was only at the 2nd tier, with just 17 points of source essence, making him quite weak. To be on the safe side, he decided to wait until he reached the 4th tier before stepping up, allowing misunderstandings to persist so he could develop peacefully. Before bed, Ji Xia posted a task within the Legion, seeking someone to take him to the Bone Plains for leveling up. Ji Xia only cared about efficiency, so even someone with Lin Yuan's talent could apply. Whether Lin Yuan activated his flame state or not made a huge difference in combat power, but it just consumed life force, which Ji Xia could replenish. That night, Ji Xia slept exceptionally well, while various legions carefully selected participants for the task. The next morning, when Ji Xia woke up, he found himself unusually speechless. A 4th tier Holy Knight, a 4th tier Holy Flame Mage, and a 4th tier Purification Ranger, were these powerhouses really going to help him level up? It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As Ji Xia ate breakfast, he mused that he had underestimated his own influence. Perhaps it would be better to choose a few ordinary ones. However, before Ji Xia could make a choice, he received a phone call. Hello, Master, what's up? I heard you want to level up quickly. Listen, find a few skilled teammates, then apply for half a month's solo use of the Bone Plains. Use your merits to purchase a special team contract, and the energy of the entire dungeon world will flow to you. You'll reach the peak of the 4th tier in no more than half a month. What? Ji Xia was shocked, understanding what was said. Master, are you serious? So fast. Bai Yunshan explained. This is a byproduct of the National Awakening Plan. They've researched how to level up quickly. This method is the fastest but can't be replicated or popularized. Also, the reason we've been stuck at the peak of the 4th tier isn't due to slow leveling. Ask Gu Ming and the others if they weren't at the 4th tier a decade ago. The issue is the lack of access to high-tier supernatural knowledge. If you grow, you'll quickly obtain it. Initially, we thought to let you grow at your own pace without pressure, but since you brought it up, don't blame them for being direct, huh? After the call, Ji Xia felt a bit touched. He initially thought he was being left alone without supervision, but he was only half right. It was true he was left to grow, but not out of neglect. Others were concerned about pressuring him. This was easy to guess, likely due to his age. Ji Xia's identity after transmigrating was that of a minor. The higher-ups probably thought, since it had been so many years, a few days wouldn't matter. and wanted to give Ji Xia a normal growth environment. However, as Bai Yinshan mentioned, if Ji Xia took the initiative, it would be different. Suddenly, the optimal choice appeared before Ji Xia. With his master's special reminder, Ji Xia confirmed the 3 people mentioned earlier and purchased several contracts. The reason for choosing 3 teammates was because this special contract only allowed for a 4-person team. Ji Xia didn't forget to first rescue 2 people at Launching Glacier before heading to the White Bone Plains dungeon. As previously arranged in the group chat, they were to meet at the dungeon entrance. Upon arrival, he was immediately captivated by the sight before him 3 professionals, boasting extravagant gear that was almost ostentatious, waiting there. Their equipment shimmered with an unusual brilliance, making them stand out in the vast area. At the dungeon's entrance, even the guards were nowhere to be seen, which was understandable given that their 4-person team had more than enough strength to easily conquer the dungeon. The most striking feature was the portal before them, which was unlike the blue vortexes Ji Xia had seen before. It was a black rectangular frame with a dynamic purple curtain suspended in the center, dotted with countless scintillating lights, resembling a delicate piece of art rather than a typical dimensional gate. The Star Spirit Master is here. Welcome, Master. Finally, we meet the Master. The 3 greeted Ji Xia warmly upon his arrival. 4th Tier Pinnacle Holy Knight, Yang Guang. 4th Tier Pinnacle Holy Flame Mage, Li Qingshan. 4th Tier Pinnacle Purification Ranger, Gu Zhilin. The 3 introduced themselves succinctly. Looking at their youthful faces, Ji Xia didn't bother guessing their actual ages and got straight to the point. I'm Ji Xia. I'll be relying on you to help me level up. No trouble at all, replied Yang Guang, the holy knight clad in silver-white heavy armor, his voice deep and reassuring. The dungeon has been idle overnight, so the monsters have likely accumulated. Let's start now. As another class with charisma as a special main attribute, his aura was distinctly different from that of a healing mage. After signing the contract, the 4 stepped into the dungeon. Yang Guang immediately activated an aura, and Ji Xia instantly felt his attributes enhanced. Li Qingshan then waved his hand, enveloping everyone in a golden flame shield. Gu Zhilin had already drawn her bow, and a white arrow shot through the air, transforming into a rain of arrows that purified the newly awakened skeletons on the ground. Ji Xia marveled at the dungeon's environment. Under a sky filled with dark clouds, the bone-covered ground made a constant cracking sound as skeletons emerged, their hollow eye sockets flickering with pale soul fire. He quickly crafted 4 life lamps and created primal essence puppets for the other 3. I only have 1 skill to restore mana, so I might slow us down, Ji Xia said apologetically. Whinnying, a loud neigh echoed around them as Yang Guang summoned his mount, a large, snow-white dragon horse. He carefully secured the puppet before reassuring Ji Xia. Don't worry, power leveling someone doesn't require you to take action. Against these countered skeleton monsters, small skills will suffice. Exactly, Gu Zhilin agreed as she continued shooting purification arrows into the sky. I just used a basic purification arrow and cleared a large area of monsters. Li Qingshan, wielding a fiery red staff, struck the ground, sending out a ring of golden flames that reduced the skeletons to ash. He added, that's right. So, Ji Xia, you can find a spot to read or study skills. By the time we've cleared the area, you'll probably reach Tier 3. Are there really that many monsters here? Ji Xia asked in surprise. Gu Zhilin, while precisely shooting arrows, explained, yes, this dimension isn't simple. It's more like a fragment of a world, with no boss or loot, just an endless generation of skeleton monsters. Ji Xia was filled with curiosity about the bone plains in the realm of the undead after hearing Gu Zhilin's explanation. She mentioned that the bone plains is a fragment of the undead realm and once bore traces of the god of the undead. As a newly initiated practitioner, Ji Xia was astounded by this information and couldn't help but ask further. Gu Zhilin, dressed in a leather jacket that accentuated her figure, with short hair that gave her a sharp and neat appearance, smiled slightly and began to share her insights. According to the explorations of the Dimensional Institute, dimensions are the origins of another shattered world. After descending upon Blue Star, these small fragments merged with our imagination and civilization, forming numerous dimensional instances. The larger origin fragments created relics like the Bone Plains, Sky City, and dungeons, containing traces of another world, with the existence of portals being the best proof. She continued, I come from the Dimensional Institute, so I know relatively more. It's said that the shattered world underwent a catastrophe, where deities fell from their divine realm to the material world, becoming saints. They were then besieged by other legendary and demigod-level powerhouses and ultimately perished, causing the world to break apart. Ji Xia was amazed by the power of necromancers, thinking that one person could create an undead catastrophe. Gu Zhilin responded with a smile. Good question. But, Ji Xia, you must understand, the legacy of that temple might have some issues. A regular mage might not trigger a class change there, but we, who are of the light and holy professions, will. This is the god of the undead's dark humor against the god of light, as they are adversaries trying to corrupt each other's power. We plan to violently break through the temple's legacy once we advance to the 5th tier. The three were open with Ji Xia, and when discussing the undead temple, they naturally mentioned the Temple of Nature. Gu Zhelin explained. The Nature Alliance gained strength from the legacy of the Temple of Nature, just as the Holy Alliance did with the legacy of the God of Light. However, the Nature Alliance worships Blue Star, while the Holy Alliance worships their Lord, creating an artificial totem god with a strand of divine fire. This god, eroded by faith, has the duty of protecting humanity. Ji Xia listened intently, secretly praising the fascinating information. He also learned that the power of Sun Island was not what he imagined as an island nation, but a place that had sunk during the spiritual resurgence. The current Sun Island was formed by a group of refugees after the world chaos. Observing the practices of other holy and nature alliances, they chose to worship the sun, believing in a deity within it. Although the sun god did not exist, the sun has always been part of mythology across civilizations. The convergence of faith, along with the resurgence of spiritual energy, bestowed power, enabling the priests and paladins of Sun Island to wield fire-based divine spells. Ji Xia was filled with wonder, finding all of this incredibly miraculous. A group of people sat around the campfire, discussing the distribution of forces across Blue Star in detail. Currently, the various survivor groups are scattered across the vast wilderness, far apart and almost cut off from one another. They all agreed that unless 9th-tier powerhouses emerged in each region, it would be difficult to subdue the rampant wild beasts and open up routes for communication. With 3 formidable protectors, Ji Xia was relatively safe on the Whitebone Plains. The next morning, he took out the insights left by his master and began to study them diligently. Bai Yunshan had been completely open with him, imparting all his skills and even using enchantment techniques to seal his own insights into symbols. Whenever Ji Xia gazed at these symbols, he could directly grasp the profound concepts contained within them. As Ji Xia delved deeper, his understanding of the power of purification became increasingly thorough. Although Starlight Purification couldn't be upgraded in level, its rune system continued to improve. Through the purification runes, Ji Xia finally glimpsed the complete form of Starlight Purification, a perfect, naturally formed sphere. This realization dawned on him. The reason this skill didn't require upgrading was that it was already a complete rune system. As long as his power was sufficient, he could unleash its full effect. This was a talent innate to legendary bloodlines. This revelation left Ji Xia in awe. The basic skill harbored such potential that when the runes were perfected, it could ascend to the level of a divine ability. But what level of mastery was required to fully wield the divine ability's power? Ji Xia was uncertain, but he sensed that even a 9th-tier strength might not suffice. He clearly understood that above the 9th tier were levels like epic, legendary, mythical, demigod, and true god. As a legendary being, to fully utilize his innate talents, he probably needed to reach a corresponding legendary level of power. 2.5 days later, Ji Xia and Lin Yuan, along with others, successfully conquered a 2nd-tier disaster-level dungeon, solidifying his foundation and allowing him to break through to the 3rd tier. He then returned to the Whitebone Plains to focus on the skills of connection and telepathy. The connection skill, related to healing, was quickly understood by Ji Xia, but telepathy, unrelated to healing, filled him with anticipation as he progressed. As expected, upgrading the connection skill primarily increased the number of secondary targets and its effects. Meanwhile, the progress in telepathy was surprising. At level 6, he could engage in mental conversations with a target. At level 16, he could facilitate mental communication among multiple targets. And at level 26, he could interpret the mental waves emitted by a target. Ji Xia was curious about the intriguing synergy these 2 special skills would have when mastered, so he pushed both to level 30 simultaneously. In an instant, the cosmic sounds of another dimension echoed in Ji Xia's ears, plunging him into a deep state of enlightenment. Noticing the anomaly, Yang Guang immediately rode over to protect him, while the other 2 continued clearing the surrounding undead. For them, gaining insights and breakthroughs during battles was not uncommon. Though Ji Xia's situation was somewhat unique, he had entered a state of enlightenment without engaging in battle. Given that he was researching new skills, this situation was understandable. Yang Guang sensed that the cosmic sounds wave was not strong, and, considering Ji Xia's ongoing skill study, deduced that this was likely an insight from reaching mastery level. He was curious about what extraordinary secrets Ji Xia would grasp this time. Indeed, Ji Xia did not disappoint, mastering several secret techniques. The first was Mind Link, enabling connected targets to use telepathy with each other, sharing sensory experiences. The second was Flesh Puppet, allowing him to create and control a puppet capable of using his own abilities, a fusion of connection and substitute doll skills. Ji Xia was thrilled to discover that the abilities he had previously acquired could also merge. The appearance of a third skill surprised him even more. The Lighthouse of the Soul ignites the light within, releasing the protective glow of the soul, and dispelling all mist that obscures it. The power of the life lamp and telepathy are significant, but what stands out is Jixia's ability to light up the soul lighthouse for others through a soul link, enhancing the effectiveness of the arcane arts. The stronger the willpower of those connected, the more remarkable the effect. Jixia found it quite rewarding that these two mastery-level skills resulted in 3 practical arcane methods. He planned to assimilate these skills, expecting to reach level 60 in a few days, and then simultaneously upgrade 5 skills to level 90, filled with anticipation. After exiting his state of insight, Jixia looked at Yang Guang, who was guarding him, and smiled. "Let me show you the new arcane method, Soul Link." The life lamp shimmered beside him, and the skill linked the 4 of them directly. Without speaking, Jixia mentally communicated. The new arcane method, Soul Link, allows seamless communication within over 10 kilometers, like this. He glanced at Yang Guang, and the other 3 also saw Yang Guang's image. "This is amazing," echoed the voice of Gu Zhilin in their minds, identical to her own. "How strange. Is this what it feels like to see oneself?" This was obviously Yang Guang speaking, also transmitting a sense of frustration to the others. Li Qingshan expressed his shock. "Oh my, I can feel your emotions, Yang Guang. Can you all feel mine?" "We can," the others responded. "Wow, with this link during dungeon raids, we can communicate seamlessly, allowing the strategists to devise tactics in real time." They all felt that tackling the Witch's Knight would be much easier. However, they simultaneously sensed a heavy emotion from Jixia. He sighed. "I've done some research on the Witch's Knight dimensional dungeon recently. The situation is not optimistic. The gap between the 5th and 4th tiers is too vast. We might need special strategies to conquer it." He had actually explored the Witch's Knight a few times, only to find it unsolvable and thus sealed it, waiting for a more opportune moment to reopen it. Jixia decided to block his mind from transmitting these thoughts to others. In his mind, a sketch appeared, a bizarre and peculiar world with a giant claw machine in the background, filled with dolls of various shapes. Dolls lay on the ground, and the walls were covered with them, all bearing lifelike expressions that were eerily terrifying. The enemies here were omnipresent strings that, upon entry, would pierce through bodies, gradually taking full control and turning outsiders into dolls, to be hung in the air. This domain belonged to one of the witches in the Witch's Knight. Destroy all the dolls, and a doll which would appear. Defeating her would lead to the next domain. The entire dimensional dungeon contained numerous domains, and they hadn't even passed the entrance domain, leaving them unaware of what lay beyond. Jixia's idea was to first attempt a straightforward team strategy to see if skills could prevent the strings. If successful, they would destroy all the dolls and defeat the witch when she appeared. His master could give it a try, and so could he, because their purification skills were strong, especially Jixia's. If they could temporarily boost their power to the 5th tier, they could completely purify all negative states of the same level. Gu Zhilin, hearing Jixia's thoughts, felt a bit frustrated. She fired a burst arrow, destroying hundreds of skeletons, and then suddenly had a thought. "I feel like you find it challenging, Jixia, but not impossible. No wonder you want to level up. You want to go yourself, don't you?" Jixia didn't deny it and replied, "Yes. In this dangerous instance, runestones ensure safe teleportation out. I can use the life lamp to forcibly extend life, at least to push through with sheer will, and it won't really be life-threatening. Or simply use the suicide strategy, which I think could work." Yang Guang and the others simultaneously marveled. Whoa. They had always been cautious, knowing that one wrong move could mean death. If they died, who would hold the line? Hearing Jixia's strategy and considering his abilities, they suddenly found the idea of the suicide strategy intriguing. No, it was intensely intriguing. Especially Li Qingshan, who was eager. "Master Star Spirit, if we really use the suicide strategy, I apply to join the strategy plan for Witch's Knight. My talent is to burn everything. Normally, it amplifies spell power by burning mana, but in a desperate situation, it truly burns everything in a final explosion. Last time, when exploring a relic in the wilderness, I used this move to drive away a massive earth bear, and I remember it clearly. Let me show you." He shared his experience with everyone, and Jixia vaguely saw a massive earth-colored bear, 3 or 4 stories tall, shaking the ground with its movements. However, Li Qingshan had turned into a small golden sun, scaring the giant bear away. That bear was of a tier 4 or higher level. Jixia didn't speak, but used the blood puppet on Li Qingshan's life lamp. In the next moment, Jixia's mana was mostly consumed, and a person identical to Li Qingshan appeared, even wearing the same clothes, though Jixia knew it was made of flesh. Jixia said, "Li Qingshan, try to see if this puppet can self-destruct." By now, Li Qingshan had run over, easily controlling the puppet to cast spells and even make it self-destruct. Unfortunately, it could only self-destruct without using the innate ability to burn everything, limiting its power. Within the 4th tier, a blast would be fatal, but at the 5th tier, it was uncertain. Jixia then created a puppet of himself and said, "Let's control the puppets to leave the instance and see if we can still sense them." During this process, Jixia noticed some differences. Under the effect of the psychic link, controlling his own puppet felt no different from using his own body, but Li Qingshan's puppet was particularly stiff. This was probably due to the characteristics, as all puppets were molded by Jixia himself. As the puppets left the dimension, Jixia found that controlling them again felt slightly sluggish, while the Li Qingshan puppet beside him just froze. "Well, it seems we can't use an army of puppets for Witch's Night. But if I can ensure I don't die, then others will also have assurance, which is a good thing." Returning to the dimension with the puppet, Jixia said with a smile, "Good news. Although the puppet I made for you can't be controlled across the dimension door, mine can." In the strategy for the Night of the Witch, Jixia realized that he only needed to act as a safety net, but with a limited number of life-saving lamps, he hoped his teammates would put in more effort. Yang Guang confidently patted his chest, promising to help Jixia reach the 4th level, while Li Qingshan excitedly recalled the painful experience of tackling the first 4th level dimension, believing that Jixia's abilities could minimize further losses. Although their skills weren't top tier and they couldn't participate in dimension strategies, they were willing to contribute to reducing casualties. Jixia's gaze fell on the bone-strewn plains, where skeletons were continuously purified in the light, turning to dust, and the elemental substance flowed towards him under the power of the rules. As the skeletons kept dying, Jixia's level steadily increased, with his innate ability directly boosting his elemental substance, almost reaching 150 after a single upgrade. He felt no bottleneck in his progression, knowing he just needed to keep accumulating energy to naturally advance. On this day, spurred by his teammates' enthusiastic encouragement, Jixia's level leapt from 180 to 196, purifying the entire plane as new skeletons began to emerge. That night, Jixia and his team went home to rest, but he continued discussing the Night of the Witch dungeon in the group chat, sharing a newly understood secret technique that allowed him to control puppets through dimensional gates. He hoped to test this after unlocking the dimension of the Night of the Witch to ensure his teammates' safety. Hushua saw Jixia's questions and opened a video for a full panorama simulation, making Jixia feel as if he had traveled through time and space into Hushua's office, where he was surprised by the various dolls depicted in sketches on the table. Hushua explained that these drawings were based on impressions, as the real dimension contained higher-level powers that couldn't be captured or recorded. When Hushua attempted to add color to the sketches, the paper turned to ash, demonstrating the dimension's mystery and danger. The scene before Jixia left him in awe. He finally understood that he had truly touched the reality of Blue Star. Previously, he had only heard about it, but now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. In the panoramic simulation call, both parties could clearly see each other's surroundings and expressions. Seeing Jixia stunned, Hushua unfolded a stack of drawing papers and slowly said, "In our world, spiritual energy has just begun to awaken, while another world has developed for countless years, possessing complex and intricate rules. It has come to Blue Star, merging with disasters and fantasies, transforming into fantastical dimensions. This presents an opportunity, but without sufficient strength, one might face catastrophic disasters. In fact, if you hadn't appeared, we would have initiated the exploration plan next year, with Lin Xian and Lin Yao as the main characters. Don't be surprised, they'll be free in a few days, and you can have a good chat. We're all looking forward to your encounter." In a flash of insight, Jixia asked, "Is it because of the master skills?" Hushua didn't answer directly, but slowly opened a drawer and took out a colorless, transparent gem. Its exterior was encased in a metal frame, forming intricate patterns that seemed to be some kind of writing or symbol. At that moment, Hushua seemed to forget Jixia was a projection and handed the gem to him, which Jixia instinctively accepted. An unexpected event occurred. The colorless gem emitted a golden glow, transcending space, and actually appeared in Jixia's hand. His pupils widened instantly, staring in shock at the golden gem that had suddenly appeared. Hushua explained, "This is a soul gem. Based on our research of past cultures, it is an item of fantasy, embodying soul power, and can even give rise to new professions. It contains curses and ominous power. But don't worry, once it arrives on Blue Star, its symbolic meaning will be processed, turning into some form of extraordinary knowledge. As long as you don't make a wish, you can study it slowly." With that, Hushua ended the call. Jixia looked at the soul gem, filled with wonder. Initially, it was merely a pure crystal of unclaimed soul power, but upon his touch, it instantly absorbed his attributes. This meant Jixia could absorb the soul gem to enhance his soul strength, but that was the least efficient method of use. More importantly, it contained a system of miraculous power that could be activated through wishing, allowing one to achieve currently impossible feats. However, Jixia understood that miracles come at a cost, and every extraordinary wish fulfilled would consume something, ultimately leading the wisher to a tragic end. These were the inherent messages of the soul gem, especially the part about the cost, which seemed particularly rigid as if added later. The original soul gem merely sought to entice people into making wishes. Although Ji Xia had never encountered a soul gem before, he instinctively wanted to destroy this golden, magnificent stone. It brought hope, but could just as easily turn hope into despair. It seemed that the combination of Witch's Knight and Soul Gem was indeed not a good thing. However, as Hu Shuo pointed out, this wasn't a true soul gem of fantasy. Understanding the extraordinary knowledge it contained was enough. And the knowledge within the gem was a series of concepts. In the world of the Night of the Witches, the dual concepts of hope and despair coexist, but currently, despair holds sway. To obtain the miracle of hope, one must vanquish the witches. Ji Xia applied a bit of force, causing the golden gemstone to shatter instantly, and golden dust scattered magnificently in the air. Suddenly, a wind whipped through the room, and the dust spiraled into another puppet of Ji Xia. At that moment, they exchanged a knowing smile. The secret art of the flesh puppet allows for the creation of controllable puppets that can even use one's own abilities. However, Ji Xia discovered during experiments on the white bone plane that when the distance is too great, such as when separated by a dimensional gate, control becomes sluggish. This drawback is not insurmountable. By crafting a blank soul for the puppet, Ji Xia's consciousness can seamlessly connect with the main body. Although Ji Xia lacks the ability to create souls, the soul gemstone, which is his own, can serve as a vessel. Through trial, Ji Xia found that the puppet's operational flexibility differed entirely from his own body. In the following days, Ji Xia frequently traveled between the Blue Heart Glacier, the White Bone Plain, and the Floating City. By December, he had reached the peak of the 3rd tier and was eager to comprehend runes to advance to the 4th tier. Meanwhile, the twins extended an invitation to Ji Xia, providing coordinates for another floating city. After inputting the destination in the teleportation hall, he arrived at a new place, accompanied by a familiar sensation. Pavilions, rock gardens, and flowing water surrounded him. The cold of December seemed absent here. Gardenias and lilacs bloomed, their usually strong fragrance now refreshingly subtle. In the sky, clouds of orange, rose, gold, blue, and yellow intertwined, painting a magnificent canvas. Ji Xia couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the man-made sky. Beautiful, isn't it? We designed it in 48 days. Ji Xia turned toward the voice to find two nearly identical people, their appearances and attire making it hard to discern if they were one person's reflection or two mirrored individuals. Fortunately, Ji Xia possessed a unique skill. He could sense the differences in their thoughts and the distinct essence at their core. It is beautiful, like a scene from an oil painting, Ji Xia remarked with a smile. Hello, I'm Ji Xia, he introduced himself. I'm Lin Xin. I'm Lin Yao. They responded in turn. Ji Xia quickly noted that Lin Xin was the one with the flowing essence, while Lin Yao's essence was static. The three of them sat in the garden, and Lin Xin spoke first. You can tell us apart. Lin Yao followed. But you can't remember our appearances. It was then Ji Xia realized that despite having seen their true faces, he could only recall their similarity, forgetting the specific features. Ji Xia frowned. Is it a 5th tier power? But you're not at the 5th tier yet, he added. Both extended their hands. Lin Xion's right hand held a floating, pristine watch face, while Lin Yao's left hand held an ancient, unmoving watch face, mirroring their respective essences. Lin Xion explained, this is our unique, God-level bloodline ability, time reversal. Lin Yao added, time pause. Ji Xia's pupils suddenly widened, reflecting the images of the two individuals, leaving him bewildered. Divine-level bloodline, time reversal and pause? He was certain that their source energy wasn't abundant, each having only 50 points. How could they possess such extraordinary abilities? It defied all logic. Clearly, they anticipated Ji Xia's reaction and continued to explain, each taking turns. Although it seemed unusual, it was indeed real. Deities from another world tried to devour us, one of them said. But we have the ability to perceive truth and have been favored by the will of Blue Star. As a result, we devoured it instead, gaining a bloodline evolution and a complete divine inheritance. They took turns explaining the situation to Ji Xia. They had the gifts of truth and logic, and by working together, they could directly perceive the truth. Even while admiring a landscape, they could grasp spells. After awakening, they were favored by Blue Star's will and received the special vocation of an enlightener, capable of evolving into prophets to guide the development of civilization. They sought advice on various skills, advanced them to a master level, and then taught those skills back to the people they initially learned from, achieving an overall improvement. Through these actions, they officially became prophets. Following a prophecy, they ventured into a fallen floating city's dimension, extracted the only surviving divine will from another world, lured it into possession, and then devoured it with Blue Star's help. Ultimately, they elevated their bloodline to a divine level, gaining divine talents, which became their confidence in exploring higher dimensions. After hearing all this, Jixia felt a moment of disorientation and suddenly realized that, as a transmigrator with a cheat-like advantage, he was actually an anomaly. Without him, the world would still have its own chosen ones to lead its development. These two were the chosen ones. He wondered to himself, what would happen if the two chosen ones teamed up with him, the cheat? It's well known that the development of a world is never smooth. Jixia speculated. The cost of using your divine abilities must be significant, right? Lin Xian nodded, looking at Jixia seriously. We can only reverse the time of a small dimension. Lin Yao added. We can only pause the time of a small dimension. Lin Xian continued. I sense you're pondering something interesting. Jixia laughed. Indeed, it was intriguing. He asked, since you have the favor of Blue Star's will, can you help me find out where the remaining special skills are? I really need them. They might bring you a surprise. Lin Xian shook his head regretfully. Your master already asked. We've only obtained 2 skills through all the world's channels, and with the ones you found yourself, there are only 5 in total. Lin Yao added. Our vocation is akin to being scholars in the special category. Combined with our bloodline, it evolves into a unique special vocation, and we can create special skills based on our own characteristics. After they finished speaking, they looked at Jixia, who sighed helplessly. I understand. You're suggesting I create my own skills. He knew it would be challenging for him, and he had no clue where to start. There is. Lin Xian's response was extremely confident. A crisp sound rang out as a soul gem was placed on the table. Lin Yao appeared somewhat lost. The development of Xia and Blue Star is destined to be fraught with difficulties, even facing extinction risks, which is why Blue Stars will intervene. But, Lin Xian continued, you're different. You're like a miracle. The sudden rise of Jixia left Lin Xian and Lin Yao feeling bewildered. With such a powerful healer, could the Grand Xia still face the risk of downfall? Are the enemies truly that formidable? It seemed unbelievable. So, they attempted to consult the will of Blue Star, and the answer they received was that the future held no place for Jixia. This didn't mean Jixia would die or be unable to grow, but rather that his appearance was an unexpected event. Like an unforeseen person barging into a carefully laid plan, he brought about potential changes. After careful analysis, they linked this to the flash of insight from the Witch's Night Dimension dungeon and concluded that, much like the will of Blue Star chose them as its favored ones to guide events positively, could Jixia be the same? Everything has a survival instinct, seeking benefit and avoiding harm. Therefore, they believe Jixia represented a miracle, symbolizing the scales of victory tipping in their favor. Naturally, they would offer Jixia some assistance. Jixia learned that each profession's special category had only 5 skills, which would inspire him and serve as a guide. After that, he needed to create his own skills. Enhancing basic skills was like perfecting runes, and he would witness the evolution of a skill firsthand. As he was a miracle, the power of the Witch's Night Dimension dungeon resonated with him. Once he cleared it, he could use its power to construct his first master-level skill, thereby reaching the 5th tier. Jixia pondered whether he was indeed a miracle, which was hard to determine. Being able to traverse from a parallel world and gain a panel, maxing out skill levels despite lacking innate talent. It seemed unlikely anyone would believe he wasn't a miracle. Thus, Jixia indeed aligned with the concept of a miracle. So, how should he proceed? He picked up on the key point from the conversation. To advance to the 5th tier, he must create a skill and elevate it to the master level. He admitted that his current skills already had the rudiments of a master level. The twins exchanged a glance and said in unison, You truly are a miracle. They quickly projected information for Jixia to review. Note, it's difficult to elevate other skills to the master level. Only one's own skills are easier to comprehend. To construct an epic-level bloodline, while simultaneously advancing to the epic realm, breaking free from rules, and even achieving preliminary flight. Jixia was profoundly shocked after reading through it. This cultivation system was incredibly challenging. Moreover, it required simultaneous elevation of bloodline, skill level, and strength, a triple-pronged approach. Fortunately, for Jixia, it was merely a matter of the number of source points. Realizing Jixia had finished reviewing the projection, Lin Xian then said, This is the path to becoming a god that we've deduced, a special version not available to ordinary people. If they attempt this path, they would remain forever at the 4th tier. They had thoroughly read countless memories of deities from other worlds, repeatedly revising to derive this general system. Although the initial stages were fraught with difficulties, the threshold for becoming a god was lower. Jixia's mouth twitched slightly. Becoming a god. These two were thinking quite far ahead, but it was indeed worth contemplating. The Lin brothers had meticulously categorized human talent and comprehension into several levels over the years, not to create a hierarchy, but to devise suitable cultivation plans for different groups. Jixia learned that reaching the 4th or 5th tier of cultivation only requires master-level skills to meet the minimum promotion criteria. However, subsequent cultivation demands grandmaster-level runes engraved on the body, and these don't have to be skills he created himself. Realizing this, he felt slightly relieved. But Lin Xian's next topic made Jixia realize he had relaxed too soon. Lin Xian mentioned that a frozen time space is both an absolute defense and an optimal offensive strategy. Combining this with Jixia's abilities, they devised a new strategy. Enter the dimension, clear out the dolls, and when the witch appears, freeze time, allowing them to move freely and unleash their full strength to instantly defeat the witch. Jixia would then save everyone. Jixia was speechless at this. He calculated that, based on a Grandmaster level of 150, he could maintain 150 life lamps, forcibly extending the lives of 150 people. His fourth-tier essence was about 300, allowing him to extend life for 3,000 seconds or 50 minutes. Thus, a fourth tier could save at most 4 people in a day. Using the initial version of the 7-star life extension lamp, he could extend life for 18 people, saving some for the next day. After some calculations, Jixia told them, "Your plan should be more conservative. 22 people is the limit. I can ensure they don't die and can be brought back. If there's one more person, I can only say that I can extend their life by 50 minutes, but after that, they will inevitably die." This was Jixia's conservative estimate. If he used his own essence, he could save more people, but a trump card is called a trump card because it can't be used lightly. He understood that even without him, Jixia would attempt to conquer the dimensional dungeon, so he trusted that Lin Xian and the others would have other methods. Sure enough, Lin Yao looked at Jixia with slight surprise and said, "That's enough. Actually, if you can ensure the rescue of 6 people, that's sufficient." This tactic wasn't rehearsed, so he asked Jixia to improve himself. After learning there were no more special skills, Jixia decided to go back and enhance his skills comprehensively. Originally, he planned to gather 7 skills at the peak of the 4th tier to summon the dragon. After discussing the dungeon, Jixia explained the refined and upgraded Star Core's secret techniques in detail. Although he had previously discussed these with other masters, these two might have new insights. If he truly discovered a perfected path for bloodline enhancement, his family would benefit, and it would elevate the overall foundation of Desai we not pursue it. After the matters concluded, Jixia gained top-level access into Xia, received a special wristwatch, and could access confidential information. Upon returning to his floating island, he immediately began allocating points. Having defeated hundreds of thousands of skeletons, Jixia had no shortage of source points. He first upgraded his subsequent skills, connection and telepathy, to the mastery level, gaining a fusion secret technique psychic transmission, which allows the mind and will to be transmitted to a connected target. This is a secret technique for escaping, but the physical body is essentially lost, leaving only the soul to escape, which can be paired with a flesh puppet for survival. Then, Jixia tirelessly upgraded all his skills to the peak of mastery level, took a deep breath, and elevated all 5 skills to the master level. The terrifying cosmic sound descended, starlight flickered on the floating island, and in the control core, a light point flickered erratically, with part of the cosmic sound integrating into it, birthing the spirit of the device. The nascent spirit had only its instincts, sensing the presence of its master, Jixia, resonating within the cosmic symphony. Instinctively, the artifact spirit activated the concealment array of the floating island, temporarily sealing the entire isle. It sensed that Jixia would have difficulty awakening in the near future, making this protective action perfectly timed. Jixia's consciousness drifted in the vast expanse of deep space. Countless stars twinkled in the dark void, forming a magnificent sea of stars, highlighting his insignificance. In this starry domain, Jixia found himself unable to move at will, instead drawn by the gravitational pull of nearby stars, like a leaf carried by the wind. To his astonishment, he was not in human form in this celestial realm, but had become a planet. As time passed, Jixia, as a part of the universe, deeply comprehended the mysteries of the vast starry sky. One by one, mystical techniques flowed through his heart like starlight, akin to a pile of wood kindling a fire, merging into a blazing flame. In an instant, Jixia felt that his planet-like form had transformed into a radiant star. Around him, enormous runes orbited like planets. The most dazzling among them were 3 complete stars, representing his bloodline's unique skills, starry healing and 2 others. Other abilities, like the life lamp, appeared as smaller planets. Though incomplete, yet they all took their rightful places, forming a complete stellar system. With this system's formation, a faint force field emerged around Jixia's body, gently lifting him to float. Upon emerging from this realization, Jixia, despite acquiring only one mystical technique, couldn't hide his smile. This technique, named Stellar System, though abstract in description, contained immense power, forming a stellar system with oneself as the core, where all accompanying stars remain in orbit under the influence of the main star, possessing formidable self-repair capabilities. After deep contemplation, Jixia suddenly understood the stellar system technique was not yet complete. It was a technique beyond his current level, requiring mastery at the Grandmaster or even higher level. With determination in his eyes, he resolved to ascend to the Grandmaster level. Calculating the requirements, he found that advancing from Master to Grandmaster required 400 source points per level, totaling 60,000 points, a trivial amount for someone with over 500,000 source points. As Ji Xia allocated his points, a brilliant starlight pierced the blue planet's barrier, shooting across the sky above Ba City, enveloping the entire floating city. Although this starlight was radiant, it was shrouded by a mysterious force. Ji Xia re-entered deep meditation, a complete starry sea materializing before him. He envisioned the scene of stars shining brightly, as though emerging from within, with the surrounding planets becoming more complete. Under the starlight's embrace, an immense amount of source energy surged into his body, transforming into source essence, propelling his bloodline to higher levels. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Ji Xia immersed himself in the ultimate truths of the universe, with the stellar system technique approaching completion. At this moment, he finally grasped the essence. The stellar system here was no ordinary celestial body, and the stars were not common stars, but life stars imbued with immense power. Ji Xia's Destiny Star series abilities shine brightly like stars. The activation of the first Destiny Star grants him the favor of fate for the next 3 minutes, allowing him to receive timely warnings when danger approaches. As more Destiny Stars are activated, their fates become interconnected, and fatal damage can be distributed among the other stars. In this star system, all life forms share a common destiny, turning into stardust upon death. As long as one star remains intact, there is a possibility of rebirth. Ji Xia named this ability Spark of Stars. Although the third definition remains unclear, he believes that this series of secret arts is not yet complete, having combined his bloodline and skills to form the most fitting secret art. He opened his panel to check his status, a 4th-tier Healing Star Spirit exclusive class bloodline. In the growth stage with 170, 0001, 000, 000 source essence, and 297 legendary talents. His skills include Starlight Immortality, which allows him to merge his source essence with the stars, enabling rebirth within the essence after death, Source Amplification, which grants an additional 100 source essence with each tier advancement, as well as Starlight Healing, Starlight Purification, and Star Spirit Aversion. As part of his master-level skills, he also possesses Fate's Lantern, Mending Technique, Spare Blood Pack, Connection, and Telepathy. Although his panel appears simple, lower-tier secret arts automatically merge into higher-tier ones and remain usable, albeit not displayed. Ji Xia's Flesh Puppet and Doppelganger Doll have also merged into a Starlight Avatar, which can be used as a doll or transformed into a puppet for control. Eager to test his abilities, Ji Xia wanted to know his true strength. The data on the panel, after all, are just plain words and numbers, incomparable to real combat. After his permissions were upgraded, he quickly searched for a suitable dimensional gate and found a small-scale 4th-turn disaster-level dungeon called Pitch Black Night. Upon entering, his mind would be unable to focus and would be polluted, all while facing relentless attacks from shadow monsters. This is the first stage, and the subsequent situation is unknown, as no one has managed to endure it. Among the shadow monsters is a special humanoid creature that causes both itself and its killer to die upon its defeat. Ji Xia believed he could clear the dungeon, but he had a lingering question. When will these starlights dissipate? At that moment, a milky white light sphere rose and answered, Master, the starlight is the universe's favor upon you. It will not dissipate unless you absorb it. Ji Xia gazed at the light sphere in surprise, thinking, Artifact Spirit. The light sphere introduced itself as the artifact spirit of a floating island, gaining sentience under the influence of the universe's essence. The floating island is its body, currently equivalent to a 4th-tier professional, and if integrated into an alternate dimension, it can reach the 7th tier. The light sphere revealed everything about itself to Ji Xia. Ji Xia sensed that it was true. There was a mysterious connection between him and the star spirit, as if their fates were tightly intertwined. The star spirit was born because of him, and its life and death were completely under his control. Through the knowledge in the fate lamp, Ji Xia understood that the star spirit's fate was bound to his own. If something happened to him, the star spirit would vanish within a century, unable to survive independently. Even now, Ji Xia could extinguish the star spirit with just a word, but he had no intention of doing so. Out of curiosity, he asked Xingqian how he knew all this. Xingqian replied, Master, the floating island was created by a star-level wizard, inscribed with a wealth of extraordinary knowledge. Analytical ability is the foundation of the wizard system, making it easy to interpret this information. Ji Xia did not ask further, so Xingqian continued to explain. In the wizard civilization, a star-level wizard is equivalent to a minor deity of another civilization. When the wizard world and the world of deities collided, a great war ensued, leading to the fall of both wizards and gods. The planes were shattered, the world was destroyed, and both sides perished together, with the world's essence drawn into the current universe. Master, this is the information I have. Ji Xia sat down to process this information, marveling at how quickly the world was changing, as if his worldview was being refreshed every second. However, Xingqian felt the excitement was not enough and added, Master, during your seclusion, a massive fluctuation occurred, which will attract monsters. Another force intervened to conceal the source of the fluctuation. I believe this information is significant for you, hence my report. Ji Xia nodded, feeling grateful, acknowledging that this information was indeed useful. It seemed that future breakthroughs should not be taken lightly. Looking around, he saw almost tangible energy flickering before him, its essence absorbed and transformed into source quality. At this moment, although starlight remained precious, it was no longer important in Ji Xia's eyes. He could advance to a higher level whenever he wished. After all, upgrading a skill by one level only required 500 points, while he currently possessed 75,000 source points. To avoid wasting the starlight energy, Ji Xia waved his hand, causing the starlight before him to collapse, and a faceless doll fell out a few seconds later. This doll would only be effective once acknowledged by its user. With ample energy, Ji Xia not only completed the Legion's order, but also produced a pile of small mountain dolls, so many that he didn't have time to count them all. Master, you haven't set a category for the warehouse. Please specify a location to store the dolls, Xingqian reminded. Ji Xia didn't set it, but asked. The floating island was made by wizards. Surely, they didn't manage everything personally, did they? Xingqian answered. No, that's why artifact spirits exist, along with many animated servants to assist. Ji Xia nodded, indicating that these trivial matters could be handled by Xingqian. That's good, I'll leave these chores to you then. Xingqian responded. As you command. The artifact spirit was responsible for operating the floating island's robots and dolls. Ji Xia watched for a while, found no issues, and then reopened the floating island to search for information using his authority. He entered the keyword Star Wizard, which triggered a real person recognition process. After a series of permission confirmations, genuine documentation appeared. Wizards analyze everything in the world, pursue truth, and master laws to explore the essence. He also searched for deities and found they were divided into two types. One being faith gods, who ascend through belief, and their divine power is omnipotent. As long as the quality is met, even creation is possible. Ji Xia was browsing through records of the primordial ancient gods, beings whose philosophies were akin to those of wizards, seeking the truths of the world and mastering its laws. He was struck by Lin Xin and his brother's research on achieving godhood through faith. This research detailed the path to divinity. By reaching legendary strength and gaining insight into the laws, one could ignite divine fire and form a godhead by spreading faith and gathering followers, entering the ranks of a demigod. As the number of followers increased, the conditions for becoming a god could be further reduced. However, this path had its limitations. The foundation of a faith-based god was in its followers, and one's will could be easily influenced by them, which is why the twins did not recommend this path. Despite this, the twins valued the power of faith as a versatile tool. Although they did not plan to use it to become gods, they intended to develop followers and use the power of faith to enhance their effectiveness. Seeing this, Ji Xia couldn't help but admire them. They were truly children of destiny, having reached such depth in their research, and he felt the need to catch up. At this moment, Ji Xia was facing a problem. The high-level combat forces were all busy, and while he was preparing to tackle the Dark Knight, he might have to wait until the day after tomorrow to gather his team. This reminded him of Lin Yuan and Zhou Ha. These two always responded to his call. Unfortunately, they did not have the special privileges Ji Xia enjoyed and had to rely on self-discipline to improve their strength, unable to enter the fourth-tier dimensional dungeons yet. With some rare free time, Ji Xia had a sudden idea. Despite having been in this world for so long, he hadn't properly explored Rongqing, the core city of the southwestern region. It was home to several masters and was just as bustling as any other core city. Having made up his mind, Ji Xia donned a new outfit. These clothes and daily necessities were gifts from Li Ping, the Legion, and various associations, which he accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he registered on the official Dasha blog and listed 3,769 substitute dolls, leaving the handling of the subsequent purchasing army to Xingqian. As Ji Xia stepped into the teleportation array, he glanced at the transaction outcomes. Even though this was a Spuro-Themant decision, the dolls were completely booked by various legions in less than a minute. He had restricted purchases to high-risk professions like the Vanguard, and the trade involved only high-energy rich materials to produce the next batch of dolls, yet demand still exceeded supply. While creating the dolls only consumed mana, recovery took time, and external replenishment could significantly speed up this process. By the time the floating island started welcoming a large number of guests, Ji Xia had arrived in Rongqing. The weather was poor today, with a biting wind and extremely low temperatures. If he still had the constitution of an ordinary person, he would be shivering. Ji Xia had no cap on his annual spending, living comfortably with everything he needed prepared in advance. He headed directly to the professionals building, a commercial hub essential to every city. The first floor specialized in first-tier equipment, potions, and other goods. As a core city in the southwest, the quality of goods here was excellent, with everything being top-notch. The stream of professionals was continuous, and many came with their families. Jixia casually glanced around. What appeared to be premium items to ordinary people seemed rather unremarkable to him. Just as he was about to head to the advanced section upstairs, a familiar aura caught his attention. Looking closely, it turned out to be his parents and younger brother. After Jixia ascended to a legendary bloodline, even though his charm value no longer appeared on his status panel, he understood that beings with a lower bloodline than his would be drawn to him. He didn't bother to conceal this, so people occasionally glanced his way. The distance between them wasn't far, so when Jixia saw his family, they noticed him too. Bro! Jifeng jumped up excitedly, waving at Jixia. In a crowd of adults, his height made him stand out as shorter, so he had to jump to get attention. Jixia pointed to the stairs and communicated through their mental link. Dad, Mom, phone. It's too crowded on the first floor. Let's talk upstairs. Ji Chunshan and Huang Yueru, his experienced parents, had recently encountered many new things, so they were only slightly surprised by the sudden voice in their minds, and headed towards the stairs. Ji Feng, however, was quite shocked. Wow. Bro, how are you talking in my head? In your mind, Ji Xia corrected. He released a gentle force field, easily making his way through the crowd. On the second floor, which was still a second-tier area, there were still plenty of people, so Ji Xia continued upward until the fourth floor, where it was noticeably quieter and less crowded. Ji Feng immediately rushed over. Although he didn't hug Ji Xia's leg like when he was a child, his eyes were full of curiosity. Bro, what was that skill just now? It's amazing. A secret technique, a mental link, Ji Xia replied casually, then looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, are you here to buy something? I can have it delivered directly to our home. Huang Yueru glanced at Ji Chunshan and smiled. See, I told you he'd forget. Some things are better chosen in person. Tomorrow's your birthday, did you forget? Ji Xia paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten. Huang Yueru had a knowing look. I thought so. We're here to buy you a gift. Last month, we agreed each of us would prepare one, and now we've run into you. Ji Xia noticed a restaurant run by a professional chef nearby, and led his family there. I was just wandering around. Since we're all here, let's have a meal together and then shop. I'm curious about what I'll receive tomorrow. Ji Feng leaned on the table, somewhat helplessly saying, Bro, help me cheat. What do you like? I'll buy it. Ji Xia chuckled. What I like? Are you sure? Ji Feng hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting around, and quickly shook his head. Never mind, I'll guess myself. I feel like you'd mislead me. But even if my gift isn't great, you can't be too picky. The carefree young man was aware of the recent changes in their family, which had gone from ordinary to a master family, with the potential to become a great family in the future. Ji Feng often saw the fine things people sent them, and even he, who hadn't awakened, received a full set of equipment. Comparing it, he found it better than most here, so he was troubled about what to give his brother. Ji Xia laughed, shaking his head. How could I be picky? But you're the only one in our family who isn't a professional yet. Do you want to awaken early, Feng? Ji Feng stood up immediately. I do. Ji Chunshan also looked at Ji Xia. Can he really awaken early? Isn't it said to deplete potential? While it does deplete potential, it can be restored. Whether it's through the nourishing dishes of a culinary master or my secret techniques, it can be done. I'm just not sure what profession Feng will awaken to, Ji Xia said, turning his gaze to Ji Feng. As Ji Feng sat back down, his heart felt as uneasy as if he were sitting on a cactus. At that moment, he suddenly understood what Ji Xia meant and quickly added, It doesn't matter what profession you awaken to, though a combat profession would be ideal. Ji Xia had already ordered the food, and since the privacy of the room was excellent and the topic wasn't particularly sensitive, he spoke candidly. I'm glad you think that way. But don't be disappointed if you transition into a non-combat role. As long as you can bear the slow progression, I can guide you to learn spells. I can directly teach you special healing spells, but for attack spells, you'll need to consult others. Their parents listened attentively, filled with satisfaction. Ji Xia was already a master, and they felt proud that their child was embarking on the path of a professional. The younger and older sons got along well, and with the elder son's help, they had no worries. They felt their lives were complete. Jifeng felt conflicted after hearing this. His elder brother was so capable not only could he help change his profession, but he could also teach him rare healer skills. Jifeng was tempted. As a model student, he wanted to contribute to Daxia. Although he found spellcasting quite cool, he also understood from his brother's experience that becoming a healer was a good choice. However, he still held on to a bit of hope and said, Brother, let's wait until I awaken. If I awaken as a mage, I'll strive for that. If it's another profession, I'll learn from you. Ji Xia filled out the application and sent it to Jifeng. All right, make some time in the next couple of days to awaken at the professional association. It's all arranged. Li Ping will meet you and transport you from my floating island. Jifeng agreed cheerfully, and after their conversation, the dishes began to arrive. The food was indeed good, even if the ingredients weren't as high-end as what he usually had, but there was no need to mention that. In any case, the family enjoyed the meal together. As they left after paying, Jifeng suddenly remembered something. Brother, I recall that every master is well known among the public. Why doesn't anyone recognize you? Jixia smiled mysteriously. Congratulations on noticing the key point. It's due to a special ability they can see me but can't remember my face. Otherwise, would I dare to stroll through malls? Jifeng's young mind was deeply impressed, and he started to look forward to life after awakening. The four of them then split up to shop, with Jifeng specifically asking Jixia not to follow, since surprises shouldn't be spoiled. Jixia wandered around the fourth floor and arrived in the pet section, suddenly stopping in his tracks. He remembered he still had a cloud city to conquer. Integrating the floating island with another dimension would enhance it, which was also a strength of Daxia. It's no wonder that despite the dangers outside, the decision-making council hadn't tackled the five-turn dungeon yet. With this in mind, Jixia headed straight for the fifth floor, where the teleportation room was located, though not just anyone could use it. Fortunately, Jixia had the necessary clearance. The fifth floor was devoid of people, filled only with smart devices, accessible only to those with the right credentials. There were no stairs to the fifth floor, just a row of elevators, all requiring identity verification to open. Jixia effortlessly passed through the restaurant where they had just dined. The staff at the counter watched in surprise as Jixia entered the elevator, realizing too late that this was a place off-limits to regular fourth-tier individuals. They were left wondering about the true identity of this mysterious figure. Yet, when they tried to recall the guest's appearance, they found themselves unable to remember any details. Cloud City is located in Xixiang City, part of the southwestern district, and can be reached directly via a regular teleportation array without any transfers. Upon arriving at the entrance of the instance, a black-armored warrior saluted Jixia and asked, "Star Spirit Master, are you ready to enter now?" Jixia nodded and replied, "Yes, please open the seal." The warrior responded, "All right, I'll open it right away." With his actions, the blue vortex was bound by 8 chains. In the center slot, the black-armored warrior inserted several fragments. As the ground shook, the chains fell away, and the vortex of the dimensional gate began to spin. Jixia lit his life lamp, took out a rune stone, and entered without hesitation. The first sensation Jixia experienced was the bright light. Underfoot was a softness akin to white clouds, surrounded by mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. In the distance, golden palaces stretched endlessly, exuding a sacred aura. Outside these palaces, winged humanoid creatures known as cloud-winged beings flew around. These creatures, adept in light-based magic, were humorously nicknamed angels due to their appearance. In reality, this race was descended from the angelic race of another world, capable of evolving into true angels over time. The rune stone in Jixia's hand was activated, allowing him to exit the instance with just a thought. After ensuring his safety, Jixia released a pale golden starlight, a blend of star healing and star purification power, to continue healing and purifying. The nearby cloud-winged beings, illuminated by this light, experienced an increase in their life essence. Instead of reacting defensively to Jixia's approach, they bowed their heads in unison, which put him at ease. Although he knew that healers could easily tame monsters and had practiced on goblins, Jixia still felt nervous. With no unexpected incidents, he proceeded smoothly into the palace's interior. The scene resembled the Hall of Celestial Harmony from the childhood story, Journey to the West. At the highest position sat a four-winged cloud-winged being, resembling a human in appearance, dressed in platinum armor, with its face concealed by a mask. On either side of the hall stood cloud-winged beings in various attire, from gauzy robes to armor and leather, showcasing different professions. With no monsters attacking him, Jixia decided to inquire whether this race would be willing to follow him. Before Jixia could speak, the seated winged being stood up, spread its wings, and gracefully descended in front of Jixia, radiating a powerful life aura. Being from another world, would you be willing to take in the cloud-winged beings? Jixia, taken aback, maintained his composure and said, "I came here for this purpose, but first, I'd like to understand your situation. I am merely the remnant will of the winged tribe's leader. The world's essence has drifted here, and thanks to the concept of the winged beings, our tribe was reborn. However, we cannot exist for long. Only by following the life of this realm can we become a wise race." The winged being explained to Jixia candidly. Then, its aura changed instantly. Whereas Jixia had perceived it as a person before, it now seemed mechanical. Faced with the decision, Jixia asked without hesitation, "Are you willing to follow me?" There was no response because the winged people of the clouds had lost their intelligence and could only fight by instinct. However, Jixia sensed that a connection had suddenly formed between him and the surrounding winged people, similar to that with the spirit of the artifact, Xingqian. From now on, the winged people of the clouds would become a subordinate race to Jixia. Next, Jixia turned around and saw a faint white vortex appear in the sky. He approached it and jumped in, instantly returning to the location of the external portal. As he emerged, the dimensional gate collapsed, eventually transforming into a white pearl that fell before him. At that moment, Jixia seemed to understand something and said, "Please register this for me. This dimension is now mine." "Understood, Master Xingling," the armored warrior replied. "Everything will be handled according to protocol." When Jixia returned to his floating island, he was still amazed that he had acquired the dimensional gate without any battle. He took out the pearl and spoke to the air. "Xingchen, do you know why this is happening? Why did the dimensional gate take this form? And why did a race so easily pledge allegiance to me?" Xingchen appeared as a white glowing sphere and replied in an uncertain tone, "Master, I don't have knowledge in this area, but I can speculate based on common sense. The world's origin contains all the information from past worlds, and the winged people of the clouds were very powerful in the world of deities. As the origin descended upon Blue Star, it combined with its culture to create the winged people of the clouds. They are outsiders, and to continue their lineage, they need to attach themselves to someone favored by Blue Star. You can rest assured." Ji Xian nodded. "Very well, devour this dimension." "Thank you, Master." The glowing sphere enveloped the pearl and sank into the ground. Ji Xia felt no change, but upon exiting, he discovered that the entire floating island was shrouded in clouds. The previous buildings had been restructured, and new palaces identical to those he saw in the Cloud City appeared in the newly vacant areas. Subsequently, the white vortex reappeared, and teams of winged people spread across the island to patrol. When the last leader of the winged people stepped out, the vortex began to expand, but nothing unusual happened in its wake. Eventually, an invisible shield formed around the floating island. The artifact spirit, Xingchen, reappeared and reported to Ji Xia. "Master, the integration is complete. The floating island now has a dimensional barrier capable of withstanding epic-level attacks. Additionally, the island has gained a cloaking feature and basic space-jumping capabilities. With the addition of a void engine, it can traverse short distances in space. The winged people of the clouds are now bound to you, and they are expected to develop intelligence within 3 days. According to projections, the cosmic sound can accelerate their bloodline growth. They currently possess a leader-level bloodline, which can reach Tier 3 upon maturity. The ultimate bloodline potential is demigod level, capable of becoming demigods. Your origin will affect the winged people of the clouds, eventually altering their racial bloodline." Xingchen professionally reported the data to Ji Xia. Ji Xia's questions followed. "We classify skills as beginner, proficient, expert, master, and grandmaster levels. Do you have more comprehensive knowledge on this?" Xingling replied, "Master, the skill tier system on Blue Star is entirely different. In the other 2 worlds, the depth of skill exploration is linked to power." Ji Xia gazed at the skill panel and source point data before him, letting out a soft sigh. The skill system is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, perfect, law, and origin. However, his exploration of skills had yet to reach the perfect level. It was analyzed that reaching level 180 was necessary to achieve that equivalence. Who can resist the joy of leveling up? Ji Xia murmured to himself, then began the process of skill enhancement. The sound of the cosmos echoed above the floating island, perfectly contained within the dimensional barrier, not leaking a single bit. His actions were not impulsive. He aimed to glimpse the full reality of the fate galaxy and simultaneously enhance the strength of the Cloudwing people. Currently, there are about 400 Cloudwings on the island, adept in healing, purification, augmentation, and light-based attack spells. Yet, as a race of mindless creatures, their potential could never be fully realized. Ji Xia hoped that through the enhancement by the cosmic sound, they might gain wisdom and become reliable stewards of the floating island. After all, this was a race entirely dependent on him, with their loyalty unquestionable. As Ji Xia perfected the arcane techniques, the evolution of the Cloudwing race began. The most noticeable change was in their leader. His internal power seed sprouted, his white wings appeared even more sacred, and a third pair of wings grew. The mask on his face gradually faded, revealing a unique visage, marking his transformation from a mindless creature to a sentient being. The leader completed his transformation first, immediately kneeling on one knee to express his utmost gratitude to Ji Xia. Following him, other Cloudwings also completed their transformations, viewing the world anew with clear eyes. However, Ji Xia was not entirely satisfied with his own progress. The planetary system he had transformed into still remained incomplete, confirming what the stars had said. Only by reaching the equivalent of the perfect level at 180 could the basic perfection of the Fate Galaxy be achieved. With this in mind, Ji Xia continued to deplete source points. Starlight descended once more upon the floating island, accompanied by the emergence of a pale blue mist. As time passed, the mist began to liquefy. The square pool deep within the palace, the Cloudwings rebirth pool, suddenly generated a powerful suction, drawing in this energy. This genderless race, which did not reproduce through biological means, relied entirely on this rebirth pool to nurture new members. At this moment, the pool's grade was enhanced, attracting ordinary Cloudwings to leap in, awaiting rebirth with a higher lineage. Jixia had elevated all 5 special system skills to level 180, surpassing the master level by 2 tiers. At this point, the sound of the cosmos transformed from an incomprehensible, mysterious noise into the gentle guidance of a wise elder, directly imparting the secrets of the universe to him, eliminating the need for an enlightenment process. He finally understood what the complete fate galaxy truly weighs. It was not an arcane or magical spell, but a unique skill tree system exclusive to the Fate Star Mage profession. Jixia's abilities are an extension of destiny, encompassing a variety of uses. Through careful experience, he has identified features such as healing connections, group purification, damage sharing, danger warning, substitute decoys, and mysterious protection. The hallmark of this system is speed. As long as a target is connected, Jixia can heal them instantly. With a thought, as the essence of the universe lingered, 3 yellow 4-pointed stars appeared before him. These were the legacy of the Fate Star Mage, allowing him to change professions. One was reserved for Ji Foam, while the other 2 were for finding 2 talented apprentices. Although he just turned of age today, Jixia takes the matter of mentoring very seriously. Such a powerful special profession must not waste its slots. Moreover, if he can train a few apprentices, Jixia's burden will lighten, and it might even ease Jixia's pressure. After completing his skill points allocation, Jixia felt invigorated. The biggest gain this time was realizing his special professional skills, transitioning from an exclusive profession to a complete system, capable of leaving a legacy. There is strength in numbers, and truly gifted individuals can research and develop their own skills. Jixia found creating skills too difficult. Learning them directly was much simpler. He happily opened the communication channel with Bai Yunshan and left a message. Master, do you know how to find talented professionals? I've realized my exclusive professional skills and want to take on 2 apprentices. After sending the message, Jixia decided to head home. Today was his birthday, and since he hadn't recruited teammates for the instance, he decided to continue resting. As he was about to leave, the winged leader approached him respectfully, asking, Your Highness, may I have the honor of guarding you at all times? Jixia looked at the tall, winged, stunningly beautiful winged being and asked, Can you carry me while flying? The winged being lowered its head and replied, Yes, the wings of protection allow your highness to fly swiftly for 10 minutes. Jixia inquired further, What is your name? He knew that humanoid creatures generally had names, even if they lacked wisdom and understanding. I am Lucy, your highness. Jixia nodded. All right, follow me. Lucy folded her wings and silently followed Jixia into the teleportation array. Upon arriving at the teleportation array of the Ba City Legion, the guards saw the winged being following Jixia and seemed unfazed. They knew that master healers often tamed a few dimensions, and if there were intelligent beings in those dimensions, they would instinctively protect the healer. Thus, the guards merely admired the winged being's striking appearance and thought nothing more. The Legion was not far from the happiness community, and after a short while, a red-plated special vehicle delivered Jixia home. Upon returning, Ji Chunshan and Huang Yueru seemed a bit uneasy seeing Lucy behind Jixia, but Lucy, perceptive as ever, discreetly went to another room. As soon as she left, Ji Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Jixia. Brother, is that an angel? It was mentioned in the Sacred Alliance's introduction. Jixia savored the cool and sweet taste of a sugar mandarin on his tongue, feeling satisfied, and explained to his family. It's from the Cloudwing tribe. That was Lucy, and he's here to ensure my safety. Huang Yuru hurriedly placed a dish on the table and asked anxiously, Are you in danger? Jixia reassured her. No one can guarantee their absolute safety. Accidents can happen. Lucy is here to prevent mishaps. You don't need to worry. Honestly, in all of Dexia, my safety level is the highest. By the way, it's almost time to eat. Let me see the gifts. Jixia turned his attention to the 4 large boxes stacked on the table. The bottom one was a cake, and the 3 on top were gifts. Huang Yuru relaxed upon hearing there was no danger, took the top silver box, and handed it to Jixia. Open it and see. I think it suits you. Jixia quickly unwrapped the gift to find a bracelet made of 17 beads, dark in color, appearing ordinary but with excellent effects. The bracelet allows underwater breathing, protection from burns and fire, warmth in cold environments, coolness in heat, and purification of toxic gases, truly practical accessory for home and travel. Jixia put it on immediately. I love it. Thanks, Mom. Huang Yuru beamed with a bright smile. As long as you like it. I'll bring the dishes. You all continue. The second box was brought over by Ji Chunshan, who remarked, I was undecided yesterday, but when I saw this, I thought you'd at least find it acceptable. Jixia chuckled as he opened it. saying to his father, I love whatever you give. No need to worry about acceptable. As Ji Xia saw the gift, his thoughts were instantly transported back in time. Ji Xia's memories drifted back to her childhood, when she was particularly fascinated by the sword flying of immortal cultivators. Although there are many professionals nowadays, true cultivators are nowhere to be found. For Ji Xia's birthday, her father, Ji Chunshan, gifted her a flying device shaped like a sword. According to the manual, she could stand on the sword and fly by activating a force field. She channeled her energy into the square metal, instantly transforming it into a 1.5-meter-long sword. Despite its rough appearance, it was indeed an innovative flying contraption. Ji Xia, although unable to use it, could keep it as a collectible. She fondly remembered her childhood love for flying swords and gratefully thanked her father. Ji Chunshan, pleased, went to the kitchen to help with the dishes. Ji Feng couldn't resist bringing a box to Ji Xia, excitedly urging, Sis, open it quickly, it's really interesting. I spent all my allowance and even asked Aunt Jiang for help to get it. Curious, Ji Xia opened the box to find 3 cards inside, each 5 by 10 centimeters, made of some kind of metal, with dynamic blue whirlpools on the back. 2 cards were blank on the front, while the other depicted a vividly realistic fireball, almost as if she could feel its heat. Ji Feng eagerly explained, these are sealing cards. They can seal skills, and you just need to activate them to use. They can seal up to 4th-tier skills and can be taken into lower-level dungeons. I heard they're a prototype from a master and can't be mass-produced. Ji Xia attempted to infuse her starlight healing energy into one of the cards. In the next moment, a beam of light appeared on the card's front, indicating the seal was successful. She activated the fireball card, and a fireball emerged, flying toward her, but the surrounding starlight formed a mysterious shield, extinguishing the fireball instantly. Ji Xia sealed the starling aversion, which had a blinding effect, and tossed it to Ji Feng. For emergencies, activate it if you encounter a large number of monsters. Ji Feng asked, puzzled, huh? Why are you giving it to me? Don't you have a doll already? Ji Xia shook her head. I find this gift interesting, but I think it suits you all better. I'll keep this one for myself. She put away the card with starlight healing sealed in it, leaving the other one for her father. As for her mother, being a blacksmith, she was mostly at the Blacksmith Association and rarely went into dungeons. By then, the dishes were all set on the table, the cake box was opened, and candles were lit. Everyone sang in unison, Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The warm candlelight illuminated the scene, and the simple melody mingled with the steaming dishes, casting a dreamlike filter over everything before Ji Xia. She closed her eyes, blew out the candles, and made a wish. The next morning, Ji Xia saw a message that her teammates had gathered, but her master was still stuck in a dungeon. She understood that unless something major happened yesterday, she wouldn't have been able to recruit teammates, as it was her birthday. Upon reaching the meeting point, Ji Xia greeted them skillfully. Senior Hualing, Senior Wanson, you both arrived so early. Zhang Tianxing laughed. Why call us seniors? According to research, we professionals have long lifespans. We're all young at heart. Calling me a senior makes me feel old. Li Wanson nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he still felt young. In this dimension, Lin Xian and the others had once predicted the fall of summoner skills, and both he and his companion lacked skills, so they needed to be more proactive. Ji Xia looked towards the swirling portal, lighting a life lamp for them, and then said, all right, let's not stand on ceremony. I'll change the address then. Brothers, shall we enter the dimension now? Let's go. As darkness enveloped them, apart from Ji Xia, the other two felt the world around them grow unusually dim, as if something was trying to invade their minds. Ji Xia had already activated a psychic link, transforming himself into a life star, a skill that combined the essence of a psychic beacon. Clear starlight emanated from Ji Xia, instantly dispelling the negative states of Zhang Tianxing and Li Wansun, and illuminating their surroundings. It was a small island, less than 100 square meters, surrounded by pitch black water, still as if dead. Just as they were preparing, various sea creatures emerged from the water, though they were all shadow creatures. Vines quickly spread, expanding hundreds of meters, and then transformed into the ground, enlarging the battlefield. Fire spirits launched fireballs one after another, accurately hitting the monsters, igniting the ground, and turning the area into a sea of flames. Amidst the burning, plants released a fresh scent with purifying power, eradicating all evil. Shadow creatures continued to crawl out, but under the effect of fire and purification, they couldn't last more than 3 seconds before fading back into darkness. After one monster died, the puppet representing Li Wanson in Ji Xia's hand shattered and disappeared. He quickly replaced it, communicating, I figured it out, it's a shared fate curse, not something else, and it can be dealt with. Li Wansun also sensed a fleeting chill and became familiar with the effect of the psychic link, conveying his thoughts. You seem so at ease that I almost thought it was simple. That puppet can only block one curse at a time, right? Ji Xia smiled. It can indeed only block one deadly curse, but I was just being cautious with a test. There are actually other ways to deal with the curse. Life-star connection. The three of them simultaneously released light. Zhang Tianxing focused on directing the fire spirit's attacks, feeling a sense of relief, knowing it was safe. The summoned creatures unleashed their full power, and the sea was covered by a rain of fire. He had been cautious of encountering cursed monsters, holding back his firepower for fear Ji Xia couldn't handle it. But it turned out that anyone daring to enter this instance was fully confident. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Xia was also surprised by Zhang Tianxing's destructive power. The fire spirits gathered, merging into a massive bonfire, and a magic circle appeared in the sky, raining down fire, covering a 100-meter radius. Shadow creatures were incinerated upon appearance. Li Wansen was less conspicuous, remaining silent as summoners needed to fully concentrate on directing their summoned beasts. The monsters kept coming in waves until, at one moment, they stopped emerging, but the sea surface began to rise, forming a three-meter turtle head. Gradually, a figure emerged from the water, a terrifying creature with a human head and body, crab legs, and a fish tail, resembling a monstrous chimera. Its appearance was accompanied by a powerful protective force, making it immune to attacks. As it fully surfaced, it opened its eyes to reveal ghastly whites. Ji Xia sensed the rapid depletion of the mysterious protective barrier he had set up earlier, and several summoning lamps flickered, indicating the creature had used some sort of curse. However, the creature was not without combat instincts, and simple curses were ineffective against it. Suddenly, waves surged towards the small island. Ji Xia's teammates reacted swiftly, causing plants to grow and weave into a sturdy wall, blocking the rushing waves. At the same time, a 10-meter-long flaming spear shot from the sky, piercing through the creature's chest. Li Wansen's heart raced as he instinctively jumped back, a dark fissure appearing where he had stood, leaving him wary. Be cautious of the shadow fissure. It could be lethal. Ji Xia glanced over and said calmly, "No worries. I've placed a danger alert on you all. It will automatically help you dodge fatal threats. Even if your body is destroyed, you can activate a mind transfer to a new body." Zhang Tianxing couldn't help but tease. "Your abilities seem to surpass those of any known healer." Ji Xia, in a good mood, watched as Zhang Tianxing's various fire spells nearly reduced the creature to ashes, and he laughed. "I wouldn't dare lead two masters into a dungeon otherwise. By the way, is this monster mute and lame?" Li Wansen responded helplessly. "The monster doesn't have a mouth, and it's not moving because my plants are holding it down from beneath the sea." Ji Xia, unperturbed, joked. "I see. I thought you were just slacking off, Li." Zhang Tianxing was resigned, knowing his strength wasn't enough to let teammates slack off. As the creature turned to ashes in the flames, Zhang Tianxing grew tense. "The second phase is coming. Everyone be careful." Ji Xia threw out two puppets, which transformed into golems, while a starlit clone appeared beside him to help protect them. With swift mental communication, the second wave of attacks followed, with some vines lashing out at the trio, and a giant flame spirit exploded into smaller entities. Ji Xia quickly expanded the mental link to include the summoned creatures, allowing Li Wansen and another teammate to regain control over the rebellious summons. Suddenly, four shadow fissures appeared around them, with skeletal claws reaching out, covered in shadow energy, rendering fire and plant attacks ineffective. Ji Xia raised his hand again, casting Star Spirit Abhorrence. A blue starlight storm swept across, dispersing the shadow energy on the claws, revealing pale bone claws. For flames drifted towards the claws, followed by a deafening explosion. Ji Xia covered his ears, and after the flames subsided, both the claws and fissures had vanished. This was Zhang Tianxing's sacrificial offering, potent enough to easily resolve the second wave of attacks. In the center of the island, a treasure chest and a portal appeared. Li Wansen used the plants to open the chest, his face lighting up with delight. Opening chests always brings joy, especially when you find something good. Zhang Tianxing opened the chest too, a smile creeping across his lips. Indeed. Ji Xia looked at the finger bone he had retrieved, pondering silently. The ancient necromancer's bones, granting an epic quality to a skeleton, are indeed valuable, but not suitable for Ji Xia. There was another piece of loot in the chest that could distort nature, alter the surrounding environment, and inflict continuous damage and mental pollution. This is a spell of the nature shaman, yet neither of these items suited Ji Xia. Li Wansen, who in the normal world would be old enough to be a grandfather and is quite knowledgeable, looked at the skill book in Ji Xia's hand and said with a smile, "This is good stuff, a rare fourth-turn skill book of the fallen shaman, probably only available in this dungeon." He continued, "Anyway, since you follow a rank system, you can't learn advanced skills, so you can ignore these skill books." Ji Xia was surprised by Li Wansen's words. "Brotherly, have you also broken through to a level above master?" The implication being that only at this level could one recognize it at a glance. Li Wansen seemed a bit taken aback, took a deep breath, and said, "Are you serious? I was just joking. Let's go out and talk more. What level is above master?" In a lounge at the Legion base, Ji Xia called Lin Xin. When the call connected and the panoramic mode was activated, Ji Xia said, "I'm not sure what level is above Master, as our blue star hasn't defined it yet. But in the other world, this level is called the perfect level. I have also realized exclusive professional skills and condensed legacy information that can be used for others to change professions. I asked my master to help find suitable apprentices, but unfortunately, he is still in the dungeon." Lin Xin was shocked after hearing this. He finally understood how others felt facing them before, but that wasn't important. He caught the key point. So according to you, by perfecting the basic skills of a profession, you gain a series of skills. This means we don't need to worry about incomplete transcendent knowledge. As long as the basic skills are complete, we can obtain subsequent skills. As for the subsequent levels, you heard from the floating island spirit, right? We don't plan to change it. After master, we'll call it perfect, law, source. Lin Xin continued. As for apprentices, I have a registry of all practitioners in Xia. These few have excellent talent and are compatible with healers, but they awaken to non-healing professions. Ji Xia looked at the list Lin Xin sent and suddenly understood. They are all students of martial arts. Practitioners use skill books to learn skills, so they don't need much study. I wasn't sure about the use of martial arts before. Now I finally understand. They are trying to break free from the influence of awakened professions. Lin Xin nodded in agreement. That's right. Whoever you choose, you'll have to go over. All masters in Xia automatically get the honorary title of a martial arts professor and are qualified to take students. He thought for a moment, then smiled. Let me think. Master, Grandmaster. Let's call the perfect realm Grandmaster. It sounds better. Ji Xia nodded. It does sound better. I've already chosen 2 students. Oh, by the way, a Grandmaster needs skills to reach level 180. Lin Xin was shocked, finding it hard to believe that someone had surpassed not only him and his brother, but had done so by leaps and bounds. But the next moment, he became excited. Surpassing is good. This way, they can know the subsequent realms without having to explore further. Lin Xin confidently declared, "Look, my Grandmaster level is quite powerful, and in a few days, we will also become Grandmasters." His words carried a hint of pride as he ended the call. The 2 people with him remained silent throughout, feeling a shiver of awe in the presence of such authority. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that the younger generation surpasses the older one, along with a sigh at the thought of the old waves crashing on the shore. Ji Xia blinked slightly, teasing, "Old friends, have you forgotten what Lin Xin and his brother are best at? Now that they've mastered the Grandmaster level, you won't be far behind." Zhang Tianxing couldn't hold back his exaggerated laughter. "Huh? You were so caught up you forgot about that. Well, I'll just wait for the good news." Li Wanxin felt relieved, thinking that even if he couldn't surpass them, keeping up with their pace was still great. In the new era of Xia, the solar and lunar calendars no longer exist, replaced by a new calendar adjusted by scholars to suit the new environment. Ji Xia's life had always been routine until the 20th when his master, Bai Yunshan, finally returned and invited Ji Xia to attend a meeting at the Northern Legion headquarters. During the call, Bai Yunshan didn't reveal any details, and it wasn't until Ji Xia arrived that he realized the gravity of the situation. The auditorium, capable of holding thousands, was already half filled with many familiar masters. It was Ji Xia's first time seeing the Grand Elder, whose white hair and gaunt appearance almost made him gasp. He turned to his master and said, "Master, the Grand Elder's source essence is depleted, and his soul is damaged. He needs treatment." Bai Yunshan pointed to his waist, where there was no source essence puppet, and said calmly, "Listen first, there's no rush." A few minutes later, everyone was finally present. The Grand Elder tapped his finger on the table, and his deep voice resonated through the auditorium, instantly quieting the room. "Everyone, a sudden insect tide has erupted in the Green Hell. The Treant Legion is fiercely battling the insects, which led to the breaking of an ancient seal on a 5-turn dimension. We barely managed to seal it again. In the coming days, the core monster must be eradicated, or it will descend upon Blue Star. Please watch this video footage." Ji Xia watched attentively as the video showed a group of people, including a middle-aged version of the Grand Elder, his master, Master Guihai, Master Chan Realm, and Master Longyin, facing a 400,500-meter tall golden lotus. Below it, a brown column stretched for over 400 meters, topped with a massive pink flower. The scene turned strange as the 5 remained motionless, their energy growing weaker. At a certain moment, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes, burning his soul and everything around him, releasing a golden flame that ignited the surroundings. The 5 simultaneously took out talismans and teleported out of the dimension. The video ended there. A delicate monk stood up. He was Master Chan Realm, and he sighed. "Alas, this instance has only one plant lord, and its illusions are unfathomable. Even with my master-level meditation skill, I couldn't resist. So, we've gathered everyone to see if we can come up with a solution." Lin Xin eagerly interjected. "This instance Have you set up a teleportation array nearby? Master Chan Realm nodded. Yes, it's well hidden and won't be detected during teleportation. Lin Yao immediately said, all right, Jixia, send a clone to check it out. If my analysis is correct, your Grandmaster level skills should be able to handle it. Jixia closed his eyes, and in an instant, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. Okay, I'm on it. Lin Xian had already projected some text. Everyone, please take a look. This is the definition of a Grandmaster. I'm sure you're all curious. Level 180. Is that reasonable? I've heard Old Bai brag about his apprentice, and it seems he wasn't exaggerating. What a prodigy. TSK. The two prophets are the guides of civilization, while Jixia is its guardian, right? The crowd was abuzz with conversation, and the atmosphere was noticeably lighter compared to when they were watching the video. After all, the Grand Elder was a special case. As the founder of Xia, even though he didn't become emperor, he held a corresponding status. Supported by the nation's fortune, he possessed pseudo-fifth-tier strength, and even he had to fight for his life to escape. Who wouldn't be on edge? The situation with the insect swarm and the green hell hadn't yet calmed down, and now another wave of challenges had arrived during the New Year period, leaving everyone feeling heavy-hearted. However, there was a silver lining. Jixia, whom they perceived as a junior, had quietly surpassed them. It seemed improbable, but they were happy to accept it. At this point, Jixia began a projection, showcasing his clone's actions. This wasn't done with any equipment, but through mental power, projecting what he saw into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, my clone is in action now, and you can observe. Jixia turned to the Grand Elder. Do you need treatment for your injuries? The Grand Elder, smiling as if in scathe, was both delighted and surprised at the emergence of another prodigy in Xia. Can you heal? He quickly added, apologies, I don't mean to doubt you. I'm well aware of my own condition. The injury has affected my foundation, and with the nation's fortune, I won't die, so I hadn't planned on immediate treatment. Jixia, holding great respect for this senior, revealed the source essence he'd collected over time, about the size of a basketball. The source essence floated in the air, appearing transparent yet iridescent, causing many to gaze at it with longing. Jixia observed this and said, this is source essence, more advanced and fundamental than the essence of life itself. You seniors have protected Xia for many years, inevitably sustaining some damage. Please be honest about how you feel when you see it. He suggested that if anyone felt an instinctive urge to absorb it, they should raise their hand. Since everyone was present today, he would begin preliminary treatment. The Grand Elder cooperatively raised his hand, followed by 11 people in the central circle, and surprisingly, a majority in the back row also raised their hands. Jixia, noticing this, withdrew the essence. These source essences are too impure to use, as they might affect your future advancement. Now, I'll treat the Grand Elder first. The hall size was within Jixia's spell range, so with a gesture, he cast Starlight Healing, enhancing the life potential of everyone present. Then, a shimmering light appeared at Jixia's fingertip, resembling a shooting star, which landed on the Grand Elder's forehead. The Elder instinctively stepped towards where the star had flown, his body yearning for the light to the point that his willpower couldn't resist. Realizing that this was Jixia's precious source essence, he was about to say he could manage for a while, but the essence had already merged with him. In that moment, his hair turned black again, his wrinkles vanished, and he appeared youthful. All eyes were on him. The reaction from Bai Yunshan and several other healing masters was intense. As some of the top healers of their time, they were well aware of the severity of the Grand Elder's injuries, and even the Grand Elder himself had little hope for recovery. Yet, to their astonishment, the Grand Elder had indeed recovered. Bai Yunshan, eyes sparkling, fixed his gaze on Jixia and asked, can I learn this? I remember you weren't planning on taking disciples. How about we change the hierarchy a bit? Jixia was momentarily speechless, his face blank with disbelief. Master, your colleagues are all present here, he replied. Bai Yunshan, serious and eager, waved his hand dismissively. So, does that mean you can teach me? Prestige is just an illusion if I can contribute more. Calling you master is a bargain for me, he continued. Colleagues, there used to be only 6 healing masters in Xia. If we were thick-skinned, we would have worn ourselves out long ago. Jixia sighed. When you have time, master, I'll show you the runes of starlight healing through a mental link. But I won't pass on the professional legacy. It's a special category that might hinder you instead. At this point, an elderly man nearby spoke up. I'm in the special category, but I lack the high talent for deep comprehension, so I shifted to the amplification category. Can I switch professions? Jixia was surprised, but after thinking it over, he took out a crystal. Hushua, you can use this to switch professions. It will automatically grant you the Destiny Galaxy profession along with a full set of skills. This, Hushua, was a healing master from the Eastern District, and there was also a Hushua in the Scholars Association, a master in another field. After the legacy transfer, Jixia immediately created over 20 dolls, infusing them with ordinary essence and sending them to different people. During the healing process, he noticed a few individuals had some essence deficiencies, though not severe. Thus, he recommended they wear essence dolls, which would fully restore them in a week or two. This method was slower but addressed both symptoms and root causes. Finally, Ji Xia turned to the elders in the back row, speaking with determination. If I'm not mistaken, the after effects you face are from past interventions, right? I sense that while you're hopeful, there's also resistance, which isn't conducive to healing. An aged voice, filled with gratitude, responded, Haha, child, you're doing well. We do have resistance, and Yin Lao knows the answer. Yin Xian, the Grand Elder's name, began explaining to Ji Xia after being put on the spot. Healing us would deplete your essence, wouldn't it? From what we know, there's nothing about essence replenishment. Is it easy for you to restore it? If it affects you greatly, none of us would agree to it. Ji Xia nodded, understanding that these masters had faced countless dangers, and during critical moments, there were always people from Xia who stepped up. Although the crises had passed, they could only retreat behind the scenes. After learning the reasons, Ji Xia's expression softened, and he let down his guard, allowing the charm of his legendary bloodline to flow freely. Respected elders, you once cleared the path through hardships, creating a safe environment for us. Now that I've grown as a junior, why shouldn't I be allowed to show my filial piety? Ji Xia's words were polite, yet his actions were assertive as he released a burst of essence, directing it toward each weakened person. Meanwhile, a clone of Ji Xia entered a dimensional instance. At that moment, nobody knew where to focus their attention, but without exception, everyone present developed a strong liking for Ji Xia, especially considering his choice of words filial piety. These words brought comfort to many of the older generation. Although they had personal desires, their dedication to the country and its people spanned half their lives. Now, it was time for the younger generation to honor them. Yin Xian's eyes glistened with tears. Everything in the past had been worthwhile. In that moment, Yin Xian's spirit felt cleansed, and his entire being seemed to radiate with increased tranquility. He looked at his old friends, who had returned to their former selves, with satisfaction before turning his gaze to the projection. The elders who had just been healed felt the peace radiating from Ji Xia and Yin Xian through their mental connection, experiencing a long-lost sense of serenity and comfort, free from the torment of illness. It was a rebirth. In the projection, Ji Xia slowly approached the enormous flowering tree without hesitation. His starry avatar rose gently, allowing everyone to see the full splendor of the flower. It was indeed beautiful, with countless layers of petals interwoven, the golden stamens and orange petals creating a striking contrast. Ji Xia lingered on the blossom, inspecting it closely before breaking into a smile. He spoke to the air. Perhaps my investigation was wrong. This tree absorbs all external forces and brews nectar filled with life force, becoming a natural healing potion. Its danger lies in its ability to absorb anything. To be safe, we should destroy it first. Ji Xia began collecting the nectar, then took out a handful of rubies and tossed them down. The thousands of spectators were stunned. Those rubies were a superweapon crafted by several masters. Just one could destroy a mountain of the size of the 5 great mountains. Throwing down a whole handful was simply insane. Boom. The entire scene was engulfed in red, yet Ji Xia stood unmoved within a mysterious shield, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. This left Lin Yu, a master from the northern district, speechless. She specialized in protection and healing, but doubted she could withstand such a powerful blast. It was unbelievable. Old Deng from Baiyun Mountain had claimed his apprentice was not skilled in protection and healing, but that was clearly misleading. What about the people who had just been healed? And what about this shield? The old man's words were misleading. Once everything had settled, Ji Xia opened a treasure chest and looked surprised. At that moment, he wondered if his good deeds had finally brought him luck. Inside was a life sacrifice staff, a 5th-tier weapon. Its effects were absorb external energy to replenish one's own, increase life affinity, making it easier to connect with the essence of life. Although life affinity seemed ordinary, Ji Xia understood the essence of some healing skills. With this staff, healers could more easily elevate their healing skills to mastery. He was planning to take on apprentices, and this staff could serve as a legacy tool. In addition to the staff, there were other valuable items. The Heart of Flow, a universal skill that continuously levels up over time. This passive skill allows energy absorption without training, and Ji Xia himself could learn it. As the level increases, the rate of improvement is sure to be impressive. There was a third item, a book on 5th-tier life shaman extraordinary knowledge. Ji Xia waved the book, thinking to himself that he would hand it over to Senior Zhou when he returned. Zhou Jiqiu, a 4th-level nature shaman and renowned healer of the southern district, was in high spirits today. He thought to himself, today is a great day. With a playful tone, he teased, Yin Laotu, why don't you take a stroll through the other 5th dimension realms? Yin Xian's smile froze instantly, his face turning serious as he coldly replied, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bring up the time you almost drowned in the Earth Dragon pool as a child. The Earth Dragon Pool is a unique place inhabited by monstrous earthworms known as earth dragons. They consume polluted soil, excreting purified waste, which becomes excellent planting soil. As Zhou Jiqiu spoke, 1,000 eyes, either directly or subtly, turned toward him. Lin Yu and Bai Yu, sitting beside him, quietly distanced themselves as if there was something foul nearby. Zhou Jiqiu couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what do you two mean by that?" His smile remained, though it seemed to shift to others around him. Meanwhile, Jixia's avatar was on its way back, while his true self watched the interactions of his seniors, feeling a peculiar sense of harmony, ease, and closeness. It made him realize that they were all the most trusted companions, having fought side by side and supported each other through the toughest times, now finally able to enjoy the prosperity. Jixia felt a change within himself and unknowingly smiled, looking around to memorize each smiling face. These smiles were so vivid, as if the blurred world had suddenly become crystal clear. He realized it wasn't his eyes evolving, but that he had truly integrated into this identity, into Dixia. He was no longer a traveler from a parallel world, but a part of this family. Bai Yunshan witnessed this scene and felt secretly pleased, knowing that his apprentice's mindset had finally shifted. Previously polite and reserved, Jixia now exuded confidence. Bai Yunshan was eager to see how much of Jixia's potential would unfold. At this moment, Jixia turned to Bai Yunshan with a smile and said, "Master, I'm quite sensitive to feelings and emotions." Bai Yunshan's meaningful smile abruptly halted, surprised to find himself the first to fall victim to Jixia's newfound perception. A few minutes later, Jixia's avatar returned and handed a book to Zhou Jiqiu. Zhou Jiqiu placed his hand over the book, resisting the urge to open it, and looked at Jixia. "In the past, I would have accepted it quietly, and now, I will still accept it quietly. Among us, we rarely express thanks verbally. We're from that era, always ready to lend a hand when needed. Jixia, relax, trust your eyes, and trust time might will prove everything." Jixia was even more astonished. It was one thing for his master to notice, but even someone he hadn't interacted with could see through him. He vaguely understood that he was still too young. Even with past life experiences, he couldn't compare to those who had endured hardships. While the internet offers a view of the world, it's not the same as first-hand experience. True understanding comes from living through it. He realized he should approach life with a more tranquil attitude. These seniors had faced unimaginable challenges and remained strong. He, too, would follow in their footsteps. Hello, New World. One of the 5-turn dimensions was successfully resolved, and with the acquisition of the 5-turn professional knowledge, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly relaxed. Taking advantage of the crowd, Lin Xian and Lin Yao stood up and suggested, "Since everyone is here, why don't we try the Witch's Night now?" Although the Grand Elder could resist the control of the doll witch, he was confused by the flower tree, and Ji Xia could solve this control. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about the influence of the doll witch. They had been confident in passing the challenge years ago, and now with Ji Xia's secret method ensuring their survival, not going seemed overly cautious. Moreover, the West Coast Federation had been attempting to tackle the 5-turn dimension since the year before last, and although not yet successful, their leading position was disadvantageous for them. The twins' proposal was smoothly approved, and Yin Xian immediately decided, "Let's go then. Fire Spirit, Zen Realm, Goei Hai, Long Yin, and Star Spirit, you 5 go and test it out. If you can withstand the witch's doll transformation, you can pass. If not, it's easier to retreat with fewer people. You 2 should refrain from taking action this time. Take it easy, the power of time is too advanced. Be mindful of the backlash." Yin Xian was clearly aware of the high cost of the twins' abilities. The Lin Xian brothers did not argue and remained silent. Ji Xia directly sent out a clone, and having witnessed her clones before, everyone felt this approach was even more secure. Fire Spirit is a fire element summoner named Zhang Tiansheng. Zen Realm was a monk before the mutation, now named Zen Realm. His profession is a martial monk. Guei Hai is a water element grand mage named Wu Yunsheng. Long Yin's real name is Tanjin Long. His profession is a musician, specializing in sound attacks. The 5 of them used a teleportation array to arrive at a dark underground cave. Ji Xia projected the scene and asked directly, "Can this be broadcasted?" Bai Yunshan nodded. "Yes, focus on controlling your clone, and don't speak." Having encountered the doll witch before, he was a bit nervous. Ji Xia, however, felt fine. Her clone first used a psychic link, then performed the destiny star and assimilation, followed by adding the mysterious guard and danger warning. Due to the psychic link, Ji Xia also transmitted this information simultaneously, negating the need for further explanation. The underground passage extended for a kilometer, filled with seals, and upon reaching the core, they saw a purple portal, its vortex still. An old man leaned against the door, unmoving upon their arrival. Zen Realm bowed to the old man. "Senior Dong, we've come to clear the monsters." Only then did the old man shakily stand, his expression still wooden, his cloudy eyes memorizing each person before turning to merge into the portal, causing the vortex to spin. This was the residual will of a professional, not a living person, and this place was not suitable for living guards. Zhang Tiansheng, being more familiar with Ji Xia, quietly explained, Senior Dong was one of the first to advance to the 4th tier. He sacrificed himself using a secret method, keeping the dimension still to prevent unknown changes. He sacrificed himself over 10 years ago. Ji Xia nodded, understanding his state. He has no life fluctuations, nor is he in a soul state, just an obsession, integrated with the seal. Once the seal is opened, he will dissipate. Unfortunately, I can't save him. Chanjing looked at Ji Xia, speaking gently. Death is an inevitable part of life. As long as the deceased have no regrets, that is enough. As a healer, you don't need to take all the responsibility upon yourself, or it will break you. Tan Jinlong nodded in agreement. Your master probably never told you why master healers are so rare. It's not because there are few healers, but because they are often too self-sacrificing. He paused. The seal is fully open. We should go in. As the 5 of them stepped into the dimension, for life lights appeared in front of Ji Xia. However, as he looked around, he was taken aback. This world defied logic. As 3-dimensional beings, they found themselves in a space that resembled a 2-dimensional plane, filled with abstract patches of color. Most unsettling were the countless dolls hanging from the sky and walls, even covering the ground. The 5 of them stood atop a giant doll. Ji Xia immediately noticed something off, a disturbing realism to each doll's expression, particularly the humanoid ones, evoking the uncanny valley effect. Fortunately, the power of the life stars dispelled these negative mental effects. Zhang Tianxing sprang into action, summoning several fire spirits to clear the surrounding dolls. Chan Jing sat cross-legged, hands pressed together, releasing a faint golden light that dissolved the dolls in its path. Tan Jinlong took out a flute, playing a piercing melody as he leapt into the air, shattering dolls with sound waves. The other 2 remained vigilant, ready to react to any sudden threats. A few minutes later, they left a few dolls as bait and regrouped. Ji Xia suddenly asked, The threads here don't affect us, but do you hear anything? The 3 shook their heads, but Tan Jinlong nodded. I hear it. As the dolls are destroyed, the music becomes smoother. According to dimensional research, this should be the witch's theme from fantasy works of the old world. Once all the dolls are gone, she'll appear. Are you ready? Zhang Tianxing asked. After receiving confirmation, he incinerated the remaining dolls with a burst of flame. At that moment, a black clip appeared above, holding a doll in a pink dress. Eerie music played, and everyone could hear it clearly. Hee hee you. Play with me. Ah ha ha ha. With maniacal laughter, the doll broke free from the clip, crashing to the ground and shattering. A pink worm with fangs emerged from the wreckage, lunging at the nearest Chanjing. Chanjing suddenly felt his body stiffen, the surrounding space seemingly locked. His pupils dilated as he finally understood the truth. It wasn't fear causing paralysis, but this realization came too late. He only managed to transmit one last piece of information through a mental link before the worm opened its star-shaped mouth, biting down on his head. The life light in front of Ji Xia dimmed, casting a heavy silence over the hall. The avatar of Ji Xia slowly approached the fallen corpse on the ground. Even a 4th-level monk would find it hard to survive such a fall. However, the source of life surged at that moment, and to everyone's astonishment, Chanjing's body began to naturally writhe and restore itself, even growing a new head. Chanjing looked up in confusion and saw the worm opening its mouth to bite Wu Yunxing. He couldn't help but shout in his mind, Get out of the way! But it was too late, and Ji Xia watched helplessly as Wu Yunxing fell. Chanjing was stunned, unable to believe that Ji Xia could resurrect the corpse. Ji Xia then turned to the 2 of them, speaking firmly, Stop standing there in a daze. The rules here were set when the witch appeared, defining the outcome. But this ending has no follow-up, so you are not being controlled right now. Quickly kill it. Chanjing immediately refocused, emitting a dazzling golden light as he shot toward the worm. Although Wu Yunsheng had just experienced death, he quickly calmed down and began to pierce the worm with spiraling water guns. In the hall, Lin Xian's brother suddenly understood, so that's it. This is what the blue stars was hinting at as the rule. He turned to Ji Xia and asked with curiosity, How can you move? Ji Xia replied calmly, Because that's just my avatar. It's essentially a puppet, remotely controlled by me, and is a non-living entity, without fate, so it can't be scripted. Under the joint attack, the worm was blown apart, and only then could Zhang Tianxing and Tan Jinlong move. They were both terrified and amazed, witnessing their comrade who had just been torn apart come back to life. I saw you get your head bitten off and shattered into pieces, yet you're alive. Ji Xia thought to himself, given the circumstances, should they try the next witch's barrier? As they opened the chest, he said, You guys discuss it first. Everyone in the hall is also deliberating. I'll check the spoils first. He rummaged through the treasure chest and found a 5th-level mage skill called Imprisonment, as the name suggests, a 5th-level musician skill called Entrance Tune, which boosts ally strength, and a 5th-level magical knowledge skill. The third skill was particularly useful for Jixiao, since he was also a magic user. However, after looking it over, he lost interest, saying, "It's just a method to condense energy cores, which I already know. Why don't the 4 of you try opening it?" The attendees in the hall had just finished their discussion and decided to wait until they had a full team of 20 to maximize the benefits of opening the chest and gather high-level knowledge as soon as possible. Chan Jing was delighted to see the execution tune, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, let's wait for them." 15 masters had already set off from the hall, and Jixia left a life lamp for them. Zhou Jiqiu watched Jixia's actions intently, pondering how it might help him in his transition to a destiny-related profession. He curiously asked, "Is this profession really that strong?" Jixia shook his head. "If you follow the logic of online games, my profession is strong and even a hidden class related to fate. But ordinary people shouldn't dream about it, as their skill depth isn't enough to achieve my level of effect." Bai Yunshan interjected, "Does the life lamp's extension have a time limit? Why don't you use the 7-star life extension lamp?" Jixiao explained, "Their essence isn't depleted, like in the earlier situation. As long as I save them quickly, it doesn't count as death." Bai Yunshan couldn't help but laugh. "Only you would dare to say it doesn't count as death." He suddenly felt that this mission might not be too difficult. Jixia was filled with doubt. After the group of 20 gathered, they cautiously entered the witch's barrier. The scene before them was still astonishing. A world filled with cakes, where babies crawled around, devouring one cake after another, with new cakes constantly appearing. Strangely, these babies still appeared as infants to everyone, their silver bell laughter echoing in the air as they gleefully enjoyed the cakes, seemingly never getting full. At that moment, a cake appeared in front of the group, exuding a peculiar energy. Jixia, curious, bravely picked it up to study it, but quickly put it down with distaste. The magic of this cake lay in its ability to make someone revert to a carefree infant after consuming it. The witch, in her lifetime, longed to grow up quickly, but after experiencing the burdens of adulthood, she chose to allow anyone burdened by worries to escape their troubles. A team member joked, "This witch isn't so bad." He glanced at Jixia, clearly eager to learn from her insights, since he hadn't sensed anything himself. Jixia pointed to the sky, her eyes filled with affection for the infants. When the group looked up, their hearts skipped a beat. A large, rigid face was plastered above them, startling at first glance. As they watched the face, its eyes began to move, locking onto them instantly. Chan Jing, who trained both body and mind, was the first to sense the anomaly and quickly warned, "My body is transforming into another substance." Jixia frowned, realizing she was also being transformed, her magical powers becoming sluggish, her thoughts rigid. Before she could think further, Jixia's body suddenly exploded, releasing her magic. In that final moment, she cast a group starlight clone spell, and each person had a clone beside them. One of Jixia's clones also exploded, and as a new clone opened its eyes, the mental link transferred the curse. The 19 others understood Jixia's intention, transferring the curse from their bodies to the new clones. Without the will to resist, the clones instantly turned into white cream statues. Chan Jing clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "These witch attacks are truly unpredictable. We must resolve this quickly." Lightning, storms, blizzards, and various attacks resonated, instantly engulfing the face above them. The surrounding babies and cakes twisted and vanished, revealing the original street. However, a few hundred meters ahead, a pitch-black barrier appeared, surrounded by countless similar dome barriers. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. This scene sparked a heated discussion among the hall's crowd. After a while, a scholar proposed a new plan. "Jixia, you all continue exploring and try to gather extraordinary knowledge of the 5-turn professions. There are too many 5-turn witch barriers here, and we'll have the other 5-turn professionals tackle them later." After Jixia relayed this message, the group pressed on. In the new witch's barrier, as soon as they entered, they saw a syringe hanging in the sky, with a witch in a nurse's outfit smiling at them. She raised the syringe, gently pressing it, causing the crimson liquid to sizzle, and blood rain began to fall within the barrier. The shield blocked the blood, and shadow arrows, flaming dragon spears, and explosive thunderbolts various attacks once again resonated, instantly engulfing the witch. The witch was dealt with swiftly. Besides dropping a chest, this time the witch also left behind a grief seed, which could absorb the curses caused by the witch. Chan Jing, the monk who could be considered a tank, was no stranger to getting injured. Upon seeing the items dropped, he quickly said, "I got pricked by the fallen syringe, and now my arm is numb. Use the grief seed to fix it." Jixia, however, took the black gem and sternly told Chan Jing, "This is a strategic resource. Let's not use it right away. Put your gear away, and I'll heal you." Chan Jing removed his clothing, revealing a perfectly proportioned physique with well-defined, powerful muscles reminiscent of ancient sculptures. However, his left arm was already withered, with the syringe still embedded. and dark blood flowing from it. Ji Xia gathered the power of wind in his palm and swiftly chopped off Chan Jing's left arm. Chan Jing gasped in pain, but soon a mass of flesh rapidly gathered, and a new arm grew instantly. He noticed Ji Xia's gaze lingering on his chest, and when he looked down, he saw dark veins extending from his left arm across most of his body. Ji Xia turned to the others and coldly asked, "Who knows anesthesia? Just make him temporarily unable to feel pain." A mage stepped forward and lightly touched Chan Jing's forehead, casting a mechanized mind spell. "All right, for the next 10 minutes. He's a robot, no pain perception." Chan Jing remained extremely calm, quickly understanding Ji Xia's intentions, and said nonchalantly to the onlookers, "I suggest you don't watch, or you'll have nightmares." "Uft, who are you trying to scare? I've seen it all," one spectator scoffed. However, the skeptics soon fell silent as Ji Xia took an unknown blade and slashed down hard, cutting Chan Jing's body from left shoulder to right armpit. Ji Xia casually tossed the lower half aside, and before any blood could spill, it dried up. Ji Xia then used flesh manipulation to swiftly restore Chan Jing's body. Zhang Tiansheng, Wu Yunsheng, and Tan Jinlong silently stepped back, not out of fear, but because they had never witnessed anything like this before. Ji Xia, with not a drop of blood on him, smiled at another person. "Come on, you need treatment too. I noticed you got pricked." The person's face fell. "It's really not necessary. I think I can manage without a heart by using energy to circulate blood throughout my body." Indeed, his heart had been pricked. Normally, that would be fatal, but for a professional like him, as he said, he could compensate for the heart. Slap. A pale hand slapped onto his body, and the mechanized mind spell was applied. "Come on, I'll help hold him down." A few friends who enjoyed the drama pinned the injured person to the ground. The injured man lay flat, showing a playful resignation, but as the mechanized mind took effect, he calculated the optimal solution in his mind and calmly said, "All right, let's not waste the grief seed. We might need it when we attack a level 6 witch later." Ji Xiao approached and, with his bare hands, opened a hole in the man's chest, precisely extracting a shriveled heart. This scene captivated Zhou Ziqiu in the hall, who was eager to learn this skill. Although it was Ji Xia's first time performing a heart transplant, he seemed incredibly adept, quickly removing the old heart and inserting a new one, then repairing the chest wound, all in under 3 seconds. The process was smooth and quick. The entire treatment flowed seamlessly, so much so that even the moment of heart replacement went unnoticed by onlookers. Ji Xia's unorthodox and miraculous treatment method was both nerve-wracking and remarkably effective. The eyes of the dozen patients who received treatment sparkled with confidence for the challenges ahead. "That's hilarious. How could those monsters' tricks possibly compare to our healers?" Someone couldn't help but remark. In front of the dimensional gate of the Witch's Night, people came and went. A few staff members hurried over to organize and take away the acquired extraordinary knowledge, beginning to arrange for some personnel to advance. In Ji Xia's team, a few members were reassigned because there was knowledge available that matched their professions, allowing them to be promoted to the 5th rank. The strategy progressed smoothly, yielding substantial gains. The crowd in the hall gradually dispersed, each person busy with their tasks. Ji Xia multitasked, controlling his avatar while quickly heading to the highest martial arts school in the northern district. The 2 students he had chosen had arrived at the school in the past 2 days. Although the year-end was approaching, being selected by a Grand Master was more thrilling than the new year itself. In the principal's office, Principal Lin eagerly advised the 2 students upon their arrival. "Su Xinghe, Zheng Mingdan, since you already understand the reason, I won't elaborate. Just make sure to seize this opportunity. The Star Spirit Grand Master is the first Grand Master in our nation. Though he is of a similar age to you, he is already participating in the strategy of the 5th turn dimension. You must." After his lengthy speech, Principal Lin reiterated, "Make sure to grasp this opportunity." The enthusiastic young Su Xinghe widened his eyes and asked excitedly, "Grand Master? Principal, is this a new realm?" "Yes, it will be officially announced in a couple of days." "Wow, the Grand Master is so amazing. Why were we chosen?" Su Xinghe continued to ask, "Didn't you say there are many better than us? We are said to be the worst batch." Zheng Mingdan also chimed in with questions. Principal Lin's face darkened. "I was worried you'd be nervous, but it seems I was overthinking. Enough talk, perform well later. Given your family backgrounds, the Star Spirit Grand Master is your greatest opportunity." With that, the principal fell silent. In truth, his earlier words were unnecessary, but these 2 students excelled in character, talent, and temperament, naturally earning his favor as good students. He only hoped they could go further. A few minutes later, there was a gentle knock on the office door. The principal personally opened it, and Ji Xia walked in slowly. "Grandmaster, please come in, the students have arrived." "Thank you, Principal Lin. No trouble at all." Ji Xia exuded an aura like starlight, naturally drawing attention to himself. His strong affability allowed the initially tense teenagers to relax slightly. Facing the young students, Ji Xia spoke warmly. I've reviewed your profiles, and you both have the potential and the desire to become healers. Let me ask again, do you truly wish to become healers? His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing in their hearts. Yet, the two youths did not answer impulsively. Instead, they responded in unison with genuine conviction, yes. Ji Xia then produced two inheritance crystals, placing them before them. By merging with these, you will change your original profession and become star mages. Without hesitation, the two young hands reached out, seizing this chance to change their destinies. Starlight gathered indoors as a man and a woman underwent a transformation. The process was smooth and steady, and after about 10 minutes, the starlight gradually faded away, and they awoke from their meditative state. Upon opening their eyes, it seemed as though they held the universe within them. Ji Xian nodded with satisfaction, sensing that their system had indeed aligned with his lineage. He asked, what skills have you inherited directly now? Su Xinghe was the first to respond. Teacher, I was at the peak of the second transition, inheriting level 5 basic enhancement, level 10 life lamp, level 10 starlight healing, level 10 starlight purification, and second transition skills like life lamp continuation, group connection, mental communication, and danger perception. I feel that if I advance, these skills will evolve, and life lamp continuation will become 7-star life lamp in the third transition. Zheng Mengdan listened attentively and then introduced herself. Teacher, my skills are the same as his, but I believe that after the third transition, danger perception will become danger warning. Ji Xiao pondered, realizing that the star's spirit mage profession would show personal inclination during the third transition. However, hearing the titles his students used, he felt a twinge of regret, and his tone became more neutral. With your abilities, you will be directly assigned to a legion, and your subsequent professional skills will be naturally acquired as you level up. I will compile my cultivation insights into a book, which you, as inheritors, can read after passing the review. With the new year approaching, I won't take up more of your time. If you have questions in the future, you can email me. The two students responded politely, but Principal Lin, though expressionless, internally criticized them, thinking, are they really not seizing the opportunity? He noticed the change in the Grandmaster's tone but felt it was not the right moment to intervene, as Ji Xia had already made his decision. Principal Lin decided to add a social studies course for students later to prevent them from becoming foolish. After giving his instructions, Ji Xia left, focusing his energy more on the dimension of Witch's Night, allowing external affairs to take a lower priority. Currently, Scholar Hushua had entered the dimension for research and had analyzed some dungeon rules. The 9th-tier witch, the Witch's Night, could easily destroy a city without a barrier. Witches' abilities varied, often linked to their past experiences. Teenage girls, after making a wish, could become magical girls, but through the use of magic, battles with witches, and witnessing the dark realities, they would ultimately fall and become witches. Hushua planned to study how to transform the magical girl system into a legitimate profession, removing its flaws. Although the researchers at the Dimension Research Institute focused on dimensional studies, strength was essential for conducting such research in this world. Therefore, Hushua's combat abilities were considerable. Even after discovering that 6th-tier witches were not very strong, he advocated attacking a larger barrier where a 6th-tier witch was likely hidden. Notably, despite his seemingly frail appearance, Hushua initially aimed for the barrier of a 7th tier, which to collect enough grief seeds. Ji Xiao pondered deeply, wondering if he should enhance his abilities to the level of laws to break the curse. However, he realized an important issue. The enhancement of one's realm is crucial for increasing strength. The stronger one is, the deeper the understanding when the cosmic sound descends. At this moment, Ji Xiao decided not to continue enhancing skills like the life lamp, but to learn other basic skills instead. In the job transition system, skills learned from skill books come with runes that help enhance their effects. Ji Xiao had the ability to allocate points, allowing him more flexibility. The insights of healing masters Zhou Ziqiu and Lin Yu were open to him, and he also had access to the research data of brothers Lin Xian and Lin Yao. With the available resources, Ji Xiao planned to self-learn all healer skills and comprehensively strengthen them through point allocation. As for the bloodline level, he was not in a hurry to enhance it because, during the skill enhancement process, the Cosmic Sound's baptism naturally promoted bloodline growth. Once the skills were fully learned, he would address any bloodline deficiencies. Currently, Ji Xiao had no shortage of source points. In the dimension of the Witch's Night, each witch possessed tens of thousands of source points, and the thousands of puppets Ji Xiao created could also bring him source points after killing monsters, albeit only one of the normal amount. He inadvertently discovered that his source points had reached 800,000 and were still increasing. Ji Xiao imagined how delightful it would be if tens of thousands of army soldiers were equipped with puppets. Just as Ji Xiao began learning, an unexpected incident occurred in the Dimension Dungeon. In the barrier of a 6th-tier witch, the witch's power was comparable to the 7th tier. The better the magical girl's aptitude, the more terrifying she became after turning into a witch. This witch was close to the 7th tier, and after darkening, she became even stronger, possessing some abilities equivalent to that level despite not fully reaching it. Jixia and his 20 teammates entered a dark barrier, surrounded by emptiness except for a large, lush tree ahead, with its roots entangled like dragons on the ground. Upon entering, the roots began to writhe, and the tranquil tree instantly withered, its leaves transforming into a storm sweeping toward them. No matter the spell, whether lightning or fire, they turned into shadows and were easily devoured. Jixia quickly released a large-scale, mystical shield, forming a dark sphere to shield them from the leaf storm and subsequent branch attacks. However, the energy consumption was immense, and he thought to himself that without mana recovery, he could only maintain it for a minute. Hushua was already analyzing the witch's power, and a few seconds later, he conveyed through a psychic link, prosperity and decay, nature and distortion, require a nature shaman to attack. Upon hearing this, the shaman in the team acted decisively, causing a mass of vines to grow outside the shield, twisting like snakes and sliding. The parasitic vines entangled the tree roots, instantly destroying the tree. At this moment, Jixia turned around and saw a teammate's legs sinking into the ground, arms raised high, fingers growing upward, transforming into a tree in the blink of an eye. The doll at his waist remained the same, but the passive curse-transferring ability of the substitute doll had failed. Taking advantage of the brief life extension provided by the life lamp, Jixia created a starlight clone and actively transferred the curse. The original tree reverted to its normal state, while the clone transformed into a new tree. However, in the next moment, Jixia sensed the curse had fully transferred, quickly severed the connection between the clone and the main body, and dispelled the clone, causing the shadow form tree to disappear. The surrounding environment twisted back into normal buildings. The person who almost turned into a tree was relieved, but shared his experience as a lesson. Just now, I felt a bit lonely, suddenly assimilated. The witch's abilities are strange and varied. It's best to maintain inner stability. Jixia nodded, feeling somewhat guilty for not reacting in time. You should leave first and find my main body. Use the 7-star life extension lamp to change your doomed fate. The person nodded, marveling, I feel normal now. This secret technique is truly amazing. He sighed and used a rune stone to leave. Before the new person arrived, Jixia used a new soul gem. When the clone self-destructed earlier, the new body was reconstructed and reacted slowly. Jixia hadn't felt the impact then, but now realized the responsibility to his teammates. His main body was on a floating island, which he named Star Island after the spirit's name for easy location. The island was stocked with various monsters as materials for the 7-star life extension lamp. After using the secret technique for healing, he continued his studies, adding points to Glimmer. This was his initial skill, and since it wasn't a perfect match for his special type, it had a cap and couldn't exceed the level of his main skill. The winged people of the clouds had recently been elevated to a dominant bloodline status in the last cosmic sound. Jixia exchanged resources he no longer needed, like the finger bone from last time, for resources usable by the winged people. With ample resources and the cosmic sound, there was hope to elevate the winged people to an epic level. Jixia found these races, born from the essence of otherworldly origins, fascinating. Their bloodlines limited their ceiling but allowed rapid growth. Once their bloodlines were up to standard, they could easily ascend to higher tiers. Humans, on the other hand, had no ceiling. Even with an ordinary bloodline, they could reach the 4th tier or higher. As the substitute hadn't arrived yet, the group inside the instance began chatting, mainly with Jixia asking, a 9th tier which is only at city-destroying level. I remember that Senior Guihai, a 4th tier mage, could flood a city, which doesn't seem much different. Guihai? He maintained a storm skill and added a wave-making spell to create a tsunami on land. But this was a combination of spells and required time. A true city-destroying level is a single strike that covers a town and can obliterate a city in an instant with serious intent. Comparing with the healer's words, Jixia pondered for a moment and decided to stack armor. If it's a small city like Boss City, without anti-magic devices and no interference, I could use starlight healing to cover most of the city. If Boss City's area remained the same and its shape became a standard circle, I could do it. Hushua opened his mouth but closed it again. No, you really can do that. The cultivation system on Blue Star, whether in Xia or other factions, is inspired by the settings of other worlds. An epic-level powerhouse is a figure that emerges only once in a century in other realms, enough to be remembered in history, known even after death, and with the power of a nation in a single person. A legendary-level individual, as the name suggests, lives a life that is itself a legendary tale, possibly even more incredible than fiction, capable of destroying a planet with their sheer might. A mythical-level figure is someone who lives in legend, known throughout the world, and whose legacy persists despite the passage of time, the fall of old nations, and the rise of new ones. This level represents the pinnacle of human achievement, possessing the power to obliterate an entire solar system. These levels still belong to humanity. The next level is demigod, signifying the transformation from human to deity, with a complete change in the essence of life. These beings possess a unique understanding of different laws beyond the reach of mortals. Who is Jixia? Everyone present knows. Jixia was quite low-key before, but now openly displays his strength without exaggeration. Therefore, everyone understands that Jixia is not boasting. It's precisely because of this that Hushua feels resigned. He intended to say Jixia was being over the top, but Jixia's skill level is too high. His bloodline has reached the legendary level, making such performance reasonable. Unfortunately, Jixia currently lacks divine-level resources. Otherwise, elevating Jixia to a divine bloodline would make future strategies more reassuring. Chanjing nodded in agreement. It's true that frontline personnel have always understood how much support a competent healer can provide in battle. Your skills, in a way, make me unafraid of life or death, as there's almost no risk of dying, and I don't have to worry about withstanding the difficulties everyone faces, allowing me to perform even better. At this moment, Hushua interjected, mentioning that it's not that there are none, just not yet acquired. Speaking of which, the tombs of the god of the undead and the god of light have been discovered and need to be developed. The astral realm? Lin Yao's voice came through. Everyone turned to look at him. It was indeed Lin Yao. He said, "This place is still quite dangerous. I have mastered the divine art of time stop, and each barrier is like a small world, consuming little energy, so I came. I heard you mention divine-level resources. The astral realm is where the gods of other worlds rest after death, and many divine tombs are located here. The locations of the god of light and the god of the undead have been confirmed. My brother and I have investigated. It seems their followers have perished and their worlds destroyed, with almost no defenses remaining. As long as you can resist the assimilation of laws, you can pass unimpeded. Enhancing skills to the level of laws, possessing divine bloodlines, or having legendary level strength are all ways to proceed. Jixia, it shouldn't be difficult for you." Jixia nodded. Indeed, it wasn't difficult. I've been working on understanding the glimmer skill recently. At the 6th or 7th stage, I should be able to break through to the Grandmaster level, reach the level of laws, and check out the tomb of the god of light, hoping for some gains. Lin Yao smiled brightly. There will definitely be gains. The will of Blue Star has long yearned for the laws represented by those deities. If it can devour them, Blue Star could ascend from a low magic world of spiritual energy revival to a mid-magic level, with the chance of birthing native deities. Lin Yao frowned slightly when the totem false gods of the Holy Alliance were mentioned. He knew clearly that only with the involvement of the Blue Stars could the legacy of the god of light be absorbed and brought to life. Otherwise, those people simply didn't have such capabilities. Hushua expressed doubt and asked, "Didn't the legacy of the god of the undead also disappear somewhere? Are there any results from the investigation?" Lin Yao's smile faded as he pondered the remnants of humanity from the old world who created an evil god. However, the god of the undead, being a true deity, governed the undead race and part of death, and would never allow himself to be tainted. Ultimately, those people were exterminated and turned into undead. The god of the undead, upon awakening, chose to end himself, burying his legacy in the bone plains, transforming it into a temple, which led to the continuous birth of the undead. Jixia listened with great interest and asked, "Is there more to the story? It sounds fascinating." Lin Yao shook his head. "There's no more to this story. Let's move on and strategize. I'll tell you about other things." The other masters also perked up, listening intently to their conversation. After entering a barrier, Lin Yao activated a time stop. The group quickly located the witch and unleashed various attacks, then released the time stop, destroying the witch. Keeping his promise, Lin Yao began to explain, "The Nature Alliance believes in the Blue Star's will, but it favors me and my brother more. So, within the Alliance, the two of us are considered divine offspring. According to their political system, we can influence them to do certain things. By the way, the Free Duchy, Sun Island, and the Holy Alliance are similar. Whoever becomes the god of freedom, Sun God, or god of light can directly rule them." At this point, Lin Yao looked at Jixia and mentioned that most of the Cloudwing tribe are followers and angels of the god of light. He asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" Jixia nodded, indicating a willingness to try, but needed to find advanced knowledge from magic users. Even general knowledge would do. Lin Yao then led the way to the barrier diagonally above them, saying, "That's why I'm here." Jixia's performance during the Witch's Night made everyone realize that if she became stronger, she could fearlessly undertake dimensional conquests. Hence, Lin Yao was there to gather extraordinary knowledge for Jixia. Through repeated time pauses, they acquired new knowledge and skills and heard intriguing information from Lin Yao. Jixia also obtained his advanced knowledge. This meant that this impromptu strategy session was temporarily concluded, as most of the 5th and 6th tier information for professions had been mastered, needing some time to be digested before proceeding further. Meanwhile, Ji Feng began his awakening process at the professional association. In a room crafted with energy crystals, an array was in operation. Ji Feng gritted his teeth in endurance as the puppet hanging from his waist was continuously consumed. Outside the door, a manager enviously remarked, "This must be a higher-grade origin puppet. The Legion is going crazy over ordinary substitute puppets, but being the younger brother of a grandmaster has its perks." Another person nodded in agreement. "I'm tired of saying envy." Sigh, Ji Feng will likely not even experience the aftereffects of early awakening. But what profession will he awaken to? We'll know in a minute. A farmer. Suddenly, the envy dissipated. The other person reminded, "Don't forget, the Grandmaster took 2 students, and they are also in life-oriented professions. Now they're star spirit mages." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Uff, don't rub it in. It hurts." Ji Feng awoke from his awakening, realizing he didn't experience the symptoms he was warned about, understanding it was thanks to the puppet. As for the farmer profession, Ji Feng took it lightly. As expected, it's a good thing I didn't have high expectations, and fortunately, I have a good brother. While Ji Xia's avatar was busy, his true self summoned Ji Feng to the floating island for a talk. This conversation revealed the truth about being a professional. All those who awakened early, like Ji Xia, demonstrated exceptional talent and possessed a skill, indicating at least above average aptitude. Conversely, if others reached the age without awakening, it implied they had average talent. Ji Xia specifically told Ji Feng that their family, including their parents and ancestors, had not awakened, highlighting their ordinary nature. Although it's possible to forcibly awaken through other means, this relies on the special rules of Blue Star's spiritual energy revival. This forceful assignment of a profession is likely to result in a lifestyle class, occasionally a common combat class like a hunter. After hearing this and reflecting on recent experiences, Ji Feng understood his brother's hint. He likely wouldn't become a combat professional, and the hope of being a mage was slim. However, Ji Xia assured him that he had a way to set Ji Feng on a new path, which calmed Ji Feng's heart, even bringing him relief. He felt that relying on his brother was not a bad thing, as having a good brother would help him overcome future challenges. Ji Feng showed remarkable maturity. After thanking the staff, he used the association's teleportation array to return to Star Island. He coincidentally saw Ji Xia's avatar heading towards the main body. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he saw 2 versions of his brother. He ran over, curiously looking back and forth, and asked, "Brother? Which one is you? I feel like both are." Ji Xia glanced sideways, dismissed the avatar, and explained, "This is a clone skill. Some dimensional dungeons are quite dangerous, so I use a clone to explore them. Have you decided whether to become a healing mage or an elemental mage?" Ji Feng pouted and retorted, "You didn't even ask, and you're sure I didn't awaken as a mage?" Ji Xia chuckled and replied, "Because I can sense the energy in you, and it's just a faint trace of natural energy, something like a farmer, or at best, a nature shaman." Ji Feng opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Ji Xia's guess was too accurate, leaving him speechless. Then he saw a pair of slender, fair hands holding a crystalline orb and instinctively accepted it when offered. Ji Xia said, "Inject your energy and begin to receive the inheritance. This contains everything I know." Ji Feng did as instructed, while Ji Xia watched intently. Initially, Ji Xia had condensed 3 inheritance crystals, one given to Zhou Ziqiu and the other 2 to students. Therefore, he specifically consumed source essence to add points to the skill, invoking the cosmic sound to condense a new crystal ball. This crystal was very special. By following the steps to enhance his strength, Ji Feng could gradually extract knowledge from it, reaching Ji Xia's current level. Although this might cap Ji Feng's potential at Ji Xia's current level, considering Ji Feng's average comprehension and Ji Xia's virtually limitless potential, it was undoubtedly beneficial for Ji Feng. Meanwhile, Lucy, serving as a background figure, used her newly acquired spell to make herself invisible, guarding Ji Xia from behind and enviously eyeing the crystal ball. Her tribe had yet to inherit the master's profession. As the summer unfolded, Ji Xia was poised to reach the pinnacle of healers by skillfully mastering various abilities. In the early stages of his career, resources were crucial. Ji Xia removed his necklace, where his personal items were neatly organized, and handed it to Ji Feng. It contained equipment, skill insights, and consumables. He assured Ji Feng that if he needed more, he could come back. Ji Xia understood Ji Feng's character well and trusted he wouldn't stray off course. He was confident that the teammates assigned by the future Legion would be competent. Thus, he wasn't worried. However, he emphasized, "You are my only younger brother, and I will undoubtedly become the greatest healer of Xia." Ji Feng was deeply moved, even though expressing himself was challenging at his age. Instead, he simply gave Ji Xia a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, you're really awesome." Ji Xia found it intriguing that this younger brother, sharing his bloodline, was also a star mage and bore some resemblance to him. Due to the difference in their bloodline levels, Ji Xia appeared more outstanding. If Ji Xia toned down his aura slightly, others could easily recognize them as brothers. Indeed, blood and genes are truly remarkable. After handling the essentials, Ji Xia busily informed Ji Feng, "We're in the new dungeon development phase, so I might not return. Stay home with mom and dad, and have them think about what career they'd like to transition to. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, you'll be able to help others change careers. It won't be long before De Xia has a second and third Grandmaster, so it's good to prepare in advance." Ji Feng nodded in agreement, understanding the significance of a healing Grandmaster, one who could save lives, akin to a deity of life. However, unlike what he imagined, Ji Xia wasn't just saving people. He was advancing by leveraging extraordinary knowledge. The fifth tier is a unique level that allows the establishment of an energy cycle, actively absorbing energy from the outside to enhance one's strength. When Ji Xia saw this knowledge, his first thought was that it could be utilized by the cosmic sound, as starlight energy is extremely pure, making cultivation convenient. To verify, he casually advanced his glimmer skill to the Grandmaster level. The cosmic sound descended, and energy enveloped him. As Ji Xia comprehended this, he instinctively used the new knowledge to absorb energy. His aura naturally broke through to the fifth tier. At that moment, his body underwent subtle changes, and energy surged toward him like a tide. Within just a few minutes, Ji Xia reached the mid-fifth tier, and the change in his strength made his insights more effortless. He deciphered a wealth of information about light, understanding how different frequencies and fluctuations could transform spells from healing to damaging. The key to light-based spells was speed, needing only an instant to affect the target, as swift as telepathy. Upon awakening, Ji Xia pondered, thinking to himself, "Indeed, whether it's a special class or a regular class, reaching a certain level can manifest powerful effects." He extended his hand, and a hazy glimmer radiated, illuminating the surroundings. The space behind him slightly distorted, as the glimmer skill, upon reaching the Grandmaster level, could even break concealment. Ji Xia took a book on the insights of light element mages from the nearby shelf. This time, he was learning the spell Light Beam Impact. Since evolving to a legendary bloodline, he had been able to control various elements. Through this method, he easily mastered the spell and quickly elevated it to a master level. As the cosmic resonance continued to descend, its complex rhythms imparted more knowledge to Ji Xia. He felt as though he grasped something significant, only to lose it in an instant. Without pausing, Ji Xia followed his intuition and incrementally improved the healing mage skills he had already learned. The Island of Stars had been enriched by multiple cosmic resonances, its dense essence and energy providing abundant resources. Most of this was absorbed by Ji Xia, while the artifact spirits and the Cloudwing tribe also benefited greatly, beginning their own evolution. After consuming over 100,000 source points, Ji Xia finally found clarity in a flash of insight. He realized that the skills of a star spirit mage belonged to a special category, but since they also involved starlight, the light element could significantly enhance this profession. Among elemental mages, there is a light branch that allows specialization in light magic after the first transformation, while natural shamans possess moonlight and lunar path spells. Scholars, on the other hand, have the light of the stars skill. Ji Xia carefully studied various books from the shelf. Fortunately, his recent insights into the light element allowed him to barely comprehend these materials and convert them into skills for improvement. For Ji Xia, once a skill was initiated and appeared on the enhancement panel, further advancement became much simpler. However, Ji Xia felt a slight hesitation. With the infusion of cosmic resonance, he had reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Should he first explore dungeons for advanced knowledge to avoid wasting opportunities? Yet, he also considered the vast array of skills available on Blue Star. The recent attempts had brought numerous insights. Although they hadn't formed into secret techniques, all of his mastered skills were strengthened, and he could clearly see room for optimization. Given the abundance of skills, he could afford to be somewhat extravagant, especially since there were still laws and essence realms to explore, ensuring a continuous supply of energy. Thus, Ji Xia decided to stop overthinking and elevated all light element skills to the master level. At this point, master level strength was sufficient, and he saw no need to pursue grandmaster status. The consumed source points were the true wealth. Leaving them as mere cold numbers was pointless, as enhancing his strength was the key. After advancing to the fifth tier, he could indeed comprehend more swiftly, and with increased strength, he could elevate special category skills to the law level. However, despite possessing so many master-level skills, Ji Xia had yet to create a new one. Indeed, his flash of inspiration was actually the beginning of a new skill. He was on the right path, but couldn't fully realize the skill. The skill he envisioned was named Starlight Rain, a technique that continuously channels starlight to create a rain of light with healing, evolutionary, and offensive effects. The coverage area would be vast, and as long as he had enough mana, he could maintain the channeling. While Ji Xia had already understood the structure and principles of the spell, he had not yet formed the self-created skill on his panel. Ji Xia felt that something was amiss. The basic spell Starlight like Rain could have multiple effects, which meant it wasn't too complex. His study was filled with insights and extraordinary knowledge gifted by many masters, and he had been reading extensively, gradually enriching his foundation. The enhancement of his bloodline had improved his memory, and after much contemplation, he finally realized the possible reason. Starlight, like rain, might be too ordinary and not belong to a special category. Although the creativity and effects of the new skill were good, they seemed too conventional, unrelated to the destiny and mind that star spirit mages typically deal with. He found the mind communication skill from the summoner profession, which was the only skill related to the mind, and as for destiny, perhaps only his life lamp was involved. However, there seemed to be no direct connection between starlight like rain and the mind. Wait, perhaps there was. Ji Xia's eyes sparkled with realization. He initially thought the two were unrelated, but then he recalled an incident in the dimensional dungeon, Witch's Night, where a shattered tree made his teammates feel lonely, transforming into a new tree. This was an attack on the mind. If he could combine mind power, allowing those bathed in the light rain to resist mental attacks, would that count as a special category skill? This was just a hypothesis that needed testing. Ji Xia elevated the mind communication skill to a master level, carefully understanding the part related to mind power, and tried to integrate it with starlight like rain, using his own understanding of mind power. He discovered that it was easier to comprehend when the cosmic origin descended, so he casually upgraded a skill to the proficiency level, using the cosmic sound to accelerate the fusion process. A month later, except for taking some time off for the new year, Ji Xia had been researching skills. During this period, 5th-level professionals in Xia appeared in large numbers like a sudden surge, and the entire Xia was thriving. The 5th-level witch barrier of Witch's Night was also systematically tackled by others. Ji Xia provided substitute dolls, and occasionally healed those who sought his help. Finally, in mid-January, a brand new skill appeared on Ji Xia's panel, LV1 Starlight like Rain, which summoned a rain of light to heal the body, purify impurities, cleanse the mind, and inflict mental attacks on enemies. 1K, a self-created skill that requires fusion materials and a development direction to upgrade, currently capped at the mastery level. After over a month's effort and 200,000 source points, Ji Xia excitedly acquired this unique skill. This skill was different, as he couldn't just add points at will. Instead, Ji Xia needed to deduce the skill, understanding the effects that a high-level skill should theoretically have, to add points. Following this approach, as long as he mastered enough materials, the skill could be enhanced in the direction he envisioned. Although his foundation allowed him to add points up to the mastery level, Ji Xia didn't act immediately. Instead, he stepped out of the room, calmed his mind, and unleashed his mana to use starlight like rain. Initially, starlight gathered within a 100-meter radius, with a 30-second preparation time. Then, Ji Xia witnessed a beautiful and dreamlike scene. Starlight turned into beams, descending to the ground like meteors. In an instant, a meteor shower fell over Xingqian Island. When the starlight shower is released, it requires ongoing attention, unlike previous abilities that could be set and forgotten. Depending on Ji Xia's initial mana output, the meteor shower lasts for 10 seconds, then gradually diminishes, disappearing completely after 20 seconds. If that were all, it would hardly justify over a month's research and the initial half-minute of preparation. In real combat, 30 seconds can determine life or death. However, Ji Xia's vision for this skill extends beyond a city or a country, even encompassing a continent or a planet. She can continue to channel mana to expand the nebula's coverage, as long as the rate of mana consumption does not exceed her recovery rate, allowing for indefinite expansion. She used her authority to find the contact information of the senior officials in Ba City and dialed the number of the city lord, Wang Yunfeng. After a single ring, the call was answered. Grandmaster, how can I assist you? I am testing the limits of a spell with healing and cleansing effects that works on both the body and mind, resembling a meteor shower. Please do not be alarmed, and inform the populace that the spell can only bring benefits. By the way, let it radiate outward from my floating island. Wang Yunfeng responded with excitement. Understood, Grandmaster, I will arrange it immediately. Almost as soon as the call ended, Wang Yunfeng was filled with excitement. He knew the title of Grandmaster, but was unaware of the specific capabilities. Hearing the words of the Star Spirit Grandmaster, he realized her power could influence the entire Ba City. The spell's effects were undoubtedly beneficial, so he quickly contacted other high-ranking officials in Ba City to ensure the Grandmaster's satisfaction. He recalled an event years ago when several healing masters gathered in the northern district, a city affected by a plague. The masters cast a citywide spell that is still talked about as a miracle. That city was Beihuang City, a place that, despite its ordinary and desolate nature, took pride in that miraculous event. The city center square still holds images from that time, attracting visitors from other cities every year. It seemed Ba City was now boarding the train to prominence. In less than 3 minutes, the directives were issued, and all notifications were in place. The Boss City Legion soldiers, after completing their night training, suddenly heard a whistle, prompting groans. Seriously, no rest time tonight? Damn, are they handing out capes again? Quiet. Everyone, line up at the training ground. The soldiers' grumbles were silenced as they instinctively followed orders to assemble. Once at the training ground, their officer instructed them to remain in place while he gazed skyward. The soldiers followed suit and witnessed a sight they would never forget. A pale blue nebula spread across the sky, and blue-white meteors fell one after another, quickly enveloping the entire training ground. Strangely, this meteor shower seemed to possess a sentience, merging into each soldier's body. The exhaustion from daytime training evaporated, and the deep-seated melancholy and longing faded away, leaving them with a profound sense of inner peace. Bathed in the rain of light, the word dreamlike surfaced in the minds of the warriors. In the happiness community, the phone rang incessantly, urging the families of professionals to wake up, announcing that a grandmaster had brought blessings to the people of Boss City. Trusting their families, they immediately perked up and headed out after seeing the official notification from Boss City. At that moment, the rain of light enveloped the community, bringing a scene from a fantasy story to life. The light illuminated the neighborhood as raindrops fell everywhere, not as water droplets, but as energy formed by special skills. These droplets turned into mist upon striking non-living objects, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that transformed the community into a fairyland. Then, the elderly stepped outside, and the rain of light seeped into their bodies, healing old injuries and soothing their emotional pain. An old woman leaned on her cane, gazing bewilderedly at the sky, tears suddenly streaming down her face as she recalled youthful, vibrant smiles and a stern, serious figure from her memories. Although she often remembered that stubborn father and son over the years, at this moment, she felt no pain, lost in this beautiful dream. Starlight fell like rain, time flowing like water, intertwined and captivating. In this era, although the revival of spiritual energy brought extraordinary powers, the changing epochs came with their own pains. Some became powerful professionals, admired by many. Some tirelessly crafted equipment and brewed potions. Others fought monsters. The great Xia thrived, yet in the quiet of the night, some still tossed and turned, unable to sleep, for growth always comes with costs and growing pains, especially for a nation. The nameless heroes, their bodies never found, left only symbolic graves behind. That night, Boss City was so peaceful and serene, like an afternoon when the sun is just right, and you lean on a chair, basking in the sunlight, reading a book. At this moment, all was well with the world. On Star Island, Xia was recording data on the spell. Under the nebula, the raindrops had healing and purifying effects, effective even for fifth-year professionals, and also offered stamina recovery. This spell was not about using raindrops to fend off mental attacks, but about creating a unique field under the nebula and starlight. Those within this field were shielded from mental influences. This field was crucial, and instinct told me it was very important. Xia suddenly spoke. Xingqian, Lucy, what do you know about this spell's field, the force that resists mental influence? A light orb appeared, and Xingling apologized. I'm sorry, Master. I haven't stored any relevant information. Then Lucy appeared and bowed to Xia. Master, this is the prototype of a domain. According to the heritage, on the continent of the gods, when extraordinary individuals reach a certain level of cultivation, they can create spells and forge their own path. When they achieve this, it's an epic, and once they truly form their domain, they reach legendary status. As they advance, the domain transforms into a divine realm upon becoming a god, forming the foundation to build a divine kingdom. Congratulations, Master, you've already touched upon the domain. The orb flickered a few times, and after Lucy paused, Xingqian continued. Master, the wizards possess similar knowledge. They believe that knowledge directly obtained from the world belongs to the world and must be integrated with one's own will to create one's own path. This seems to be of the same type as the domain. After hearing this, Xia simply nodded and began to ponder. With a clear direction, understanding became much easier. The skill of starlight like rain was indeed something he created, integrating all the extraordinary knowledge he had learned, and it was unique to his own system. It involved the domain of spiritual protection, but Xia had not yet delved deeply into the exploration of the skill, so he couldn't reach the domain level yet. He only had potential. Xia realized that his fifth-year strength limited the power of his skills, and he should focus on improving his strength rather than the skills realm. In the master group, Xia sent a message. Ding ding. Do any of you have sixth-year magical knowledge? He waited shyly for several seconds, but no one responded. Xia assumed everyone was busy. Just then, Lin Xian appeared. Do you know what time it is? There is related knowledge, but it's quite incomplete. Wait a moment. Lin Xian added. By the way, your move was quite big. I sent it to Hushua. Xia, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied. Haha, I lost track of time. I've been immersed in creating my own skills, but the result is good. I finally succeeded. What did you send to Senior Hushua? Lin Xin sent a screenshot, showing the scene of Xingqian Island. Jixia couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Lin Xin has time to take screenshots. The image showed Jixia mentioning in the group that he could cast a spell covering most of Ba City. If Ba City was a standard circle, he could cover it entirely. Although Jixia's strength hadn't increased significantly, he could control the expansion direction of the nebula, so even if Ba City was elongated, it wouldn't be a problem. After more than a month of busyness, Jixia felt a bit tired and went straight to sleep. However, the meteor shower over Ba City spread across the entire Dixia network within half an hour. The dreamy skill effects were truly stunning, and the results were top-notch. Even though it was merely superficial healing without primal energy, the effects were still excellent when performed by Jixia. Other cities were filled with envy and jealousy towards Ba City. In Spring City, Xiaoba lamented, "I can't sleep at night in Spring City. Boo-hoo, the Star Spirit Grandmaster might be the first Grandmaster in the world. Ba City is truly blessed." In Beihuang City, Wang Yi commented, "I can't sleep. I've thought about it over and over, and still can't sleep. Damn, the miracle is no longer exclusive to our great Beihuang." Diejia was secretly pleased. "I hope every city can have such a miracle." In Rome City, Miao Bus A was trembling. "There's a big shot in Ba City. Will it become the center of the southwest region?" The living room light in Rome City also sighed. "Wow. Now that you mention it, it's really possible." Meanwhile, Wang Yunfeng at the Ba City Lord's mansion wasn't planning on sleeping. He was contemplating something. A few newcomers had joined the Ba City Healers Association, all famous fourth-tier healers, undoubtedly attracted by the Grandmaster's presence. This year, more funds were allocated, and the Legion increased its equipment orders from Master Jiangzhua. Ba City's advanced team was almost equipped with substitute dolls, with treatment comparable to the Bug Plains warriors, thanks to the Grandmaster's favor. Wang Yunfeng carefully considered various events, realizing that with the Grandmaster's progress, he would inevitably become a significant figure in the future. Even if he didn't advance further, his abilities alone would still be indispensable. It seemed Ba City had caught the east wind, but it still needed to strengthen itself. Wang Yunfeng gritted his teeth and began drafting an application for establishing a martial arts institution in Ba City. The next day, sunlight bathed Ba City, and news quickly spread about the Grandmaster healing the city's residents. Despite being absorbed in his research on the seeds of lamentation, Hu Shua took note of this event. He wasn't particularly surprised, as he had great faith in Jixia's abilities and knew he could cast spells that covered the entire city. However, Hu Shua hadn't anticipated that this skill would be so remarkable. He also noticed that Jixia had mentioned in the group that this was a self-created skill, implying that Jixia had other abilities capable of affecting the entire city. These other skills were Starlight Healing and Starlight Purification. Light-based skills have a unique feature. Their casting range is not heavily restricted by the caster's power. The essence of these skills is Starlight, which, once released, can cover a vast area, with the only difference being that the farther the distance, the weaker the effect. The Starlight as Rain skill not only appeared on the skill point panel, but also occupied a new skill slot on his professional panel. This skill wasn't learned through a skill book, but Jixia noticed it had its own rune display. The rune was three-dimensional, with a complete external framework, but its inner core was complex and incomplete. It required a focal point for further development. Jixia currently lacked the ability to perfect this skill, so he had to put it aside for now, not even considering adding skill points to it. Clearly, the core of this skill hadn't been determined, and adding points could lead to a deviation in its development. Therefore, Jixia decided to gradually improve it as he grew, only allocating points once the core of the new skill was truly identified. As a high-ranking member of Dixia, Jixia was well aware of the truth behind most matters. For a healer like him, being the nation's ultimate trump card, nothing could be hidden from him. As January arrived, the weather gradually warmed, and spring plowing began in various regions, while Chongyuan started preparing for war, as the ice and snow there had begun to melt. The Witch's Knight wouldn't touch the 7th tier witch barrier for the time being, so Jixia didn't need to go there. However, Chongyuan required his presence, as Dixia intended to completely conquer the plains area. The terrain there was flat, with rich deposits of metal and energy veins underground. Additionally, there was a Worm Master legacy there, which could be used to control insects for exploring new areas in the future. Currently, if Dixia's cities were divided into core regions, the Tree Sea would be the first line of defense, followed by Chongyuan, humanity's first major adversary, with the outermost being the Green Hell. There, trance and various high-tier fierce beasts resided, including some of the 7th or 8th tier. Beyond the Green Hell, extending in different directions, various terrains could be encountered, including an ocean that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. There was no doubt that 9th-tier creatures existed in the ocean, and even legendary creatures were not out of the question. The Green Hell originated from a primeval forest before the resurgence of spiritual energy, where a tree god had undergone multiple evolutions, sheltering some humans and natural races, forming a natural alliance. Having his own floating island was indeed a convenience for a healer. Jixia only needed to input coordinates to teleport directly to his destination. In the insect plains, various insects have emerged over the years, and humans have long found ways to combat them. Initially, humans easily dealt with the insects, but as the insects evolved rapidly, fifth-tier insects have now appeared. Nonetheless, the insects have inherent weaknesses, low defense and lack of intelligence, which humans still manage to exploit. With the emergence of many fifth-tier professionals, the days of clearing out the insects are not far off. Jixia has arrived to aid in this battle and to unleash combat power. After years of fighting, the warriors here are experienced and exceptionally talented, making it not difficult to reach the 5th or 6th tier with focused training, and possibly even the 8th or 9th tier in the future. As soon as Jixia stepped out of the teleportation array, he was greeted by saluting guards. After leaving the camp, a few people approached and introduced themselves. Lu Feng, the deputy leader of the Blades Group, said, "Grandmaster, I'm Lu Feng, deputy leader of the Blades Group." Another was a healing mage named Bianyu. The others did not introduce themselves. They were there for protection against unexpected incidents. Jixia nodded in response. "We've communicated beforehand, so I won't say much. I'm here mainly to assist you in clearing the Blades Plain. The Mantis clan is highly destructive. I've heard that every time the warriors attack, they suffer fatal injuries." Lu Feng sighed. "Yes, the Mantis twin blades contain unique energy that prevents wounds from healing. We must deeply develop limb regeneration skills to heal them. Last night, we gathered 800 shield warriors, 1,000 elemental mages, 50 buff mages, and 50 mana-stirring healers. Are we attacking today?" Jixia first confirmed. "Can these shield warriors form a shield wall?" Lu Feng replied, "Yes." Jixia then asked, "Can the elemental mages perform wide-area attack spells?" Lu Feng affirmed again, "They can." Jixia nodded. "All right, let's head to the plains now. I have a spell that requires 30 seconds of preparation, and 5 minutes later, it will cover the entire Blades Plain front line. During this time, you can commence your attack." Lu Feng, having seen footage from Boss City, had no doubts and immediately responded, "Okay, I'll notify the leader and start arranging." The Blades Group's tactics are customized based on Jixia's abilities. Most of Jixia's healing spells, once reaching a certain level, have no limit on the number of people they can affect, and even distance limitations are influenced by Jixia's strength. Only the Life Lantern skill is closely related to the skill level. After 2 teleportations, Jixia emerged from a tent camouflaged as shrubs, seeing a vast crowd. A burly man enthusiastically approached. "Grandmaster, I've selected 150 people who can deploy wide-area shield walls and sustain them with their life force." Jixia observed the elite shield warriors lined up and sensed their stronger life essence, nodding in satisfaction. "I'll first use a psychic link, and you can communicate directly through it for faster command execution." With that, Jixia spread a white ripple from himself, mentally saying, "To the selected 150 shield warriors, I'll ignite your life lanterns, and during this time, exhausting your life force won't be an issue." Within the psychic link, everyone received a damage-sharing effect, where each person's life value equaled the sum of all their life values. "The tactic is to overwhelm them," Jixia said, then fell silent. Suddenly, his magic power was consumed in large amounts, and the clear sky was instantly shrouded in clouds, obscuring the bright blue sky. Rain began to pour down like a meteor shower. Though Commander Deng Ming was captivated by the beauty of the spell, he quickly issued an order without hesitation. "Everyone, form up." With the Grandmaster at the center, the formation began to advance, and Jixia moved with them. The mantises were in the awakening phase, and the shield warriors who ignited their life lamps were holding the shield wall with all their might. Jixia calculated that even if all the mantises launched a combined attack, they couldn't instantly kill them. Thus, this battle would employ an overwhelming tactic. The term, overwhelm, was unfamiliar to the ordinary warriors in the Legion, and even Deng Ming and Lu Feng rarely heard it. Today, they finally had a chance to experience it. A wall of iron-colored illusion was formed by 150 elite warriors on the outermost ring, capable of withstanding any physical and energy attacks. Several hundred shield warriors made up the second layer of defense, while the mages were in the inner circle. Jixia felt the various skills of augmentation mages and healers, feeling a surge of excitement and planning to learn them in the future to see if he could add augmentation skills to the Star Spirit Mage system. Compared to Jixia's contemplation, the other warriors were more excited. This was a collaboration with the only Grandmaster of Daxia, aiming to completely clear the Blade Plains. The thrill of battle made their blood boil. They also noticed the dolls at their waists, formed naturally from the overflowing life force after the Starlight Rain skill was activated, a kind of improvement by Jixia that no longer required individual crafting. For Jixia, it was a trivial matter. For the warriors, these dolls were precious life-saving treasures, as they wouldn't be needed in this battle due to multiple layers of protection, but in future battles, they would be their trump cards. The marching speed of the team matched the expansion of the star cloud above, bathing in the starlight rain skill, preventing unnecessary harm. About 7 minutes later, Jixia heard Lu Feng start a new command. All fire mages, launch the first wave of explosive fireballs, prepare for the second wave of rain of fire. Meanwhile, the lightning mages prepared to release chain lightning. In this team, the commander could oversee the entire situation, while the shield warriors observed the monsters' attack methods up close. When facing giant monsters, shield warriors could typically only attack the monster's feet, a tactic known as trimming the feet. Other mages acted as relentless artillery. For augmentation mages and healers, the monsters weren't the focus. They spent most of their time paying attention to their teammates, as their skills were fixed and focused on support. Only those particularly skilled healers would occasionally pay attention to the battlefield, adjusting their skills based on the situation. Ji Xia, using telepathy, observed the monster attacks, noting that they couldn't even breach the first layer of the shield wall, thus confirming the success of the plan. He glanced at his source point. The number of insects in the insect plains was indeed vast. In this short time, the swarming flying mantises had already contributed nearly 50,000 life points. After the battle, Ji Xia felt he could enhance his bloodline level. The warriors, however, experienced something entirely different. In the past, the overwhelming appearance of mantises often required several shield warriors to retreat safely. But today, as the mantises wielded their blades against the shield wall, the shield warrior's life force began to deplete. Yet each individual's loss was negligible, instantly replenished by the starlight rain, giving the warriors an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Just then, Ji Xia sensed a danger and instinctively looked into the distance, where a tall tree stood. It was a tree spirit with 7th level strength, originally emerging from the green hell. At this moment, the tree began to move. Ji Xia implemented a danger warning system for everyone in the team, effectively reducing potential losses. While in a state of mental linkage, all members were considered as one entity. When Ji Xia sensed danger, the others felt it too. Then, Lu Feng's voice came through. Stay focused. The tree spirit is over 100 kilometers away and moving slowly. Let's deal with the mantis first, then the tree spirit. Although the tree spirit posed a threat, it was still within a manageable range and could be defeated. When Ji Xia reached this conclusion, even though Lu Feng was in a mechanical mindset, he still felt a sense of after all, it was a 7th-tier tree spirit. They were merely 4th or 5th-tier professionals, yet they were challenging beyond their level. Ji Xia, as a special type healer, was like a god-tier support. Ji Xia estimated the tree spirit's speed, opened the group chat, recorded a video, and sent it. Summoners in the group. This tree spirit is 7th tier and can be defeated. Come and capture it. Li Wanson, I'm coming. Wait for me, bro. Li Wanson responded excitedly, and his enthusiasm wasn't unique. Guojing, huh? A tree spirit from the green hell? I'm in. Gu Ming joined the conversation. How old are you? What's the rush? Could you contract it without us? Qing Ke added. Exactly, come pick us up. Even though there's only one tree spirit, we can gain experience. Zhu Ling reminded everyone. The 100-fold amplification enchantment we developed earlier should help you reach the contract standard, but the tree spirit's potential will be fixed at 7th tier, which is a bit of a shame. Gu Ming responded. What's the pity? A tree spirit's growth limit is at most 8th tier. Having a 7th tier summoned beast at 5th tier is a win, even if it can't be upgraded. Ji Xiao watched the discussion among the group leaders with interest. Technically, a 5th tier summoner couldn't contract a 7th tier creature, but if you stack all sorts of amplification and life profession equipment or enchantments on one person, you can turn the impossible into possible. Although he wasn't a summoner, he had mental type skills and no pet yet, so he pondered whether to catch one. Finally, Ji Xiao sent a message. Seniors, if I want to catch a pet, what should I choose? This topic quickly caught the interest of those available in the group. Li Wanson swiftly replied. The Flame Demon in the Flame Demon territory. The Flame Demon King, a 9th tier elemental creature, limited to 9th tier due to the dungeon, is immune to fire, rock, and physical attacks, reduces all magic attacks by 60, and has several inherent abilities, such as absorbing extraordinary materials and forming a magma armor that can increase this reduction to 80. The key is it has intelligence, can realize how to use dungeon resources to enhance itself, and knows how to block entrances. We plan to handle it after reaching 9th tier. With our progress, it'll take at most a year or two, and then we'll catch one for you as a pet. By the way, Zhang Tianxing has been eyeing the Flame Demon King for years. Guo Jing also chimed in. The only creature from the Dimension Dungeon I recommend is the Flame Demon King, and as a healer, you have an advantage. After we defeat it, you can heal it and use your healer methods to tame it, but this method only allows you to tame one pet. During his exploration of Blue Star, Ji Xia discovered some powerful native beasts suitable as pets, such as the illusionary dragon butterfly, sky feather, and deep sea dragon. Despite their strength, Jixia was particularly aware of the threat posed by the deep-sea dragon, considering it at least of epic level, potentially even legendary, due to its favor from the sea, making it beyond conventional understanding. The deep-sea dragon resembles a divine dragon, with a deep blue body once hailed by the Nature Alliance as the sea god. According to Lin Xian's records, the deep-sea dragon has the potential to become a true sea god if it can develop faster than humans. In battle, Jixia, as a special type healer with maxed out skills, had little to worry about. Their team advanced steadily across the Blade Plains, handling surrounding disturbances with ease. By evening, they successfully eliminated the most dangerous mantis in the insect plains. Jixia noticed a logistics team of hundreds transporting storage equipment, indicating a significant haul. His source point recorded an astounding 3.5 million dead insects. However, Jixia remained grounded, aware that advancing from legendary to mythical bloodlines required 1 million source points, and even more to reach demigod status. After the mission, the team returned to camp jubilantly. Since the captain was not talkative, Lu Feng took the initiative to thank Jixia for resolving a major threat, as the mantis's demise significantly reduced the potential of future insect swarms. Despite this, a deadly poisonous insect still lurked in the insect plains, and Lu Feng hoped Jixia would collaborate to address it. Jixia agreed to monitor any signs of an insect swarm. Following their conversation, Jixia noted a group chat reference to a towering tree and praised the collaboration with the guardian of Xia before taking his leave. Lu Feng did not try to hold him back and instead led him to the teleportation array. Jixia did not return but headed to the Earth Dragon area of the insect plains, a relatively safe zone suitable for Xia's resource gathering. Upon arrival, he saw Li Wansen and Guojing waiting for him. Li Wansen greeted him with a smile, and Jixia responded, inquiring about Guojing's identity and confirming their acquaintance. A woman who appeared to be in her 20s shot Jixia a glance, addressing him by name and calling me senior, seemingly holding some opinion against me. Her name was Jing. Jixia obediently responded, Sister Jing. By the way, which of you contracted the tree spirit? Li Wansen looked at Guojing and replied, It was you, Sister Jing. You're stronger than I am. I'm here to learn from your contracting experience. Guojing wagged her finger and laughed. No, not just a little stronger, much stronger. I advanced to the 6th tier with incomplete extraordinary knowledge, while you're at the 5th. I even created my own plant and beast control method, which you don't have. Her face was alight with pride, yet she appeared carefree and unpretentious, making it hard to dislike her. Li Wansen shook his head helplessly. All right, much stronger. Now, mighty summoner, show me your power. Guojing smiled slightly. Little Li, follow me. Li Wansen signaled Jixia to follow, and Jixia reflected inwardly on how well the two seniors got along. After a few steps, they arrived at the outpost. The teleportation array there was glowing, indicating it was ready to use. The three stepped onto it, and were instantly transported near the tree spirit. Over 1,000 people were quietly hiding there. However, to Jixia, their life force shone like candles, clearly visible, as it was to the tree spirit, which was simply too lazy to react. Jixia observed the tree spirit up close. It was towering, about 700 to 800 meters tall, like a small mountain, leaving Jixia astonished. A mere swing of its branch could easily break through a witch's barrier. Guojing's expression turned serious as she listened to Jixia, nodding. Yes, the tree spirit's attack power is terrifying. Back then, the Zen realm was known for its defense, yet it was easily breached by the tree spirit. Moreover, the tree spirit contains immense natural energy. Luckily, it lacks intelligence. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare confront it now. The two prophets had already analyzed the tree spirit's weakness. At nightfall, it would enter its weakest state, prompting an attack. Jixia nodded and activated various skills: mental link, danger warning, damage sharing, life sharing, instantly connecting everyone's aura. In the sky, a clear starry cloud spread out, with countless strands of starlight falling like raindrops. At that moment, the tree spirit moved. The sealing team acted in unison, and over 1,000 dark chains entangled the tree spirit. Guojing extended her hand, and countless transparent vines penetrated the tree spirit's body. Standing beside Jixia, Li Wansen suddenly asked, Do you know the origin of the tree spirit? Jixia nodded. I've read about it. Under the influence of the tree god, many ancient tree creatures became tree spirits. Those with intelligence stayed in the tree nation, while those without were deemed monsters and exiled. Li Wansen looked at Jixia with satisfaction. You've grown quickly. I was worried about your lack of knowledge and experience, but it seems I needn't have worried. This kid not only has talent, but is also disciplined, even reading these records. He smiled. The tree spirit is instinctively drawn to large gatherings of humans and your spells because they contain the materials it needs to gain intelligence. Boom. As they chatted, the ground suddenly shook. The tree spirit sensed the loss of life, lifting a foot formed by entangled roots, moving one leg, tearing through the vines instantly. When the leg landed, it caused a small tremor on the ground. The chains annoyed the tree spirit, which swung a branch-like arm but passed through the chains without contact. However, it instinctively knew these little ants were attackers, so it lifted its foot, aiming to stomp on the ceiling team. Over 1,000 people stood together, forming a dense, dark mass. Yet, compared to the gigantic tree spirit, they seemed few. The tree spirit's foot could cover most of the area. As it stepped forward, there was no energy fluctuation, just an unadorned power. However, the ceiling team dared not be careless. They all extended their hands, casting various peculiar spells that combined into a force, gradually slowing the descent of the tree spirit's foot until it finally halted. At this moment, Jixia noticed that Gu Ming and other enchantment masters were also in the team. The ceiling team restricted the tree spirit's movements, locked its energy, and slowed its speed. Guojing, meanwhile, launched her attacks without restraint. She flew up using some plant, surrounded by dandelion seeds that gathered and flew towards the tree spirit. Upon contact, it was like a bomber dropping a barrage of bombs. The continuous booming sound split the tree spirit's bark, and its internal energy was bound, unable to repair itself. However, the tree spirit was a seventh-tier entity, and its branches began to swing, shooting needle-like leaves like a rainstorm. At this point, Jixia's mysterious shield was pierced, and the warriors of the ceiling team were injured. Jixia had anticipated this and quickly patched up the defense skills seamlessly. Healing wasn't necessary as starlight rained down, continuously healing them. The tree needles, weakened by the mysterious shield, only penetrated 1 or 2 centimeters into their bodies. Except for a few unfortunate ones whose eyes and other vulnerable parts were pierced, the others were fine. Jixia precisely manipulated flesh and blood to restore their eyes. Li Wanson suddenly said, "It's about to end." Jixia nodded, having realized that the ceiling teams and Guojing's attacks were merely distractions for the tree spirit. The real work was done by those transparent vines, now turned jade-like, directly extracting the tree spirit's essence. At this moment, the tree spirit's aura drastically weakened, appearing very frail. Jixia observed as Gu Ming and several masters applied human enchantments to Guojing, temporarily boosting her power. At this moment, Guojing's aura surged, and the surrounding wind rose with it, clearly due to the difficulty in controlling the newfound strength. She seized the opportunity to contract with the tree spirit. Jixia flicked his finger, sending a bit of source essence to Guojing's forehead, merging with her. This was a small technique containing the essence of life, temporarily increasing the life limit of a practitioner. Thus, Jixia used the source essence to temporarily elevate Guojing's source essence limit. At this moment, Guojing's source essence not only surpassed the tree spirit's, but external source essence rapidly burned, aiding her in forming the contract. About 3 minutes later, the tree spirit's aura suddenly calmed, and Guojing smiled. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. You can stop now. I've successfully contracted the tree spirit. I didn't expect it to be so smooth." Li Wansun, noticing something new, no longer paid attention to Guojing, but instead fixed his gaze on Jixia. What was that new self-created skill just now? I felt initially the tree spirit was stronger and Guojing weaker. Even with the boost, she appeared powerful on the surface, but the tree spirit was inherently stronger. However, the light point you sent out made Guojing essentially stronger than the tree spirit. Even if only for a minute, it was enough for a summoner to contract a powerful summoned beast. TSK, Guojing thought it was the enchantment effect. Jixia explained, "That was source essence. I explained it at the last meeting. Just now, it was a source essence boost, consuming 1 unit per minute, while saving a 4th-tier master only uses 0.1 units. Li Wanson instantly felt a pang of sympathy. 1 unit per minute, that's quite extravagant. Jixia smiled, understanding in his heart that having an existence like a 7th-tier tree spirit to reduce casualties was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, every monster contained primordial essence, which was extremely difficult to collect and would not be in short supply in the future. Li Wanson nodded, indicating that with Jixia around, big problems had now become small ones. He suggested, "Let's move. This is not a place to linger. We should head back first." The area was near the Green Hell, fraught with danger. Li Wanson did not participate in the battle. He was always responsible for protecting Jixia. Through a teleportation array, they quickly returned to human territory. Guojing found a moment to thank Jixia and then busied himself with follow-up work. After all, the 7th-tier tree spirit needed to quickly recover its strength to wreak havoc in the dungeon. Jixia returned to Star Island, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could gain extraordinary knowledge without needing to go back into the dungeon. After all, a 7th-tier tree spirit was an overwhelming force in the current 5th and 6th-tier dimensions. However, Jixia understood that while the tree spirit could dominate normal dimensions, it was not the case for the Night of the Witches. This dungeon was extremely special. Although the witches' power wasn't high, their abilities were extraordinarily bizarre. Each witch's barrier was like a domain, and if not for the specific nature of the dimensional dungeon, these creatures would become legendary terrifying beings if they grew in the outside world. Therefore, in February, just after Jixia had gained extraordinary knowledge and advanced to the 6th tier, he was notified that he would need to conquer a 7th tier shadow which in 3 days. Over the past half-month, Jixia had focused on researching starlight like rain, compressing the casting time from 30 seconds to 10. After seeing the task, he checked his status panel. Bloodline. Growth stage legendary star spirit 760, 0001, 000, with 240,000 source points. He didn't hesitate to expend them, then closed his eyes, his consciousness rising. In his eyes, Star Island became a speck of dust, and Boss City shrank to the size of a palm. Eventually, hundreds of cities connected into a vast area, forming Daxia. At that moment, Jixia's vision rapidly shifted, revealing the continent of Daxia, the oceans, other continents, Blue Star, the solar system, the Milky Way, until finally, a nebula composed of countless galaxies appeared before him. Feeling a hint of drowsiness, he naturally drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the outside world, cosmic forces descended, and Boss City was suddenly plunged into darkness in broad daylight, with countless stars adorning the pure black sky. Among these innumerable stars, no one noticed the quiet birth of a silver-gray star. In the universe, most stars are spherical, but some have unique shapes, like an irregular diamond, a hemisphere, or a plane. Now, there was yet another mysterious star, shaped like a flame flickering in the wind, predominantly silver-gray, surrounded by 9 layers of brilliance, each distinctly visible. The most peculiar aspect was that its appearance resembled a flame, but upon closer inspection, one would realize it was indeed a star. However, ordinary people could not see it because it existed not in the material realm, but was born in the spiritual world. The spiritual world is a new dimension that emerged in the universe after the resurgence of spiritual energy, and apart from the projection of Blue Star, it remains empty. At this moment, outside Blue Star, a star named Destiny emerged. Jixia drifted into a deep sleep, and the gains from his entire bloodline evolution process naturally became known to him. The bloodline has officially reached the legendary level, known as Star Spirit Destiny, allowing one to achieve unimaginable effects by harnessing the power of the Destiny Star. Jixia, a 6th-tier Star Spirit Mage, has a legendary bloodline in its infancy with a 0.5 E source essence and 780 legendary talents. 1. Destiny Star possesses one's own Destiny Star, which grants immortality as long as the star remains. 2. Essence of the Stars. With each advancement, the Destiny Star grows, adding 1,000 points of source essence. 3. Master of Legends. Stars are imbued with multiple meanings in civilization, allowing the extraction of corresponding concepts to create related divine spells. Once a complete system of divine spells is mastered, the bloodline advances to the mythological level. 4. Destiny Star Spirit. As a legendary star spirit, one has mastery over Destiny Healing, Destiny Purification, and Destiny's Wrath. Grandmaster level skills include Destiny Lamp, Repair Technique, Connection, Telepathy, and Spare Blood Pack. Each level requires 800 source points of divine spells, with Starlight as Rain being a fragmented secret divine spell, needing 0.1000 derived secret spell points, with 7-star Life Extension Lamp, Starlight Clone, and Destiny Star. The source point total is 3,830,690. Seeing the requirements for bloodline evolution, Jixia felt helpless. Isn't 0.5 E just 50 million? It was 5 times what he had guessed. His skill slots had 3 empty spaces, turning into talents, but these vacancies needed to be filled with divine spells. Starlight as Rain was automatically categorized under divine spells, considered as part of recovery and purification, but Jixia still needed other types of divine spells. Derived secret spells were incomplete divine spells, providing a reference direction. Once perfected, they could become true divine spells, highlighting the importance of adding points then. He needed enhancement, defense, and attack types since a legendary bloodline is perfect in all aspects, surpassing even the strongest aspects of a legendary bloodline. Currently, with his talent spells, Jixia could achieve the effects of the 7-star Life Extension Lamp, and Destiny Healing could repair the body as well as Flesh Manipulation could. Unless he upgraded his skills to the level of laws, he couldn't match the talent, which belonged to the domain of gods. Although it's a legendary bloodline, it was practically no different from the demigod bloodline that Lucy and others talked about. Adding points was truly worth it. The next time he had enough points, he'd upgrade. There was no need to save them. The enhancement of the bloodline was indeed terrifying. It seems that no matter the world, being born with a good bloodline was important, as having a high-level bloodline could save years of struggle. Jixia sighed, glancing at the device. Today was the 3rd morning, and his transformation had taken 2 days. Tomorrow he'd tackle the dungeon strategy. To be honest, Ji Xia felt complicated this time because he could clear the 7th-tier witch's barrier alone without needing others' help. Being so strong himself, how powerful must the brothers Lin Xian and Lin Yao be with their god-level bloodlines? He had already witnessed Lin Yao's time-stop ability, which left him speechless. However, their source essence was very low, and Ji Xia suspected that the brothers' god-level bloodlines were likely characterized by the two inherent skills, with other aspects not being so remarkable. With half a day left, Ji Xia decided not to continue training. He felt his skills could be optimized, with this upgrade revealing past shortcomings. Clearly, Grandmaster-level skills could comprehend more powerful secret spells, yet his strength had held him back. Therefore, Ji Xia decided not to rush to upgrade skill levels, as his talents were sufficient. Thinking about how he used his talent skills, Ji Xia smiled wryly, thinking, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. He'd see how strong he was tomorrow. In midsummer, the witch in this dungeon is a formidable entity, possessing the seed of lamentation and accompanied by numerous familiars, which make her extraordinarily powerful as she grows. After several tests, the group figured out her ability, marking. Anyone marked will lose their life within 10 seconds, inevitably leading to death, no matter who they are. Analysis revealed that she drains 110 of a person's life per second, so as long as the replenished life exceeds this amount, it can delay the next marking. The witch also has a complementary ability. Each time she kills someone, her strength increases. Therefore, as long as she is prevented from killing, she can be easily dealt with. Outside the witch's barrier, Hushua was briefing Ji Xia about the witch's details. In the morning, he first saved a few people who were relying on puppets to stay alive, and then entered the dimension. Unlike last time, the outer area of the dimension has now been restored to resemble a city, with only the inner circle remaining as dark bubbles forming the witch's barrier. Ji Xia raised his hand to apply skills to everyone, then asked, how much stronger has she become now? 3 times, Hushua replied, brimming with excitement. All right, I'll weaken her first in a bit. Ji Xia didn't explain that this was an upgraded version of an old skill. After checking the preparations and confirming there were no issues, the group of 20 entered the barrier together. Unlike before, although the witch's barrier was still an abstract patchwork style, this time Ji Xia wasn't as overwhelmed upon entering. He could even vaguely perceive the essence within, which was the rules of the real world being distorted. However, eliminating the witch was the most pressing task at hand. Ji Xia put on a stern face, suppressing any awkwardness, and slowly floated up, his clothes moving as if stirred by an invisible wind. He declared, in the name of fate, I judge you and strip you of everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings dimmed, faint starlight emerged and gradually brightened, and the witch's aura plummeted to the 6th rank, which was speculated to be her initial level. Seeing this, the leader Hushua excitedly shouted, attack quickly, finish her off. Those marked moved closer to Ji Xia. However, Ji Xia said, no need, she's targeting me directly for marking, but it has no effect on me. The witch quickly identified Ji Xia as the biggest threat and attempted to eliminate him, but this tactic was ineffective against him. At this moment, Ji Xia didn't feel complacent, but instead surveyed the area, noticing that everyone was launching saturation attacks around them. After all, the witch hadn't manifested physically and was completely formless. Therefore, everyone was being extremely cautious, not realizing that Ji Xia's earlier dramatic statement was actually the method for casting a fate-based spell. He uttered the words in a declarative tone for better effect. Ji Xia speculated that perhaps they didn't find this casting method peculiar. Feeling slightly relieved, Ji Xia continued to observe his surroundings. He had to admit that innate spells were indeed useful. As long as he designated a target in his mind and it was within range, it would be affected regardless of whether it was visible. However, he was certain that this spell wasn't enough to truly harness the power of fate, only scratching the surface of one of its branches. Nonetheless, the effect was extremely formidable. Ji Xia realized his future as a star spirit mage was promising, with the key being whether he could fully develop this potential. After the barrier dissipated, the invisible witch didn't appear, but when Ji Xia opened the chest, he realized his luck had truly improved. Waving the skill book in his hand, he thought to himself, a third of the professionals in Xia want this book. It's well known that warriors make up 32 of the entire professional system, mages 8, healers 1.8, life skill professions 56, and the rest are various unique professions. As soon as Ji Xia finished speaking, several warriors in the group immediately turned their gaze toward him, their breathing becoming rapid. Boss, I'm selling myself. I'm strong, buy me. They joked excitedly, for the skill was incredibly powerful. Slaughter Will, a special skill for warriors, permanently enhances the user after killing the first 3 monsters post-advancement. Subsequent kills temporarily boost the user for an hour, with effects stackable depending on physical attributes. It's an unbeatable skill. With enough physical prowess, one could boost several levels, first stacking up on ordinary monsters before challenging formidable foes. Ji Xia, acting nonchalant, tossed the skill book to Hushua, and said, "You guys talk to Hushua. He's the scholar responsible for logistics." Hushua couldn't help but chuckle. "You? All right, it's a warrior skill book. There'll be more eventually. Let's tackle the high difficulty dungeons we've accumulated first and discuss the rest later." The group quickly quieted down and proceeded to the new barrier. However, this time they faced a formidable witch, known as the Guardian Witch. Her body resembled a castle, with a massive mouth and hands that grasped life, attempting to pull it into the castle for protection. She was a magical girl who yearned to protect life but was powerless, watching helplessly as those she cared for died one by one. Ultimately, her soul gem was tainted, turning into a grief seed and transforming her into a witch. To defeat her, one needed the will to protect, which was simple since everyone present wanted to protect Xia and their families. The real challenge was that the castle was nearly indestructible. They had specifically brought someone new for this task, Guojing, who had contracted with the tree spirit during their last encounter. "Xia, nice to see you again. I was eager to fight alongside you after our last collaboration, and I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon," Guojing said with a smile. "Sister Jing, I'm curious about your combat power too. Li Wansen praised you a lot," Xia replied. "Really? Then I must give it my all," Guojing laughed. After a brief exchange, they stepped into the barrier. Initially, they found themselves in a gloomy, narrow cave, with dancing food boxes and packaging bags leading to an underground shelter. Exiting the cave, they were faced with a castle standing in the darkness, perfectly matching the image of the Guardian Witch. Their arrival caused the surrounding rocks and steel to tremble, forming hands that began to grasp at them. Guojing stepped forward, her summoning array emitting a brilliant light, and hundreds of tree spirits emerged, wielding their branches under the summoner's command, attacking the castle. Boom! The castle cracked under the powerful assault, and with just one encounter, the witch's body was destroyed. The witch weeps, having failed to protect others as a magical girl in life. And now, as a fallen witch, she still cannot guard anyone. The barrier is surrounded by blood-red streams, as if they were her tears. Fragments of a shattered castle form into a pair of giant hands, which suddenly slam down towards Xia and his companions. A tree spirit kicks its leg, shattering the hands, sending fragments tumbling down. Several mages quickly cast spells, accurately targeting the flying debris. Specialization has its strengths, and the Witch of Protection is eventually defeated. Upon Xia's arrival, he activates a mental link, shares damage, and provides mysterious protection, easily clearing the challenge with this trio of skills. However, facing the unique situation with the witch, Xia needs to employ a legendary-level innate spell, which leaves him feeling disappointed. He longs to understand his true strength, but does not want to push his teammates directly into an 8th-tier witch's barrier, so he chooses to stay silent and work with his team to solve the problem. February, March, and April pass in much the same way for Xia, working with others to conquer dimensions and focusing on training during the rest of his time. Although life is uneventful, he feels he has gained a lot. His past insights have finally been fully digested, and all his secret techniques are stronger than before. While they may not match his innate spells, they are sufficient to keep up with the changes in dimensional dungeons. The growth of the Cloud-Winged people is even more remarkable. It's as if they are constantly immersed in the cosmic sound, with their levels rising from Lord to Epic. Those with excellent bloodlines reach Epic status upon reaching adulthood. The clan leader, Lucy, has inherited the legacy of the previous leader, quietly reaching the 8th tier in power. Xia realizes how terrifyingly powerful monsters without dungeon constraints can be. This rapid growth is astonishing. In May, as the weather warms, Xia originally thought he could continue to develop steadily. However, news from the Pioneer Front arrives. Beyond Xia, further south in the insect plains Green Hell, resides a group of blazing feathered eagles. What does this mean? It means Xia can capture and tame these creatures, potentially developing an aerial legion. Currently, only wind mages and amplification mages can fly using spells, while summoners, hunters, and rangers rely on summoned beasts for flight. Other professions, even prodigies like Xia and Lin Xin, cannot fly independently. Only upon reaching the 9th tier and becoming epic can they gain the ability to fly, as dictated by the world rules after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Xia may not need the blazing feathered eagles, but ordinary professionals and his family do, and exchanging merit for them is feasible. However, most members of the pioneering team are assassins, skilled in hiding and escaping, but not adept at aerial combat. Therefore, Xia decides to stretch his muscles and applies to lead a team to the Green Hell. He doesn't plan to bring a formal military unit, but instead leads the Cloud-Winged people, who can fly and won't be at a disadvantage against the blazing feathered eagles. Once Xia has this idea, he submits his application without hesitation, feeling slightly moldy inside, reminiscent of his mindset when he last ventured into the Witch's Night dungeon. He only wanted to see how his innate spells fared, but ended up testing fate's disdain. This time, Having gained significant improvement, he still holds an experimental mindset, wanting to see his specific performance. Yet, his dimensional dungeon teammates are cautious masters, each with unique skills and battle-hardened, steady enough to frighten monsters. This time, Jixia is determined to test the waters. The appearance of Star Island, originally a floating island, hasn't changed, but after absorbing a dimensional replica, a new dimension has formed inside it, capable of easily accommodating most of Boss City. Now, order has been established within this dimension, with new facilities added to the original structure, including a library, training ground, and arena. After all, the Winged Ones have gained wisdom and are no longer the monsters they once were. Lucy had personally experienced Jixia's healing skill, which could revive a target as long as they weren't simultaneously dead physiologically and mystically. Destiny purification, however, felt somewhat abstract to Jixia. It objectively existed, but was also subjectively influenced by him. For instance, the healing skill of the evil beastman shaman brought immense pleasure to offset pain, used as a means of control. This control wasn't considered a negative state and couldn't be dispelled by conventional purification skills. However, if Jixia deemed a state truly negative, destiny purification could dispel it. In recent months, Jixia's greatest achievement was gathering information on skills and integrating knowledge. Although he had not yet developed a second divine skill, he had a general direction involving the 7-star life extension lamp and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. The Southern Dipper governs life, while the Northern Dipper governs death. The true 7-star life extension lamp consists of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper plus the target's main star. Jixia estimated that after contemplating the life lamp a few more times, he could start developing his second divine skill. At this moment, Lucy gathered the tribe while Jixia was deep in thought. A group of Winged Ones surrounded Jixia as they entered the teleportation array. On the other side, dazzling light flashed, and the guards silently stepped back, indicating the need to make room for the large number of people. As a group of pure white, handsome Winged Ones floated into view, the guards were astonished. They seemed to be subordinates of the Star Spirit Grandmaster. But how could there be so many? Dozens of Winged Ones lined up in 2 rows, and the guards instinctively looked toward the teleportation array, where a handsome young man with a gentle smile emerged, radiating comfort just by his presence. Even though the previous Winged Ones were captivating, the guards' attention was now solely on Jixia, thrilled to finally meet their idol in person. However, their professional demeanor prevented any inappropriate actions. Jixia had brought only an elite team, consisting of 50 Winged Ones. Before setting out, he confirmed the information on his watch, so Li Ping was stationed there waiting. Seeing the Winged Ones, Li Ping knew Jixia had arrived and hurried over, saying, "Grandmaster, I've already negotiated with the pioneering group here. The teleportation array to the Green Hell is ready for use, and the scouts have retreated. We can proceed directly." Jixia looked outside at the endless green expanse and nodded, saying, "All right, wait here for us. We'll need you to handle some matters on our return." Li Ping responded, "Understood." After leaving the camouflaged camp, Lucy bestowed flight enhancement on Jixia, and everyone took to the skies. Jixia was quite adept at flying, having practiced in private since learning Lucy could enable him to fly, and now it was finally put to use. The human aspiration for flight has remained constant throughout history. Jixia flew among the winged beings, and although he wasn't the fastest, the experienced flyers around him did not obstruct his view at all. Looking around, all he could see was a sea of green beneath, ahead, and in all directions. With the exception of the blue sky overhead, no other colors were visible. In this vast expanse, Jixia could feel the thick energy source, which had been present on the planet since the revival of spiritual energy, strengthening all living things. Most plants and animals had either enhanced their bodies or gained the ability to manipulate energy. Humans, too, experienced physical enhancements, which were essential to withstand the forces of nature on the transformed blue star. However, compared to fierce beasts, humans still seemed insignificant in terms of power. Scholars have studied and found that humans have primarily been enhanced in soul and spirit, developing greater insight and talent. Combined with their intelligence, this makes them the species with the most potential on Blue Star. During his flight, Jixia roughly estimated that his ability to manipulate elements, thanks to his bloodline, was on par with an average elemental mage of his level, capable of easily destroying dozens of trees. However, with an increased number of trees, a special connection between them would emerge, neutralizing a significant amount of external attacks. In large forests, a forest wall could even exist, making it nearly impossible for humans to alter the terrain. Thus, the Green Hell became a significant obstacle to Jixia's exploration. Currently, exchanges between major powers on Blue Star are increasingly frequent, with mutual benefits. The closest to Jixia is the Nature Alliance, located right across the Green Hell. Jixia had learned that due to the presence of teleportation arrays, there were also diplomatic interactions between countries. However, as Blue Star expanded, The energy consumption for long-distance teleportation arrays became enormous, typically only activated during the martial arts competitions held every 4 years and not used otherwise. Speaking of martial arts, it is indeed an interesting topic. Faced with unknown dangers, major powers do not directly intervene, but rather use competitions among the new generation to allocate resources in the public dimensions. Currently, Blue Star has 2 public dimensions, the Star Tower and the White Tower, both located near human settlements. They contain various extraordinary knowledge and materials and offer opportunities for special career transitions, becoming focal points of competition among nations. The astral realm is also considered a public dimension, but humans have only discovered it and not yet developed it. Lin Xin and his brother often ventured into it, uncovering many tombs of fallen deities. According to records from the world of gods, after a deity falls, as long as there is faith, the tomb in the astral realm will gradually transform, eventually resurrecting the deity. Based on this, countries agreed that the curriculum for ordinary people and professionals would differ, as ordinary people are more likely to develop faith in powerful deities, a trait of faith-based gods, and certain information in the extraordinary world itself could pose dangers. At this moment, Lucy suddenly reminded, "Your Highness, there is a gathering of fiery energy ahead, which is the domain of the blazing feathered eagle. There should be a fire attribute treasure there." Jixia also sensed this. Although he had no prior experience and didn't know there would be a treasure, it didn't matter. After dealing with the blazing feathered eagle, he would naturally see the treasure. With his skills already in use, Jixia asked, "Now that you can sense the blazing feathered eagle, are you confident in handling it?" "Yes," Lucy confidently said. "Your Highness, I've made some progress recently and have officially reached the mid-stage of the 8th level. The leader of the Flaming Plume Eagles is only of the dominant bloodline, with a strength of the 7th tier. Even with the suppression of the wilderness will, it is no match for us." Ji Xian nodded with satisfaction. "All right, in that case, let's begin the attack." The winged people spread their wings in unison. Lucy had 8 wings, while the others had 6. Under the holy glow of various enhancement spells, the winged tribe appeared particularly striking, and Ji Xia was no exception, though he stood out in a different way. The leader of the Flaming Plume Eagles sensed Ji Xia and his group's presence. As a fierce beast, it only knew how to attack. Ji Xia saw a crimson light shoot out from the forest. However, when the crimson light came within a kilometer of Ji Xia, it suddenly stopped, revealing a fiery eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. Its eyes were fixed on Ji Xia, its feathers bristling. Chirp! Though its call wasn't imposing, it was filled with intimidation, making Ji Xia smile. He watched Lucy and the others attack with a sense of satisfaction, finally understanding where his charm had been consumed. When he was weak, his charm brought affinity. Now that he was strong, his charm transformed into bloodline pressure. Any life form with a lower bloodline level than his that harbored hostility towards him would be suppressed. Charm had other functions too. For instance, now, as the winged people wielded their holy swords and engaged the Flaming Plume Eagles, Ji Xia hovered alone in the air, seemingly isolated, but with Lucy invisibly protecting him, and no Flaming Plume Eagles dared to ambush him. Under the combined attack of the winged elite, the leader of the Flaming Plume Eagles was completely defeated within seconds. A large group of Flaming Plume Eagles, numbering over 100, took to the sky but couldn't harm the winged people at all. However, the winged people couldn't quickly resolve the battle either, as the alien winged race was suppressed by the local occupational system in the wilderness. Ji Xia calmly observed, then suddenly extended his right hand towards the winged people, declaring, "Stars of destiny, cleanse the sins." A mass of silvery gray starlight appeared, casting its light upon the winged people, and under the effect of the destiny purification spell, the suppression on them vanished instantly. The evenly matched sides quickly turned the tables. Chirp! Chirp! The urgent calls announced the defeat of the Flaming Plume Eagles, but these fiery eagles were stubborn and continued to resist. Ji Xia spoke again. "In the name of destiny, I declare that you will lose the favor of the flames." A Flaming Plume Eagle was about to launch a massive fireball it had gathered, but suddenly, the fireball rapidly shrank, and its affinity with the fire element sharply decreased, preventing it from casting powerful spells. With one side strengthened and the other weakened, the winged people used light bindings to tie up the Flaming Plume Eagles. One winged person flew into the forest and, after a while, returned with a crimson flame, presenting it to Ji Xia. "Your Highness, this is a fire-based treasure nurtured here. It has explosive properties, and fire attribute practitioners can absorb it to transform their flames into it." Lucy appeared, took the flame, and said, "Your Highness, I can place the fire seed in the rebirth pool, allowing it to be infused with holy light attributes, and then you can absorb it." Ji Xia shook his head. "I don't need it." He truly didn't. Ji Xia hadn't enhanced the entries of his skills for a long time, not because he forgot, but after several bloodline upgrades, he focused solely on special skills. which for him had no limits. Only max-level skills could have their entries enhanced. Now, with these special holy light and explosive fire attributes, Jixia realized he could slowly enhance his other skills. He had abandoned enhancing skill entries before, but now Jixia had a new idea and decided to give it a try. Jixia's memory of the entries remains vivid. Initially, every time he added points to his basic enhancement skills, they would quickly reach the maximum level, refreshing the entries and giving him significant attribute boosts. However, as these skills merged with his bloodline talents, Jixia began to focus on special skills, gradually shifting his attention away and not preparing to learn other skills, which naturally stopped him from refreshing entries. A few months ago, when he planned to create his own skills, he learned various skills at once, but he was only interested in the knowledge that came with skill improvement and had no clue about the effects of the entries. This unknown domain sparked Xia's curiosity. Could it be that the essence of the entries was too advanced for him to comprehend? If so, wouldn't this mean that the entries held great potential for the future? With this thought, Xia said to Lucy, "Arrange for a few clan members to head back and hand these fiery-winged eagles over to Li Ping. He will handle them properly. Let's go inside and take a look. There's an unusual tree there." Through the essence of the trees, Jixia discovered a particularly massive tree, making him cautious. Lucy had no objections to his arrangement and instructed a few winged people to leave, then continued to follow Jixia as they descended. The presence of the fiery winged eagles affected the surrounding environment, and upon landing, Jixia noticed the temperature in this area was unusually high. When he found the special banyan tree, his curiosity grew. Despite being only 20 meters tall and its canopy blocking the sunlight, the banyan tree was vibrant, with lush green leaves and an essence level around 5 points. This was unusual, as Jixia only possessed essence after advancing to a legendary bloodline. Yet this tree already had it. Beneath the banyan tree's roots, there was no treasure, and Jixia's mental scan revealed nothing special. However, through intuition, he sensed that the tree contained complex emotions. Suddenly, Jixia spoke, "Are you an avatar? Is this the green hell, perhaps the tree spirit king?" "Tree deity." The leaves trembled slightly, and a human face appeared on the bark, an ancient voice speaking. "Clever young man, you don't fear me. It seems you have some confidence." Jixia indeed felt confident, thinking that staying alive was enough, and replied with a smile, "This was just a guess, but your direct appearance confirmed it for me." The banyan tree spoke. "Oh, you guessed it." Jixia nodded. "Yes, tree spirit king, I didn't expect you to be a legendary creature." The tree spirit king sighed. "Young people these days are truly remarkable, but your strength is formidable, already top tier in Xia. Did you come to the green hell to leave this place?" Jixia shook his head. "I just wanted to catch some mounts. As recorded, you indeed have countless avatars spread throughout the forest." The tree spirit king paused for a moment, then said with a hint of envy, "To advance to a true legend, it's the only way. But you humans, truly a favored race, don't need such cumbersome methods." Jixia responded with a smile. "The tree spirit race has powerful bodies, naturally controls wood energy, and can manipulate plants. With such wisdom, perhaps it's because your foundation is so deep that advancement seems difficult." Although the tree spirit king accepted the compliments, he was not pleased. He felt the oppressive force of the bloodline, indicating the emergence of another human strongman, particularly a healer, making their proud regenerative abilities seem insignificant. He couldn't help but ponder how a group of human pioneers emerged over 100 years ago, Yin Xin appeared 50 years ago, a pair of prodigies emerged a decade ago, and now this young man before him. Could fortune truly favor humans so much? The tree spirit king's thoughts grew heavier, and he said, "You're about to resolve the troubles of the insect plains. We welcome the great Xia to visit." Jixia, smiling as though unaware of any oddities, agreed cheerfully. "Sure, a diplomatic delegation will come to establish relations soon." With the conversation nearing its end, Jixia tactfully took her leave. This time, she didn't venture into the green hell, but chose to return home. On her way, she messaged Lin Xian. "You were correct in your assumptions about the tree spirit king. He indeed has many avatars scattered throughout the green hell. Those with more elemental essence are essentially his avatars." Lin Xian replied instantly. "You met him, didn't you? This tree spirit king has a decent personality. There's a large group of intelligent tree spirits confined inside the green hell, with only the mindless ones occasionally entering the insect plains. Is his avatar constantly monitoring the surroundings?" Jixia responded, "Not exactly. Initially, I just sensed his abundant elemental essence and probed a bit, which prompted him to transfer his consciousness. At first, the avatar I sensed had no emotions, but it changed later." Having understood, Lin Xian teased, "Next time, try using time stop to snatch his avatars, haha." Knowing Lin Xian and the others would exercise caution, Jixia didn't elaborate further and instead discussed other matters, particularly diplomatic affairs. This aspect was certainly not her responsibility. and even if others knew Ji Xia had a trump card, they wouldn't let her take risks. Today's visit to the edges of the Green Hell was considered safe enough. The entire Great Xia is protected by a large and complex formation paired with a detection system, which identified Ji Xia when she first awakened. As long as she doesn't stray too far from the city, there are ways to rescue her. The outside world is fraught with dangers, making reckless ventures inadvisable. Ji Xia planned to enhance her insights and experience through practical combat, so she applied to attack the seven-turn witch's barrier upon her return. Theoretically, a group of fearless professionals armed with rune stones could either endure or retreat and return stronger, a strategy both shameless and unbeatable. However, the elders unanimously disagreed with this approach. When the extraordinary first appeared, some relied on healers to restore life, and the life-praising second transformation to revive the dead, ultimately damaging their essence. Their current levels remain low. Although Ji Xia can restore life essence and elemental essence, what if she encounters an irreparable situation? A genius healer should mature steadily into a powerhouse, and with no immediate threats, there's no need for such risks. They seek security. Upon reflection, Ji Xia realized the elders' considerations were thorough. A truly great talent matures with time, so it's wise not to take unnecessary risks. This incident led Ji Xia to grow further, realizing she still had much to learn and should be more prudent in the future. The application submitted by Ji Xia was naturally reviewed by the highest leadership group of Xia. As a scholar, he was responsible for routine reviews, but there weren't many materials requiring his attention, so he didn't feel exhausted. Upon seeing Ji Xia's submission, his expression instinctively became serious, pondering. Has Ji Xia's bloodline evolved to the legendary level? Perfect timing. Our insect master is ready for exploration in the astral realm to seek divine resources and help him elevate to a divine bloodline. The spells Destiny Healing, Destiny Purification, and Destiny Malice are intriguing and have been verified through test data to handle a 7th-order witch. Since Ji Xia intends to proceed, let's approve it. He opened the document, edited it, and approved the application. The team was ready to set off for the dimensional dungeon the next day. Ji Xia felt calm upon seeing the approval. Given his formidable abilities, it would be odd not to be approved. He couldn't help but smile at the prompt, thinking, after reviewing the materials left by Lin Xian and Lin Yao, how could I not know this? Has the information I revealed been filtered? As long as I don't disclose the skill point panel, all existing data can change dramatically in an instant. His smile reflected satisfaction, knowing that if they didn't care for him, the predecessors wouldn't have advised so earnestly. The elders of Xia were indeed kind, but the new generation of healers, especially those enjoying overly generous treatment, became particularly arrogant. Ji Xia's presence elevated the understanding of healers, making some of them realize the reality. Can you extend life? Can you create a new body for someone? Can you make a puppet that can take a death in someone's place? Ji Xia pondered these questions deeply. That night, he slept soundly, restoring himself to peak condition. After all, a 7th-order which was no simple foe. Defeating her would bring significant benefits, including the unique light of civilization revelation, crucial for skill development, which Ji Xia desperately needed. At 6 in the morning, with daylight breaking, Ji Xia woke up on time. As professionals grow stronger, they can use mental strength to suggest specific sleep and wake times for themselves, ensuring punctuality unless they lack seriousness or face unexpected events. After breakfast, Ji Xia assembled punctually at 7. Inside the dungeon, the team was complete. Ji Xia, Lin Xian, Lin Yao, Guijing, and Gue Hai. All were 6th order, with Guijing also having a 7th-order tree spirit summon, making for an impressive lineup. They didn't bring more people because the witch they were facing grew stronger with more opponents. Ji Xia raised his hand, and their life lamps appeared, followed by the casting of spells like Life Sharing, Primordial Puppet, Starlight Doppelganger, Mysterious Guard, and Danger Alert, providing everyone with a strong sense of security. Lin Yao took the lead. Let's go. Stick to the plan. Once I enter and see the witch, I'll stop time, and you all attack. The group responded in unison. All right, let's go in. The 5 of them stepped into the black barrier, instantly entering the witch's eerie domain. Inside the barrier, white paper-cut figures ran hand in hand on the ground and in the air, with 5 groups in total, each group consisting of 5 paper figures, matching their number. At the center of the barrier, a strangely looking witch was cutting paper. Her hands were scissors, her head a large eraser, her legs were watercolor brushes, and her body was covered in dark red paint, while the rest of the barrier was splattered with white liquid. As the 5 of them entered, the witch snipped at the paper figure's head, producing a crisp, snip sound. As the scissors were about to touch the paper figure, everything within the barrier suddenly froze. Lin Yao's face showed terror as he thought to himself, stopping time for 7 seconds is terrifying. I felt like my head was about to be cut off. At this moment, Lin Xian approached, activated several alchemical runes, quickly attached them to the witch, and replaced the paper figure. A tree spirit was summoned, and natural energy began to accumulate around it. Guihai gathered a water blade, gently placed it on the witch's body, adjusted the angle, then sat down to rest, clearly exhausted. By now, 2 seconds had passed. Is it done? The group quickly communicated through their mental link, and Lin Yao lifted the time pause. Instantly, the water blade pierced through the witch's body. Following that, the tree spirit emitted an energy beam that enveloped the witch, culminating in an explosion. Ji Xia frowned slightly and swiftly conveyed her perception to everyone. She's not dead. Be careful. A pair of scissors aimed at Lin Yao, and the life essence of the 5 was severely depleted, yet the scissors could not cut through Lin Yao. In the name of fate, the wounds were healed, the depleted essence was replenished, and even their limits were enhanced. The tree spirit's branches rapidly grew, tightly binding the witch. Originally, the witch intended to attack the tree spirit with the scissors, but now she was immobilized. Most of the witch's body had dissipated, leaving only one arm with the scissors, the cut smooth. A trace of primordial matter appeared at Ji Xia's fingertips, which she injected into Guihai, instantly restoring his mana. Without needing to say more, Guihai once again conjured the water blade, an overlimit technique that seemed uncontrollable. The water blade reappeared, piercing the witch again, this time targeting something extremely special, shattering the seed of lamentation along with it, causing the entire barrier to collapse. Pure light emerged from the fragments of the seed of lamentation. Lin Xian preserved it with a crystal and handed it to Ji Xia, saying, "You've been so concerned about the witch because you wanted this, right?" Ji Xia took the crystal, felt it, and her mind cleared as she said, "Is this the miracle of hope, the light of civilization's revelation?" Lin Yao nodded. "Yes, that's it. It seems ineffective for the 2 of us, maybe because we've reached our limit in understanding, or perhaps we haven't accumulated enough. You have plans for it. Are you going to deduce something?" "Yes," Ji Xia replied, storing the crystal with a smile. "I'm already at a legendary bloodline level, and according to the hints given by fate, I need to create a series of divine spells to enhance my bloodline level. Starlight like rain is a divine spell. Previous ones like the 7-star life lamp were incomplete spells. Naturally, I want to try this method of enhancement." Guihai, now recovered, said, "Then you should first absorb the gains. Once you're stronger, you can tackle the 7-turn witch barrier." Ji Xia shook her head and smiled. "It's not necessary for now. I can sense that I can handle the current 7-turn witch." Lin Xian looked at Ji Xia with a peculiar gaze and suddenly said, "Your bloodline is very special." Lin Yao agreed, "Very special. Our bloodlines are extremely different. Yours is very balanced." Lin Xian took out a silver pocket watch, its hands turning backward, and remarked, "With a divine-level bloodline and a gift for truth, we can learn all skills, but none can reach the level of laws. A grandmaster is our limit. After that, we can only pursue the attributes of time. Our bloodline limits our abilities, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. After all, without it, we wouldn't be able to harness the power of time. However, you're different." Lin Yao exclaimed in surprise. "I feel that as your bloodline improves, your affinity with the elements of nature also increases. Your elemental affinity now even surpasses the legendary level." Ji Xia listened to their analysis, nodding first and then shaking her head, correcting them. "What you said is only partially correct. I am also restricted by my bloodline, and my improvements in other aspects are because I belong to a special category, where all abilities serve this uniqueness. I am not limited by conventional attributes. For example, the initial version of my self-created skill Starlight like Rain was quite refined, but it couldn't succeed due to the lack of special power. It wasn't until I added psychic power that it became an official skill. However, this has its advantages. Under the influence of my bloodline, the subtle fusion of several powers allowed the Starlight like Rain skill to touch upon the power of domains." Ji Xia elaborated, mainly to inspire those present. Lin Xian and Lin Yao exchanged a glance and suddenly understood. So that's it. Normally, bloodline promotion means abilities determine the attributes of the bloodline. Once the bloodline is formed, it influences the abilities. When one's abilities in a certain area reach their peak, they can transform into a unique bloodline. The 2 had used god-level resources to instantly achieve a god-level bloodline, so they were unaware of this process. After hearing Ji Xia's analysis, they immediately concluded and planned to share this information with Hushua to facilitate the national bloodline plan, allowing the people of Xia more choices. Others were also deep in thought, and Guihai had a new idea. "What you mentioned is probably correct. I feel that water spells follow a vast path, while I focus more on technique. The combination of the 2 makes my bloodline power different from other water mages." Listening to the discussion, Guijing also shared his opinion. "My bloodline evolution is developing towards plant affinity. At this rate, Xia might see the emergence of many families in the future. We need to be cautious and prevent monopolization of upward mobility." Lin Xian, with a calm yet commanding tone, said, "No worries. We will make the methods for constructing and enhancing bloodlines available. Anyone with the ability can create a top-tier bloodline. Lin Yao added. In the future, we'll classify bloodline levels. If anyone can create a top-tier bloodline, we'll provide ample resources. Moving forward, since Ji Xia was capable, they decided to continue, albeit cautiously, as the other witches were not weak. The other 15 quickly entered the dungeon, joining Ji Xia and the others. After various enhancements, they arrived at a special barrier, which was red and black. Hu Shuo, as a scholar, excelled in uncovering dungeon information and took charge again. Analyzing the architecture, writing, and cultural information, they deduced that the dimension was modeled after a long-extinct island nation. Inside the barrier, there was a festival witch. During the magical girl era, she protected peace and tranquility, repelling all disasters. She was lonely, seemingly because she was not a local, but her heart felt content whenever she saw bustling holidays. The night of the witch destroyed everything, as she transformed into a witch in her despair. Her power was to force everything within her barrier to perform, maintaining a false festival celebration. To destroy her, one must hold a concept of peace in their heart and be able to endure loneliness. We have no problem with this, but we are unsure if Ji Xia can withstand the solitude. Memories of his past life flashed in Ji Xia's mind, and he nodded, signaling that he was fine. After all, the influence from the spiritual realm would be resisted by starlight, like rain. After checking, 20 people entered the barrier simultaneously, and everything around them began to distort with fireworks constantly blooming in the sky. Unknown creatures familiars danced hand in hand, adorned with glowing stars, Christmas trees, fireworks, ribbons, and red lanterns. The most bizarre of all was the festival witch, appearing like a doorframe with festive couplets attached. The right couplet read, "Peace under heaven." The left, "Prosperity upon meeting." And the horizontal scroll, "Life and death are predestined." Ji Xiao's mouth twitched. This witch was a bit troublesome, too down to earth. Guihai couldn't help but laugh, mentioning that she had already gone to the underworld but didn't expect this witch to use the culture of Xia. Hu Shuo, with a serious face, stated that they hadn't devised a strategy before entering because the witch wouldn't attack, and the familiars wouldn't cause chaos, but they would still die. Theoretically, death is the final celebration of life. Unless one becomes a historical figure, they can only be briefly remembered in future festivals. Ji Xiao looked around, seeing no apparent abnormalities. With a wave of his hand, the fireworks were obscured by a nebula, and a rain of light fell, forming a special field within the rain curtain to resist external influences. Meanwhile, Ji Xiao explained that this was also a test, unsure of what would happen if the celebration was disrupted. Hu Shuo joked that no matter what they did, the celebration would continue as long as they didn't pass through the doorframe. Nothing would happen. Ji Xiao's eyes lit up, really? Hu Shuo fell silent, looking at Ji Xia, asking what he planned to do next. Ji Xia smiled, suggesting everyone observe his starlight like rain, which contained the prototype of a domain, a special force field, while the witch's barrier was a distorted, incomplete domain, an advanced force field. Ji Xia pointed to Lin Xian and Lin Yao, who were already sitting cross-legged, exuding a mysterious aura that even made Ji Xia envious. He conveyed his thoughts through a mental link. See, they've already gained something, and I'm about to start too. After Ji Xia began, others took turns to comprehend and guard. In fact, Ji Xia didn't have high expectations for his own comprehension, but he already had some understanding of domains, so he hoped for gains this time. And indeed, Ji Xia's mental power extended, contacting the barrier. His deep accumulation allowed him to seamlessly touch the true domain. His starlight-like rain skill, which had never been upgraded, rose from level 1 to level 6, and the skill rune's mind domain section expanded, showing Ji Xia the potential in this direction. After a while, Ji Xia woke up satisfied, now knowing the development direction of his starlight-like rain skill and understanding the essence of domains. Once home, he could upgrade it. For now, he remained in a dangerous dimensional dungeon, trying to minimize risks. The most notable takeaway for Ji Xia from the midsummer was the presence of his teammates. Although Changjing was the strongest tank in Daxia, he had not yet developed his own skills or understood domains, so he could only stand guard. When Ji Xia awoke, Changjing felt a sense of peace despite being in the witch's barrier, and he did not feel any danger. He noticed that amidst the meteor shower, a distinct field of light had formed, which was the light of the mind, protecting against external corruption. Is this a domain? Changjing asked Ji Xia internally. Ji Xia shook his head in denial. No, this is just a prototype. A true domain is related to laws. Moreover, a domain has amplification and suppression effects. The current mental protection field only suppresses mental damage. Strictly speaking, a domain is the manifestation of one's understanding of laws in reality, the ultimate display of skills. I'm still a bit short, probably need to reach the epic level to achieve it. That's incorrect. You can have law-level skills now, but it maximizes losses. Without enough strength, even if you trigger the cosmic sound, you won't gain much. Ji Xia might try one skill to test the waters, but he certainly won't upgrade everything. The speed of such an upgrade is too fast, lacking depth, so if you miss it, it's truly missed, Jishao pondered. He recalled months of repetitive insights, but gained nothing new, only enhancing a few secret techniques. Jishao even suspected that the enhancement of these techniques was due to learning many other skills, with accumulated knowledge allowing him to understand by analogy. Looking around and seeing no changes, he said, "You all go and seek insights. I'll keep watch. With danger alerts, my perception is stronger than yours." Everyone believed this, but still left 2 people to keep watch with him, just in case. Jishao was accustomed to multitasking, keeping an eye on the environment while checking skill changes. Level 6 starlight, like rain, under starlight, is a pure land. The fusion of purifying aura and mental power can weave a protective barrier for the mind. 02000, truly worthy of divine art. After reaching level 6, it requires 2,000 for each upgrade. After reviewing the skill changes, Jishao released a clone to wander around. The witch's barrier was indeed complex. In the danger alert, only the door frame with couplets seemed dangerous, while climbing over the wall into the courtyard caused nothing to happen. The courtyard was eerily quiet, isolating all outside joy. Jishao explored each room, discovering that in a corner of the 2-story small house, there was a room with a swana. Seeing it made Jishao's scalp tingle. This was a dangerous item. The witch's heart. The witch's core was the seed of sorrow, equivalent to a human heart. Destroying it would mean death. The festival witch was different. Her heart was inside this swana. Jishao frowned, sensing the emotions contained within the heart, which seemed abnormal. Witches, as creatures born from dimensions, had no emotions, but this one, it longed to return home, to the homeland of the mind. Recalling the couplets at the entrance and the structure of this courtyard, Jishao was surprised to realize, so, she wants to go home. Suddenly, the swana emitted a red glow and began to float slowly off the table, which instantly turned into fine yellow sand, cascading onto the floor. The entire room followed suit, dissolving into sand. In the open space, Jishao informed the others of this discovery. Chanjing, unable to grasp the mystery of the Zen state, awoke immediately. He marveled, thinking, "My mental strength isn't weak, yet I found nothing in this room." He was momentarily stunned, surrounded by sand, with only the door still standing. Jisya's clone returned at this moment and explained, "This house was her temporary home. Home is where the heart finds peace." This which was truly remarkable. According to dimensional settings, a magical girl should turn into a witch, losing all memory and reason. However, she retained a trace of humanity, placing her heart in a home that brought her peace. But now, the home was gone. Lin Xian awoke at this moment, gazing at the sand-covered ground, and spoke slowly. Despite everything, he showed no signs of aggression or defense, as the entire barrier was dissipating. The sand swirled and was absorbed into the doorframe, eventually forming a doorway. The swana, crafted from brass, shrank slowly and finally transformed into a key. With a clink, the key fell onto the tiles, and as the barrier receded, the real-world airport was revealed. Jisya's clone picked up the key, surveyed the surroundings, and concluded that this dimensional copy was merely the size of a city, bordered by dense fog with no other continents in sight. Hushua approached Jisya, staring at the miniature swana. Chanjing and Guihai also moved closer. Jisya sensed a slight anomaly in their mental waves and instinctively asked, "What is this?" Guihai extended his hands, cupping them together, and sighed. "Sigh, give it to me." Jisya glanced at the others. Hushua nodded, so he complied. When the swana landed in Guihai's hands, it emitted a faint red glow, and Guihai's expression softened, his eyes reflecting someone of great importance. In the next moment, a single crystalline tear quietly fell, landing on the swana. The red glow contracted instantly, and the swana returned to its original state, no longer glowing. From it emerged a pitch-black soul gem, with only an almost imperceptible speck of light inside. Upon closer inspection, the light was in the shape of a teardrop. Suddenly, Jisya felt a surge of strong emotion from the soul gem. Without considering its connection to Guihai, he immediately grasped the gem in his hand. His essence emitted a portion, appearing pale gold, which he slowly infused into the tainted soul gem, eventually forming a pale golden shield around the teardrop. Ah! Jisya exhaled deeply, relaxing as he spoke to the quiet Guihai. "Sorry, it was urgent. I felt the obsession inside was about to dissipate. If I didn't act, there would be no chance." He returned the soul gem to Guihai and took out a fist-sized mass of essence collected from a monster, handing it to Guihai. "You must be someone important to her. Every 7 days, call her name and nourish it with essence. After 63 days, bring it back to me. If you can water it with memory tears, it doesn't need to be much, just once every 7 days. It will work even better." Guihai gripped the soul gem with one hand and held Jisya's hand with the other, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. She is Hongling, my younger sister." Jixia's pupils suddenly dilated as he recognized the person. The seal on this replica was created by two individuals with time or space abilities, one inside and one outside, working in tandem to successfully seal the replica spacetime. The person inside was called Hongling, and the one outside was Dong Wenxiang. Wu Yunqing couldn't bring himself to ask the question, but Hu Xuan next to him asked directly, "When you had him do that, what will happen after the time is up?" Ji Xia looked at Gui Hai seriously and said slowly, "This is a technique I've pieced together from various extraordinary knowledge. A person with a strong soul, if they have an obsession, will attach to an important object after death. Normally, like Senior Dong, when the obsession dissipates, the soul disappears along with it. Senior Hongling's situation is similar, but she possesses a soul gem that hasn't turned into a grief seed. The wish within this gem is to live on. Becoming a witch was her original self's death. In this conflict of desires, she hasn't completely died, and the power of her soul remains. Now with the nourishment of source matter, her soul can grow stronger, and if someone close uses the tears of memory to nurture it, the soul seed can sprout. In other words, she has a chance for soul rebirth. But I need to clarify in advance, that state is equivalent to meeting the minimum requirement to be sealed in the Blue Heart Glacier. Only when someone masters advanced healing magic in the future can they reverse the power of despair and truly save her, Ji Xia said frankly. Hu Shua suddenly understood, his eyes filled with admiration, and he summarized decisively. "So, you've given her a hope of living again." "Yes, it's merely hope, which could eventually turn to despair." Ji Xia's tone remained honest. Lin Xian looked at the soul gem, then at Ji Xia. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, deciding to strive to elevate their skills to the law level and explore the astral realm. Ji Xia was so powerful and full of potential that if they didn't provide resources and delayed him, they would feel they couldn't forgive themselves. At this moment, Gui Hai had composed himself and carefully put away the soul gem. He then solemnly cupped his hands to Ji Xia, saying, "Thank you, Ji Xia." He didn't say much more or make any promises, but instead told Ji Xia a story. "My sister was born at a special time, with a fate of extreme een. During the spiritual revival, there were evil demons causing chaos, and she disappeared shortly after being born. Later, Yin Xian the leader took us to eliminate one demon lair after another, and we finally found her, but she had already been rescued and named Hongling. The person who raised her passed away, and she didn't change her name. Back then, when the Witch's Night dimension emerged, we found it unbeatable after exploring and chose to seal it. She was one of the few with a time talent and volunteered to stay. I've always felt I owe her." This story, though concise, conveyed deep emotion to Ji Xia. He turned and walked toward the new witch's barrier, but his voice still clearly reached those behind him. "My small goal is to clear the ice coffins of the Blue Heart Glacier, so aside from tackling dimensions, even when I'm in seclusion, I'll use avatars to awaken 3 or 4. After completing the process, let her sleep in the glacier. When she wakes, let reunion be the story's ending." Ji Xia liked tragic literature, but not tragic reality. After the incident with Hongling, the team's spirits were not particularly high, but neither were they too low. Seeing the current state of a former comrade was saddening, yet knowing that someone they had long believed lost was still alive brought genuine joy and renewed motivation to keep fighting. Within the barrier of the next 7-turn witch, the mermaid witch was singing a haunting and ever-changing melody, accompanied by her minion orchestra. As Ji Xia and her companions entered the barrier, a grand concert was underway. The massive mermaid witch sat just below the stage, towering 100 meters high, with a blue-gray tail, sharp teeth, and bright red lips. Her mere appearance was terrifying. As soon as Lin Yao entered, she cast a time freeze, allowing her teammates, linked by a mental connection, to move freely. Ji Xia immediately sensed something wrong with the sound upon entering, recalling legends that the mermaid's voice could enchant sailors. Thus, she quickly summoned starlight like rain, and after upgrading her abilities, it only took 3 seconds to make the sky rain light, purifying the entire field. She settled into a supportive role, waiting for the time freeze to end. The music indeed began to unsettle their minds, but had no effect. The mermaid witch, holding a conductor's baton, turned her gaze towards Ji Xia and her team. The music grew more intense, with notes materializing and dancing around them. However, above Wu Yunqing's head appeared a rotating water sphere, releasing spiraling water swords that pierced the notes, shattering them. Other team members also unleashed lightning and fire spells, reducing the orchestra minions to ashes from a distance. A piercing scream, sharper than nails on glass, filled the air. Ji Xia declared, "You are guilty and unworthy of protection. Fate tells me we are the ones to be protected." She then unleashed cutting blades, explosive fire scythes, and freezing winds, and the aura of fate's disdain weakened the mermaid witch's power, barely keeping her at a 7-turn level. Various elemental attacks followed, maximizing damage through different elemental reactions. The mermaid witch's body was instantly battered, yet she still aimed her baton at one of the team members. Ji Xia's voice rang out preemptively. In the name of fate, heal. The group collectively coughed up blood, but a warm current within healed their injuries. The mermaid witch's first attack failed, and as she prepared for a second, it was not turn-based. Ji Xia's side had already launched their assault, shattering the witch. Countless notes turned into a barrage of bullets, shooting towards them. At this moment, Ji Xia remained silent as Chan Jing stepped forward, conjuring a wall of light that blocked all the notes. Despite his weakening aura, the mental link and group healing rain of light allowed him to hold on until the notes completely vanished. The barrier began to disintegrate, and Lin Xin captured a beam of enlightenment with a crystal, securing another gain. When he tossed the crystal to Ji Xia, she casually summoned a gust of wind to send it back. Let's continue, Ji Xia said. In Xia, we distribute dungeon loot based on contribution, and at worst, you can buy it with merit points. We'll divide the spoils after this mission is over. The elder, who glared at Ji Xia and retorted, what do you mean by dividing the spoils? Loot from filthy creatures is fair game to call spoils. Chan Jing gave Ji Xia a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Life sharing, damage distribution, plus group healing, this ability is insane. If we had enough people, we could take on the 8-turn witch right now. Ji Xia raised a hand to stop him. Hold on. Fantasy time over. That's impossible. I monitor the battlefield with a danger alert system, distributing only the damage that can be shared. The rest has to be borne by someone alone. The 8-turn witch is beyond us. Chan Jing felt a bit disappointed. Having battled various monsters for years, only a few times had he felt such exhilaration, and this was one of those times. The idea of a single person withstanding all of a monster's attacks was immensely satisfying. Possible, Tan Jinlong interjected suddenly. With Wu Shana's cooperation, it might work, especially since not all monsters excel in attack. Upon hearing this, Hu Xuan nodded in agreement. True, it's a strategic option, but opportunities to use it are rare. After all, when would you have a Grandmaster healer and a master at your disposal? This team of 20, selected from all the strongest in Xia, theoretically forms the ultimate team. While they might not sweep through everything effortlessly, a group of 6th-tier warriors can still take down subsequent 7-turn witches. The greatest gain this time, in terms of value, was extraordinary knowledge. Although they hadn't specifically gathered it, the number of 7-turn witches they defeated was in the hundreds, thus completing the knowledge of all common professions. However, this endeavor took quite a bit of time, and it was already August. Only Ji Xia felt the time was long, while to others, conquering so many high-level instances in just over a month was unimaginable. As one of the main contributors, Ji Xia received the lion's share when the Light of Civilization revelation was distributed, obtaining 20 portions. Lin Xin and Lin Yao had no use for it, so they gave part of theirs to Ji Xia, who now held 40 portions. With these in hand, Ji Xia returned to Star Island, crafted a large number of substitute dolls, and began his retreat. In the dimensional world of the winged people, Ji Xia crushed a crystal, which emitted a brilliant light that enveloped him. The knowledge he mastered flashed continuously, sparking inspiration. Initially, he thought the first to be triggered would be the 7-star life extension lamp he had long acquired, but unexpectedly, it was flesh manipulation. Perhaps it was because he had used it frequently lately, as injuries and amputations were common when facing the 7-turn witches. After consuming 6 portions of the Light of Civilization revelation, Ji Xia obtained his second divine skill, LV1 flesh manipulation, allowing him to physically alter non-resistant targets. This skill also led Ji Xia to form the prototype of a new skill, which he quickly developed with an ample supply of the Light of Civilization revelation, LV1 soul repair, enabling him to heal the soul of a target. The fusion of these two skills resulted in LV1 primal matter manipulation, allowing comprehensive healing and modification of a target. Once mastering the laws of life, if a target cannot obtain protective power, he can forcefully manipulate them. Ji Xia remained in seclusion until August, emerging completely transformed. In the height of summer, Ji Xia, a 7th-level star spirit mage, is in his growth phase. He possesses a legendary star spirit with a source quality of 18.77 million 0.5 E and a legendary talent of 1928. His skills slightly surpass those of a grandmaster, and he possesses a touch of divine magic. Ji Xia has mastered several skills: Starlight like Rain at level 6, Source Quality Manipulation at level 1, the 7-star Life Extending Lamp, the 7-kill Life Taking Lamp, Mind Control, and Telepathy. The new version of the 7-star Life Extending Lamp is completely different from its predecessor. It can still use sacrifices to change and extend life as before, but it can also harness the vitality of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, injecting it into the main star for a complete restoration of the source. The 7-kill life-taking lamp is an offensive spell that can only be used on weakened targets. Though it appears weak, its effect is to completely annihilate a target, with the strict limitation of being usable only once a day. Jixia appreciates this skill because it counters the clone school, unaffected by feigned death or resurrection methods, striking from the level of fate itself. Mind control is a skill that Jixia has a love-hate relationship with. Although powerful, it consumes a substantial amount of his enlightenment of civilization. This skill is integrative. After establishing a mind link, Jixia can see through another's perspective, read minds, and even completely control the target. If the target lacks intelligence, he can control creatures one level higher than himself. If the target is intelligent, he can only control those one level lower. However, if the target is weakened, even those of the same level can be controlled. Even without control as the goal, this skill serves as a means of control since the target must defend against the invasion of mental power. Lastly, telepathy is a name Ji Xia gave to this skill, believing it to be the most fitting. In the face of danger, an enemy's ultimate move, or when deciding on an action, telepathy provides him with forewarning. Despite its misleading name, it actually relies primarily on the power of fate. This divine magic was inspired by revelations Ji Xia received after using a large amount of enlightenment of civilization, combining it with fate to create the skill. Based on its principles, it would be more accurately called fate revelation. After creating it, the insights Ji Xia gained helped him avoid exposing his true essence. In areas such as healing, purification, life extension, attack, control, and warning, Ji Xia feels he still lacks skills like shielding, amplification, and weakening. Even though his progress bar hasn't reached 20 million, it's clear he's missing more than just 3 aspects, but he's not in a hurry. As divine magic, it naturally belongs to the repertoire of deities, who are seen as the epitome of their domain, a peak unattainable by mortals. Ji Xia understands this and gradually finds peace in his heart. It's only been a year since he became a professional. He has plenty of time. During his retreat, Li Ping reported to Ji Xia that Ba City had established its own martial arts school. According to policy, masters and grandmasters like them are automatically listed as affiliates of the local martial arts school. This year, Ba City recruited several outstanding talents, and Ji Xia decided to take a look. The newly established Ba City Martial Arts School started early and has been in session for a month. Theoretically, the truly outstanding individuals should have already distanced themselves from the average. Feeling restless from staying still for too long, Ji Xia decided to go out and possibly take in a few new students. If they prove to be truly exceptional, he might take them as disciples. With just a thought, the stars began to set things in motion for him. In the world of wizards, mage towers, libraries, alchemy rooms, and floating islands each have their own unique spirits to handle their master's mundane tasks. Due to the inherent radiation of wizards, ordinary people cannot approach without risking mutation and collapse. After gaining wisdom, Xingqian began to develop in this direction. Ji Xia entrusted these tasks to Xingqian, who coordinated with the martial arts schedule in Ba City and arranged an itinerary according to Ji Xia's available time. Master, do you need any changes to the schedule? Ji Xia asked. She glanced through the itinerary and noticed that she had to visit the martial arts school at 10 a.m. and see her parents in the afternoon, along with conducting an experiment at the hospital. As the spirit of Xingqian Island, Xingqian was well acquainted with most of Ji Xia's achievements, especially her new ideas following a period of secluded cultivation. After some thought, Ji Xia began organizing her storage equipment. Inspired by a proxy doll, she intended to create portable supplies and planned to develop a divine skill. Although she had made progress with the supplies, the divine skill remained elusive, possibly requiring knowledge of alchemy. Her concept included starlight crystals, a concentrated form of starlight that falls like rain. This divine skill covers a wide area, but it also results in significant waste. Ji Xia hoped to reduce this waste and planned to convert the excess light rain into crystals with a shelf life of 3 to 5 years. Additionally, Ji Xia conceived the idea of a star core, a high-purity energy core that could help her successors quickly condense their core and complete their bloodline transformation. There was also the life-extending lamp, a product of the 7-star life-extending lamp. Unexpectedly, when Ji Xia's 7-star life-extending lamp reached the level of a divine skill, changes occurred around her life star in the spirit realm with the appearance of the Southern Dipper. Subsequently, she comprehended the 7 kills life-seizing lamp, and the Big Dipper emerged. As her telepathy developed, Ji Xia experienced the emergence of a new life star, orbiting her main life star like a satellite. The handle of the Big Dipper pointed to the life star, while the southern and northern dippers overlapped at different altitudes. Ji Xia realized that her divine skills couldn't evolve not only due to the required source points, but also because of changes in her life star. Her skills, including her first divine skill Starlight like rain, failed to form stars, clearly inadequate, causing her anxiety and hindering her progress. However, the 2 7-star series spells were viable. Reflecting on a phrase from her bloodline talent, Ji Xia finally understood that her bloodline was Star Spirit, and her profession was Star Spirit Mage, necessitating the modification of her divine skills based on the characteristics of stars. She pondered why she hadn't pursued this path earlier. It wasn't due to a lack of desire, but rather a belief that creating divine skills equaled success, with other aspects manageable over time. With some time left the next day, Jixia began adding points to the 7-star life-extending lamp. At level 2, she grasped the true meaning of the power of life. At level 3, she mastered more methods of harnessing life power. At level 4, she understood the origin and essence of life power, realizing it was the pure source of life with a destiny trait, capable of reversing life and death. At level 5, she fully comprehended how to fuse this life power. At level 6, Jixia felt an indescribable connection with something, understanding how to transform external life force for absorption by other beings. Up to level 10, Jixia's understanding of life continued to deepen, and as she approached level 11, she finally paused her contemplation. Telepathy informed Jixia that if he continued to allocate points, he could begin to grasp the rudiments of the laws. However, to truly bear these laws, one would need at least legendary level strength or divine bloodline. Otherwise, they risk being assimilated. Jixia also allocated points to the 7-kill death lamp, a divine skill primarily representing slaughter and, on a deeper level, symbolizing the power of death. Though currently at a low level, it still embodies absolute slaughter, leaving no life in its wake, with an intense killing intent. These two skills are of a high tier, and with his acquired knowledge, Jixia condensed pure life force, using divine techniques to obtain a lamp. It has no owner, and whoever infuses their life energy into it will gain protection, maintaining an undying state for 3 days. The 7-kill death lamp is particularly intriguing. Jixia crafted a small black sword called the Death Sword, designed to increase damage. A monster that could previously be incapacitated can now be directly killed with the sword, eliminating any chance of recovery. Jixia experimented on monsters. When attacked by the 7-kill death lamp, the life extension lamp extinguishes instantly. The strength of both depends on Jixia's mastery. Among these creations, he has the largest stock of starlight crystals, over 10 cubic meters, 3 death swords, 7 life extension lamps, and more than 50 star cores. The derivative of the divine technique of source matter manipulation is the flesh embryo, which allows soul transfer to the embryo at the brink of death through a mental link, achieving resurrection. However, the embryo can only survive for 3 days and requires Jixia to transfer the soul, making direct intervention more efficient. Before sleeping, Jixia downloaded records about stars from Dixia, intending to study them gradually. That night, Jixia had a dream. He pondered a question. When would he be considered an adult legendary creature? Only upon reaching adulthood could he fully master innate spells and form stellar projections around his destiny star. Jixia's soul was so powerful that even upon waking, the dream remained vivid. During the day, as he dispatched a clone to the Blue Heart Glacier, he still felt a sense of melancholy. Given his progress in earning source points, he could undoubtedly upgrade his bloodline directly, but each enhancement reset him to a juvenile state. So, when would he truly become an adult? According to the definitions in the worlds of gods and wizards, a legendary creature automatically becomes legendary upon reaching adulthood, or can achieve it earlier through training, fortuitous encounters, and the like, thus being considered adult. Currently, at the 7th tier, his rapid progress still felt slow to Jixia. Without the comparison to other worlds, he would be deemed powerful on Blue Star, but with the comparison, his urgency grew. Jixia harbored ambitions. There were no true gods on Blue Star yet, despite the many priests and knights. If he could become a god first, he would naturally have followers. After preparing, Jixia donned a magnificent robe, a golden ceremonial garment woven by the winged people. Its bright color made Jixia even more dazzling. Lucy remained hidden, guarding him, while 2 other 6-winged individuals followed at his sides. The martial arts school was not just an educational institution, but also a martial organization, naturally equipped with a teleportation array. Upon his arrival, the city lord of Ba City, Wang Yunfeng, and the martial school principal, Zheng Kai, quickly approached, respectfully saying, "Welcome, Grandmaster. We're honored by your presence." Jixia said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He heard that there were a few students with exceptional talent at the school. Zheng Kai quickly replied, "Grandmaster, indeed there are a few students who came here to learn from you. Thanks to you, we've had some students with water affinity transfer to our school." Jixia asked curiously, "Water affinity?" Zheng Kai explained, "Master Guihai has settled in Ba City." Jixia was taken aback, recalling that Wu Yunsheng was a master of water elements in the northern region and later became a grandmaster, a prominent figure for years. For him to leave all that behind and come to a small place like Ba City, Jixia thought of his sister Hongling and realized he was truly a person of deep feelings. Moreover, he wasn't just putting on a show, as Wu Yunsheng hadn't even mentioned it to Jixia. Calculating the time, 63 days were nearly over, with the day after tomorrow being the last. These thoughts didn't affect Jixia's speech. She said, "I see. I'll visit him in a couple of days." The school was quite large, and Ji Xia's group was significant, nearly 20 people. Especially with Ji Xia, who could be described as enchanting, they attracted a lot of attention from students along the way. Even the six-winged guards only noticed them belatedly. Wow, it's really the Grandmaster. The principal wasn't bluffing. The Grandmaster actually came today, a student exclaimed. Another student asked, why are you staring at the Grandmaster? Snap out of it. Ji Xia listened to the whispers around her, aware that most people didn't realize how keen the senses of high-level professionals were. They could detect any movement within 100 meters. However, it was these discussions that made Ji Xia realize just how incredibly high her charm was. Because of this, she had always worked with steadfast seniors, avoiding any mishaps. But facing these students, who were at most at the second stage, her charm was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving many of them staring at her, unable to move. Wang Yunfeng remained calm, while Principal Zheng Kai seemed a bit embarrassed, wanting to explain but unable to find the words. Ji Xia eased the situation by saying, my brother needs to learn various basics. He's already a star spirit mage, and along with those talented students, they're probably all at the Healer Academy, right? Zheng Kai quickly led the way. Yes, currently there are quite a few healer students at the school. They usually have their lessons in the sealing room, where many injured creatures are available for them to practice healing spells. The group set off purposefully and soon reached a small grove within the school. Some green-skinned goblins were obediently receiving treatment. Ji Xia immediately spotted Ji Feng, surrounded by others, animatedly explaining the principles of healing spells. He looked energetic and spirited. Suddenly, the boy turned his head, spotted Ji Xia, and his eyes lit up even more as he ran towards her. Brother, what brings you here? His words were filled with delight. Ji Xia cheerfully said, I'm here to see if there are any students suitable for the Star Spirit Mage Legacy, and to check on you. In Ji Feng's mind, this translated to, I'm here to see you and also recruit disciples. This made Ji Feng even happier. He pointed to the people surrounding him and said, Brother, you don't need to test them. Song and the others have a scary level of comprehension and are eager to learn. They've mastered everything the school teaches. I'm explaining advanced healing spells to them. They're definitely suitable. After speaking, Ji Feng stood tall, looking like he was waiting for praise. Ji Xia's lips curled into a smile, feeling even more pleased. Under Ji Feng's introduction, a cold sweat broke out among the group of young men and women. Initially confident in their own talents, they had envied Ji Feng but didn't think he was superior to them. However, after a few exchanges, their confidence was severely shaken, as Ji Feng's mastery of skills was on an unbelievably high level. According to the recent classification by the Professional Association, there are 8 levels of skill mastery: beginner, proficient, mastery, expert, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster, law, and origin. It is rare for ordinary people to reach the mastery level. Ji Feng's brother, Ji Xia, is the only supreme grandmaster in Xia and also a healer. At this moment, Ji Feng unabashedly referred to this group as having mediocre talent, which left them speechless and filled with a sense of intimidation. Listening to his brother's words, Ji Xia's gaze naturally fell on these somewhat inexperienced students. Although they were not much younger than him, Ji Xia's extensive real-world experience had given him a distinctly different demeanor. Standing together, they could hardly be considered peers. In fact, Ji Xia had already gained recognition from the veterans, interacting with them almost as an equal. With Lin Xian and Lin Yao not yet reaching the true Supreme Grandmaster level, others better understood Ji Xia's formidable talent. Consequently, Ji Xia had become a leading figure among the older generation. Under Ji Xia's scrutiny, Song and the others instinctively straightened up, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection in martial arts terms. After a careful assessment, Ji Xia confirmed that these students had a solid foundation and remarkable talent. Without showing any reaction, he connected his mental power to the latest model of a mental watch, suitable for professionals above the 5th tier. Within the watch, he found their background information and actual learning time. Song, mentioned by his brother, came from an ordinary family and awakened as a chef during the National Awakening Plan. However, he excelled academically with high comprehension and was absorbed into martial arts for tiered system learning, the only way to break free from the constraints of his profession. Others, like Hua Ziqing and Lin Mubei, had better backgrounds and stood out among many with connections due to their talent. After confirming this, Ji Xia, with a gentle smile, asked, Hello there, can you tell me why you want to become healers? Your teachers in martial arts, who are scholars, must have told you that healers in the tiered system do not possess the special abilities of awakened healers. For instance, after the 3rd tier, you don't have the charm attribute, and using healing spells on monsters won't make them friendly, meaning you can't nurture your own subordinate races in the future. Furthermore, you can't use healer skill books and must learn on your own. Although Ji Xia's tone was as refreshing as a spring breeze, his words were quite candid. The young ones fell into contemplation, and Principal Zheng Kai did not intervene. Understanding this was a test from a supreme grandmaster. However, he noticed something unexpected. He initially thought it was just about accepting a few students and preserving the legacy of star spirit mages, but it seemed like this might lead to taking on disciples. At this thought, Zheng Kai was thrilled. Having a few star spirit mages at the school was already satisfying, but if a direct disciple of a supreme grandmaster were to emerge, it would be an unparalleled honor. Under the expectant gaze of the group, Song was the first to speak up. Great master, my initial goal was to become a powerful healer to save my father, he said, taking a deep breath before continuing. After entering the martial arts world, I learned about the current state of Xia. I hope not only to bring my father back to life, but also to save many more people like him. I want to reunite families and become someone useful. Following closely, Hua Ziqing spoke earnestly. Great master, I enjoy the process of healing patients and sincerely hope for the recovery of the injured. I am passionate about becoming a healer. Ji Xia listened quietly to the speeches of the young group, nodding slightly. Taking advantage of the arrival of the cosmic sound, he produced many ordinary vocation inheritance crystals, placing them in a box before bringing it out. Stellar Mage, containing the power of destiny. Each of you come forward to sense it. If the crystal lights up, you pass, he stated firmly. This is real. Ji Xia mused silently, having recently realized that without the favor of destiny, this path was not easy. The first three need not worry. They were the earliest to receive the Stellar Mage inheritance and are undoubtedly qualified. Ji Feng was the fourth, and Ji Xia knew that even if he did not qualify, he could make it happen with his abilities. But the subsequent students had to pass the test. Song was again the first to step forward, standing before the box as the crystal began to glow. Ji Xia nodded in satisfaction. Come stand by my side. Despite his experiences, Song was still a youth, lacking full maturity, and he walked lightly with excitement. Then, the others approached one by one. Some made all the crystals light up, some only a few, and some shone more brightly. Among the dozen or so, only 4 did not make any crystal light up. After the test, Ji Xia grabbed a handful of crystals from the box and scattered them in front of those individuals. You are compatible with the Stellar Mage vocation. Rest well and use the inheritance crystals, he said. I have recorded your information. From now on, you are my students and can access the Stellar Mage skill insights. To the other classmates, Ji Xia offered reassurance. Don't lose heart. We have several healing masters in Xia, and when they become great masters, they will also pass on their vocations. The young people excitedly performed a respectful salute, left hand outward, hands above the forehead, and in unison greeted, Hello, teacher. Those not selected felt a tinge of envy. Ji Xia then brought out some starlight crystals. These are starlight crystals condensed from the starlight, like rain skill. Before the 7th tier, even if you are severely injured or near death, they can replenish your essence. I hope you all study hard and remember what was said earlier. He felt a surge of accomplishment as a teacher, which brought a genuine smile to his face. However, it was time for him to leave, so he turned to Zheng Kai and said, Principal Zheng, I have an experiment at the hospital this afternoon, so I won't stay. However, I would like to take Song with me, if that's all right. Though Song did not receive the inheritance crystal, being brought to Ji Xia's side filled him with mixed emotions. He wondered if he was to become the great master's apprentice or if he was missing out on the inheritance. His mind was a flurry of thoughts, but at that moment, all his worries dissipated. Zheng Kai was momentarily surprised by Ji Xia's request, but he quickly responded with a smile. Of course, you can. Congratulations to the great master on acquiring such an excellent apprentice. Jia Tu emphasized the importance of studying well to Ji Feng, and then Ji Xia left the school surrounded by several people. Since there was no teleportation array at the hospital, Li Ping was already waiting at the school gate, ready to drive. Once in the car, Ji Xia felt much more relaxed, but this relaxation ironically made him even more nervous. The car's interior was spacious, with a sofa and a small table in the back. Clearly, Song did not understand Zheng Kai's hint. Ji Xia noticed Song's unease and handed him a cup of calming tea, smiling as he said, Have some water first. I have something to tell you. Instinctively, Song took the cup, but then realized he shouldn't let an elder serve him, feeling even more anxious. Ji Xia, however, didn't mind and began his story. During my first-year winter break, my parents went to buy a birthday gift for me. On the way, they encountered a driver, a professional, returning to the city. That driver, affected by a monster, was not paying attention and caused an accident with my parents. The hospital was far away, and there was no time for treatment. Just then, a newly awakened paladin passed by and used healing magic to save my parents. After I became a master, I checked up on that paladin. His name is Lu Shouqing. He signed a contract with an adventure group and only got the chance to awaken as a paladin after working for 5 years. At this point, Song was stunned, staring at Ji Xia as if transported back in time. That day, his father, Lu Shouqing, came home unusually early and was particularly happy, telling him that he had awakened as a paladin and had saved 2 people injured in a car accident. From that day, their family's living conditions gradually improved. Unfortunately, His father fell into a coma recently while saving a teammate. His father always followed the paladin's path. If good deeds are rewarded, why did his father end up like this? Throughout the journey, Song was in a daze until he walked through the familiar hospital doors and saw the familiar attending doctor, realizing fully that his father could be saved. In the ward, only Ji Xia and Song were present, with a winged guard at the door, while Li Ping dealt with the hospital staff. Although Ji Xia was capable of handling such matters, he preferred his usual work. He approached the bedside, having already assessed Lu Shouqing's condition through his senses. Lu Shouqing was in a coma due to soul burn, and most current healing spells only addressed regular vitality, not the soul. Higher-level source healing could treat the soul, but 7th-tier spells did not cover this, making soul injuries a challenge in this era. Ji Xia thought about how the man who saved his parents was now his apprentice's father, seeing a significant connection in their fates. He decided to use his source power. Golden light flowed from Ji Xia's fingertips into the man's brow on the bed, and instantly, his body began to glow with a golden hue. Song's heart was pounding, almost leaping into his throat with tension. Time seemed frozen until, at a certain moment, he saw his father's eyelids twitch slightly and walked dazedly to the bedside. Ji Xia had already stepped outside. Li Ping had left behind a reasonably agreeable person in charge, and everyone else had been dismissed. Ji Xia got straight to the point without small talk. I've made some progress during my recent seclusion. While it can't be applied to high-level professionals, it should work for those below the 4th tier. So I'm planning to give it a try at Ba City Hospital. Li Ping should have given you the proposal. What do you think? This was the response from the person in charge. The achievements of a grandmaster, even if casually revealed, can change the fate of many, potentially elevating their small hospitals. Ji Xia's demonstrated achievement is the flesh embryo. High-level embryos can only be preserved for 3 days, while lower-level ones are different. They can be directly charged with starlight crystals and, once set up, require no further attention. Now a grandmaster, Ji Xia's focus has expanded beyond his small courtyard to benefiting society, marking this as his first step. The group arrived at the vacant warehouse prepared by the person in charge, showing signs of being temporarily cleared out. Though it brought some inconvenience, Ji Xia believed that once the plan was implemented, the benefits would far outweigh the costs. He unleashed life energy, quickly covering the entire 6,000 cubic meter warehouse. The energy then materialized into vivid red flesh, a striking visual that even made the hospital's director step back. Ji Xia then infused hundreds of starlight crystals into the flesh. With the energy saturated, the scarlet wall of flesh transformed into a translucent rosard. Finally, Ji Xia completed the setup, shaping the flesh in the warehouse into 9 pathways, each leading to a low-level flesh embryo. After the transformation, Ji Xia told the director, "This special structure can last for 1 or 2 years. When the time comes, you just need to replace the crystals." The flesh embryos sustained by starlight crystals can heal most injuries up to the 5th turn, especially for patients with physical deficiencies. You can start using them gradually, and then send a report on the results to Xingchen Island. Now you can let willing patients try it out. With me here, it's even more secure. The director quickly responded, "I'll arrange it immediately. Please wait a few minutes." The emergency and hand surgery departments suddenly received a notification. If there were patients with amputations or other physical deficiencies, they could be asked if they were willing to try the new equipment. Reading this, the doctors were puzzled, thinking that only particularly impoverished patients would agree to be guinea pigs. However, the following notification left them shocked, wondering if they should injure themselves just to experience it. It mentioned that Grandmaster Ji Xia would visit the hospital to collaborate on a new plan. An orthopedic deputy director regretfully looked at his hand, thinking that if he broke it now, he likely wouldn't be selected and would have to wait to hear other patients' experiences. The development of events was similar to what the director and doctors expected. Hearing it was Grandmaster Ji Xia's plan, and that the Grandmaster would personally oversee it, the hospital's patients began signing up in droves. Yes, everyone. Even patients from other departments were eager to try, though they were stopped. Thus, the first batch of 9 patients with varying degrees of injury was brought in. Among them, one who had lost both legs and another with nothing below the waist were particularly happy to see Ji Xia. The patient who was cut in half laughed so hard he spat out blood. Ji Xia almost instinctively used healing magic, unable to stand the sight of an injured person before him, but restrained himself to observe the effect of the flesh embryos. A few seconds later, Ji Xia heard an exclamation, "My legs have grown back." This came from the patient who was missing everything below the waist. After a while, only one of the 9 patients was carried out, while the other 8 walked out looking rejuvenated. Ji Xia carefully checked them, confirming they were indeed cured, and nodded in satisfaction. Before Ji Xia could speak, the patient who had been carried out excitedly exclaimed, "Grandmaster, I'm healed too, but I'm not wearing pants." A wave of good-natured laughter rippled through the crowd. Ji Xia thought for a moment. He had previously assumed this patient was severely injured and not fully recovered. Now it seemed that the patient, who had lost everything below the waist, had regrown his lower half. Embarrassed by the lack of pants, he had continued to lie down under a blanket. Shaking his head with a smile, Ji Xia said, "That's great." Li Ping discussed the follow-up matters with the manager, Zhou Shuliang, and then accompanied Song to complete the discharge procedures and take him home. In a few days, he would head to Xingchen Island to report. Meanwhile, Ji Xia went to the martial arts headquarters. With the new term approaching, it had been 4 years since the last global tournament. This year, De Xia's strength had increased, and Ji Xia thought to himself that they might shine in the tournament. He wasn't particularly interested himself. He just wanted to see how De Xia's talents would perform. However, some preferred to hide their skills, and Ji Xia decided to inspire these talents to reach their potential. When Ji Xia made an unexpected visit to the headquarters, the leaders were both surprised and delighted, expressing, "Why the surprise visit? You didn't even give us a chance to prepare a proper welcome." Helplessly, Ji Xia clearly came low profile, with only a few people greeting him at the entrance. To their dismay, Ji Xia sensed through his emotional perception that these people wanted to keep things low-key. Yet, how could the presence of several masters and grandmasters be considered low-key? Unsurprisingly, Ji Xia felt the curious gazes around him as he calmly greeted them. "I heard you were preparing for the martial arts selection tournament, so I came to take a look." The leading grandmaster was someone who had fought alongside Ji Xia. It was through him that Ji Xia learned about the martial arts event, and Ji Xia liked to call him everywhere. He was Hu Shuo of the Scholars Association. Upon hearing Ji Xia's words, Hu Shuo realized, "You must have seen the message I sent earlier. How do you plan to get involved?" The group returned to the conference room, and as Ji Xia took out some items, he said, "These are starlight crystals. For those at your 7th tier level, using 2 or 3 can revive you from near death to full vitality. This is the life extension lamp. By adding your own blood or life force, it can be lit to extend life by 3 days after a fatal injury, during which you can seek me out for help. This is the life-taking sword, which can be embedded in weapons through enchantment or crafting to increase lethality and counter clones. Killing one means killing them all. This is a star core, which helps consolidate energy cores and enhance bloodlines to reach a dominant level." With each item Ji Xia mentioned, those who had experienced his abilities breathed more heavily. Finally, Ji Xia said, "Except for the life-taking sword and life extension lamp, which are relatively rare, I can provide some of the others. I plan to offer them as additional prizes for the selection tournament." Hu Shuo drew a sharp breath, staring at Ji Xia. "You quietly undertake big projects, don't you? These items are tempting for us, and you're offering them to bring out the top martial arts talents into Xia." Ji Xia smiled gently, understanding that there were still undiscovered talents. With the path to the 7th tier now clear in Xia, she could soon challenge 8th and 9th tier opponents, paving the way for exploring epic-level paths. She pondered whether to take this opportunity to subdue other forces on Blue Star, thereby consolidating global resources to reach epic levels. She had heard that there was no epic-level extraordinary knowledge in the current instances, and it would need to be developed independently. After Ji Xia finished speaking, Hu Shuo, although initially reluctant, nodded with a wry smile. "All right, I'll discuss it with the elders." The future development of Xia was not to be taken lightly. Although Ji Xia initially seemed like someone who enjoyed excitement, upon reflection, Hu Shuo realized her insights were spot on. Hu Shuo left for a while and returned with a changed demeanor, no longer the easygoing person he was before, but rather sharp and determined. He surveyed the room and said, "I've discussed it with the elders. Everyone, prepare for the martial arts joint selection tournament. Let's upgrade the prize specifications by 2 levels and include the prizes provided by Ji Xia. I'll personally contribute some prizes as well." The group was both nervous and excited. De Xia was about to make significant moves. At this point, Ji Xia interjected again. "Everyone, I've recently taken on a new apprentice. However, learning is best achieved through communication, so I plan to observe further. Most martial arts students are either highly talented or exceptionally perceptive. I hope this tournament will bring out some promising candidates." With that, Ji Xia gracefully left, leaving those in the meeting room deeply impressed. As the only grandmaster of De Xia, Ji Xia's contributions to acquiring extraordinary knowledge at the 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers were significant. In recent missions, her team suffered minimal losses, and she was undoubtedly the core figure. In the new textbooks and character introductions, Ji Xia is hailed as a contributor to high-level extraordinary knowledge. Along with her reputation from the Blue Heart Glacier, Ji Xia has unknowingly become one of the most esteemed figures in De Xia, revered by both the new and older generations. With her current status, her high-profile announcement of seeking apprentices ensured that the upcoming tournament would be spectacular. The next day, the official website for the Martial Arts Joint Selection Tournament went live, instantly causing a sensation across De Xia. Wherever people saw the website, they would pause in astonishment before parents began to focus on their children, contemplating silently. How could anyone remain calm with the news that Grandmaster Ji Xia was seeking apprentices? Even the most steadfast martial arts students struggled to contain their excitement. Calls flooded into Chengkai, the principal of Ba City Martial Arts School, inquiring about what happened during Grandmaster Ji Xia's last visit. Upon learning of Ji Xia's selection method, some non-healing students gave up the idea and considered other aspects. I may not become the Grandmaster's apprentice, but are the prizes offered by the Grandmaster and other masters worth striving for? And if I perform well, might other masters notice me? The entire Dixia was buzzing with excitement as the prelude to the Dixia martial arts joint selection began. However, Ji Xia remained unusually calm. His apprentice, Song, was busy with family matters and would only be able to focus on his studies after the competition. Ji Xia also had his own plans. The 6 to 3 day cycle had arrived, and he had informed Gue Hai in advance of his intention to visit. Yet, Gue Hai did not invite Ji Xia over. Instead, Ji Xia took the initiative to visit Xingqian Island. Once seated, Ji Xia wasted no time on small talk and directly asked Wu Yunsheng to bring out the soul gem from before, which filled Wu Yunsheng with gratitude. Ji Xia examined the gem closely, noticing that while the inside still contained a lot of black, the golden halo had expanded, and the soul body was barely intact and could be extracted. Satisfied, he nodded and stood up, saying, "Let's go to Blue Heart Glacier and seal Senior Hongling afterward. I can't guarantee her safety until I reach the epic level and comprehend the laws. Only then can I truly save her." Wu Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you." As Ji Xia headed towards the teleportation array, he replied, "No need to thank me. Senior Hongling is a hero of Dixia, and if there's a way to save her, we must. Let's go." As a frequent visitor to Blue Heart Glacier, Ji Xia's esteemed status allowed him unimpeded access. Through the dimensional portal, the two arrived in the icy landscape. Suddenly, the soul gem shattered, and the golden soul was enveloped in a fleshy embryo. However, this embryo did not evolve into a human form. It was merely a soul vessel. Ji Xia was familiar with the sealing array at this location, having seen it many times. He raised an ice pillar to seal the embryo, and then turned to Wu Yunsheng, saying, "For now, we can only seal it. Go and register the information with the person in charge. Once I reach the epic level, I'll come back to unseal it." Wu Yunsheng wanted to express his gratitude but ultimately just exhaled a long breath of relief. "All right, I'll trouble you again then." Ji Xia left, heading to another location to revive 5 people, giving Wu Yunxing time to say his goodbyes. From an outsider's perspective, the shadow of the epic level had yet to appear, and it was uncertain when it would be achieved. Ji Xia pondered some matters. The special series was indeed magical, but it had significant limitations. The number of life lamps was related to the level of the life lamp skill. The usage of the 7-star life lamp was tied to Ji Xia's level, allowing 5 times a day at the 5th tier and the same at the 7th tier. This skill was closely linked to fate, and exceeding the usage limit would affect oneself. Due to the side effects, Ji Xia knew he must enhance his strength in terms of fate to continue increasing the usage count. However, how exactly should this enhancement be achieved? Dixia had Lin Xian and Lin Yao, who had some understanding of time, but only Ji Xia grasped the concept of fate. "Alas, students and apprentices must improve themselves, as I can only tweak things here and there. Innovation depends on you." Ji Xia mused idly before returning to Xingqian Island and entering the dimension. With some free time, he intended to complete all the necessary tasks. He cast a breeze spell on himself, allowing him to fly low for a short time. Ji Xia's target was a pure white temple built at the core location, the most prominent and tallest structure in the dimension, simple and white from the outside. As Ji Xia entered the inner sanctum of the temple, he was greeted by a bewitching recreation of the blue star's night sky. The walls shimmered with starlight, and a star core hovered at the center of the ceiling, serving as the temple's light source. Ji Xia released his wind element, allowing his body to float effortlessly, aided by the enchantment of gravitational pull, enabling him to walk freely in the air. Upon reaching the apex, he infused his understanding of the star's spirit mage into it. As his insights were absorbed, some of the stars in the surrounding sky began to shine. This temple was no ordinary place. It was constructed by Lucy, following the design of the God of Light's temple from her inherited memories, using many precious resources. If Ji Xia were not a grandmaster, it would have been difficult for him to gain access to such a valuable place. The starry sky here symbolized the distance between Ji Xia and godhood. If he could illuminate all the stars, he would reach the level of the God of Light and acquire great divine power, while lighting the entire dome signified becoming a true god. Currently, Ji Xia could only light up 1/10 of the dome. The winged people meticulously built the temple because their race is incredibly unique. After believing in Ji Xia, they gradually birthed winged individuals who aligned with him, inheriting his profession. These professions would further develop innate spells, granting future winged individuals inherent abilities. This distinctiveness allowed the winged people to stand out in otherworldly realms, gaining the favor of many deities. Ji Xiao infused the temple with insights from his over 200 levels of life lamps. Previously at level 200, he had now reached level 206. In terms of special talents, he no longer dared to be modest, as this improvement was entirely due to self-cultivation rather than merely adding points. If the special talents were layered, destiny would be first, mind second, and life third. As for this spare blood pack skill, although classified as a special talent, Jixia felt it resembled basic amplification after using it for a while, falling under enhancement. With each advancement, he comprehended secret methods from the cosmic sound to fortify himself. Now, Jixia's body strength far surpassed his peers, with abundant mana, and all aspects of his physical attributes affected the source essence, which in turn influenced his body. Currently, Jixia's source essence approached 2,000. He calculated that even excluding all professionals in a small city, the combined source essence of 1,000,000 ordinary people might not compare to his. Recently, Jixiao realized that source essence is the key to elevating life's essence. High-level professionals and creatures possess extremely rich source essence, which itself has layers. His source essence is pale gold, while others appear as a seemingly colorful but actually colorless source essence. As he encountered more high-level extraordinary powers, Jixia increasingly found many phenomena counterintuitive. Source essence itself emits light, appearing multicolored, yet upon closer inspection, it is colorless and transparent. Jixia's pale gold source essence is even more unique, impacting his body. In his inner vision, his blood turned pale gold, speckled with starlight, appearing particularly beautiful. Jixia began to wonder if continued advancement would lead to reproductive isolation from ordinary humans. Now that the method of shaping bloodlines is becoming widespread, in the future, everyone might possess a bloodline. When individuals with different bloodlines combine, will their offspring inherit a fused bloodline, or only the stronger bloodline? Jixia marveled at how his growing power intensified his curiosity about the world. In the past, he didn't possess such a strong desire to explore, but now he yearned to understand every unknown aspect, perhaps a trait inherent to being a mage. As he infused his insights, Jixia gazed at the starry sky, where starlight revealed a transparent statue. This statue was neither tangible nor illusory, but served as a foundation, radiating the light of the rule's power, allowing it to manifest. Jixia then began calculating the progress of various events. Sponsorship for the league had been dispatched, and over the next month, cities would hold their own competitions, with the finals scheduled for October. The top three would proceed to the martial arts headquarters for the ultimate showdown. Senior Hong Ling had been sealed in the Blue Heart Glacier, and his apprentice was set to arrive at Star Island the next day. Meanwhile, Ji Xiao's parents were engaged in systematic learning. The approaching Night of the Witches heightened Ji Xiao's vigilance. Only 8 eighth-tier witches remained in the inner circle, and once cleared, the true Night of the Witches would begin, potentially unleashing a creature with city-destroying power. The exploration of the floating city seemed feasible, as the Night of the Witches was considered the least dangerous dungeon, given the clear power distribution of the witches and their confinement within their respective barriers, eliminating the threat of facing multiple witches simultaneously. However, other dungeons were vastly different. The fallen floating city's land was teeming with magical guards that would swarm any intruders, and the monsters that had escaped the mage tower were exceedingly vicious. The most perilous were the wizards' retreats, where wizards emitted radiation capable of animating inanimate objects, mutating life forms, and some wizards with special bloodlines possessed survival abilities far beyond ordinary, making them difficult to investigate. The Age of Saints dungeon was the battleground of gods, demigods, and legendary figures, where special divine spells contained rule power that could easily kill the careless with residual divine energy. Additionally, the bodies of deities within might give rise to divine abominations, which were not to be underestimated. Lastly, the Flame Demon King dungeon was worth attempting, especially given Ji Xia's intention to make the Flame Demon King his pet. With this plan in mind, Ji Xia took immediate action. On a previous visit to the martial arts headquarters, he had inadvertently obtained the contact information of the Grand Elder, discovering that his contact list already included many high-ranking officials. He dialed the number, and the call was promptly answered with, "Ji Xia, what can I do for you?" Ji Xia responded, "Grand Elder, I wanted to ask if it's currently possible to tackle the Flame Demon King's dimensional dungeon." After a brief silence, the Grand Elder replied, "It's possible, but you must be prepared. The Flame Demon and its minions can wield the Flame Demon King's fire, which can instantly incinerate the body." He then jokingly added, "Just call me by name. Calling me grandfather makes me sound old, and calling me uncle gives some people undeserved seniority, ha." Having grown accustomed to such exchanges with his seniors, Ji Xia effortlessly replied, "All right, Yan Xian Senior, I'll go gather my team." Yan Xian replied, "Go ahead, there's a complete process for this, and only those qualified will register, so don't worry." After ending the call, Ji Xia swiftly issued a recruitment notice for the Flame Demon King raid team. Only those with a 7th tier strength and at least master-level skills could apply. Ji Xia didn't need to handle the vetting process himself, as the Daxia think tank would oversee it, and the knowledgeable Hu Shuo would assist in optimizing the lineup. Besides, one of the core team members, a healer, was already in place, and gathering the others was just a matter of time. The strategy for tackling the dimensional dungeons of Daxia follows a specific process. Even though the number of registrants reached its limit on the first day, the dungeon hasn't started yet. Most of the participants are from the water, ice, fire, and earth professions, with only a few from the wood profession. Reaching full capacity doesn't mean an immediate start. Each participant needs to rest to ensure they're in peak condition when joining the team, typically waiting at least 2 days before the official battle begins. During this time, Ji Xia uses the opportunity to train his apprentice. A winged person went to pick up Song, and soon they arrived. 16-year-old Song followed behind the winged person, looking around curiously, appearing quite lively with a blush on his face, an expression usually describing children. But considering Song's nearly 6-foot frame, it seemed a bit out of place. Ji Xia's first impression was that Song was like a balloon that had been repressed for a long time, suddenly relaxing and becoming curious about the world around him. Ji Xia was lounging under a vine-covered chair, enjoying the sunshine. When his apprentice arrived, he casually asked, "How have you been these past few days?" Song thought for a moment and replied, "Happy. My dad has fully recovered, and the cause of the accident has been identified." "Thank you, master." Ji Xia nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. But with only 2 or 3 days, I heard your family moved. Was it tight on time?" Song, who had been observing the floor, sneaked a glance at Ji Xia when he heard the question. "Master, we moved near your house." Ji Xia nodded. "I know, the family called me. Now that my father is starting practical training, he needs an experienced leader. Your father is a good fit. Joining a team led by a grandmaster's father ensures both safety and benefits." Back when Lu Shouqing saved Ji Xia's parents, the Ji family was still ordinary and couldn't repay the kindness. Now, the son of their lifesaver has become their child's apprentice. Despite the somewhat confusing hierarchy, both sides are pleased. Ji Xia's parents are not rigid thinkers. They understand their child's status, and having Lu Shouqing's son as an apprentice is a major step up. Lu Shouqing never expected that the 2 ordinary people he saved would have such a remarkable fate, elevating Ji Chunshan and his wife to the top. However, Lu Shouqing has nearly a decade of experience as a regular professional. Ordinary people only know the gap between them and professionals, but the gap between regular and elite professionals is even greater. Now, working alongside Ji Chunshan, the teammates are of similar types, with a clear understanding of their limits, avoiding overly dangerous places, and carrying plenty of life-saving items. They pursue their own lives without burdening their children. A few days ago, Lu Shouqing woke up to learn that his son had been taken as an apprentice by a grandmaster, and that he had once saved the grandmaster's parents. He was overwhelmed with disbelief. Such a magical reality only dares to unfold in life, as creative works require logic. Now, with his child's future secured, he plans to retire temporarily, ready to return when the era of paladins and priests arrives. Given Daxia's current development, the emergence of deities is only a matter of time. Qingsong's master is the very figure who might become a god. This is not just his personal belief, but a consensus among many in Daxia. In the past, rumors said that the Lin Xian brothers were the most likely to become the legendary deities, but now, Ji Xia has become another candidate. Ji Xia harbors his own ambitions, but right now he must focus on teaching diligently. This is also an opportunity for self-improvement. Unlike students, teaching a disciple is more than just imparting knowledge, especially since Song has a natural talent and high comprehension. Therefore, Ji Xia begins to explain different skill enhancement paths to him and how to improve, leaving the rest for the disciple to understand on his own. The mystery of the special class lies in each person's unique understanding and insight, which ultimately leads them to their own secret techniques. If Song can comprehend independently, he will acquire abilities that best suit him, free from Ji Xia's limitations. Regarding Song's comprehension, Ji Xia explains the concept of the life lamp. To him, life is not just about living, but also destiny, involving various secret techniques like life exchange, life extension, and life substitution. Once these techniques are mastered, they can be combined to gain one of his primary abilities, the 7 Stars Life Extension Lamp. After listening, Song ponders the meaning of the life lamp and soon has an epiphany. "I understand, master." What did he comprehend? Ji Xia notices a mysterious aura emanating from his disciple as the cosmic sound descends, and Song's life lamp skill reaches mastery level. More than half an hour later, Song awakens, eager to report and show off to his master. He excitedly shares his achievement. "Master, I've comprehended a secret technique that I named Lucky Dodge. When faced with an attack, especially a surprise one, a coincidental event occurs, allowing me to successfully dodge the attack." Ji Xia, surprised, remarks, "I haven't even taught you the telepathy skill yet. This is purely a fate-type secret technique, and it's quite effective. It seems you are very well suited for this profession. I'm about to go on a mission in a different dimension. During this time, you can return to school, discuss and learn with Ji Feng, or directly read my insights. If you have any questions, just send them to me, and I'll answer them. Song nods obediently and then asks, Master, when can I participate in battles? Jixia immediately takes out a ring. You can apply right now. Your healing and purification skills have already reached mastery level, and ordinary monsters won't be a problem. This is a gift for becoming my disciple. It contains many star crystals that you can use directly for healing, capable of treating injuries up to the 7th or 8th level. Song accepts the ring gratefully and says, Thank you, Master. I'm planning to return to school and study with Uncle Ji Feng. Ji Xia holds back a smile and doesn't correct the title, as it makes sense from a relational perspective. He hopes Ji Feng will enjoy this surprise. Song is once again escorted by a winged man. As Ji Xia's disciple, Song holds a significant position among the cloud-winged people. Today, Ji Xia observed his disciple closely and found that Song has an excellent temperament. Despite his excitement and happiness, he remains grounded and earnest, a truly promising talent. Ji Xia is full of expectations for him. Song's recent achievement shows that he understands how to achieve a premonition ability through the fate system without relying on the mental system. His decision to take on a disciple was indeed correct, as it facilitates his own growth. This approach, discovered in his past life while tutoring his roommate, allows him to review and consolidate knowledge, identify gaps, and even gain inspiration from his roommate's questions. Although knowledge may not be fully applicable across two worlds, experience remains universally valuable. Time flew by, and the day of the raid finally arrived. Ji Xia teleported early to the Western District, where the Flame Demon King's dimensional dungeon was located. Upon arrival, she greeted everyone. Senior Hu Shua, Senior Song Yun, Brother Zhang, Brother Wu, you all got here early. Looks like I'm the last one again. Hu Shua, looking energetic, replied with a smile. Who doesn't know you? You probably went to Blue Heart Glacier first today, right? Ji Xia nodded, knowing well that she couldn't waste the limited uses of the 7-star life extension lamp each day. She recalled that Lin Xian was off exploring somewhere and had specially ordered a batch of substitute dolls for him, which she had made time to prepare. Hu Shua shook his head. They have a lot on their plate. I can't be sure which task they're on. Oh, Song Yun, you know for sure, but you two haven't worked together before. Come on, introduce yourself. Song Yun extended her hand, and after shaking hands with Ji Xia, she said, No need to mention names. We all pretty much know each other. I'm a special water-type support, adept at creating water-type fields to counter fire types. The Flame Demon King's dimension is full of fire element creatures, which are countered by water and ice types. However, the dimension itself has rules that suppress the power of water-type skills. Only by creating a water-type field can we avoid this weakening. Ji Xian nodded in agreement. You all have thought this through. My purification can handle most negative effects, but not these dimensional rules. Song Yun chuckled. The dimensional restrictions are so tight. Only 5 of us can enter. Even if it were a 10-person team, we could prepare more thoroughly. Hu Shua shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Research shows the Flame Demon King's dimension is an independent plane, and the king himself has some control over it, limiting outsiders' entry. Let's get ready and head in. Wu Yunxing first cast cold-emitting water shields on everyone, while Song Yun activated her water domain, which wasn't a true domain, but a special skill. Ji Xia performed a series of enhancements, and Zhang Tianxing used fire elemental summons to mask their presence. Finally, the 5 of them stepped through the crimson portal together. Outside, a row of black-armored warriors stood guard. Inside, Zhang Tianxing summoned a large number of fire elemental creatures to deal with the fire-type elementals. Besides water types, they also had to rely on their own elements, which could ignore environmental suppression. As Ji Xia stepped into the dimension, she was immediately struck by the overwhelming red. The sky was red, and so was the ground. The earth was scorching hot, but thankfully the water shield protected her. The path was narrow, with molten lava flowing on either side. Song Yun's water domain expanded, causing the surrounding lava to rapidly solidify into black rock. Ji Xia sensed the outside temperature and was speechless. Over 700 degrees ridiculous. Even a 7th-tier professional can only withstand up to 100 degrees. Brother Wu, is there much environmental suppression here? She asked. Wu Yunxing finished his sensing and shook his head. Not much. The water I've mastered compressed heavy water, scalding boiling water, and icy mysterious water won't be affected. Without these skills, I wouldn't have dared to apply for this mission. Just then, a fire spirit emerged from the flowing lava, and Wu Yunxing effortlessly destroyed it with a burst water sword. Zhang Tianxing's fire elemental summons returned with intelligence on the surroundings. The raid began. The Grand Siam Martial Arts Joint Selection Tournament was in full swing. Inside the dimension of the Flame Demon King, a 5-person team strategy was being executed meticulously. Over a lake of lava, Song Yun swiftly spread his domain and began to bring down rain to cool the area. Seeing this, Wu Yunsheng immediately cast a rain spell, pouring down torrents of water that formed a water dragon, quickly extinguishing the fire elementals on the surface of the lava lake. At that moment, the lake's surface suddenly erupted with a violent explosion. Amidst the thunderous roar, a giant engulfed in flames slowly rose. Standing 5 meters tall, the rain evaporated before it could reach it, shrouding the giant in a massive cloud of steam, but this did not hinder the team's vision. For mages beyond the 5th tier, the assistance of mental power made their hearing and sight sharper. Hu Shua's eyes glimmered with white light, and through a mental link, the other 4 members saw the flame giant's marked weak points, indicated by a cross. The scholar's weakness insight skill gave them a clearer understanding of their enemy. Zhang Tianxing commanded a fire spirit to shield the group from incoming fireballs, and then Wu Yunxing launched several water blades, accurately hitting each marked spot. With a loud crash, the flames on the giant's body extinguished instantly, and as the rain continued to pour, its body gradually solidified, eventually exploding under the internal high-temperature pressure, scattering stones everywhere. A small fireball flew out from the pile of rubble, dissipating in front of Zhang Tianxing and dropping a fist-sized crimson crystal. Zhang Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. This was a 6th-tier fire element crystal. Absorbing this would allow a fire class practitioner to advance from the early 4th tier to the peak of the 4th tier. Hu Shua reached out to collect the crystal, noting that, theoretically, there were other crystals that could rapidly enhance one's energy level, bypassing the trouble of leveling up. With enough insight, reaching the 5th or 6th tier within days wasn't impossible. Ji Xia sighed. I'm a bit unfortunate. I've never seen destiny, psychic, or life element crystals. Light element ones are also rare. If there were enough, my apprentice could probably reach the 5th tier within a month. The others glanced over, and Wu Yunxing asked, "Is your apprentice that talented?" Ji Xia smiled. His comprehension is exceptional. He's already advanced his life lamp to mastery and has developed his own secret technique. Currently, our Grand Xia lacks specialists in the unique healing category, so I'm planning to take on a few apprentices to fill this gap. Hu Shua smiled appreciatively. Indeed, having apprentices makes a difference. If I didn't know your age, I'd think you were from our generation. We used to see you as a kid, but now you're thinking about Grand Xia's future development. Truly, you surpass your predecessors. Song Yin nodded in agreement. That's right, I only started considering nurturing the next generation in the past couple of years, yet you're already on it. Your Destiny Star Mage system is exceptionally powerful and can be incredibly useful in various situations, deserving of proper cultivation. Ji Xia was pleased as he explained, I do have a personal motive, but there's only so much I can do alone. Training successors, not just enough, but at least one Destiny Star Mage in every city, is crucial to handle crisis situations. They chatted as they had completed the clearing work in this area and were taking a break before moving on. Zhang Tianxing pulled a map from his pocket and pointed to the marked route, saying, the route we've chosen will let us encounter all types of monsters at once, including flame sprites, fire spirits, flame giants, fire feather sprites, flame turtles, and fire dragonmen. The last 3 are the trickiest, but fortunately, there aren't many high-level ones. His words carried a hint of tension, as they were about to enter a 7th-tier area where some 8th-tier monsters resided, so everyone had to be cautious. Ji Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking up. To be on the safe side, let's wait a bit. He began working, crafting a flesh embryo for each person and manipulating the surrounding rocks to form a cave, hiding the embryos inside. After finishing, Ji Xiao explained, these embryos are made from our essence and can only last for 3 days. During this time, if our bodies are destroyed, we will automatically regenerate through the essence connection. Song Yun chuckled and teased, I knew your profession would come in handy. The challenge in this dimension is the Flame Demon King's fire, which can directly burn the body without giving a chance for healing. Now, we can just switch bodies. With this assurance, Song Yun and the others grew bolder, no longer as cautious. After all, in this dimension, losing a member didn't just mean one person's death. It often led to the entire team's downfall. Being careful was not just for oneself, but also for teammates. The group headed towards a ring-shaped mountain, a terrain that suggested complexity. Upon arrival, they collectively held their breath and communicated telepathically. Suddenly, they sensed the presence of a fire dragonman's egg, which had a life force and seemed contractible. Wow, the resources in this dimension are truly abundant. Song Yin exclaimed. I remember someone awakened a special profession as a dragon summoner, and another as a dragon vein warlock. They used to struggle without powerful dragon blood creatures, only able to level up. Now, they can arm themselves directly. This dragon man is 7th tier, immune to most low-level fire attacks, with high physical defense, making it hard to handle. Its only weak point is the throat, Zhang Tianxing mused, then suddenly had an idea. Ji Xia, can your psychic skills destroy its mind? Then I can enslave it directly. This guy would be the best tank in the dimension. Ji Xia thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I can do that. Zhang Tianxing calmly dispatched several fire spirits, equipped with special gear, around the ring-shaped mountain to form a barrier that could block sound. Then he signaled Ji Xia to proceed. Ji Xia closed his eyes and expanded his psychic perception. In his mental network, the fiery world reappeared in his mind, with a wandering soul nearby and terrifying flames further away, obscured and indistinct. That was the Flame Demon King. Fortunately, Ji Xia's current target was the Dragon Man. Surprisingly, its mind and soul were not strong. He decisively extended his psychic power, enveloping the Dragon Man completely and silently infiltrating its mind. It was easier than expected. The Dragon Man closed and reopened its eyes, its once raging red eyes now clear. It stood up from its crouched position, swung its tail, clenched its fists, and even let out a sound, showcasing the terrifying power of its punch. After adapting to the situation, Jixia opened his eyes and said to the anxious group in front of him, "It's weaker than I imagined, so I managed to control it directly. Brother Zhang, you can enslave it now, and collect those eggs first." Zhang Tianxing quickly ran over and replied, "Leave it to me. I'll take the eggs too. I have a special piece of equipment that can store living creatures." Hu Shuo began to reorganize the plan. The weakness of the dragon people seems to be their fragile souls, and we've managed to enslave the strongest enemy. This means we might even take on 8th level monsters. His words caught everyone's attention. After Zhang Tianxing enslaved the dragon man, the golden red flames on its body completely disappeared, turning crimson, indicating that the power of the Flame Demon King was waning. But this was expected, as the dragon man's master was now Zhang Tianxing. Zhang Tianxing came over, shaking his head with a smile. "You guys really? I've checked, and the dragon man still retains its most important defensive abilities for us, which is what matters. Plus, it's long been under the Flame Demon King's favor, so it won't be harmed by special flames. It's the perfect tank." Hu Shuo led the way in another direction, saying, "Greed is human nature. Let's go. There's an 8th level flame giant over here. The usual tactic, seal off the magma to force it out, otherwise it's invincible inside." Song Yun began to release his domain from the lakeside. Inch by inch, black rocks took over the magma's territory. Before it was halfway done, a massive magma projectile shot out, attacking the group of 5. However, midway, numerous water snakes wrapped around the magma projectile, solidifying it and causing it to fall onto the rocks. Then, it began to rain in the fiery world, and the lake's surface was completely sealed off. This water domain was peculiar, with water flowing through rocks to continue infiltrating, forcing the flame giant to emerge from the stone. With a thunderous roar, the nearly 8-meter-tall flame giant jumped out. Its temperature was terrifying, causing the surrounding space to appear distorted. The crimson giant was entwined with some golden red flames, though not many. They exuded an intense sense of danger. This massive brute used the most primitive attack method, jumping up and throwing a punch, with golden red flames wrapped around its fist. Wu Yunqing's expression was serious, hands together, palms outward, and amidst intense energy fluctuations, a meter-wide water column shot towards the giant, slowing its advance. Yet, this seemed to be just a facade. Wu Yunqing quickly described, "The golden red flame is problematic. I'm relying on impact to block it, as this flame can even burn through Xian Shui." Zhang Tianxing remained calm, responding, "Leave it to me." He mastered a secret technique that allows flames to continuously devour and grow stronger. So far, it had absorbed various special flames, capable of dealing with the Flame Demon King's fire. If even this couldn't handle it, they wouldn't have attempted this strategy. Ji Xiao watched the battlefield, ready to intervene if something unexpected happened. His other professional skills, especially fire-based ones, had been carefully selected for specific attributes like explosive, adhesive, smoldering, and holy, which together could withstand the Flame Demon King's fire without issue. Even the water-based skills, like the special water flow Wu Yunqing comprehended, were within his grasp through attribute selection. Therefore, Ji Xiao understood that one of the purposes of these attributes was to elevate the essence of elements from ordinary to special. But this was limited to regular skills, while special skills were different. What would the attributes of origin-level special skills be? Although Ji Xia lacked any special talent in his professional skills, he understood that mastering these abilities required waiting for the masters to become grandmasters, at which point they could crystallize their professional inheritance, giving him a chance to learn. As Zhang Tianxing gathered his strength, a pale blue flame formed in his hand. A fire spirit made contact with the flame, instantly turning blue, and charged toward the flame giant. The golden red flame seemed to be provoked, detaching from the flame giant and engaging fiercely with the blue flame. Without the golden red flame, the flame giant was soon subdued by Wu Yunqing's water-based secret technique, especially the lifelike water dragon, which seemed like special effects, completely destroying the flame giant. Wu Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and marveled at the overwhelming pressure of the flame giant, grateful that they had managed to overcome it. "I shape spells not for aesthetics, but to enhance their power, he continued. For instance, the water dragon form not only increases the spell's power, but also adds a touch of intimidation, especially effective against creatures with scales, affecting their souls. The phoenix form is particularly effective against birds. He had yet to explore the effects of other mythical creature forms like the qilin, black tortoise, and white tiger. Hearing about the potential to enhance power, everyone engaged in a lively discussion, suggesting that the forms of dragons and phoenixes might be related to skill types rather than attributes. Someone mentioned that the black tortoise is primarily defensive, and this topic was handed over to martial arts experts or research institutes for further exploration, as they were more specialized. Ji Xia had already submitted related research, but there had been no results yet. It seems this matter is quite complex, someone remarked. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, we still follow various magical systems, suggesting that our own system exists but remains too mysterious and requires further exploration. Ji Xia's skills, such as the 7-star life-sustaining lamp and the 7-kill life-taking lamp, sounded very fitting with De Xia. Is the special system a match for De Xia? Everyone agreed that this topic was worth further investigation, leaving it to the scholars to ponder. After a brief discussion, the group grew more serious as Ji Xia rearranged the flesh embryo and moved forward. In the distance, several large birds flew into view, the fire feather spirits. Their trailing flames resembled long tails, creating a stunning sight. However, Hu Shua used his insight skill to mark the fire feather spirits' weak points, advising everyone on how to best defeat them. The key was to break the core. Without breaking the core, these elemental creatures could endlessly repair themselves, flying even if their wings were shattered. While these beautiful creatures were mesmerizing, the priority was to defeat them first. Once they were stronger, they could consider capturing a few to keep. Ji Xia also thought this way, realizing that the thinking of intelligent apes was remarkably similar. As the group of 5 drew nearer to the territory of the fire feather spirits, their mood grew increasingly heavy. The monsters here were imbued with the flames of the infernal demon, especially those flying high above, almost entirely engulfed in fire, making the situation even more challenging. Wu Yunxing sighed, realizing he might have to use his explosive secret technique so soon after arriving. He said to Ji Xia, "Keep an eye on me. I'm afraid I might exhaust myself." The power and consumption of water-based skills were directly proportional, and with sufficient mana, one person could be as powerful as an army. Ji Xia nodded in response, conjuring starlight that fell like droplets, forming 6 ethereal oil lamps that circled Wu Yunxing. "Don't worry, brother Wu." Song Yun chimed in. "Do the same for me." Once the enhancement was complete, Ji Xia witnessed what it meant to unleash a desperate burst of power. The domain of water expanded instantly, covering the entire territory of the fire feather spirits with torrential rain. Wu Yunxing concentrated on controlling the downpour, ensuring not a single drop was wasted, forming a massive waterspout that swept all the fire feather spirits into it. Meanwhile, Ji Xia noticed the life lamps of his 2 companions flickering, on the verge of extinguishing, and felt a sense of helplessness. He reached out, injecting prime essence to restore them. "Take it easy. You guys are pushing it too far." Having completed her task, Song Yun collapsed onto the ground unceremoniously. "We're supposed to push it. Hesitating in times like these only leads to a slow death. It's better to go all out." She looked at the outcome, satisfied. "See, wasn't it worth it?" Indeed, within the fire feather spirit's territory, not a trace of flame remained. Only a sky thick with clouds and a tumultuous waterspout, with stones from the ground being swept up and shattered instantly. A few seconds later, Wu Yunsheng could no longer hold on and collapsed, unable to even support himself with his hands. However, the group remained still. Even Ji Xia kept his eyes on the surrounding magma. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged as the surface of the magma swelled and broke open, revealing a gigantic serpent head 3 meters in diameter, spewing flames that enveloped them all. Although Wu Yunsheng was protected, his weakened state made him the first to be engulfed, his body turning into flames in an instant, followed by nonsense. Song Yun and Zhang Tiansheng were also caught, and even the dragon person shielding them was of no help. Only Ji Xia remained unscathed, quickly transforming into a pale golden light and vanishing from the spot. In the prearranged cave, the flesh embryo wriggled rapidly, and the group opened their eyes, exchanging glances as they donned their gear. Zhang Tianxing couldn't help but complain. "What the heck? The initial intel was wrong. There's another 9th rank creature in there. Wasn't the Infernal Demon King supposed to be the only 9th rank?" Hu Shua rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Trouble. I analyzed it one last time. It's a 9th rank skyburn serpent, not a dungeon creature but a beast that entered from the outside and mutated in the Infernal Demon King's dimension. It also uses the Infernal Demon's fire, which means the Infernal Demon King might have undergone unknown changes too. The main issue is that we've been using special barriers to conceal our battle traces all along. Now that the Skyburn Serpent has found us, the Infernal Demon King will know as well." Ji Xia curiously asked. But weren't we ultimately killed by it? So it shouldn't pay attention to us, right? Zhang Tianxing explained to Ji Xia. In the dimension, all magma is interconnected. Our tactics cause some magma lakes to solidify. If the serpent enters the magma, it can sense our presence. This time we barely escaped with our lives. If we're discovered again, the Flame Demon King will become suspicious. As a ninth-tier monster, it's quite intelligent, so our strategy of sneaking around won't work for much longer. After listening, Ji Xia suggested, let's withdraw for now. Take a sample for other masters to analyze, create equipment that counters it, and then come back to fully clear it. Wu Yunsheng responded with a wry smile, taking out a rune stone and saying, that's not going to work. Look, the power of the rune stone is being blocked. This happened during the last check. The Flame Demon King has already noticed something unusual. From now on, using the rune stone will take at least 5 minutes to activate before it can transport us out. In that time, the monsters will have enough chance to reach us. Our best option is to keep going. With Song Yun and my teamwork, we can handle the blazing giant serpent, and as for the Flame Demon King, we'll just have to give it a try. As long as you, Ji Xia, can keep us alive, we can eventually wear down the Flame Demon King. Hu Shua added, don't worry too much. While we're tackling the dungeon, there are guards outside. If the dimension is sealed, it will be detected. I guess there are already scholars working on unlocking it outside. He was right. A group of people was indeed analyzing the portal. Even Ji Xia, who had a way to protect himself, felt his tension ease upon hearing this. Seeing this, Wu Yunxing said to Ji Xia, we've all been through situations like this a few times. Tackling higher-tier dimensions is risky. But don't worry, you won't need to come with us this time. Just focus on creating the flesh embryo. The life lamp can heal us from a distance. Ji Xia nodded in agreement. All right. Also, I noticed in the dungeon description that it advised against using clones. Was that because the Flame Demon King would seal the dimension? Ji Xia asked. Hu Shua nodded. Yes, that's exactly why I left that advice for you. This kind of sealing effectively splits it into 2 worlds, and your clone would immediately lose connection, along with some soul power. Ji Xia and the others moved to a different location to recreate the flesh embryo, and the 4 of them set out together. Ji Xia stayed behind because the fire attacks here couldn't kill him. Every time he transformed into primal matter to move, it was quite troublesome and likely to expose the safe point, so it was better not to follow. Of course, there were other reasons, such as Ji Xia being everyone's last line of defense. As long as he was safe, there was hope. As for not leaving someone to protect Ji Xia, everyone had witnessed his abilities in the Witch's Night dimension. Concealing his presence was quite simple. He just needed to disguise his primal matter. No one with a life essence lower than Ji Xia's could possibly detect him. Conversely, leaving someone to guard Ji Xia would only serve as a beacon marking his position. The dimension was vast, and Ji Xia maintained a mental link, synchronizing his awareness of everyone's environment and dangers, so he could heal them at any time. This time, knowing it was a life-or-death situation, they didn't plan for contingencies. Hu Shua also used his greatest asset in the strategy, the weakness marker, applying a mark on the target that allowed for greater damage when attacking. If you can't find an enemy's weakness, you create one. Zhang Tianxing showcased another side of himself by controlling a special fire spirit that could devour any fire-based attack, then dismissing it to summon a new fire spirit. A mage and a tank. In the tier system, the strong are generally both offensive and defensive, with few weaknesses. Without needing to hide their movements, Wu Yunsheng and his team unleashed terrifying combat power. In each location, Song Yun would expand his water domain, while Wu Yunxing used the water tornado technique. Though the tactic was old-fashioned, it proved effective. Faced with a large number of 8th-tier monsters, Zhang Tianxing would release lightning and fire elements into the water tornado, creating an electric water tornado with dark clouds overhead and lightning flashing, making the 4 of them unstoppable forces that monsters couldn't withstand for long. However, their losses were significant, with their team being wiped out 5 times in 7 days. Ji Xia considered assigning them Starlight avatars, but due to their enormous spell consumption, the avatar's mana was insufficient. Furthermore, their unique skills combined with innate abilities couldn't be fully utilized. During this period, they encountered the Burning Sky Python multiple times. Initially, they were furious with the Python, but following Zhang Tianxing's suggestion, they began to eye it with interest. Zhang Tianxing believed that the Burning Sky Python would make an excellent pet because it wielded the Flame Demon fire, not just fire gifted by a flame demon. This meant that once they contracted the Python, its owner could also control this special fire, potentially breeding superior offspring in the future. This changed their attitude, and the Burning Sky Python felt a slight fear, sensing the ill intent in their eyes. One day, the Burning Sky Python sensed a disturbance through the underground magma river and quickly swam over, but did not surface, opting instead to observe quietly. It saw the 4 collecting loot, seemingly defenseless, as if waiting for it to attack. Suddenly, a human looked in its direction, puzzling the Python. It wondered why it was detected despite being stronger. Swallowing a large amount of magma, it submerged underground, deciding to ignore them since it couldn't be killed. Perceiving the appearance and disappearance of the burning sky python, Zhang Tianxing laughed. That python doesn't want to bother with us and left. Hu Shuo also laughed. If I encountered an enemy I couldn't kill, I would run too. Ji Xia's abilities were indeed unbeatable. Wu Yunxing nodded in agreement, then said, Ji Xia has leveled up several times before, but not recently. I feel he's preparing for something big. Song Yun, who hadn't interacted with Ji Xia before, became curious after hearing their conversation and asked, Ji Xia, are you planning something? Ji Xia replied, oh, my strength isn't enough, so I'm holding back on leveling up my skills. Otherwise, I won't fully comprehend them, which would be a waste. When one of you becomes a grandmaster, I'll ask to study a special skill. Hu Shuo said helplessly. Suddenly, I feel a toothache. Song Yun also felt helpless and asked, should I not have asked? Wu Yunxing calmly said, I can roughly guess. Think about how quickly he reached this level. Zhang Tianxing agreed, noting that since the start of the Witch's Night, they had been growing daily, and Ji Xia was among the fastest to improve. After his subtle bragging, Ji Xia pondered which skills he should upgrade to a higher level, ideally those that weren't as crucial. Ji Xia realized that the life lamp is closely linked to the destiny system, but since he had never encountered other skills from the destiny system, he had to be cautious in advancing it, or else he might miss out on the opportunity for insight. This made him feel quite frustrated. Meanwhile, the appearance of backup blood packs provided Ji Xia with essence and star cores, strengthening his foundation and making the enhancement of his bloodline easier. He contemplated the skill of telepathy, which is related to the mind system and played a significant role in capturing dragonmen. Although he hadn't deeply explored it in combat, he knew he could use the dragonman's body to cast spells, meaning he could directly experience the monster's skills and should never give up easily. Then, Ji Xia thought about the repair technique, which initially was used to fix scars, but now could directly transform the body and would eventually advance to conceptual repairs. After careful consideration, Ji Xia decided to enhance the connection skill to master the rules and reach the source ahead of time. He understood that if he could elevate his system skills to the source level, he could then raise light system skills to the rule level, enter the astral realm, and acquire the legacy of the deities. Although this might waste the potential of the connection skill, he believed the rewards would be greater. Originally, Ji Xia did not plan to be so adventurous, as he could have grown steadily. However, the unexpected event in this instance made him realize that only in an invincible state could he truly grow peacefully. He recalled a joke about healers. The best healing is to kill all the enemies so that no one gets hurt. Similarly, only by eliminating all the dangers affecting his growth could he develop peacefully. While he was deep in thought, a nearby rune stone suddenly lit up, and Ji Xia's eyes brightened. He quickly informed the others, comrades, good news, the rune stone is back to normal. However, he was surprised to find that Chan Jing had entered. Ji Xia linked Chan Jing into the mental connection, preparing to break the seal. The Research Institute discovered that the boss of the instance had disappeared, replaced by 6 external creatures. 15 days later, the dimensional gate would automatically close, and the Flame Demon King had been killed by an external being. I was able to come in because the death of the Flame Demon King nullified the set rules, turning the 5-person instance back into a 20-person one, Ji Xia said. You all wait a bit. I roughly understand the situation and need to go out to report. It turned out that Hu Shuo had just transmitted the collected information to Chan Jing, and he needed to go out immediately to report and arrange the follow-up. As Chan Jing left, Hu Shuo's group of 4 quickly regrouped with Ji Xia. Since Ji Xia's position had been exposed, they needed to return early to protect it. In the mental connection, everyone seemed much more cheerful. The formation of a 20-person team filled them with anticipation. Great! Now we can bring in the Demon Suppression Squad to set up a ceiling formation and suppress the power of the sky-burning python, Ji Xia mentioned. I remember there's a Dragon Lord formation that can bring rain and change the environment here. Just as they were discussing, more than 10 people suddenly appeared in the mental connection channel. In this dimension, there is a Grandmaster Healer, a Master-level Water Specialist, a Top Scholar, a Summoner, and a Water Element Master. They are all highly prepared for the upcoming events. Ji Xia was a bit surprised by how quickly people outside could enter, especially upon seeing the arrival of Elder Yuan. Yuan Xiaozhi joined the others in setting up the formation and explained to Ji Xia, don't forget my talent for controlling the wind and rain. Coupled with the Dragon King's formation, back when I was only at the 4th level, I could cover a large part of Xia. Now, covering the entire Flame Demon King's dimension is no problem. Hu Shuo, recognizing the visitor from the conversation, exclaimed in delight, Old Yuan? Wow, you actually came. Wait for me. Let's have a good chat later. Their mental connection allowed them to seamlessly switch between catching up and discussing business, instantly completing their communication and greatly enhancing efficiency. Soon after, Ji Xia noticed the red sky gradually darkening, Yuan Xiaozhi radiating white light, and the rain intensifying. Another person, unfamiliar to Ji Xia, stood quietly nearby, cloaked in a black robe. A trapezoid-like symbol spread from under her feet, instantly covering several hundred meters. Ji Xia recognized her as Li Ziqiu, de Xia's top-sealing master, known for her reclusive nature and hooded black robe even during missions. Rumor had it that a monster had scarred her face when she was young, making her reluctant to show herself. Ji Xia frowned slightly, wondering why. With Li Ziqiu's abilities, the past master Bai Yun couldn't restore her face. He decided to inquire further later. He watched these professionals transform a dimension filled with fire and lava into a muddy, rain-soaked land. Before long, Song Yun returned. Her water domain could expand 100-fold in the rain. As soon as she arrived, she reported, "The snake is underground nearby. I can't detect where the Flame Demon King is, but from the outside, it still appears to be present." Ji Xia shared his thoughts. "I can also sense the Flame Demon King's presence, but the fact that you all could enter, along with the dimension's reaction, indicates it's dead." Hu Shua pondered, noting that such situations were rare. He realized, the Flame Demon King's body remains, but its soul has dissipated. Zhang Tianxing, send a summoned creature to check it out. In fact, Zhang Tianxing had already dispatched a flying fire spirit, which soon arrived, ready to share its vision. Amid the torrential rain, the golden-red flames continued to burn. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a crown made of red crystals, with flames blazing atop it. Below lay a pool of golden-red lava, the body of the Flame Demon King, motionless except for the burning flames. The fire spirit advanced, turning blue before entering the lava, where it saw transparent, pale gold magma, and a golden crystal, extraordinarily beautiful and mesmerizing. Life Star Beacon. In the name of destiny, purify temptation. Mind control. With the successive use of these skills, everyone snapped back to clarity, and Ji Xia took control of the fire spirit. Brother Zhang, the fire spirit has lost control and is drawn to that crystal. I suspect, Ji Xia conjectured, this is a fragmented divine core. The Flame Demon King attempted to become a god within the dimension but failed, leaving behind a divine core fragment. Your fire element users are in luck. This core won't make one a god, but reaching the legendary level is possible. Everyone could sense the envy in Ji Xia's voice, and they too were envious once they realized. What a stroke of luck. In the dimension ruled by the Flame Demon King, a 9th-tier Skyfire Python lurks, possessing the ability to kill instantly. Because of this, Ji Xia is unable to leave for the time being, despite his strong desire to return and level up after witnessing the incomplete divine core. Lucy told him that to become a god, one must master the laws, even the most basic ones. Basic laws can only make one a faith god through belief, gradually increasing the divine core level and growing stronger. Laws are divided into different branches. Mastering one branch makes one a lower god. Mastering all branches makes one a peak lower god, and fully integrating them elevates one to a mid-level god. To become a high-level god, one must master both opposing laws. However, all of this remains out of reach for Ji Xia. Calming himself, Ji Xia merged a fire spirit into the golden magma, and the group headed towards the Flame Demon King's territory. The Skyfire Python, for reasons unknown, voluntarily followed them. Zhang Tianxing looked at the python and couldn't help but laugh. I always want to possess a divine core when I see one. The fact that this python can restrain itself is truly a talent. He thought to himself that years ago, they had acquired a dragon-binding rope, specifically for restraining dragons and serpents, and they might use it later for some rope tricks. Ji Xia understood Zhang Tianxing's thoughts, realizing his ears were tainted and his mind polluted. The old Tamers in the meditative state could respond to anything, so he confidently said, "Since we know the situation here, we brought it along. You can tie it up later and show us if your skills have improved." The distant Skyfire Python remained oblivious, still following behind, completely unaware that these humans with ulterior motives had already planned how to deal with it. Soon, they arrived at the magma pool they had seen earlier. Zhang Tianxing excitedly said, "Haha, this magma is a treasure, containing energy beyond the 8th tier, likely 9th. The cultivation efficiency is extremely high. Should we merge this dimension with Blue Star?" Hu Shua immediately responded, "Make the decision. When Earthfire City was established, we left space for this. This dimension is perfect, and Earthfire City will become a sanctuary for fire element practitioners." Everyone looked at Ji Xia, who then said, "Hold on, I've been observing, but I suggest you turn around and not look." The group uniformly stopped looking at the pool. To prevent accidents, Ji Xia shared his perspective but pixelated the divine core to avoid temptation. Mental power, spiritual strength, and elemental force would dissipate near the divine core. Ji Xia crafted a stone slab, tossed it into the magma, and used it to lift the divine core. Back on the shore, Ji Xia took out a sealing box, quickly placing the divine core inside, so fast that even he didn't see it clearly. He felt the temptation and the fluctuations from the divine core, and after sealing it, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, we can move normally now. He further sensed the divine core had a soul fluctuation, indicating the flame demon king wasn't entirely dead. The Skyfire Python showed extreme fear of the divine core when Ji Xia retrieved it, which was a strong confirmation. Hu Shua nodded in agreement, and then said, Lin, Xian, and the others experienced a similar situation with soul possession back then, so it's likely that the flame demon king's soul remains in the divine core. With a body, it could possess someone immediately. Ji Xia didn't have a deep understanding of the flame demon king, especially regarding its fire laws. He realized that without sufficient belief, any attempt to become a god would inevitably fail. However, even they themselves hadn't fully grasped this concept, as it was evidently too profound. The top figures of Xia mitigated the limitations of individual insight by sharing advanced knowledge and brainstorming collectively. There was once an elder who intended to use this knowledge as educational material, believing early exposure would better foster growth. However, it backfired. Those without enough strength could have their future development hindered, and even those with high comprehension might fail because of it. Ji Xia understood this as the curse of knowledge. Now, Ji Xia realized his talent in the special category, which could improve without additional effort, and he was deeply enamored with this feeling of self-realization, not wanting to lose this experience. In his hand, he held a box that, once a divine essence was placed inside, could no longer be stored in a storage ring, and the box gradually became scorching hot. Ji Xia looked at the box with a complex expression and eventually placed it on a stone on the ground, controlling the stone to float. Everyone watched the scene, and who speculated, is it trying to possess you? Although the box was highly valuable, he thought it better to destroy it directly and began searching for a soul-destroying needle. Soon, he pulled out a 20-centimeter-long black needle from his pocket, closed his eyes, opened the box, and stabbed it directly. The divine essence instantly burst out with a golden-red glow, which quickly dimmed. Then, everyone saw a treasure chest appear on the ground, and the flame demon king was already dead. From below came the hissing sound of snakes, and several members Ji Xia had never seen before approached Li Ziqiu, maintaining a 1-meter distance. Li Ziqiu casually threw out a golden rope, which seemed to have an automatic navigation system. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Zhang Tianxing was controlling it. Ji Xia had long been familiar with these dimension-dropped items, all being special objects without level distinctions, only quality. Only equipment crafted by artifact forgers required level due to technical issues. Because of this trait, useful equipment could drop from low-level dungeons, and the dragon locking rope was such an item. Ji Xia saw the dragon locking rope enter the magma, and a few minutes later, the magma began to churn. Minutes later, a giant python with a bow on its head was pulled out. The rope on it used a special knot, which Ji Xia vaguely recognized, but he had no time to focus on the details. The 9th-tier flame-devouring python was captured, and Wu Yunsheng and other water element masters began to clean up the battlefield, leaving no monster able to escape. Ji Xia opened the treasure chest, and then left the dungeon. The scene at the dimensional gate was vastly different from his first visit. Many buildings had been erected, various instruments flashed indicator lights, and scholars in white lab coats were analyzing the materials from the dimension to decide how to develop these resources. Everything was in perfect order. This was Daxia, a nation that had developed over more than 50 years and had firmly established itself on the rejuvenated blue planet. Why did Ji Xia and his companions dare to enter a dimension inhabited by 9th-tier monsters? Simply because they had the means to handle it. Honestly, if not for the presence of the Skyfire Python in the dimension, they could have gradually consumed it step by step and ultimately defeated the Flame Demon King. At this moment, Wu Yunsheng had yet to employ his secret explosive technique, clearly saving it for a final showdown. Ji Xia held a round pearl and a ring in his hand as he stepped into the teleportation array, returning to Star Island. He opened 5 items, 3 of which were knowledge and skills. Although he couldn't use them, the legendary fire skill Meteor Shower left him envious. Perhaps due to the unique nature of this dimension, the Flame Demon King, a real existence from another world, was suppressed to the 9th tier by the rules of dimension descent. Thus, he attempted to become a god, breaking the rules. Consequently, the items dropped from the treasure chest were extremely precious, including legendary skills. Additionally, the treasure in Ji Xia's possession, the Heart of Flames, was an epic item. According to Daxia's records, it could be used by fire-based creatures to elevate their bloodline to epic quality or by fire-based professionals to enhance their bloodline level. It could even be used for cultivation, helping 100 people ascend from the 1st tier to the 9th without any issue. The Fire Crystal Ring, a legendary item, could create a flame shield upon activation, absorbing or negating a single legendary level fire or water attack. Though its effects were less impressive against other types of attacks, it remained an excellent means of protection. These treasures could serve as a foundation, with the Fire Crystal Ring offering personal protection. Daxia possessed other treasures, mostly used to stabilize formations and not distributed to individuals. As they began tackling more advanced dungeons, equipment became increasingly abundant, and resources were allocated as needed. Jixia's choice of fire-based treasures was purposeful. His father intended to transition to a fire mage, and Jixia wanted to prepare for the future legacy. Professionals typically maintain their physical peak, making Jixia's parents appear much younger. Occasionally, Jixia entertained whimsical thoughts, like whether he might have a younger brother or sister. Another matter that embarrassed him slightly was hearing that someone wanted to introduce him to a potential partner. Coughing lightly, Jixia mused that this was a first for him. In this world, humans matured earlier, marrying at 18. He was of age, but had no idea who might be introduced to him. Of course, Jixia's main concern was whether they could get along, given his frequent absences and lack of experience in this area. There were many things to consider, like having children in the future, so he needed to prepare resources in advance. Eventually, Jixia calmed himself, realizing that they hadn't directly informed him, but rather introduced him indirectly. It was premature to worry about children when nothing was set in stone. Jixia held a bit of romantic idealism, dreaming of a lifelong partnership filled with mutual support and love. Still, he never forgot that in this world, strength was key to survival. So, enhance the bloodline, level up, connect skills, level up. Jixia accepted his fate. Despite his extraordinary talent, he could never match the speed of those with seemingly unfair advantages. Originally, he planned to harness the light of civilization's revelation to master a full set of divine arts and advance to a god-level bloodline. After all, at that time, there were numerous 0.5 E-source points, but now they had increased to 2E. If he hadn't been engrossed in the Dimension Dungeon of the Flame Demon King this month, Jixia would have started allocating points long ago. The order of allocation was to prioritize bloodline before skills. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be enough to bear the power of the laws brought by the skills. Jixia was eager to use his source points, but in the next moment, he found himself unable to sense Star Island and Blue Star. His real body had already arrived in the spirit realm. Countless points of light surged toward him, embodying humanity's historical definitions of stars. At this moment, these points of light became Jixia's resources. Jixia seemed to understand that a complete legendary bloodline meant becoming part of the legend itself. Once he mastered all legends, he could achieve a god-level bloodline. In the spirit realm, Jixia absorbed the entire concept of stars, and his bloodline began to transform. This process felt like it spanned countless ages, perhaps a year, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 5,000 years, as Jixia walked alongside human history. Yet, in reality, it all occurred in an instant as Jixia transformed into brilliance, merging with his destiny star. At that moment, silvery gray starlight pierced through the past and illuminated the future. Jixia, with a 7th-tier star sovereign bloodline, a juvenile phase low-tier god-level bloodline, would automatically comprehend a mystery upon reaching adulthood. With a 0100 E title as the Spirit Realm Star Master, the first star born in the Spirit Realm, the world would forever remember him. When casting starlight spells, consumption was halved, and he was favored by the starlight laws. His low-tier god-level talents include Star Sovereign. As the ruler of stars, he is highly attuned to star laws, capable of wielding starlight's power, transforming his body into a starlight divine form with only a single vulnerability at the star core, and converting star power into source material. Star God, integrating source material into stars, nurturing with the star's origin, and perfectly reviving from the stars after death. Fate Star, favored by destiny, granting him the qualification to explore destiny, with innate divine spells of fate decree that include fate healing, fate purification, and fate aversion. Spirit Realm, favored by the Spirit Realm, granting him the qualification to explore the realm of the mind, acquiring the primary divine spell of mental protection to safeguard his will from being altered. These 4 talents are just the surface abilities. Jixia also possesses an instinctual trait belonging to god-level beings, which is not considered a talent. For instance, Jixia can traverse between the material world and the spirit realm without needing ordinary energy to sustain life. Now, whether under sunlight or starlight, his body remains at its peak state. There are many hidden abilities waiting for him to discover. Upon analyzing his god-level bloodline, Jixia's first reaction was that the next level of enhancement seemed costly. However, he also understood that as he encountered increasingly powerful monsters, the source points would gradually increase, allowing him to accumulate enough within a year. What truly intrigued Jixia was the newly emerging title, a hallmark of a legendary bloodline. A legendary bloodline in its adult phase would acquire such a title. Next were the 4 talents. God-level talents seemed to have removed their limits, granting him various qualifications, leaving the rest up to him to enhance. In the spiritual realm, Jixia experienced an unprecedented transformation. Previously, his basic enhancements gradually increased with evolution, with each upgrade adding 1,000 units of source energy. However, now there was a method to directly increase source energy without any limits. Besides the source energy, the laws of fate and the mind appeared particularly mysterious to Ji Xia, typically accessible only to legendary figures. Yet, at the 7th tier, he was able to touch these laws, and this immense power filled him with pride. In his mind, the laws of starlight and stars were also particularly intriguing. Despite being just one word apart, they represented entirely different existences. As his bloodline advanced, Ji Xia decided to focus on enhancing his skills. With a single thought, he vanished from the empty spiritual realm and returned to the material world on Star Island. At that moment, as he allocated skill points, the familiar sound of the cosmos echoed in his ears. However, this experience took him to an indescribable dimension. In the darkness, he felt like a solitary star surrounded by countless candles. Instinctively, Ji Xia touched one of them, and Lucy's voice echoed in his mind. Master has comprehended the laws? In that moment, Ji Xia suddenly realized that he was in the world of the mind, where the light dots represented the spiritual light of all living beings. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these light dots were protected by their own mental islands, ensuring safety as long as they remained there. Thanks to the beginner-level divine spell of mental protection, Ji Xia could freely traverse this realm. Upon reaching the level of laws, the connection skill revealed its first secret to him. Ji Xia realized that within the same law, there were various branches, and this branch was known as a secret. The number of secrets varied according to the law, and only after complete comprehension could one truly understand them. The connection skill was a compound attribute skill encompassing the laws of space, the mind, and amplification. Through connection, Ji Xia gained the secret of mental diffusion, allowing him to spread a single point into multiple points. For example, when he cast wind wings on himself to fly, this spell originally couldn't be applied to others. However, with the secret of mental diffusion, Ji Xia could turn the impossible into reality. This was the mystery of the laws. However, Ji Xia also found the skills on his panel somewhat peculiar. The connection skill was fully comprehended, currently at the first level, and had acquired one secret. The panel displayed 01E, indicating that this skill had 36 levels, and upon reaching the limit, it would transform into divine script. This proved that the Grandmaster realm was indeed a complete understanding of the skill itself, akin to the perfect realm defined in other worlds, after which the secrets of the laws would be developed from the skill itself. Ji Xia was puzzled by this. Why would the skill be lost and transform into its essence after reaching the limit of 36 levels? What was divine script? Unable to answer these questions for now, he decided to set them aside and wait for more information in the future to analyze them further. At this moment, Ji Xia still had one more source point to allocate, so he decided to advance to the second level. To his surprise, this time he comprehended a new law, not of the mind, but from one point to another. Although he knew his description sounded simple, like teleportation, it wasn't quite the same, as Ji Xia had just comprehended it and hadn't fully understood it yet. If he were to define this new secret, it would be as if the ends of the earth were next door, or spatial bridging, connecting non-overlapping coordinates A and B, making reaching A equivalent to reaching B. Ji Xia suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the potential of connecting his skills with space. He began to scan the star island with his mental power, searching for the position of the stars, and using the mysterious powers based on his recent insight. In an instant, Ji Xia's figure flashed and he appeared in the core control room of the floating island, surprising the small glowing orb, Xingqian, beside him. At this moment, Ji Xia's face was filled with delight. This was divine magic, an initial level divine magic with the involvement of mysteries. He looked at the skills section on the panel and discovered the initial level divine magic, distant yet close, which allowed spatial displacement of the target through mental positioning. The skill description showed 01E, a law-level divine magic, not upgradable due to insufficient power. Only when his power reached the level of a lower deity could it be upgraded. Although initially, this skill was limited to Ji Xia's own spatial movement, by combining it with mental diffusion, he could also move connected targets. However, there were certain restrictions. If the person's physical strength was insufficient or they hadn't mastered spatial mysteries, it could only be used once a day, or their body would collapse. Ji Xiao thought of the flesh embryo, considering that physical damage might not be a significant issue. However, this thought led him to a silent reflection, feeling that the combination of this skill system was somewhat strange, even a bit gruesome. Nevertheless, this spatial ability significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. Moreover, mental diffusion, as an excellent mystery, though not reaching the divine magic level, had usage techniques far superior to the original secret methods, despite not being worth frequent use. After all, using mysterious power was highly consuming, and its direct effects were limited. Only when it formed divine magic was it worth employing. For instance, distant yet close currently covered the entire blue star, allowing Ji Xia to teleport to any place he could see or sense mentally. In reality, Ji Xia's understanding of mysteries and divine magic was still lacking, relying more on usage. To develop it further, he would need to enhance his power, perhaps not to the level of a deity, but at least to a legendary or mythic level. Sigh, relying on external aids has its limitations. Power enhancement is the key, Jixia thought to himself. Although it wasn't a major issue, the enhancement of his bloodline would accelerate his cultivation. Improving his power wasn't a problem. The real challenge was advancing from the 9th tier to the epic level, knowledge not easily acquired from dimensional dungeons. After depleting most of his source points, Jixia decided to stop. This advancement was significant, making him more aware of the relationship between laws and mysteries, and understanding that power was the foundation. Without it, everything else was futile. Take it slow. Entering the spiritual realm, star god talents, and spatial abilities have all increased my survival capabilities. Now, I need to enhance my power to elevate those skills and eventually refine divine magic with laws. Jixia contemplated, planning to use source points to boost his bloodline, while using the rest to elevate other skills to the law level. Combining laws with his own skills might bring unexpected surprises. He hadn't forgotten his bloodline, as his initial profession and skills leaned more towards healing. Although he could develop other aspects, he could only broaden his scope without deepening it. Between a jack-of-all-trades and a specialist deity, Jixia naturally chose the latter. Perhaps, when he truly reached his limits, he would cultivate other aspects as hobbies. After creating some special heritage crystals using the resonance of the universe's sound and law descent, Jixia headed towards Fairytale Town, the floating island of Lin Xian's brothers. Through the mental world, he had seen many interesting things that needed recording. These could be friends of Daxia, or perhaps its foes. Above the clouds in the fairytale town, 3 figures were leisurely conversing. Primarily Lin Xian and Lin Yao were in discussion. Lin Xian remarked, "As soon as you arrived, we knew you had reached a divine level bloodline. Only those at the divine level can perceive this special power. It has opened a new door for you." He continued to explain, "Some divine level bloodlines bring terrifying growth, while others bestow a few talents or divine abilities, or even an affinity for certain elements. Typically, these abilities are automatically comprehended after passing the growth phase. However, this phase can be quite lengthy, often spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and we haven't even reached a century in this extraordinary era." Jixia listened quietly, observing the mysterious and unique power surrounding Lin Xian and Lin Yao, as if they were connected to some higher existence, likely favored by the laws of time. Mentioning maturity, Jixia couldn't help but ask, "Is there a way for us to reach maturity sooner?" He admitted, "Honestly, I wasn't born with a divine level bloodline. Although I've already mastered the mysteries and theoretically should be in the growth, or even mature phase, I still feel like I'm in my infancy." Lin Yao shook his head and replied, "You also need to consider power. A divine level bloodline brings a comprehensive transformation, like your lifespan starting at least 1,000 years. Over time, even if you sleep all day, you'll eventually grasp the mysteries and qualify for godhood." He continued, "In other realms, there are indeed some methods, such as devouring another mature divine level being, absorbing the world's essence, or acquiring divine power crystals and law crystals of the same type. Besides, there are treasures containing laws, which might exist on Blue Star now, but those areas are dangerous." Lin Yao added, "The records left by the wizarding world are more detailed. In their multiverse, there are only 121 kinds of divine level bloodlines, of which only 13 evolved from ordinary bloodlines. In our Daxia, there are 3 people with 2 types, which is quite impressive. Currently, only Elder Yin Xian and a few others are on the same level as Lin Xian, but they are too busy. Next in line is you, Jixia." Jixia might not have realized it himself, but Lin Xian and Lin Yao already regarded him as a confidant. They were favored by Blue Star's will, with extraordinary comprehension, and other practitioners didn't even consider them human, not out of negativity, but because they viewed them as gods, almost saviors before Jixia's emergence. Being held in such high regard naturally brought loneliness, with only extraordinary knowledge for company. Now, Jixia not only became a grandmaster earlier than them, but he also achieved a divine level bloodline. They clearly saw that Jixia had mastered multiple mysteries. The mystery of mental expansion, although not perceptive, passively enhanced Jixia's proficiency in the mental laws significantly, allowing him to freely enter the mental worlds unknown to others. Lin Xian and Lin Yao's mental fluctuations were rich and colorful, and Jixia discerned some details, especially with their enthusiastic explanations, giving Jixia a peculiar feeling of having made friends. Not that those he met before weren't friends, but Jixia had always known from the start that he would rise rapidly and meet many people, most of whom would be transient. Now it was different. With Lin Xian and Lin Yao's talents, they would undoubtedly become lifelong companions. As the saying goes, sincerity breeds sincerity. Few people are willing to take such a step because they are uncertain if their sincerity will be reciprocated. However, Jixia is different. He has already confirmed the other party's genuine intentions. As long as he is willing, he can receive this sincerity. After a moment of surprise, Ji Xia broke into a radiant smile. He pondered to himself that achievements in childhood were insignificant. He wanted to see if he could become a deity during this stage. This way, when future generations speak of them, they would be noted for their exceptional talents, not just their divine lineage. The laws favor such choices, similar to bloodline, determined by the initial path they choose for development, guiding them in the right direction and avoiding wasted effort. By the way, your skills have reached the level of a grandmaster. When do you plan to take on apprentices? Establishing a professional system cannot perfect every detail, and we are both physically and mentally exhausted. Taking on apprentices to pass on our legacy is a method I personally endorse. The two brothers exchanged a glance, revealing helplessness in their eyes. We want to, but the prophet profession is truly unique. Only when civilization reaches a certain point can we find suitable candidates. Moreover, prophets have no specific inclination. Whatever civilization lacks, we learn. Our profession aligns with the laws of knowledge and evolution, while our bloodline aligns with the law of time. Oh, here's something for you. The two brothers each took out a silver crystal and placed it before Ji Xia. A faint aura of law lingered on the crystals, which were special skill stones condensed by a grandmaster and could be used once refined. Ji Xia curiously picked one up, and at the moment of contact, a surge of desire welled up within him. But feeling their anticipation, he deliberately suppressed this feeling and slowly said, "They look identical, as expected from you brothers. However, their attributes differ. This one has knowledge or occult properties, while this one is a bit strange, too complex, and requires your explanation." Lin Yao said somewhat dejectedly, "The one you guessed is identification, and the other is insight, but both are our unique versions." Lin Xian added, "When used together, they form our prophet's distinctive skill true sight, which will surely be useful to you and could even incite greed in a higher deity." Ji Xia pondered, recalling how they once deliberately lured a deity for possession. Some gods would rather die forever than choose such a path, but this deity was attracted precisely because of your true sight ability? Lin Xian praised Ji Xia's reasoning. Exactly. Lin Yao continued. After all, with a divine-level bloodline, those deities would definitely attempt to possess you, and true sight can protect your soul from corruption, maintaining its purity. This way, you can access divine knowledge in advance and join us in exploring the astral realm. Ji Xia was touched, realizing that the two were unaware they had already become his spiritual guardians. Previously, he had only condensed a special inheritance crystal ball for Ji Feng, knowing that creating inheritance involving special skills was extremely difficult. Receiving such a precious gift from friends, even though they gave it freely, Ji Xia valued reciprocity. He was grateful for his recent advancement to the level of laws, allowing him to use higher-level law powers to condense inheritance. Thus, Ji Xia took out two silver-gray crystals, with little flames joyfully flickering inside, and said with a bright smile, "Now, it's your turn to guess." To their surprise, both of them said in unison, "Then let us show you the power of the law of truth." With that, their eyes turned pure white, and they began analyzing the crystal in front of them. As their observation deepened, their expressions grew more serious. "What is this thing? Where did it come from?" They took a deep breath, clasped their hands tightly, and once again used their abilities. Suddenly, a pure white sphere with a diameter of 2 meters appeared before them. A few minutes later, they both stared at Ji Xia, astonished to find out that the will of Blue Star had not chosen someone else. A law-level talent? You monster. They deduced that it was a space teleportation or instant movement ability. Ji Xia nodded in acknowledgement. It's a beginner-level divine art of a special type. After you learn it, it might degrade into spatial movement, but still, it's a displacement ability involving spatial loss, so it's not a loss. Lin Xian shook his head. A loss. Lin Yao agreed. The loss is yours. Let's go dig up the grave of the god of mages to compensate you. Mentioning the god of mages, Ji Xia couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Thank you so much. You guys, take some time to learn the skills first. I also need to go back and study. Honestly, the things you gave me, I really need. At least, that's what my instincts tell me. Haha. Alright. They responded excitedly and hurried back to absorb the legacy. They planned to contact each other after finishing and then head to the astral realm together. Ji Xia nodded and used a teleportation array to leave. Even as he began cultivating, a smile remained on his face. Today was indeed a good day. His bloodline had improved. He had gained new insights, made 2 friends, and acquired the skills he needed. With the use of 2 crystals, a brand new skill emerged, and Ji Xia finally understood why he felt so strongly earlier. The mysteries of the astral realm, the divine beings forming divine cores, raising divine kingdoms, transforming into stars. The astral realm is the final destination of stars. You are the beginning and the end of stars. When stars are born or end, you will gain part of the knowledge and mysteries. This new skill made Ji Xia's profession more complete, even elevating it to a new level. In the future, if someone becomes a god, Jixia will know and gain some knowledge. This hinted that the astral realm is closely tied to Jixia's future. He began to look forward to his journey in the astral realm. Perhaps Jixia was indeed favored by some existence, as he received a call from the research institute during his leisure time. Hello, Grandmaster. The flaming feather eagle you captured has been fully tamed with the help of the Summoners Association. Where should we send it? Without hesitation, Jixia replied, send it to Star Island. Thank you. After hanging up, Jixia sent a group message. Come to Star Island. Your mounts have arrived. The recipients included his parents, brother, apprentice, and Zhang Tianxing. The first four were family members, while Zhang Tianxing was a fellow warrior and friend. Despite having a charm akin to a cheat code, Jixia believed that friends should keep in touch. Zhang Tianxing was a fire-type summoner, and the flaming feather eagle was a fire-type flying beast with potential for breeding. Giving him a pair was a fitting gift. Surprisingly, Jixia expected the busiest, Zhang Tianxing, to arrive last. But as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, his voice rang out. Jixia, my brother, what kind of mount? Is it the flaming feather eagle you captured earlier? Exactly, brother Zhang, you are astute. You'll have to wait a bit. The association is still sending it over. The association sent 10 pairs of flame-feathered eagles, all meticulously selected. As a professional summoner, Jixia had to admit from a source quality perspective that this batch was indeed flawless. Therefore, he decided to let everyone choose for themselves, as these were the best he had captured. Zhang Tianxing casually pointed to one, indicating he wanted to take it back for breeding and cultivation. Jixia hadn't anticipated so many people choosing the beast taming system after the mass awakening at the beginning of the year, but he understood that most people had lifestyle professions and needed external forces for combat. Taming beasts was a good option, though contractable beasts were extremely rare. Jixia shook his head with a smile and told Zhang Tianxing to relax, as he had made some breakthroughs regarding the resources around Daxia. Using his equipment, he mapped the information from his mind and sent it to Zhang Tianxing. He originally intended to give it to Lin Xian directly, but in the midst of a pleasant conversation, he forgot. Sending it now wasn't too late. Zhang Tianxing didn't check it immediately. Instead, he handed Jixia a booklet containing some cultivation insights and a guide to mounts, suggesting that the flame-feathered eagles were for Jixia's family to study and enhance their combat effectiveness. Zhang Tianxing had planned to enter a dungeon but received this unexpected gift beforehand, thanked Jixia, and suggested they catch up later. Jixia nodded and saw Zhang Tianxing off. As well-acquainted comrades, they held mutual respect but were also very busy, often needing to embark on missions. Although there was some formality, they were more direct, so if someone said they had something to do, it was likely true, and there was no need to keep them. After a while, Jifeng and Song arrived, chatting and laughing, seemingly getting along well. As soon as Jifeng exited the teleportation room, he shouted, "Brother," while Song respectfully greeted, "Hello, Master," as he approached. Jifeng immediately ran over for a closer look. Each flame-feathered eagle stood over 2 meters tall, their bodies a vibrant fiery red, emitting a palpable heat. Their eyes were bright and lively, yet they showed no aggression, clearly having been tamed. The two young men examined the flame-feathered eagles front and back, instantly taking a liking to them. Although they didn't know how to choose, they trusted their brother and master wouldn't mislead them, so they picked without hesitation. "Brother, I want this one," Jifeng exclaimed excitedly. "Master, I'll take this one," Song echoed. Jixia raised his hand, unlocking the cage doors. The doors swung open, and the two flame-feathered eagles obediently stepped out, bowing their heads to Jixia without making a sound or attempting to fly. Only when Jixia spoke, "Follow your masters well and protect them," did the eagles chirp in acknowledgement. This scene amazed the two onlookers, who, through their martial training, understood the wonder of the moment. However, Jixia, a grandmaster of Daxia, was still far beyond their level, and they couldn't fully grasp it. After choosing their mounts, Jifeng said, "Brother, Mom and Dad are in the insect plane reserve for combat training. They planned to return but found a lone third-tier beetle, so they decided to deal with it first." Jixia nodded in response. "All right, they'll have to choose for themselves then. I expect to head out by tonight." In a familiar environment, Jifeng felt a comforting sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to his former campus. Despite this, he continued to draw on knowledge from tradition, focusing mainly on honing his skills and only encountering minor issues. He was puzzled by the use of healing spells, which required incantations rather than a simple gesture. Realizing he wasn't proficient enough, he decided to practice more. The purification spell also required incantations, which frustrated him, as healers needed to be able to predict and micromanage effectively, releasing instantly to improve error tolerance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle new challenges, leaving them only to face known monsters. He was also confused about using the 7-star life extension lantern, which required 7 cycles of sacrifice for a single healing attempt. Clearly, His understanding of the lantern was not deep enough. So, he decided to directly learn the new version of the skill, taking out a crystal ball to prepare for a change. As he continued to point out mistakes, Song began to feel nervous but quickly realized there were no issues and relaxed. As expected, when it was his turn, Jixia gave him high praise, saying he performed even better than she did initially. Jixia decided not to interfere with his skills, allowing him to comprehend on his own first, and planned to teach him once he established his foundational bloodline, ensuring the bloodline reached its most compatible state. These star cores can help consolidate your bloodline. Take them and share, Jixia said. After the assessment, he felt particularly relieved. Having a disciple who didn't require constant attention brought him comfort. In the afternoon, he left feeling refreshed. Passing through the portal, Jixia input a complex set of coordinates and instantly arrived in a pitch-black place, surrounded by dead silence. Gradually, two shadows formed, and Lin Xin and Lin Yao emerged. The astral environment was unique, enveloped in eternal silence, with all light consumed. The darkness before them seemed like an eternal slumber. Jixia said, "Let's go. We're heading to the tomb of the god of mages, where there are divine spells related to knowledge that we can access." Lin Xin and Lin Yao nodded in agreement. Let's talk about the taboos first. The god of mages is named Neizhur, who is also a subordinate deity of the goddess of magic, mastering some authority over spells and magic, Jixia explained. Authority refers to the ability gained when one reaches a certain level of mastery in certain laws and mysteries. In his tomb, only divine spells can be used, other spells will be suppressed, although special systems are an exception. With your understanding, you can probably guess why. Jixia nodded. I suspect the special system is an extraordinary system born from Blue Star itself, just too incomplete, currently only having basic skills. He continued, have you seen the Blue Star power distribution map I sent you? The green hell, the north and south poles, the oceans, several forests, and other locations, including the West Coast Alliance, which was a dominant force in the old world, plundering many cultural treasures. Magic is popular there, and they now have many strong individuals, but they have fully embraced an otherworldly magic system. We need to act quickly, mastering Blue Star's authority through the special system before they realize it and completely outmaneuver them. Lin Xin and Lin Yao listened, feeling pleased. Currently, we in Daxia are the strongest power, leading by a wide margin. As long as the three of us explore the astral realm and find the paths for further advancement, we can aspire to become gods. Then, we can liberate and venture into the stars. Jixia was slightly surprised and asked, question mark. Jixia exclaimed, you really know your stuff. If I hadn't grasped the secrets of the mind, I wouldn't have known that our Daxia has such beings. No wonder the highest level of talent was only at the 4th tier before, and no one seemed worried. He exchanged a knowing glance with the brothers beside him. One of the brothers spoke up, then there's no need to keep it a secret. They were once the strongest warriors of Daxia in terms of willpower, merging with the nation's destiny, occupying the body of a deity to shield us from the prying eyes of the stars. He paused for a moment, pondering before continuing. The dimensional descent was actually something we actively designed. Jixia's mind was invigorated, sensing the presence of a significant secret. The other brother explained, the descent of the otherworldly source would inevitably bring terrifying disasters. The first-generation prophet found the body of the god of art, merged their will into it, and evolved a game deity role. With the help of Blue Star's will, they blocked the invasion of the otherworldly source. Over time, the source gradually descended, giving humanity time to respond while using the divine role to transform the source into dimensional dungeons, providing us with a chance for rapid growth. Do you know, the tier system actually developed much earlier, and the revival of spiritual energy has been ongoing for hundreds of years. The dimensional plan only began over 50 years ago. Its purpose is the current universal awakening plan. Otherwise, with the old tier system, most people wouldn't even dream of cultivating. Jixia listened intently, and when the two paused, he urged, tell me more. Are there any other big secrets? It sounds so thrilling. I never imagined our predecessors were so powerful. Lin Xin shook his head with a smile. There are many. Today, we brought you to the astral realm to take advantage of its secretive nature for this discussion. Otherwise, talking about it outside poses a risk of leaking information. He continued. Back then, the first-generation prophet foresaw the descent of the otherworld, and half of the higher-ups sacrificed themselves to connect the nation's destiny with Blue Star's will, using cosmic power to find the only hope. The Great Elder was the only one to survive, thus naturally favored by the nation's destiny, gathering the remaining humans to re-establish the nation. Technically, he should be the emperor or king, but he is a red warrior, so he took the title of Great Elder, willing to serve as a mascot. You know, too many matters require his involvement, so he can't be idle. Jixia applauded. I didn't expect Daxia to have such a past, with so many heroes succeeding one another. Unfortunately, these things need to be kept hidden. Is it because there's danger beyond the stars? Lin Yao nodded, his expression serious. The revival of spiritual energy is a phenomenon across the entire universe, not unique to Blue Star. Yet, Blue Star has received the most heritage from other worlds. Wouldn't other cosmic civilizations be tempted? Jixia mused. Then you can be somewhat reassured. After advancing to the divine level bloodline, I can enter the spiritual realm. It's empty there, with only the projection of Blue Star's material world, and the only star is myself. After becoming a deity, the spiritual realm naturally gives birth to a star belonging to oneself. Based on this, other civilizations aren't developing as quickly on the path of transcendence. So, we still have time to develop. Lin Xian clapped his hands in delight. Good news. We must forge ahead. Let's go to this coordinate. You have the secrets of space, so there's no need to worry about getting lost. They moved forward into the darkness. Despite the overwhelming amount of information, Ji Xia managed to process it well, as everything followed a traceable pattern. As he moved forward in the darkness, his thoughts swirled continuously. In the past, he understood the tree spirits outside the insect planes and the deep-sea dragons of the ocean. But did the great masters of Dixia ever risk attempting the 5th-level dungeons? No, they chose to preserve their forces, holding their trump cards close. The predecessors sealed within the Blue Heart Glacier mostly took action due to sudden dangers. They were waiting, hoping the twin prophets would bring breakthroughs, but Ji Xia's sudden appearance disrupted all their plans. Ji Xia felt a chill down his spine, not because there was anything behind him, but because he sensed a hint of malice, though not dangerous. He kept his composure and continued forward, soon reaching the coordinates. The so-called divine tomb was not a building but an entrance to a shattered divine realm, marked by a silver archway covered in unique symbols. The three of them entered simultaneously. Inside, they were greeted by the sight of ruined white marble structures, with scattered pages of books all around. There were no signs of life, but there was light, which made Ji Xia feel much more at ease, unlike the oppressive atmosphere outside. Once he finished surveying the surroundings, a mass of white mist gathered from all directions, transforming into an elderly man in a white robe with white hair and beard. The old man looked at Lin Xian and Lin Yao with disdain and said, "You boys are really persistent. You understand the gap between gods and humans, so why bother tormenting yourselves?" Lin Yao had previously set up a table and chairs with tea, inviting Ji Xia to sit, while his gaze lingered on a fourth empty seat. The old man, despite his disdain, sat down, eagerly flipping through the books and marveling. No wonder this civilization has thrived and been passed down for 5 or 6,000 years. This knowledge is truly wonderful. However, don't ask me. I genuinely don't know how your system should develop at the epic level. Our world, including the wizarding world system, has already been given to you. Lin Xian explained to Ji Xia that the old man was the remnant soul of the god of mages, on the brink of death. Ji Xia then turned his attention to the books, which to him were not just books, but something more mysterious than primal matter, being absorbed by the old man. He could barely understand and said, "He won't die. This god of mages." "Stop." The old man looked helpless. "Your little planet is truly amazing. I can understand 2 little rascals, but how did it produce someone like you?" Lin Yao, full of delight, asked Ji Xia. "I'm curious how you got the old geezer to make such a remark." Ji Xia looked at the old man again. Seeing him engrossed in the books without interruption, he instantly understood and said, "I provide treatment by replenishing vitality, life essence, or primal matter, but the healing of a deity is unique. It's about concepts. To heal him requires knowledge, extraordinary knowledge, mage knowledge, and of course, it must be unique." At this point, there was no need for further explanation. Lin Xian reached out and collected the books on the table, while Lin Yao retrieved the books from the old man's hands. The remaining old man stared at them, incredulous. "I'm a deity. Joining you would be my downfall. Knowledge, mages, mysteries, learning, magic. Are you willing to give up these divine duties and powers?" "Yes," Lin Xian replied cheerfully. The old man was stunned, incredulous. "These are powers, and you're actually willing to give them up?" The old man's face was filled with regret as he thought to himself. Selling off the family land without a care, such a squanderer. Ji Xia recalled the names of the books he had just seen. Collections of idioms, allusions, folk tales, and proverbs. Suddenly, he understood. Lin Xian stood up with a serious expression and declared without hesitation, "Of course, I'm willing. You're a deity, after all. Even though you've lost your divine power and position, your knowledge remains. As long as you join us and commit, we can develop faster and reap rewards far beyond our investment. Why not do it?" They valued Nai Zuer greatly, having interacted well with him for a long time. If Nai Zuer truly joined, it would greatly benefit their progress. Nai Zuer suddenly fell silent, his gaze shifting among the three present, particularly focusing on Ji Xia. He understood that knowledge was undoubtedly a path to great divine power. Countless stars, each with its own attributes, are manifestations of this path. Destiny encompasses everything, and the trajectory of all things is a reflection of destiny, which is also a path. Any extraordinary civilization is primitive in its early stages. By mastering the laws, albeit crudely, one will naturally understand how to correct their path once they become a deity. Nai Zuer's words revealed both the path and his stance. Lin Xian and Lin Yao remained silent, but Ji Xia had already grasped the situation. He stood up, extended his hand to the old man, and warmly said, "Welcome aboard, elder. You won't regret this decision." Nai Zuer reluctantly stood, not refusing, and shook Ji Xia's hand with a smile, saying, "I believe it, especially with a little monster like you around. What's your surname?" "Ji Xia." "As in the season," Ji Xia replied. Nai Zuer nodded. "All right, my new name will be Ji Dong, as it sounds like exciting and is easy to remember, right?" Lin Xian and Lin Yao exchanged subtle glances, pondering silently. Nai Zuer quickly returned to a serious demeanor and said, "A surname holds power. My new name will be Dian Ming, meaning classic wisdom. In the future, I will only need books or the authority of the Wensu Star. Of course, with my contributions, you must not prevent me from obtaining other authorities." Lin Xian and Lin Yao nodded in agreement, saying in unison, "We agree." The books from earlier were brought out again. Dian Ming no longer hid his intentions. His gaze swept over the books, and the words transformed into streams of data flowing towards him. "I can currently use the power of a lower deity 3 times. Think about how you want to use it. As for the things in my divine realm, you won't get to see them unless you become deities yourselves." The 3 of them agreed, understanding it was for their benefit. Dian Ming continued, "I have a deity with whom I don't have a good relationship, a lower deity named Nozu. He is the god of sorcerers and can greatly aid you in developing your bloodline. Should we go?" "Yes, let's go." Everyone replied in unison. With a guide leading the way, exploring the astral realm shifted from an unknown challenge to a standard quest, though dangerous areas remained off-limits. After navigating through twists and turns, Dian Ming, as if returning home, led them effortlessly to a purple doorframe, partially broken and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Dian Ming gently touched the doorframe, reminiscing, "After battling for thousands of years, it's suddenly over. Such is the impermanence of life. Entering here doesn't require much. Meeting the bloodline criteria is enough, but be cautious of possible possession by him. I can use divine knowledge spells to help protect you," Dian Ming offered. "Is using one of the 3 opportunities here a wise choice?" Ji Xia said. "I won't trouble you for now. Mind diffusion." With his words, the power of mental protection spread from him to the other 2, shielding them. Ji Xia's gaze fell on the divine light surrounding Dian Ming, and with a thought, he used Mind Link, channeling the arcane power once more, and executed mind diffusion. The divine light quickly spread, enveloping all 3 of them in triple protection. Feeling reassured, Ji Xia smiled and said, "All set, we can go in and take a look now." Dian Ming laughed heartily, suddenly curious about Naozu's expression. What would Naozu's expression be like? They saw a strikingly handsome and robust young man, with long purplish red hair nearly touching the ground, wearing a light purple robe that barely concealed his well-built body, exuding an indescribable allure. Naozu's expression was not one of anger, but rather one of amused interest as he looked at them. Ji Xia felt a tingle at these words, his face slightly changing, thinking to himself, "Damn it, he actually finds this person very attractive, with a pleasant voice, and wants to take a few more looks." He knew it was due to the charm, but kept reminding himself, "A man. A man. A man. That's the key." Naozu reached out as if to touch Ji Xia, but Dian Ming intervened, blocking him just in time, which left Naozu feeling a bit regretful. Naozu said calmly, "Don't be fooled by appearances. Does gender matter? Deities are a different level of existence, and gender is just a matter of thought." The last few words were spoken in a female voice, and Ji Xia stood there dumbfounded as this long-haired beauty smiled at him. Fortunately, the arcane power fluctuated, snapping him back to reality, and he silently chanted, "In the name of fate, purify," removing the influence. The 3 of them stepped back in unison, wary of this woman. The woman slightly furrowed her brows, evoking a protective instinct, and softly said, "How dull." With that, her figure gradually faded until it vanished completely. Only then did Dian Ming speak. "Seems we can't see his expression, relying solely on bloodline and faith. He died thoroughly. Let's go, destroy the core of the divine realm, and take his divinity. This god's tomb will become meaningless." He proceeded with practiced ease, entering the underground area and finding a door. The surroundings glowed with purple light, an unsettling sight. Divine power flowed from Dian Ming's fingertips, tracing the door to form golden runes, executing a gate-opening spell. The door slowly opened, not through divine magic, but a unique application of arcane knowledge. Ji Xia felt enlightened, quietly marveling. Yet the scene beyond the door was far from pleasant, revealing walls and passageways made of flesh, with twisting blue veins and a subtly undulating floor, as if alive. At this moment, Dian Ming stepped back, saying, The rest is up to you. I'll wait outside for good news. But Jixia stopped him. No need. Just like outside the divine realm's gate, he remained firm. 7 red lamps appeared, the 7 killing soul lamps. The eerie red oil lamps flared brightly before extinguishing, and the flesh seemed to lose its color, turning from bright red to dark gray. Jixia summoned a gust of wind, scattering the dust to reveal a blood pool with a heart at its center. The god of sorcerers is a divine beast formed from the essence of desire, and the blood pool is his blood. Having lost its racial traits, his existence is merely pure bloodline energy that can aid in the growth of your lineage. The heart is the heart of desire. Twins, do not covet this heart, for it will ruin your future, and your charm is insufficient to control it. Jixia, however, might be suitable, but be cautious, as the laws of desire, beauty, temptation, and allure will embrace you, possibly leading to your downfall. Although Lin Xin and his companion were grateful for Dian Ming's introduction, they were more curious about Jixia. Lin Xin asked directly, "Your ability seems a bit beyond the norm." Jixia replied calmly, "Isn't this just a little demonstration for new allies? Besides, there are quite a few limitations." Dian Ming stroked his beard with a smile, marveling. "Impressive. The unique power of your world is truly incredible. Speaking of which, your universe is unbelievably vast. After the birth of the extraordinary, resources are nearly endless, much more expansive than our own world. The spiritual realm, elemental worlds, and others are still being born. I am very curious about how far you can go in the future." Following Dian Ming's advice, they divided the spoils and left, returning to the astral realm. Suddenly, Jixia asked, "Do you know who harbors ill will against me?" Dian Ming maintained his enigmatic smile. "A rather special god. Don't worry, strictly speaking, all gods have fallen, and I have fallen too. If it weren't for those two bringing me books and changing my identity, I would also be in a fallen state, at most like a phantom left by the god of sorcerers. However, you must be careful not to let outsiders into the astral realm. If they develop faith, the gods will return, except for the god of sorcerers, who has been destroyed by you, his divine essence taken, and cannot be resurrected." Jixia stopped and asked with a subtle tone, "Divine essence?" Dianming finally burst into laughter. "Ha! The heart contains his divine essence, a complete lower god's essence." He explained to Jixia, "There are many types of desire. When the beast of desire was born, it separated the thirst for knowledge, which is me. Desire belongs to the mind, originates from the mind, and even relates to wisdom. I will find a good home for it, and that home is you." Jixia took out the heart from the box again and examined it carefully, but found no divine essence, perhaps due to the vast difference. Suddenly, Jixia felt his heartbeat slow down, then synchronize with the heart of the god, naturally establishing a connection. Before Jixia could react, the heart turned into a flow of blood and merged into his body, causing him to heat up. Lin Xian and Lin Yao watched Jixia nervously, keeping an eye on Dian Ming with their peripheral vision, asking, "What's going on?" The old man shook his head with interest. "I am Dian Ming. Although we don't have a contract, you know that every word spoken by those who master mysteries is a contract, especially under the witness of fate, and must not be violated." Jixia was chosen by Nao Ziyu, possessing an extremely exaggerated charm. Dian Ming said, "I mentioned that he has fallen. Upon seeing me, he understood that resurrection was impossible, so he only wished to leave a legacy. Deities, you can trust in our integrity as deities. Even the Spider Queen, the god of deceit, is not deceitful. The essence of midsummer ebbs and flows like the tide, yet its overall state is steadily improving." Lin Yao firmly believes in Dian Ming's words. Based on the information they have gained a preliminary understanding of the world of gods. This world is similar to the setting of Dungeons & Dragons, but it possesses unique characteristics, especially concerning the deities. These deities wield unparalleled power, having long abandoned mortal desires in pursuit of loftier ideals. To them, becoming a high-ranking god is the ultimate honor, allowing them to transform their divine realm into a world of its own, or even create a new world, akin to a creator god. Their pursuit has become entirely internalized, no longer requiring external faith, driven solely by the desire to touch upon legendary divine power. Even in the face of death, they ensure the continuity of their legacy, allowing successive generations of successors to achieve greatness. This pursuit, beyond ordinary comprehension, is something the twins can understand as they quietly await Jixia's transformation. Jixia is currently receiving a vast amount of inherited knowledge. Ordinarily, his mental strength would be insufficient to handle such an overwhelming amount of information. However, within him, not in a physical sense, there is a 36-sided divine core assisting him in processing this information. The divine core does not alter Jixia in any way. It merely transmits knowledge, which Jixia can absorb as needed or disregard entirely if he chooses. As a practitioner of the blood linifocus profession of a sorcerer, Ji Xia finds great inspiration in the inheritance he receives. He realizes that his god-level bloodline holds immense potential, and with the guidance of this inheritance, he is confident in fully developing it. However, as he delves deeper, Ji Xia discovers that the inheritance from this sorcerer god is somewhat unconventional. In terms of a Xinxiao world, it would be considered unorthodox, filled with dubious methods akin to the practices of the Hahuan sect. Despite this, Ji Xia must admit that this deity is indeed formidable. He has elevated the limits of laws related to desire and allure to new heights, even allowing them to blend with the laws of life and mind. The complexity of these matters is beyond Ji Xia's current ability to explore deeply. He remains acutely aware of his current situation, and after broadly categorizing the inheritance, he regains his clarity. Understanding everything that has transpired, Ji Xia says to the twins, "I'm fine." As Dianming said, this is indeed a great opportunity. From Nuzul's inheritance, I discovered something intriguing. Although I haven't fully grasped the mysteries of destiny, my bloodline possesses attributes of stars and fate, and it is a god-level bloodline. Therefore, when speaking or making promises in my presence, it's best to be serious. Otherwise, you can forget about making any progress in this lifetime. As he speaks, Ji Xia turns his gaze to Dianming and continues, "For deities, the consequences are even more severe. Their sensitivity to the laws will diminish, and this suffering is more unbearable than death." Dianming nods in agreement. "That's why we rarely swear oaths, and we don't make promises lightly. Let's go. There's another divine tomb where we have the chance to obtain a divine core. Only when you all receive an inheritance and truly understand the deities will you trust me more." Dianming's life spans vast ages, far exceeding the existence of any civilization on Blue Star. Even after years of silence in the star realm, he maintains considerable wisdom. Suddenly, Dianming freezes. He shakes his head, trying to regain his clarity. In that moment, he seems to realize something even more crucial. "Wait," he exclaims, "we must leave the star realm." His words were unusually urgent, as Ji Xia and the others were mentally connected. Ji Xia was mainly pondering. His genuine and tense emotions were unsettling. "Should we leave first?" "All right, you just need to recall your floating island and think about leaving." Ji Xia nodded and transmitted the image of Xingshan Island to Dianming. In the next moment, the four of them vanished. As soon as Ji Xia returned to his domain, he immediately said, "Agreed." At that moment, Xingshan appeared beside Ji Xia, looking somewhat puzzled, but before he could speak, his master had already responded. It didn't matter. He simply needed to comply. Thus, the teleportation chamber activated, and the two guests arrived. Dianming stood nearby, his brow furrowed, seemingly contemplating or perhaps resisting something. Once the exploration team was gathered, Dianming opened his weary eyes, looked at Ji Xia and the others, and sighed. "I must first tell you what the Star Realm is. It is the tomb of the gods, the final resting place of stars." To him, stars symbolize deities. After a deity's death, they rest in the star realm. If there are still followers and they form a certain scale, it can resurrect the fallen deity, albeit with flaws, but they can be remedied over time. However, if the followers also vanish, the deity will fall into true eternal slumber. In this stage, memories, wisdom, creativity, and such gradually fade, eventually becoming pure energy, returning to the world. That is the function of the star realm, to digest everything, even you living beings, so you should minimize your visits, at least until Ji Xia you have mastered it. The best practice is to obtain coordinates and enter directly from the outside, rather than searching inside. In short, enter less. As he finished speaking, a seven-colored light appeared on his chest, revealing a beautiful but flawed crystal with 48 faces, full of cracks. The other three present were stunned. A divine core is the condensation of laws and authority, and it persists even after a deity's death. In the wizarding world, once a wizard obtains a divine core, it cannot be destroyed by any means. The divine core in Dianming's hand was on the brink of destruction. After the display, Dianming didn't stop but looked at Ji Xia. "To gain your trust, I'm planning to take you to another divine tomb, but I didn't tell you who harbors ill will towards you. That was wrong, against my original intention. Now I can tell you with certainty, it is the God-Eater divine abomination. It has no name, born from thoroughly dead deities, possessing abilities similar to the star realm, but not mastering it. Therefore, its hostility towards you is normal." Ji Xia understood, it was a conflict of interest, which was easier to handle. How do you kill a divine abomination? Dianming appreciated this new civilization's first-generation strong figure, clear in goals and decisive in action. Where there is life, there is death. Life begins, destiny starts. Life ends, destiny concludes. You need to master the corresponding laws of destiny. This is extremely difficult. The deities I know all tried to break through in destiny and time, yet none succeeded. He looked deeply at the three, marveling. The fields that those with mighty divine powers could not explore in their lifetimes, The door has been opened by 3 children of a new civilization. The foundation of this world is truly terrifying. The material world alone spans over trillions of light years, and now with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the future development is unimaginable. Tianming once said that only smart people fear death, but this statement isn't entirely accurate. In reality, the fear of death is something that people of all intelligence levels cannot escape. As a subordinate deity of the goddess of magic and the god of mages, Tianming should theoretically only be a lower deity. However, he has nearly reached the level of a mid-tier god, which is related to his secret divine role. His path to godhood wasn't solely reliant on the identity granted by the goddess of magic. While the god of sorcerers sought the laws of life through bloodlines, Tianming explored the historical branches of time through records. Thus, even after his former superior, the goddess of magic, completely fell, he was still able to survive in the astral realm. The laws of the gods have long been mastered, and divine roles are limited, leaving almost no path for ascension. As a later deity, Tianming, despite his extraordinary talent, could only become a subordinate deity. His former superior granted him a divine role, and she was a good person, but Tianming's pursuit was to follow his own path. Therefore, when making an agreement with Lin Xian and the others, he expressed that he wouldn't obstruct as long as enough contributions were made. These words were Tianming's heartfelt confessions. He had seen through the essence of the world and understood the hearts of Ji Xia and the others, so he wanted to take a gamble. It was simply a matter of life and death. If he couldn't pursue freedom, he might as well sink into eternal sleep. Ji Xia's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that these deities were truly stubborn, always bringing up death. The god of sorcerers, upon meeting Tianming, realized he wouldn't live much longer and chose to die first as a salute. Now, Tianming was no different, embracing a laid-back attitude, willing to cooperate if possible, and if not, death was no big deal. Ji Xia asked in confusion, "Do you really not want to live? Living means possibilities." Tianming shook his head with a smile. "You don't understand. In the extraordinary world, strength is paramount. In the world of ordinary people, it doesn't matter if the upper channels are blocked. You can only live so long anyway. But for deities, who are almost immortal barring accidents, what choice do you have? Besides, I've lived a long time and experienced everything I wanted. My only unfulfilled pursuit is now impossible, so eternal sleep it is." After hearing Tianming's words, the 3 of them felt breathless. As top professionals of Xia, they understood the overwhelming power of high-level professionals over lower-level ones. If the number of 9th-level professionals is fixed and the lower levels cannot compete, despair is all that remains if 9th-level beings won't die. Fortunately, their civilization is just beginning, so they don't have to consider those issues. On the contrary, the elders and other leaders of Xia are planning to openly share cultivation methods, even planning for years so that all citizens of Xia can cultivate. Other human forces have also benefited, entering the career system, but Xia's approach is not a loss-making deal. It has the confidence to unify Blue Star. Ji Xia suddenly laughed. "I understand your intentions. Trust is built over time, and time will give us the answers, so there's no need to rush. Could you introduce yourself? It would help us understand how to best utilize your abilities." The conversation on Ji Xia's side was not interrupted by the twins, as they were well aware of one thing. Ji Xia's charm and affability were formidable, making him the perfect person to handle negotiations. Tianming's strength exceeded Ji Xia's expectations, reaching a legendary level. Since he hadn't made a move 3 times, his divinity remained unbroken. As long as he absorbed enough knowledge and power, he could restore and wield the power of the weakest deity, which would still be formidable against non-divine beings. Tianming's specialties lay in enchantment, magical weapon creation, and alchemy. He was proficient in all the skills mastered by mages. Although he lacked the corresponding authority due to his divine duties, his enchantment skills had reached a level of law. Moreover, even though his divinity was close to shattering, his ability to calculate far surpassed ordinary people, enabling him to deduce various mage spells up to the legendary level of Grandmaster spells. Jixia was confident in his judgment. After Tianming finished speaking, the twins' eyes lit up like light bulbs, for obvious reasons. Standing up and stretching, he indicated that further discussions could be left to them and reminded them to report to the elder. Additionally, if the Star Mage's spells could be deduced, they should be prioritized. Before leaving, Lin Xian reminded Jixia to pay attention to the archives from the Age of Saints. The teleportation array isolated space, abruptly cutting off their voices, but it did not hinder their communication. Upon hearing Age of Saints, Jixia immediately grasped Lin Xian's intention, thinking of a real plane similar to the dimension of the Flame Demon King, transformed into a dimension due to rules. There had once been demigods there, whose strength was only at the 9th turn, but the Flame Demon King's attempt to become a god and break free from constraints made him believe that demigods must have ways to circumvent limitations. With Tianming's presence, Jixia was confident about the upcoming matters, believing that the elder and others would handle those high-risk dimensions appropriately. Jixia felt relieved, foreseeing that many instances would no longer require his personal involvement, giving him more time to pursue his own endeavors. He recalled the scene when he grasped the mind law, and with a thought, he immediately created a clone. As a mythological level being, Jixia's clone was closely connected to the stellar bloodline, ensuring that it would not lose contact anywhere on Blue Star unless an accident occurred. This clone directly used the teleportation array to reach the outpost outside the Green Hell. Then, Jixia took a step into the world of darkness. Here, countless points of light clustered densely in different regions, while some isolated points of light stood alone like islands. Yet these independent points shone brighter. Currently, no creature on Blue Star had explored the mental dimension. Jixia was the first. Having inherited the legacy of the god of warlocks, his courage had grown, and he wanted to try something new. He compared the map of power distribution, pinpointed the location of the Holy Alliance, and without a care for the distance, instantly entered a point of light. May the great god of light protect us. Little Xiao is 5 years old now, and finally ready to learn the knowledge of a priest. How exciting. My goodness, Lady Rosa still possesses such charm, truly captivating. However, damn it, when will this wretched world come to an end? Thousands of thoughts flooded his mind at once, making Ji Xia feel uncomfortable. He blocked out some of the noise and stepped out of the dark world of the mind. Before him was a pristine white bedroom, where golden holiness and white purity were most popular. However, the woman by the bed clashed with the room's atmosphere. She wore a sheer robe of purple and black lace, her fair skin faintly visible, the color of her clothing accentuating her pale complexion. She was Lady Rosa, her mind filled with blasphemous thoughts. Those foolish paladins, unable to resist pleasure, how can they speak of faith in God? The new young man in the Night Order is so naive. I must mold him well for the Mother Goddess. There are 3,000 priests in the Alliance. How wonderful it would be if they believed in the Mother Goddess. Rosa was a follower of an evil deity, a heretic living close to the church, clearly with some background, but none of that mattered. Jixia was there to conduct an experiment. He re-entered the world of minds, pointed to the mental islands of several devout followers, and a gentle light illuminated the surroundings, completely covering Rosa's mind. At that moment, the real Rosa suddenly knelt down, her face pale and her heart panicked. How could I have such blasphemous thoughts? Our God protects us. I should be grateful. Please, great God of light, forgive me. As the wife of a grand knight, I have believed in an evil god. Rosa's mind was now completely different. It was unbelievable that a follower of an evil god had changed her faith. However, Ji Xia was unsurprised. Indeed, the expansion of the mind could be developed in this way, capable of spreading both good and bad. Although the power of his previous spreading spell was not wrong, it wasn't entirely correct either, as it was essentially a psychic mystery, naturally more suited for the psychic realm. With his idea validated, Ji Xia naturally created a new divine spell, mind assimilation. He thought it more fitting to call it a mind plague, but plagues often bring to mind negative things, whereas assimilation could mask the spell's true nature of spreading, making it seem less sinister. Most importantly, Ji Xia understood another point. The original mysteries he comprehended were actually incomplete versions of divine spells, and this mind assimilation was the divine spell version of the original mind beacon. After the experiment concluded, his avatar transformed into essence and merged with the planet, while another avatar descended, primarily because the consumption of mysteries was too great, and Ji Xia had to constantly change batteries. After advancing to a mythical level bloodline, Ji Xia's abilities had no weaknesses. Whether it was offense, defense, or healing, he surpassed others of the same tier, particularly excelling in healing due to his bloodline talent. In the future, Ji Xia should focus on developing as a healer, otherwise, conflicts might arise. However, this does not mean he would completely abandon his other abilities, as maintaining his offensive power remained essential. The Broodmother possessed an epic-level bloodline, with strength ranging between levels 8 and 9, making her no match for Ji Xia. Besides being an easily manageable evil god, her appearance was also striking. She was a pure white doe with long, brown antler-like branches adorned with pink blossoms. Her ability was enchantment, capable of arousing reproductive desires in others. As an evil deity lacking strong direct combat abilities, she was exceptionally fast and adept at escaping. Upon their creation, evil gods acquire a fragmented essence similar to authority, which, when compared to the legacy of the god of warlocks, appears akin to a dominion. Although it doesn't reach the level of the laws of life, it is very suitable for Jixia's research. In his eyes, the Broodmother was not only a promising mount, but also an experimental subject. As Jixia traveled further, he became increasingly surprised as he neared his destination. He had expected the evil god's habitat to be less appealing, but instead found himself amidst a sea of flowers spanning a kilometer in a forest. The unique plants here had heart-shaped, pink petals, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance that was truly refreshing. Ji Xiao felt his heart race and thought to himself that the brood mother, much like the god of warlocks, seemed to have strayed from the righteous path, yet was a godsend as a pseudo-demigod. With dedicated research, becoming the god of life was still a possibility, and even if he settled for being a legitimate god of marriage and fertility, it would still be significant as it concerns people's livelihood. Upon reaching this place, Ji Xiao no longer concealed his presence, instantly alarming the brood mother. A three-maternal pure white doe gracefully leapt out, her elegant steps making her appear like a spirit born of nature in the flower field. Faced with the sudden appearance of a human, she was cautious, yet found the human oddly unthreatening. Ji Xiao confirmed this and smiled at the brood mother, but this smile made the doe leap back instantly, her fur standing on end as she sensed danger. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The human before her melted into a puddle of sludge, only to reappear as an identical figure. Sensing the aura of the newcomer, the brood mother fled without hesitation, her speed astonishing as she disappeared into the forest. However, Ji Xiao, having used his teleportation ability, would not let his prey escape. He strolled leisurely through the flower field, admiring the beauty while pondering. This human is truly frightening, making one wary of acting rashly. I've already reached the territory of the old bear, so I should be safe, right? No, he's too terrifying. I'll go to that place instead. The breeding matriarch entered a cave she believed to be absolutely hidden. Initially narrow, after walking several hundred steps, it opened up into a massive cavern the size of 4 or 5 football fields. Strangely, this enclosed space had natural light, with lush vegetation and a large tree with heart-shaped leaves standing in the center. Ji Xiao appeared surprised amidst the sea of flowers, such a naturally nurtured treasure. At this moment, feeling secure, the doe lifted her head to nibble on the leaves, and Ji Xiao's eyes widened. In a flash, Ji Xiao vanished from his spot and reappeared, shouting, "Disperse!" What a waste of such a treasure. His mythic bloodline, carrying the power of mental mysteries, instantly surged toward the breeding matriarch, causing her to instinctively retreat and look at Ji Xiao in fear, unable to comprehend how he had appeared. However, Ji Xiao ignored her, turning his back to the doe, focusing on inspecting the extraordinary tree. This unguarded posture made the doe even more fearful, as she couldn't sense Ji Xiao's strength. Under these circumstances, she concluded that he must be stronger than her to disregard her so completely. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Xiao, with a slight smile on his lips, was experimenting with some of the warlock god's research, and the results were astonishingly effective. A mythic bloodline naturally comprehends mysteries upon reaching adulthood, but what about the young? A mythic being remains mythic, undiminished by youth, allowing for special methods to activate the divine power within the bloodline. The breeding matriarch, though a ninth-tier special natural deity, was suppressed by the divine might of a true god. Faced with the atmosphere Ji Xiao deliberately created and his mental manipulation, she was utterly bewildered. In the brief time Ji Xiao pondered, the mental realm saw a surge of negative emotions overwhelming the breeding matriarch, leaving her struggling to hold on. Ji Xiao slowly turned, hovering 4 or 5 meters above the ground, looking down at her with narrowed eyes that exuded a sense of pressure. After a few seconds of eye contact, the breeding matriarch lowered her head, unable to move, completely subdued by the bloodline's dominance. Ji Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Become my mount." The breeding matriarch hung her head, seemingly in resistance, but Ji Xiao sensed her relief. She was just trying to maintain some dignity as a deity, which is why she didn't immediately agree. "TSK, do you really think you're a god? You're merely a ninth-tier special life form, just a nature spirit." Ji Xiao's tone was dismissive, almost casual, yet it made the breeding matriarch's heart race. She resigned herself to her fate, feeling that becoming his mount wasn't such a bad thing. Ji Xiao picked up on this mental shift and continued to influence her through the mental realm. There was a network of connections between her and her followers, and Ji Xiao used this network to implant new ideas in each follower, thereby affecting the breeding matriarch. The poor doe had no idea she was ensnared in Ji Xiao's trap. Her thoughts weren't her own. They were subtly guided by Ji Xiao through his followers. Consequently, the doe completely surrendered, not daring to think too much, since the person before her could even read her mind. She humbly bent her front hooves, kneeling before Ji Xiao, and pleaded, "I am willing to become your steed." In that moment, a contract was silently formed. Ji Xiao revealed a hint of mischief, shedding all disguises to show a seemingly ordinary level's even strength. Yet something strange happened. The brood mother began to tremble, lowering her head even more, which left Ji Xiao puzzled. He had intended for the doe to realize she was deceived, that her master was only at level 7. Why was she reacting this way? Ji Xiao decided to use the contract to delve into the doe's mind. Her inner world was filled with suffocating fear and a sense of impending death. She incredulously asked, "Haven't I already become my master's steed? Why do you still want to kill me?" Ji Xiao was baffled, realizing some unknown change might have occurred. So he quietly watched the brood mother, waiting for her next move to understand the situation. The trembling doe soon weakened, the flowers on her antlers wilting. This former dark deity was heading towards death. Jixia, deep in thought, concealed his aura once more and calmly stated, "This is punishment for your past actions. From today, you must revise your teachings. You are the brood mother who brings new life, not just a figure of procreation. One emphasizes life, the other pleasure fundamentally different." The doe, feeling reborn, suppressed her fear of Jixia and quickly bowed. "Respected master, I will immediately pass down the divine decree." Through the mental realm, Jixia heard her indeed convey the message. Subsequently, Jixia vanished into thin air, but his words were transmitted accurately through the mental realm to the brood mother. "Once you've resolved the faith issues, come to this place to guard the miraculous tree. This is your task. The tree will bloom soon and attract exploration from external beings. With the brood mother guarding it, there will be no cause for concern about losses." Having returned to Star Island, Jixia was uninterested in other matters, closing his eyes to enter the spiritual realm, observing the shadows around his fate star. He understood the deep connection he had with the astral realm. His previous entry into the astral realm had established this bond. The tomb of the gods in this alternate world was a tangible entity, not a dimension. The universe's spiritual energy was reviving, but various dimensions were just beginning to develop and were not yet complete. If he could devour the astral realm, the current universe would be more complete. Upon realizing his connection with the astral realm, the universe's will would assist him in mastering it. At this point, the death energy surrounding his fate star was a gift from the universe, intended to help Jixia better align with the astral realm. Since he hadn't fully mastered these powers, they inadvertently influenced all life around him. Fortunately, Jixia discovered this in time. He felt both pleased and frustrated, thinking the universe's consciousness should have given him a heads up. With a thought, the death energy gathered, forming a dark star that slowly rotated, releasing a devouring force. Let's call it Pluto, symbolizing death. At this moment, a new star was born in Jixia's fate star system, bringing it a step closer to completion. Now, only the sun, moon, and other crucial stars were missing, though Jixia didn't know how to coalesce them. The sun and related aspects are all connected to light, so Jixia decided to enhance his initial glimmer skill. Although this was just his assumption and not yet confirmed, he never lacked source points, and the insights gained from enhancing the skill were his own. Even if it didn't help verify his hypothesis, it wouldn't be a loss. As the source points were consumed, the glimmer skill continually improved, and Jixia gradually understood the information it contained, most of which related to the healing power of light. The essence of light led Jixia to conclude that the mystery he was about to comprehend must be related to healing. From his previous experience with skill enhancement, Jixia knew that when his strength was insufficient, elevating a skill to the law level would allow him to gain corresponding mysteries if he mastered the relevant abilities. Otherwise, the insights gained would be completely random, making it difficult to form a coherent system. The mysteries understood might also appear simplistic. Though he had gained some insight, it wasn't profound, like a child wielding a large swordable to cause damage but appearing clumsy and exhausted. Jixia realized that he needed to help this child grow. Only by becoming a strong adult could he truly master the weapon. As he pondered, Jixia immersed himself in the new mysteries, enveloped by a sea of light. This revelation was not as secretive as those related to the mind or space. Light shines without reservation, illuminating all darkness. Centered on Star Island, the healing warm light radiated throughout Jixia, healing everyone bathed in it from body to soul, and even their essence. Old Lee, a materials registration officer at the Earthfire City Planning Bureau, was a kind and seemingly benevolent old man. The children in the neighborhood affectionately called him Grandpa Lee, and he always responded with a smile. However, no one knew that old Lee was not actually old. He was only 49, in the prime of life for a professional. For years ago, a volcanic eruption occurred in Earthfire City, and a sealed entity broke free. As the leader of the city defense forces, Old Lee felt a great responsibility and bravely stood on the front lines, resisting the attack of the fire spirit, even at the cost of burning his own life. They held out for the crucial first minute until the masters arrived and resealed the heart fire spirit. Although Old Lee's life was saved by a healing master, his essence was depleted, leaving him to live as an ordinary, elderly person. He was subsequently assigned to some leisurely yet important positions, and more than 3 years had passed since then. On this day, Old Lee gazed at the starry sky from his window, feeling that it was mysterious and full of unknowns. Even though the old world had developed rockets capable of leaving Blue Star, there was still little understanding of the cosmos. In the new era, Dacia prohibited the use of instruments to observe the stars, as life education taught the people of Dacia not to court disaster. But observing with the naked eye was still allowed. Old Lee thought about the Big Dipper and the Southern Cross, which inspired the names of Grandmaster's skills, and he wondered when new skills might emerge from the countless stars above. He hoped that the Grandmasters would advance further, allowing more warriors to continue fighting, rather than being protected like he was. He also longed to protect his compatriots. At that moment, a warm light illuminated the sky, passing through the window, ignoring the barriers of walls, and lighting up every corner. Old Lee felt warm and drowsy as a surge of energy flowed into him like rain after a drought. He greedily absorbed the energy, feeling his strength gradually returning, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye and fell heavily onto the clean tiles, making a crisp sound that seemed to announce his inner tumult. Instinctively, Old Lee clenched his fist, then extended his fingers, and a flame flickered at his fingertips, weak yet full of vitality. He suddenly covered his face with his hands, bent over, and squatted on the ground, the warm light casting his shadow on the floor. Among the scattered, glistening tears, a young face was reflected. Old Lee was gone, and a guardian had returned. The next day, with the joint efforts of many masters and grandmasters, the entire Great Xia welcomed a sunny day. At noon, everyone who could spare the time opened their devices to enter the official live broadcast. On the screen, a woman with long hair appeared before the audience and said straightforwardly, "Hello everyone. I believe you've been waiting for a long time." At 2:10 and 25 seconds a.m., a warm light illuminated the entire Great Xia, piercing through barriers, and its intense glow could even be felt in the training rooms. According to statistics, approximately 120,000 people's old injuries were healed, and even some elderly individuals became rejuvenated. She, like everyone else, was curious about what had happened, which led to this live visit. And the person they were visiting was the only healing Grandmaster in Great Xia today? No, forgive my slip of the tongue. Perhaps the title of Grandmaster needs an update. With that, the host had arrived at the teleportation room. Xiao Bing had gained access to Star Island and was about to interview Grandmaster Ji Xia. The glow of the teleportation array enveloped the host, Xiao Bing. In the data room, young viewers watching the live broadcast were thrilled. I knew it was the Grandmaster. After being completely healed the previous night, Old Lee contacted several of his former comrades who had also suffered serious injuries and were now fully recovered, filled with curiosity. The official website soon released a notification. On October 28th, year 79 of the Great Xia calendar, at 12 o'clock, there would be a visit to Grandmaster Ji Xia, broadcast live in its entirety. At that moment, Old Lee and his companions began to speculate that this timing, combined with the healing light, was clearly pointing to Grandmaster Ji Xia. As the live broadcast resumed, viewers' attention followed the panoramic camera to a garden. A young man with a gentle smile held a cup of tea and raised it towards everyone in front of the screen. "Hello everyone. I am Ji Xia." His simple greeting made everyone feel like a refreshing breeze, cleansing their spirits. "Grandmaster, hello, I am Xiao Bing, a news anchor from Great Xia, and I want to thank you for everything you've done for Great Xia," she said, bowing slightly. As Xing Chun poured tea for the guest, Ji Xia said, "Please sit, relax, and I will slowly answer everyone's questions." His words carried a unique power that calmed both Xiao Bing in front of him and the millions of viewers who quietly listened to this legendary figure's story. Beginner, proficient, master, control, master, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster, law, essence. This is how Great Xia now defines skill levels. Without reaching the appropriate level, one's strength cannot be enhanced. Last night, I gained a new understanding of the Glimmer skill, officially reaching the level of the laws, and comprehended the mysteries of the light of healing. From now on, I am confident in the arrival of the laws of light, as if the healing light can soothe all pain. If you see an elderly person suddenly looking young, don't be surprised, for they were once the guardians of Daxia, using up their essence to protect each one of us. At this moment, Yin Xin closed his eyes with a satisfied expression, then continued processing documents. Meanwhile, in Fairy Tale Town, Lin Xin and Lin Yao shared a knowing glance. Lin Xin remarked, "Brother, he's unbelievable." Lin Yao replied, "Brother, we can't fall behind. Let's go." In the library, Dian Ming had a complex expression, pondering whether his bloodline was truly just of low-level mythical grade. The laws of healing align with all attributes, almost approaching the concept of healing itself. Bloodline is both an aid and a shackle, as is a divine position. How far can Ji Xia go? The interview with Ji Xia continued, primarily with Ji Xia speaking, as planned with Ling Chun and the elders. The number of healers in Daxia is scarce, with most following a professional system unable to treat certain injuries. Moreover, the healer system is diverse, with varying skill effects. As the president of the Healer Association, Ji Xia has decided to implement some reforms. The reform is straightforward. First, healers will adopt a new title system with different assessment standards, categorized into apprentice healer, official healer, master, grandmaster, archmaster, and high priest. Second, The benefit system corresponding to titles will no longer be the old model, where being a healer automatically means higher status. Finally, the Healer Association will open classes where medical staff can learn new spells suitable for the doctor profession, which will then officially be considered part of the healer definition. These are the main reform points, with other details thanks to Dian Ming, who directly provided existing knowledge, solving the healer scarcity issue for Daxia. It's important to note that there is no shortage of doctors, and once they grow, future teams can ensure they have healers. Because of the large number of healers, an assessment grading system was established, along with issuing exclusive professional attire and honor badges, which are special equipment with certain bonuses and also symbols of identity. As soon as the reform was announced, various industries began to cooperate, such as providing a free house starting from the master-level healer, along with city settlement benefits. In fact, Jixia has some reservations about this grading system. Why is his rank called High Priest? He doesn't oversee sacrificial activities. However, Lin Xin also mentioned that because of Jixia's abilities, grand festivals in the future will hold celebrations where Jixia will need to perform nationwide, healing using the healing light containing the mysteries of light. This divine art has an extremely wide range, capable of covering the entire Daxia, so such arrangements will not burden Jixia. Furthermore, there is an astonishing benefit faith. Now, Daxia's higher-ups all agree that Jixia is set to become the first to become a deity. Although Jixia does not require faith, resources will still be tilted in his favor, just in case he doesn't succeed in becoming a deity. He can still rely on faith to continue the process, avoiding failure and death. Everyone is looking out for themselves, and Jixia gladly accepts. After the visit concluded and the host left, Jixia continued sipping tea in the courtyard, hoping that once the healers understood the assessment standards, they wouldn't curse him. Haha. Jixia felt the power of the light's healing mysteries surge within him, instantly elevating his healing abilities to a new height. However, this was not his greatest gain from the experience. In the spiritual realm, beyond Jixia's life star, a cluster of light points flickered faintly. These starry illusions guided him, as if awaiting his next moment of enlightenment. Jixia understood that if he could once again grasp the prophecy of light or any other mysteries of destiny, these guides would become more precise. Meanwhile, Jixia gained valuable knowledge about the potential of laws. He learned that comprehending the conventional laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder could elevate one to the rank of a mid-tier deity. Understanding adjacent or opposite laws could smoothly advance one to a high-tier deity. Although such high-tier deities were considered standard, their power was still respectable. However, the special laws of time, space, and destiny were different. Merely grasping most of their mysteries could make one a mid-tier deity. Astonishingly, delving deeper into these laws, without the need to study others, could make one a uniquely complete high-tier deity, with power surpassing that of ordinary high-tier deities. There was even a chance to touch the rules through these laws and reach a grand realm. Jixia's sudden acquisition of so much knowledge stemmed from the unique nature of the law of light. Light typically symbolizes hope, information, and the future. In the current state of the universe, with spiritual energy reviving and the spiritual realm unclaimed, the dispersion of authority allowed even a newcomer like Jixia, who had just begun exploring the law of light, to receive an influx of knowledge. This knowledge was a gift from the universe. Even more exciting was the fact that due to the universe's formidable foundation, new paths had emerged that were not present in the world of the gods. With common laws, even without understanding adjacent or opposing laws, one could become a high-tier deity by mastering their extended symbolic concepts. If one then followed traditional methods, the high-tier deities of this universe would be stronger than those in the world of the gods. This demonstrated the influence of the world's foundation on extraordinary power. Armed with this information, Jixia's ambition began to swell. This was an untouched opportunity, and as a pioneer, he could claim a significant portion if he maintained his lead. Although he dared not dream of reaching the grand realm sought by gods like Dianming, becoming a high-tier deity was well within his grasp. After calming himself, Jixia began to ponder the mysteries of the light's healing. He recalled the legacy of the god of warlocks, which mentioned that in the world of gods, whether it was the god of light, the god of darkness, the god of earth, the water god, or even the death god's law of death, all had a healing aspect. Jixia realized that understanding the secrets of light's rays, speed, burning, or purification offered limited improvement. It was the healing aspect of light that was crucial. He began to consider whether he should collect healing skills from different systems and specialize in understanding various healing mysteries. At that moment, Jixia was stunned. He sensed a profound aura emanating from within him. The runes of his long-mastered innate spell, Fate Healing, began to emit a silver-gray light. These runes flew out from his body, entered the spiritual realm, and transformed into a new star, settling near his life star. This newborn star initially appeared as a mere illusion, indistinguishable from the scattered light points around it. However, as the mysteries of light's healing merged into it, the illusion solidified, radiating a warm, yellow glow. A new conceptual divine spell was born: Healing Art. This conceptual divine spell, with its complete foundational runes, had no level restrictions. As more healing mysteries were integrated, this divine spell would continuously improve, eventually becoming a conceptual divine spell containing the essence of healing, capable of curing any injury. Gazing at the newborn star and feeling the surging power within him, Jixia knew he had taken another significant step on his path of cultivation. Jixia had a profound realization. The essence and direction of a healer's lineage is healing itself. With his 3 innate magical abilities, he understood the significance of conceptual purification and rejection. As he reached the level of a divine bloodline, his ability to guard the mind would merge with other mysteries, evolving into conceptual guardianship. Jixia was amazed. Was this the moment of opportunity? In the universe, the journey from ordinary to extraordinary leaves room at the top. If one can rise with the wind, they can grasp various concepts, surpassing even the highest gods. He realized that all knowledge originates from the spiritual realm, and mastering it would be wonderful. However, his path lies in healing, seemingly unrelated to the spiritual realm. Jixia understood that he must first control his own essence, bide his time, and use his skills to grasp the mysteries of the spiritual realm. Yet, the universe is vast, with countless intelligent beings. If he received enlightenment, what about others? Thus, after mastering his essence, the spiritual realm might already be occupied by others. He needed to prioritize and not be greedy, lest he end up empty-handed like the proverbial monkey with corn. With a clear mind, Jixia embraced a new healing star, understanding its purpose. After integrating the mysteries of light-based healing, his range of healing magic expanded significantly, effortlessly covering a city, or even a nation if he exerted himself. This was a conceptual divine spell capable of healing all light-based entities, including light elementals, constructs, illusions, formations, and equipment. Although its effect on inanimate objects was limited, Jixia found it incredible and couldn't help but marvel at the concept of healing. He personally went to the warehouse to find a silvery light shield adorned with iris motifs, capable of releasing a light shield to block damage. Yet, as his fingertip lightly traced the surface of this equipment, capable of withstanding 7th-tier attacks, a faint crack appeared. Jixia's right hand, enveloped in warm yellow light, pressed against the shield, and the crack miraculously healed. Looking at the panel, he smiled. The name of this conceptual divine spell was Back to Basics. A simple healing spell had advanced from level 1 to level 2, and each integration of mystery would further upgrade it. He understood that these spells, belonging to his innate bloodline, were his future essence. It was best to enhance them himself, as using direct skill points could lead to instability. Feeling a great sense of progress, Jixia headed to the temple in Cloud City to imbue his insights into the star core. The stars on the ceiling lit up one by one, leaving only the edges dim, signifying that Jixia had met most of the requirements to become a god, with only his power needing further enhancement. In this story, Dianming was once a divine assistant, on the brink of acquiring 9th-tier knowledge, but epic evolution is a more complex process. The evolution of life requires strengthening both the body and mind during the foundational stage, and after reaching a certain standard, deeper research can be pursued. While the systems of other worlds can be referenced, the epic evolution beyond the 9th tier needs to be adjusted according to the characteristics of this world. In this universe, there is no existing method for this yet. Creating such a method might earn the favor and rewards of the universe. However, Dianming, the god from another world, does not recommend directly creating a method. Instead, he advocates for understanding many mysteries first, and then working backwards after becoming a god. The conditions for becoming a god include consolidating a divine role, mastering a domain, comprehending the mysteries corresponding to that domain, and having sufficient accumulation. Of these 4 conditions, Jixia has only achieved the last one. His essence has surpassed 10,000 through the daily refinement of star power and continues to grow, rivaling some true deities. Jixia prioritized these 4 conditions from hardest to easiest based on his circumstances. If he could understand enough mysteries, he would naturally acquire a domain. Since this is a newly born extraordinary universe, divine roles are not readily available and need to be created by collecting concepts. Therefore, achieving miracles is not easy. Lin Xin and the others need time to comprehend, while Jixia, although saving effort early on by adding points, still needs to test his understanding later. In the chaotic forest, Jixia's avatar successfully subdued the breeding matron, a naturally born evil deity, a natural spirit. With her power, Jixia began trying to consolidate a divine role related to fertility or marriage. This was an experiment for Jixia, with the mount being incidental. His main goal was observation. The concept of divine roles was too unfamiliar to him. and since feeling his way across the river could lead to falling in, he decided to first observe how others succeeded. The Doe had mentioned other natural spirits in the chaotic forest, such as the earth bear, swamp serpent, and acid dragon. Jixia planned to seize them all as a control group for his experiments. Furthermore, there were other natural spirits on Blue Star, all valuable experimental materials that needed to be captured before they became future threats. However, time was not abundant recently. In last night's discussion, it was mentioned that the source of the other world was fluctuating intensely, and the god of games could no longer hold them back. They were about to descend upon Blue Star, marking the largest source descent in history. Similar events had occurred before, like the dimension Gu Ming resolved, which descended unexpectedly. This time, with an early warning, all of Daxia's high-level combat forces halted unimportant tasks, quietly awaiting the unknown crisis. Last night's healing light restored many veterans, and today they received recall notices, which was a great deed by Jixia, enhancing Daxia's risk resistance. Jixia took the opportunity to acquire 8th tier extraordinary knowledge, advancing 1 tier, understanding that after reaching the 9th tier, he would surely miss this easy advancement. 4 days later, the weather was clear, and the late November sunshine drew many people out for a stroll. Jixia lay leisurely on Star Island with a book in hand. Suddenly, he felt everything around him becoming chaotic, especially the source power. Immediately after, the source power surged, and in Basity, a blue-dimensional portal gradually formed. A newly formed dimensional portal exuded a powerful aura, instantly halting the source energy of Ba City. All ordinary professionals felt a heavy pressure, almost suffocating. Jixia vanished from his original spot, teleporting to the entrance of the dimensional portal. Simultaneously, he released his psychic power, covering the entire Ba City and linking with everyone. The power of fate converged at that moment, as if purifying in the name of destiny. As the pressure dissipated, Jixia teleported Wu Yunsheng to his side and reassured the surrounding crowd. This unknown dimension has only appeared here in Ba City. Please don't panic. With that, Jixia extended his hand, grasping the mysteries of spatial bridging, and using rudimentary spatial power, he directly moved the portal away from the sky. He continued to explain to Wu Yunsheng, "This dimension is too dangerous here. I'll move it outside the city. If any monsters come out, you handle them." Wu Yunsheng nodded, keeping his eyes fixed on the dimensional portal. No problem. With mastery over spatial power, Jixia felt incredibly efficient. Previously, Daxia needed to seal a dimensional portal before moving it, but now he could handle it effortlessly with one hand. Meanwhile, he used psychic assimilation to transmit calm emotions to the people of Ba City, ensuring they wouldn't become overly anxious. In the psychic world, the emotions of the entire Ba City also spread outward. Although Jixia couldn't yet provide psychic support nationwide, he could calm the populace. Under these circumstances, everyone could perform their duties, minimizing the danger. Yin, Xin, Hu Shuo, and others were stationed at the center of Daxia's protective formation, observing various locations. Should any place show signs of strain, they would immediately provide support. However, they quickly realized that this situation was entirely different from previous ones, much better than the previous chaos. It was important to note that such chaos wasn't something low-level professionals could manage, but rather the pressure from high-level monsters, making prior drills of limited use. As information came through the main channel, they understood the situation. Jixia's voice resonated. "Everyone, I possess the secrets of the mind, allowing me to calm the citizens of Daxia. You can proceed with your arrangements without worry. No one will cause trouble." Hu Shuo responded, "Understood." Jixia continued, "If you need support, let me know. Once personnel are confirmed, I can help teleport them, but each person can only be teleported once a day." Gu Ming remarked, "You've been a great help. I pre-applied stable enchantment to the teleportation array, but the source energy fluctuations were too strong, and it still couldn't be used." Yang Guang joked, "Is this the benefit of having a great assistant? High Priest, teleport me to the edge of the insect plains. A new portal has appeared there." Lu Feng interjected, "What great assistant? Call him Big Daddy. Count me in, I need to go to the insect plains too." Zhang Tianqing added, "I'm headed to Earthfire City, Big Daddy." The atmosphere in the group relaxed slightly, and they even began to joke around. Most people had interacted with Jixia, and he remembered everyone's psychic waves, allowing him to quickly locate and establish a psychic link. Rescue personnel were swiftly in position within minutes of the dimensional portal's appearance. Despite the frequent disasters, with Jixia's coordination, there was little cause for concern. Thus, calling Jixia Big Daddy seemed entirely fitting at this moment. And more heartwarming moments were yet to come. Jixia had moved the dimensional gate outside the city and promptly sent a new message to the group. "By the way, for those who have fought alongside me before, I'll first condense a life lamp for you. But you have to step up first and find me later for further issues." Gu Zhilin saw the message and replied, "With you saying that, I'm no longer worried. I'm currently puzzled about the nature of the monsters in this dimension, but they're too strange for me to act." Jixia glanced at the image. Although he didn't recognize it, he decisively added Dianming to the preparation group and introduced him. This is Dianming, formerly the god of mages from the world of the old gods, and now a citizen of Dixia. He's knowledgeable, so if you have questions about the monsters, ask him. In the initial dimensions, the monsters were indeed related to fantasy works from Blue Star, but in this descending dimension, they were mostly fragments from various dimensions of other worlds. Naturally, their own people could recognize them more easily. As various monsters needing identification were sent out, Dian Ming responded to each one. Meanwhile, Ji Xia discovered that the dimensional instance had sealed itself from the inside. Wu Yunsheng and Ji Xia exchanged puzzled looks. What's going on? At this moment, Lucy appeared behind Ji Xia, respectfully saluted him, and explained, Your Highness, this should be the Dark Elves. They're very sensitive to our presence, and will avoid us as soon as they sense it. According to the legacy of the god of warlocks, Dark Elves are also orthodox elves, but have long lived in the underground world, making them attuned to darkness and followers of the Spider Queen, the god of deceit. In doctrine, they don't get along well with the winged people, the favored ones of the god of light. Although the two sides merely dislike each other, the winged people also believe that one shouldn't be too blatant in the underground world. The real reason for their discord is aesthetic differences. The winged people favor white, while the dark elves are fond of black. However, both being God's favored races, they avoid conflict over aesthetics. Even after becoming monsters following the destruction of their race, they still adhere to this rule. After listening to Lucy's explanation, both Wu Yunxing and Ji Xia felt helpless. But Ji Xia thought of delicious sweet, salty, and spicy tofu brains, meat and plain rice dumplings, and tang yuan, and felt it wasn't a big deal. He asked, You're at the 9th level now. Shall we go in and clear it together? Wu Yunxing pointed to himself. What about me? Ji Xia displayed the projection of the preparation group. Look, the Heartfire spirit of the Dihua city is acting up again, and there's an additional flame cavern dimension corresponding to the Abyss world. Don't you think your expertise is needed there? Wu Yunxing nodded. Yes, they do need me more there. Could you send me over? Ji Xia first set up a substitute for Wu Yunxing and then teleported him. In the next moment, the substitute bled from 7 orifices and shattered, followed by another substitute meeting the same fate. After 4 consecutive times, Ji Xia stopped. Teleportation is limited to once per person, but the cost can be waived through substitutes. This is the advantage of having a system where various shortcomings can be compensated. Unfortunately, Ji Xia currently possesses some divine spells containing mysteries, some regular divine spells, and some secret techniques, resulting in severe imbalance. Therefore, he can only compensate with quantity, as he just did. If development remains uneven and the quality gap widens, quantity will also lose its effectiveness. Lucy took the lead, stepping into the dimensional gate, with Ji Xia following closely behind. Instantly, Ji Xia felt the surroundings shift from bright to dark and shadowy. Looking around, he noticed there was no sky. Instead, towering rocks, 500 to 600 meters high, loomed over them like a massive canopy. Contrary to being barren, this underground world boasted a unique ecosystem. The ground was covered in moist moss emitting a faint blue glow, surrounded by shrubs with fragrant fruits faintly visible. Your Highness, these are thorn roses, essential for making magic recovery potions, typically growing within the range of ancient night trees, which means the dark elves are nearby. Ji Xia nodded, mentally preparing for battle. Before he could finish his thought, a barrage of arrows rained down from all directions. However, there was no need to dodge. Ji Xia keenly sensed the enemy's presence and spread the despair he had felt from the witch. All living beings have a mental world. The difference lies in the activity of their minds. These creatures had weak mental strength, easily assimilated by Ji Xia's mind influence. Lucy transformed into a beam of light, charging into the dark elf ranks, shouting, Feather Blade Storm. Thousands of light feathers swept through like a fierce storm. After the attack, Lucy instinctively used a holy shield to defend against the impending counterattack, but to her surprise, none came. Reacting swiftly, Lucy realized that Ji Xia had cast a spell. In the next moment, he unleashed another powerful attack, sending crescent-shaped light blades flying, cutting down all the defenseless dark elves in their path. From a distance, Ji Xia watched in awe, realizing that the power of the arcane laws was indeed overwhelming against these creatures. How could they resist when faced with absolute despair? Lucy moved effortlessly through the dark elves, easily dispatching them, and eventually returned to Ji Xia's side. Your Highness, the sacred tree of the dark elves has unique abilities, similar to the winged people's reincarnation pool, capable of nurturing new life. Do you wish to transplant it? Ji Xia nodded slightly. Take it with us. It's said that the elf mother tree can birth different elves based on its attributes. With some modification, it could nurture forest elves. It's quite the cultivator. This involved bloodlines, and having inherited the legacy of the god of warlocks, Ji Xia couldn't help but want to experiment. After all, it was the experience of a lower deity. How could he not be curious? Following instructions, Lucy packed up the soil surrounding the elf mother tree, while Jixia gathered the spoils from the treasure chest and left the dungeon. He casually informed everyone in the group that Boss City had been dealt with before returning to Star Island, ready to respond to any situation. Of course, he also kept an eye on Lucy's progress with the elf mother tree. The tree, towering 10 meters high with a canopy over 10 meters in diameter, bore deep green fruits that would undoubtedly nurture dark elves. Lucy processed the fruits, planting them in a farming bed crafted by a master blacksmith. Though the bed seemed to have a 3-meter edge, it could actually cultivate an acre of land, enough to accommodate one tree. Ji Xiao watched for just a few minutes before Lucy was done. Meanwhile, the first batch of dungeon explorers began to emerge, with a flood of rescue requests following. Ji Xiao stood up, stretched, and prepared to get busy. Gao Ming, the commander of the advance team, urgently requested support from Haidu. A dark sea area is expanding here, and the situation is unclear and unexplorable. Just as time was running out, Ji Xiao mounted his Qingfeng bird. The short-haired, black-clad Gao Ming saluted him. High Priest, the unknown sea area lies ahead. It appeared suddenly, and we can't locate the dimensional gate. Gao Ming pointed to the clear liquid suspended in the air, shrouded in darkness, its spreading pattern elusive and difficult to clear. He continued, we must find the location of the dimensional gate before advancing, or it will just waste time. Ji Xiao's arrival was evidently for support. He teleported near the water area, surrounded by pure light energy. Using a faint glow containing the mysteries of light healing, Ji Xia instantly pierced through the darkness. Gao Ming, excited, drove his Qingfeng bird closer, gratefully saying, thank you, High Priest. We have a complete plan and need to act immediately. We'll visit you afterward. Ji Xia shook his head. No need for formalities, just begin. I'll head elsewhere. Gao Ming replied, yes, High Priest. Ji Xiao's presence, while brief, relied on powerful secrets to break through, leaving the subsequent tasks to Gao Ming and his team. They were prepared and capable of dealing with the dark sea area, they just needed time. And time was precisely what was most needed now. Ji Xiao's next planned stop was the insect plains, where toxic mist was spreading. Fortunately, his master, Master Baiyun, had already addressed the issue, and other healing masters were providing support elsewhere. The teleportation arrays on the floating islands were unaffected by the chaotic energy and allowed for high-speed flight, which was why each healing master was assigned one. Ji Xia estimated that after this mission, or perhaps midway, Dianming would optimize the teleportation arrays to prevent such issues in the future. While checking messages in the preparation group, Ji Xia saw a distress call. Unknown monsters had appeared, causing incurable injuries, and those coming to help should proceed cautiously and protect themselves. Ji Xia replied, 3 seconds. The waiting time was always to allow for preparation and prevent unexpected incidents. Once again, Ji Xiao arrived on time. The location, visible through group video, was Beimeng City. The dimensional gate was nowhere to be found, and the city was eerily quiet. In his perception, many first and second-tier professionals were barely hanging on, with only high-tier ones still able to act, though they were being eroded, except for those with higher bloodlines who could resist. Ji Xiao's expression was grave. This appeared to be a targeted attack on human genes. As someone who mastered spatial powers, he was highly sensitive to dimensional gates, yet after scanning the surroundings with his mental power, he found no dimensional gate, but detected some spatial rifts. Without solving the source, there's no way to heal. Wait for me, Ji Xiao said, then teleported to a forest outside the city. Upon closer inspection, he discovered hidden rifts and some equipment. These devices were not crafted with extraordinary power, but were extremely intricate, leading Ji Xia to suspect they were technological creations. Ji Xia stood before the spatial rift, gazing at the stable fissure. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he decided to attempt exploration once more. Initially, he created a clone the size of a mung bean, but reconsidered and dispersed it. The unknown distance of the spatial rift made him hesitant, fearing the clone might be captured. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ji Xiao's mind. He separated a portion of primordial essence and cautiously cast it into the rift. Then, closing his eyes, he entered the spiritual realm. In this strange dimension, he felt the essence, guided by the instincts of his star's spirit lineage, merging with the nearby stars. Without hesitation, Ji Xia utilized his star deity talent to quickly create a clone. Powered by the stars, this clone began observing the unknown world. As the scene became clear in his mind, Ji Xia gasped in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before him lay a unique star system composed of over 30 planets. At the center was a star radiating light and heat, while on the outskirts, numerous stars were covered with technological constructs. These constructs were greedily extracting energy from the stars, converting it into power for civilizational development. Ji Xia observed closely and discovered this was a highly advanced technological civilization. Although their energy level was at most Tier 5, they had cleverly combined technological power, making their essence and bodies exceptionally strong. comparable to Tier 8 entities. However, Jixia also noted that although this method could rapidly enhance strength, it posed obstacles to cultivation. He couldn't help but ponder how terrifying it would be if a deity could perfectly integrate technology with the cultivation system. Yet, this civilization evidently lacked a complete cultivation system, overly relying on technological constructs to wield power, which would undoubtedly hinder the development of their cultivation system. For Jixia, this was good news. Technological advancement is no easy feat, and if Jixia wished to surpass this new civilization, it must achieve a breakthrough in the cultivation system. After all, judging by various signs, this civilization harbored ill intentions towards Jixia. Driven by curiosity, Jixia entered the mental world, wishing to observe the inhabitants up close. To his surprise, the creatures here were indeed humanoid, but due to the planetary environment, their body density and other features differed from ordinary humans. Even more astonishing was that this civilization's technological level involved genetic modification. All citizens had undergone optimization, possessing outstanding appearances, and even without cultivation, their physical strength could reach Tier 2. Those who used genetic enhancement drugs could achieve up to Tier 6, and those who combined cultivation with genetic drugs reached an astounding Tier 8. Jixia initially assumed the mental domain of a technological civilization would be unprotected, but the reality surprised him. All citizens were connected to a vast interstellar network that could shield their emotional hormones, preventing external detection. Some key figures were equipped with special technological devices that could effectively resist mental waves. Through detailed investigation, Jixia discovered that genetically evolved humans had a certain probability of enhancing their mental power. The strongest among them could even use mental power to directly influence reality, reaching the level of telekinesis. This discovery intrigued Jixia, and he was determined to thoroughly understand this civilization and even consider how to control it. Despite initial concerns, Jixia became increasingly calm as his understanding deepened. After all, this civilization was merely at a stellar level and had not yet developed to a galactic level. Jixia mused that if he hid within the mental world and spread despair, he could easily drive this civilization to mass suicide. With such powerful control, whether to save or destroy was just a thought away for Jixia. The only question was what specific stance the executors of this civilization would take. Jixia watched quietly, waiting for the right moment to decide his next move. Jixia plunged into the world of minds, entering a dark space. Countless flickering points of light around him seemed like islands of consciousness. In the material world, Jixia would certainly be detected by advanced technology, but here, he could act more freely, heading straight for his goal. At this moment, the council of his home planet was in session, and Jixia sensed mental waves related to him, prompting his visit. 0. What level is the civilization in the spatial rift? Jixia asked. Level 2. They haven't reached the planetary stage yet, but their energy is abundant. If we can control them, it will be easier for us to study new evolutionary systems, 0 replied. 0, you're mistaken. According to monitoring, 217 years ago, cosmic source energy suddenly appeared, altering some universal laws. On our life-bearing planet, the passage of a day slowly unified. This is the power of an unknown system. Another council member interjected. The civilization on the other side is still in a primitive state, so they might adopt the evolutionary system more quickly. Over the years, we've only been able to send small teams of genetic warriors through the rift. We might not even defeat them, and it could alert them, 0 continued. Then, what are your thoughts, San? Another council member asked. My suggestion is to send envoys for normal diplomatic contact, Sen responded. 0, why are you silent? Jixia noticed 0's silence. I think it's too late. I've already released the carbon-based life gene plague. 0's tone carried a hint of despair. 0, you're too extreme. Jixia looked at 0 disdainfully. Despite being over 300 years old, 0 appeared youthful, thanks to genetic technology extending his life. However, in this extraordinary era, a soul's lifespan also had its limits. In a few decades, this council member's life would end. Therefore, he seemed somewhat radical, trying to force others onto the same path. San appeared more thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, civilizations below level 1 haven't unified their planets, so there might be multiple civilizations on the other side. We could send someone to negotiate, support, or ally with a nation. Jixia believed San's approach to be the best choice, as acting rashly without understanding the situation on the other side was unwise. Jixia carefully listened to their mental waves, confirming one thing. The other side was unaware of the specific situation on Blue Star. The spatial rift was discovered by chance, and the other civilization hadn't even researched the cause, believing it was due to Blue Star's abundant energy that the rift appeared. If Jixia were to analyze, he could deduce that Blue Star was a planet receiving the essence from 2 worlds, significantly increasing its mass and causing the vibration of space strings, leading to the formation of spatial rifts. Inevitably, there would be other spatial rifts on Blue Star, each leading to a civilization. This was certain. The universe's instinct is to distribute energy to every life-gathering place to achieve balanced and stable development. However, this universal arrangement was detrimental to Daxia. Under normal circumstances, the people of Blue Star would struggle to cope, but Jixia could manipulate spatial forces. Although his abilities were still developing, sealing the rift was well within his capabilities. Yet, he understood he couldn't act recklessly, as this was a universal instinct. Blocking one rift would only lead to the emergence of another. Jixia's eyes gleamed with insight. This stellar-level civilization once boasted a population of 300 billion, but now suffered significant losses due to changes in universal rules. Jixia gleaned intriguing information from the mental waves of some elders, such as the past Tai Star civilization, which was advancing toward a galactic-level civilization and even began researching spatial surfaces and folds. Once successful, they could colonize a galaxy. They would have no issue advancing to a galactic level once they adapted to the new universal rules. Jixiao intended to bring this civilization under his control. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.